This sudden change made Huang Ergu panic. He turned around and ran. The moment Xiao Laosan shouted, Huang Ergu also felt a strange smell. It was an extremely rotten smell. This ancient strong cultivator who had turned into divine crystals had actually revived. This completely shattered Huang Ergu's understanding of perishing. Although it was a little ridiculous that this puppet could revive under such circumstances, this proved its strength. Boom. Unfortunately, by the time Huang Ergu turned around and was about to run, it was already too late. The 8 pillars of heavenly Tao Jade Essence emitted a barrier halo. Although Huang Ergu was already very fast, he still bumped into the barrier. Breaking the barrier was not what Huang Ergu was good at, but what Xiao Laosan and Yu Ju were good at. Huang Ergu knew that it was useless to panic now. The 4 Dao locks appeared at the same time and were snapped. Having no time to think, a pair of bramble gloves appeared in his hands. His first target was a corpse that had turned into divine crystals. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could launch a punch, Xiao Laosan slapped back and sent Huang Ergu flying. Earlier, Wang Lanlan had said that Huang Ergu's combat power was not high. Although he had 4 Dao locks, his combat power was actually not much different from hers. Therefore, although this guy tried his best, he was still slapped away by Xiao Laosan. However, after Xiao Laosan slapped him, his body hit the barrier instead. As for his eyes, 2 were bloodshot and 1 was clear. He shouted, Ergu. Cutting the body is useless. Cut the barrier. As soon as he said so, an old voice burst out of his mouth. Let me out, let me out. It was an unconscious roar, so Xiao Laosan could resist the power. Ergu, this guy is out of his mind. His head is not clear, and the power of his soul is not fully awakened. Come on, I can't last long. Woof. Huang Ergu panicked at this moment. This ancient strong cultivator was obviously a monarch. Even if it was a remnant soul, it was not something Xiao Laosan could deal with. In the depths of the infinite mining area, there were still many such remnant souls. Some were completely lost, some were still conscious, some were crazy, and some had completely woken up. As for the person in front of him, he seemed to be crazy but still a little delirious. It was hard to say if he would suddenly wake up. If he really woke up, Xiao Laosan would have no chance to escape the fate of being possessed. Therefore, Huang Ergu really went all out at this moment. His blood began to burn as he tried to shatter the heavenly Tao Jade Essence array. Boom. Although Huang Ergu was not that strong, he was not weak. Therefore, when this blow hit the heavenly Tao Jade Essence, the huge force raised, shook violently in this place, causing him and Xiao Laosan to bleed from their 7 orifices. Even the entire space began to tremble, and this trembling radiated in all directions from the mine. Bang! Huang Ergu was slapped away by Xiao Laosan again. Xiao Laosan's face was twisted, but he seemed unable to withstand the power of possession. He also shouted, Mine, it's mine. You want to snatch my opportunity? Go to hell. Then, Xiao Laosan suddenly rushed to Huang Ergu's side. Huang Ergu didn't move at all under the suppression of the power of the law. He threw a punch at him. Seeing this scene, his heart turned cold. How could he resist the power of the law? But in the next moment, this punch hit the side of his head, dimming the entire spiritual barrier. This punch even smashed through the spiritual barrier as if it had smashed through a membrane. Sha Laosan wanted to speak, but all he could make was giggling sounds. Gulp. Huang Ergu was almost crying. He shouted, "Take your hand back." Giggle. Bang. Sha Laosan pulled out his fist. Huang Ergu wanted to take advantage of this moment to escape through the place where the fist broke through the spiritual barrier, but as soon as he stuck his head out, one of his legs was grabbed by Sha Laosan. Puff. Huang Ergu's leg was pulled back and one of his legs was crushed. Sha Laosan twisted and collided in midair and finally threw Huang Ergu away. But Huang Ergu's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted, "Wang Xiaojiu, I smell. Wang Xiaojiu. Wang Xiaojiu is here. Knock, knock, knock." Having no time to think, Huang Ergu hammered the barrier dozens of times before being sent flying by Sha Laosan again. At this moment, Sha Laosan struggled to say a few words. "Stupid. Do you want to kill him?" Although Wang Xiaojiu had 5 Dao locks, the one they were facing was an ancient monarch. Although he was only a remnant soul, he still had the power of law. Even if Wang Xiaojiu came, so what? He would still be beaten up. Huang Ergu roared, "Wang Xiaojiu is fast. He will find a way. Tell him to go back to Big Luoluo and ask for help. Dodge." At this moment, Sha Laosan's only clear eye was also a little red. He shouted, "Escape," and then changed his accent, muttering, "You all want to snatch my treasures. You're all my enemies. You all deserve to die." Bang. At this moment, Han Fei finally dug into an underground passage that hadn't completely collapsed. Wang Xiaojiu's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. We made it in time. This passage hasn't completely collapsed yet. The traces are obvious, indicating that it's the last part of the road." Sha Laosan purposely compacted this passage to prevent accidents and for escape. This proves that this passage was dug in 4 or 6 hours. "Come on, let's go in case this place collapses." Buzz. However, as soon as Wang Xiaojiu said so, there was a violent earthquake in the sea of sand. Wang Lanlan said, "They're fighting. I think they're fighting up ahead." Wang Xiaojiu said, "It seems that they have encountered a mine demon. Don't panic." Although this place is already deep in the wind circle, with the strength of Sha Laosan and Huang Ergu, the mine demons here should be no match for them. But we have to leave quickly. This tunnel won't last long. Under this kind of shock. Buzz. Consecutive shocks appeared. Before Wang Xiaojiu could sprint, with a bang, the tunnel in front of him collapsed. Wang Xiaojiu screamed, "Alas! I told you to hurry up. Look, the road we just found collapsed again." Wang Lanlan said, "Who can you blame? What's the use of yelling? Dig by yourself." Han Fei slightly frowned at this moment. Something was wrong. When this power passed through the sea of sand and arrived here, Han Fei felt the effect of some other power. It seemed to be a higher level power. The power of laws? Although Han Fei hadn't comprehended the law yet, it didn't mean that he didn't know this power. He had guessed that the law was like the refinement of the power of the great Tao, a unique and pure power. Compared to the power of the great Tao, one was like a punch, and the other was like an awl. If the same power erupted and struck out, it must be the power of the awl, stronger. Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan had never felt this power, but Han Fei had once transformed into Mystic One and experienced the power of a great monarch. Although he had almost forgotten this power after coming out of the memory illusion, it didn't mean that he didn't remember it at all. He still had some understanding of laws. Han Fei said, "Stop it. I feel that something happened up ahead. Something is wrong with this power." Wang Xiaozhou asked, "Something is wrong? Why? Are there many mind demons ahead?" Han Fei said, "Maybe the mind demons ahead are very strong." Wang Xiaozhou asked, "How strong can it be? Although the storm ridge is dangerous, it's mainly because there are many mind demons inside, not because the mind demon is very strong." Wang Lanlan, on the other hand, was not as careless as Wang Xiaozhou. She knew who Han Fei was. If Han Fei said it was strong, it must be very strong. So did it mean? Wang Lanlan suddenly said, "Could it be a monarch? Xiao Laosan is such a loner. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take him down alone, would he have called Huang Ergu over? So, could it be that they have already found an opportunity but encountered a monarch?" Wang Xiaozhou's eyelids twitched. "A monarch-level mind demon? How can it be?" Han Fei added, "It's possible. This power fluctuation is not ordinary. There's a greater destructive power in the vibration." Wang Xiaozhou shouted, "Then hurry up. Jueju, dig over quickly." Han Fei asked, "If it's really a monarch up ahead, can we come back?" Wang Xiaozhou said, "Alas, Jueju, why are you still so stupid? If there is really a monarch, could he have caused such a big uproar? He would have suppressed Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu without causing such a strong earthquake. So, this just shows that their enemy is not as strong as we thought. I don't think it's a monarch. Instead, it's very likely that it's just a mind demon with 5 Dao locks." Wang Lanlan said, "Wang Xiaozhou, you've become smarter this time." Wang Xiaozhou said, "Of course. I was very smart in the first place." Han Fei's heart stirred. Without further ado, he slightly circulated his power. And the digging speed doubled. Wang Xiaozhou exclaimed, "Jueju, why are you suddenly so fast?" Han Fei said, "It's an inherited secret method. Only used in emergencies." Wang Xiaozhou didn't doubt him at all. "Come on, at this speed, we will be there soon." 100 seconds later. Huang Ergu was already covered with cuts and bruises. Although Xiao Laosan's soul had been resisting, Huang Ergu had basically been crippled during the period when he failed to resist. If it weren't for Xiao Laosan's interference, every time this monarch-level soul attacked, Huang Ergu would have long become a dead dog. Seeing that Huang Ergu couldn't hold on anymore and that he couldn't hold on either, Xiao Laosan sighed in his heart. Treasure hunting, he finally knew why his race had declined. This couldn't be helped. As the saying went, he that touched the pitch shall be defiled. Encountering such a level of danger, they would most likely die this time. Huang Ergu's heart sank. Unfortunately, he still failed to live up to the expectations of his mother and brothers. However, he was the one who brought Huang Ergu here. Huang Ergu trusted him. And he didn't want to let him down. Roar. At that moment, the power of Xiao Laosan's soul suddenly erupted. He gathered all his strength and suddenly seized control of his body. He roared, "Ergu! Run!" Aha! Huang Ergu was refreshed. One of Xiao Laosan's eyes glowed. He tried to control his body and punched through the spiritual barrier. Boom! Huang Ergu instantly jumped up, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out. He saw that Sha Laosan tried to stop him, but he stopped himself. Huang Ergu's speed exploded again as he rushed out crazily. Activating the great Tao in his body, he condensed his voice and shouted, "Wang Xiaojiu! Quickly save me!" After the roar, Huang Ergu's strength and vitality were exhausted, and he crashed heavily into the sand for thousands of kilometers and fell on his face. Then, after a full minute, a great medicine spread out of Huang Ergu's gloves to replenish his body. This was his trump card, to save his life at the last moment. Not daring to stay any longer, Huang Ergu rushed out again towards Wang Xiaojiu. Regardless of Huang Ergu's combat power, he had 4 Dao locks. When he exerted all his strength, his voice spread across tens of millions of kilometers, and in the end, there was only a whisper. Wang Xiaojiu, who was urging Han Fei to dig a tunnel, muttered, "These two people are too unethical. They didn't even call me for treasure hunting. Humph, when I see them, I'll beat the hell out of Huang Ergu." Wang Lanlan said, "Then what about Sha Laosan?" Wang Xiaojiu said, "I'll beat him up too. Anyway, however, as the only one among us who has the protection of the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, protection sand, I can't beat him to death." Wang Lanlan said, "I'm afraid you can't beat him. Sha Laosan is the strongest among us. Apart from being fast, your combat power is no match for him." Wang Xiaojiu said angrily, "That's impossible. It's not that I'm bragging, but in the Mind Demon stream, I fought tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone with Lord Emperor Sparrow. Do you think I'm bragging?" Wang Xiaojiu, quickly save me. Just as Wang Xiaojiu was bragging, a very, very small, almost negligible voice came through the vibration of the sand. If it were an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he might not have heard it. However, how could Han Fei and the other two be ordinary? Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan's faces changed drastically, and Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This voice was very far away. In the next moment, Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "Not good." Something happened. Wang Lanlan's expression changed drastically. "Hurry up, something happened to Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan." Immediately, Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan jumped up at the same time to help Han Fei dig the hole. They didn't dig before because they were not good at digging, and their speed was definitely slower than Han Fei's. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't dig. If Wang Xiaojiu, who had 5 Dao locks, really dug with his full strength, his speed was actually very fast. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked together, and the speed of digging was several times faster. Wang Xiaojiu said, "Not good. Something must have happened with Sha Laosan's strength. Even cultivators with 5 Dao locks can't take him down. What treasures have they found? What level of mind demon is guarding them?" Wang Lanlan said, "Although we're deep in the wind circle, we're still far from the deepest part. They shouldn't encounter enemies who can make them cry for help." Han Fei thought that they must have run into a monarch-level mind demon. Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan couldn't feel the power of the law, but he could. However, to Han Fei's surprise, if it were a monarch, wouldn't it only take him a few slaps to solve Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan? How could they hold on for so long and even cry for help? At this moment, Wang Lanlan's voice rang in Han Fei's mind, "Master Han Fei, please save Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan. If you really do, I believe they will submit to you. These two are both extremely talented, the best of pure-blooded, ferocious beasts, and have top talents." Han Fei didn't respond, but his claws, like phantoms, dug several times. Faster. Huh. Although Wang Xiaojiu was digging angrily, he still looked at Han Fei in shock. And exclaimed, Jueju, how did your digging speed suddenly become so fast? Han Fei ignored Wang Xiaojiu. This was his fastest speed of digging. Of course, he could walk on the sea of sand. With the vast ocean navigator, he could find that place even without the traces of digging from before. However, above the sea of sand, there was a storm. According to Wang Lanlan, there were many wind demons in the storm, which would hinder his advance. Therefore, instead of leading them directly through the sea of sand, it was better to dig holes. After all, this hole had already been dug by Sha Laosan. Although it had collapsed, it was dozens of times easier to dig than if it hadn't. Besides, since Huang Ergu's voice could be transmitted over, it meant that he was already very close to that place. There was no need to walk on the sea of sand. Only 20 seconds later, Huang Ergu was digging hard. With a bang, the mine was penetrated, and Wang Xiaojiu, Wang Lanlan, and Yu Ju had arrived. It was the first time that Han Fei saw Huang Ergu. He was speechless, thinking that Huang Ergu looked no different from a yellow rural dog that had been beaten black and blue. Huang Ergu, on the other hand, had no time to exchange pleasantries with them. He immediately ran back and roared, "Come on, save Sha Laosan." He was possessed by an ancient monarch who had turned into divine crystals. However, only his remnant soul was left, and he's delirious. Sha Laosan's soul is resisting, but it can't last long. Han Fei was lost for words. Possessed? Wang Xiaojiu was also shocked. An ancient monarch? Wang Lanlan said, then why bother to fight? Huang Ergu said, we can fight him, the ancient monarch was only suppressing Huang Ergu with his law. Although the remnant soul is possessing him, it's not very fast, because it's crazy. Sha Laosan can still resist it. Let's beat Sha Laosan and the ancient monarch's young souls out and separate them by force. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the road ahead had been cleared by Huang Ergu, so Han Fei and the others arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone took a closer look, only to discover that it was a mine that hadn't turned into sand. Huang Ergu said, it's inside. This mine has been turned into sand by Sha Laosan. Let's work together. This time, neither Wang Xiaojiu nor Wang Lanlan spoke. Wang Lanlan was no longer lazy and attacked with all her strength. Bang! The outer wall of the mine suddenly exploded, and the place that had already been turned into sand by Sha Laosan was penetrated again. And because of the powerful bombardment of the four of them, the space was penetrated by hundreds of meters. At this time, Han Fei saw that the long, rat-like ferocious beast, with 3 red eyes, was not struggling at all as Huang Ergu said. Huang Ergu's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, it's over. It's too late. When the big rat saw Han Fei and the others, it was not as crazy as Huang Ergu said. He said, well, you actually dare to come back? 4 perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivators. It just so happens that I have been sleeping for too long and need power to replenish myself. Contribute all your origin stars. Contribute your dog head. Wang Xiaojiu instantly burst out with his peak speed, grabbed with his cat claws, and a knife light bloomed. On his body, 5 Dao locks appeared and all broke. Wang Lanlan did the same. A Dao lock was broken. Han Fei didn't have to do it, because Yu Ju had just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. However, in the next moment, the void began to distort. Suddenly, the power of laws descended. Han Fei saw a sword condensed in the void. It was not the power of the great Tao, but the sword of laws. Swish. Bang. 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 Wang Xiaozhou's paws were all cut off by the sword, and Wang Lanlan's hand was cut off by the sword. As for Huang Ergu, he was already covered in wounds. It seemed that it took a lot of effort for him to run away, so his body was almost cut into 2 pieces. Only Han Fei was the exception. The sword of law failed to make Han Fei take half a step back when it fell on him. Wang Xiaozhou also looked at Han Fei in shock. Why didn't you take even half a step back? Although I blocked most of the power, the remaining power was not weak. How could Jueja block it? Huh? At this moment, the big rat looked at Han Fei and was slightly stunned. You can block the power of my law? But so what? This person is struggling to guard his soul with a soul-suppressing godly weapon. He will be obliterated by me in at most 30 seconds. How can you save him? Wang Lanlan shouted, Master Han Fei. Alas! Han Fei heaved a long sigh and said, I didn't intend to take action at first. But it seems that the so-called Sha Laosan can still be saved. I'll give it a try. However, if I can't resist the power of the monarch, there's nothing I can do. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and a drop of water condensed into a water-shaped sword in midair. This sword was full of Tao runes and killing intent and shining with a golden light. Yes, the Tao of Slaughter God and the Path of Invincibility were all injected into all great Taos in one sword. Wang Xiaozhou and Huang Ergu were dumbfounded. Huang Ergu's eyes were shining, and Wang Xiaozhou's eyes were wide open. Is this Jueju? As for the ancient monarch who possessed Sha Laosan, his expression changed slightly as he slashed back. Bang! Half of the mine collapsed. The terrifying impact hit the sea of sand, thousands of kilometers away. Above everyone's head, the sea of sand collapsed, causing a depression. The ancient monarch was horrified. How can a perfected star transformation realm cultivator be so strong? Could it be that in this life, even a sky opener is already so strong? Han Fei put on a smile. Your body doesn't belong to you. You haven't successfully possessed him. You want to suppress me with a wisp of your soul. And your law? Heh, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm invincible in my realm. In your current state, you're no different from a muggle. After fighting the great monarch Bloody Hand, Han Fei no longer had any respect for monarchs. According to Huang Ergu, this monarch in front of him hadn't been able to completely suppress and kill Sha Laosan's soul, which showed that he was still very weak. To be precise, such a person couldn't be considered a monarch. He was at most a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had the power of laws. Han Fei also felt the power of the law pressing on him, full of tingling pain. However, under the effect of the invincible will, the power of this law was too weak, so he could slash it apart. The big rat was horrified and shouted, If you attack me, this person will definitely die. However, in the next moment, Han Fei suddenly burst out at more than 30 times the speed of light. Furthermore, it was not the speed of his body, but his young soul that left his body. Boom! Han Fei punched Sha Laosan, and the latter was punched into afterimages, which was a sign that his soul was almost shattered by Han Fei. Knock, knock, knock. After 100 punches in a row, Sha Laosan was almost beaten into a bloody mess, and the monarch's soul body that was not protected by a soul-suppressing godly weapon was punched out of the body by Han Fei. Gulp. Huang Ergu swallowed and said, "Wow. Has Jueju had an atavism? Or has he encountered some kind of opportunity? Why has he suddenly become so fierce? This is too fierce." Wang Xiaozhou's eyes were still rolling, but the hair on his body had already stood on end. It was not because Wang Lanlan called Juju Master Han Fei, but because he had seen the Yang Soul's fist technique not long ago. Wasn't this used by Brother Human Butcher? Wang Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. How did Brother Human Butcher become Jueju? He was the F** king owner of the Emperor Sparrow. He even asked him to dig holes and knock his head along the way. On this side, the monarch's soul was blasted out, but he was not completely defenseless. When he was beaten, he condensed a wisp of a law sword and stabbed at Han Fei's Yang soul the moment his Yang soul left his body. However, something unexpected happened. A wisp of gravel that flickered like a star suddenly appeared on Han Fei's Yang soul. When this law sword landed on it seemed to be absorbed and only pushed Han Fei back for 100 kilometers. It was only 100 kilometers away. With a thought, Han Fei activated the void stealing technique, trying to steal this person's consciousness. This monarch's soul body clearly froze, but Han Fei felt that this guy's consciousness directly collapsed. Yes, perhaps because it had just regained a little consciousness when it was stolen by him, causing this guy to collapse. Frowning, Han Fei pounced on the soul body and pierced through it with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the soul body with the void lines. As the other party fell into chaos again, Han Fei tried to obtain some clues about ancient times through the soul body's memories. Unfortunately, he only saw a very small part of it, which was the scene when this guy was suppressed. It was a casual sword light that came from a figure tens of millions of kilometers away. He couldn't even see the person before he was pierced through and nailed here. The sword chi exploded and condensed a snowflake-like sword chi seal here, so this person was suppressed. So strong. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This person was a monarch. Although he didn't know what level he was at, he could be nailed to death with a casual slash from thousands of kilometers away. How strong was that person? Han Fei said, "You're already dead. What's the point of lingering out? Go. Cultivate in your next life." In the next moment, the monarch's soul body exploded and turned into invisible dust. Han Fei stopped pretending. Since he had already erupted like this, it was impossible for Yu Ju to be fighting. Therefore, his body quickly changed from a pangolin to a human form. Plop. When Han Fei returned, he saw Wang Xiaozhou sitting on the ground. Han Fei smiled. "I heard that you call me brother? I heard that I appreciate you? I heard that you rejected me? I heard." Huang Ergu was puzzled. Of course, he now knew that this person was just pretending to be Jueju. But why was Wang Xiaozhou so scared? His whole body was shaking. Woof. Wang Xiaozhou wailed, "Brother Human Butcher. I was only joking with you on my way here. For the sake of Master Di Qiao, please forgive me." With that, Wang Xiaozhou leaned his head in front of Han Fei, as if he were apologizing. "I was just bragging on the way. You can knock my head to vent. Please cool down. Wang Lanlan. Huang Ergu. Han Fei smiled and stretched out a finger, hanging above Wang Xiaozhou's head. Wang Xiaozhou was so scared that he almost exploded. Bang! With a flick of his finger, Han Fei flicked Wang Xiaozhou's head, and the latter fell directly into the sea of sand, sinking nearly 10 kilometers into the sea of sand before stopping, and a dent appeared on his head. The power of this finger set off surging ripples, which made Huang Ergu bare his teeth and his body tremble unconsciously. So strong, so strong. Who is this? Wang Xiaozhou, on the other hand, was not hurt much. After all, he was also a cat with 5 dao locks, so he wouldn't be crippled by Han Fei. However, it was lying motionless in the sand, pretending to be dead. Han Fei snorted. Okay, stop pretending. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. Alas! Wang Xiaozhou appeared in front of Han Fei with a swish. He was no longer that nagging cat. Han Fei ignored him and looked at the mangled Sha Laosan. At this moment, his soul finally recovered, but because he had been suppressed too hard by the remnant soul of the monarch, he could only say thank you with difficulty. Before lying on the ground, exhausted, Wang Lanlan reluctantly took out a spiritual pill and hesitated whether to feed him or not. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand, and in a flash, Sha Laosan was enshrouded in divine brilliance. His body was rapidly recovering, his bones were cracking, and his soul seemed to be bathed in warm spring water. Gulp. Huang Ergu and Wang Xiaozhou both widened their eyes and didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, the stingy Wang Lanlan immediately put away the pill in her hand. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're a Dao Lock level powerhouse anyway. Won't your stinginess affect your Dao proving? When the divine brilliance dissipated, Sha Laosan's body finally returned to normal, and his soul recovered a little. At least, he finally had energy to speak. Sha Laosan knelt on one knee towards Han Fei, his voice rumbling. Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. My life will be yours in the future. Sha Laosan is willing to go through fire and water for you. Different from Wang Xiaozhou and Wang Lanlan's personalities, Sha Laosan didn't have a smile and even kept a straight face. However, his words were much tougher than those of Wang Xiaozhou and the others. He was straightforward, decisive, and looked like an upright person. Sha Laosan saw everything just now, but his soul was so exhausted that he didn't even have the power to control his body. Therefore, he watched Han Fei blast the remnant soul of the monarch out of his body. If he didn't have a soul-suppressing godly weapon, his soul might have been shattered just now. But this was nothing, because he knew that Han Fei was saving him. At this moment, the stupid Huang Ergu finally realized what was going on. This is... Wang Xiaozhou immediately glared at Huang Ergu, thinking to himself, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Human Butcher is the boss of Emperor Sparrow. You should call him Lord, Big Shot. Han Fei glanced at Wang Lanlan, and Wang Lanlan was immediately refreshed. He quickly pointed at Huang Ergu and said, shut up. This is the human emperor. Master Han Fei, the master of the current Emperor Sparrow, and the new master of Puppet City. Master Han Fei is extremely powerful. He could even fight a great monarch alone. If we hadn't gone to the depths of the wind circle by the way, you silly dog and Sha Laosan would have been dead. Master Emperor Sparrow? Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan felt that their heads were buzzing. Although they didn't participate in the northern expedition, they knew how dangerous it was. Even Imogio had perished in Puppet City, which involved a battle of great monarchs. They couldn't imagine how Wang Xiaojiao and the group of ferocious beasts that went to the northern expedition survived. Compared to Huang Ergu, who was stunned, Xiao Laosan reacted faster. Looking at Wang Lanlan's attitude and Wang Xiaojiao's lackey look, Xiao Laosan immediately said, "Thank you, Master Han Fei and Master Emperor Sparrow, for saving my life. I can't repay you. I'm willing to serve you like a dog." As he spoke, Xiao Laosan took out his essence blood and waited for Han Fei to nod, preparing to swear an oath. Wang Lanlan wasn't surprised at all. Ever since the news of the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow spread, there were already voices among the ferocious beasts saying that the Emperor Sparrow would return sooner or later. If he returned in the future, they would most likely submit to him. After all, he was the king of ancient ferocious beasts. Who could resist such an existence? Therefore, although many ferocious beasts hadn't seen the Emperor Sparrow yet, they already had the heart to submit. And those who didn't have the heart to submit and were even hostile to the Emperor Sparrow were all ferocious beasts. In the monarch realm were those who were conceited that their talent was peerless and could become monarchs or even great monarchs. But there were very few such ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. Xiao Laosan set an example, and Huang Ergu hurriedly followed suit, taking out his essence blood, preparing to pledge loyalty. They naturally respected and loved Li Luoluo, but it didn't mean that they would refuse to submit to the Emperor Sparrow. If Han Fei forced them to choose between Li Luoluo and him, they might not choose either of them. They might even die for Li Luoluo. However, seeing Wang Xiaojiao and Wang Lanlan, they felt that there was probably no hatred between Han Fei and Li Luoluo, and they shouldn't fight. At this time, the odds of gambling with their lives were very small, and the chance of gambling with their future was greater. Han Fei didn't refute but said indifferently, "If you are all willing to follow me, aren't you afraid of Li Luoluo's punishment?" Xiao Laosan said, "Big Luoluo is a very open-minded monarch. It has always been up to us to decide some important matters and choices. Besides, on the path of Master Emperor Sparrow's growth, there will inevitably be many ferocious beasts following him. Big Luoluo definitely understands this. This is a danger, but also an opportunity." Xiao Laosan was very straightforward, and Han Fei couldn't help but nod. When he met Li Luoluo, the two of them didn't talk too much about the future of the Emperor Sparrow. However, because of his identity as the king of the Emperor Sparrow, he would eventually have an inextricable relationship with the ferocious beasts. Therefore, Li Luoluo was very generous to tell him the location of the God-burying ridge. Perhaps she wanted to do the Emperor Sparrow a favor. In this way, if Han Fei could get the space worm and the time worm in the future, he would definitely think of her. Of course, if Han Fei didn't give her the space worm and the time worm, it was possible that Li Luoluo's lineage wouldn't have much interaction with Han Fei. This was probably one of the reasons why Li Luoluo turned a blind eye to Han Fei subduing Wang Lanlan and Yu Ju. Han Fei put on a smile, glanced at Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu, and then looked at Wang Xiaojiao. Wang Xiaojiao? In fact, Wang Xiaojiao had been embarrassed ever since Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu submitted to Han Fei. It was obvious that Wang Lanlan and Yu Ju had submitted to Han Fei, and now Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu were going to submit to him too. He was the only one who hadn't submitted to him yet. He had thought to pretend that he didn't know anything, thinking that Han Fei wouldn't force him to surrender, would he? However, who would have expected Han Fei to look straight at him? Wang Xiaojiu felt a chill down her spine. To be honest, he didn't want to surrender. As a free and undisciplined cat, he could do whatever he wanted. That was his greatest joy. Now that he had to submit to someone for no reason, he was a little resistant. Although the person who he submitted to was the Emperor Sparrow, he was a very powerful cat. If he surrendered to someone just like that, wouldn't he lose his freedom? However, under Han Fei's shining gaze, Wang Xiaojiu was embarrassed and uneasy. In the end, he had no choice but to put on an innocent expression and look at Han Fei curiously. When they looked at each other, Han Fei was speechless. Can't you see the look in my eyes? Why are you acting cute here? Han Fei snorted. You don't want your fur anymore? Wang Xiaojiu's hair all stood on end and even his back was bent. Han Fei said, perhaps you want the Emperor Sparrow to talk to you in person. Immediately, the center of Han Fei's eyebrows flashed, and the Emperor Sparrow appeared on Han Fei's shoulder, proudly holding his head high. Immediately, Wang Lanlan, Xiao Laosan, and Huang Ergu hurriedly said, Greetings, Master Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow looked at Wang Xiaojiu, who was a little trembling and cooing ingratiatingly. The Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, Infinite Demon Cat, I didn't have time to care about you last time. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Wang Xiaojiu felt that tears were about to fall. It was fine when facing Han Fei. He had chatted with Han Fei all the way and didn't feel that Han Fei was bad. But when the Emperor Sparrow looked at him, he felt his heart turn cold. Wang Xiaojiu hurriedly said, Greetings, Master Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow, if I remember correctly, your race should have been extinct long ago. Wang Xiaojiu said, Ah. Well, there's still me. The Emperor Sparrow, do you know why your race is called Infinite Demon Cat? Everyone couldn't help but look at the Emperor Sparrow. Even Han Fei looked at the Emperor Sparrow too. This guy's memories were very clear. He had clearly cultivated from level 1. Why did he know so much about his previous lives? Inheritance? Could it be that his inherited memories were all about his previous life? Wang Xiaojiu shook his head. He really didn't know. He had never met a cat like him since he was born. The Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, because of the Infinity Tao, your race can be traced back even earlier than the age of the gods. It can be traced back to the primeval era, when it was the era of divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Your ancestors once created the Infinity Tao, broke the shackles of the great emperor, and became gods. Unfortunately, in the age of the gods, because of the death of great monarch Infinity, the Infinity Tao declined. The strongest person of your race in the age of the gods only reached the great monarch level. His name is Wang Xian, and he ranks 6th among the 8 great monarchs under me. In your generation, how much more of the Infinity Tao can you grasp? Wang Xiaojiu's eyes turned green. After a long while, he said, There's such a Tao? There is nothing about it in my inherited memory. Wang Xiaojiu's breathing became rapid. Wow, there were gods in his ancestors. This matter could probably be bragged about for the rest of his life. The Emperor Sparrow snorted. There are 2 situations where inherited memories will disappear. The first is that your bloodline hasn't been completely awakened, so you can't open the inheritance of the infinity Tao. The second is that you're the reincarnation of a wisp of soul left behind by an infinite demon cat in the past. Although your bloodline has been connected, the path has been severed. If you want to reopen this path, either you have to comprehend this Tao again, or someone can reproduce this Tao for you to help you comprehend it. At that moment, Wang Xiaozhou's breathing quickened and his eyes glowed. Han Fei didn't know if he should explain to Sha Laosan why he changed his name to Sha Diao so quickly. However, he thought for a moment and decided to let it be. He didn't know Sha Laosan very well and couldn't give him his surname. Han Diao sounded even sillier than Sha Diao, so let it be. Healed by the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Sha Diao returned to his peak state in half a day. After all, he was a powerhouse with 4 Tao locks. Without having irreversible damage, his recovery ability was terrifying. Half a day later, Han Fei said, "Since you already know my identity, I won't keep it a secret from you. I'm not here for treasure hunting. I'm going to the center of the Storm Ridge. Have any of you been there?" The center? They were all shocked. Wang Lanlan was stunned. She didn't know that Han Fei had a purpose in this trip. She thought that Han Fei was here to subdue the ferocious beasts, but he found that he knew Big Luoluo, so he gave up. Wang Lanlan said, "Master Han Fei, the center of the Storm Ridge is not a place that sky openers can set foot in. None of us have been there. Some sky opening realm ferocious beasts have entered it before, but no one has ever come out alive. Later, that place became a forbidden place." Wang Xiaozhou also said, "We can't go in. We don't know what the center of the Storm Ridge is like, but we are still in the periphery of the Storm Ridge. Although it is dangerous, we can still explore it. But once we cross this periphery, we will go to the Storm Quicksand Sea, which is a place where we can't get out once we get in." Storm Quicksand Sea? Han Fei was puzzled by the name. He could understand the Quicksand Sea, but what was the Storm Quicksand Sea like? Sha Diao said, "The so-called Stormy Quicksand Sea means that it's not an ordinary quicksand sea. The entire quicksand sea is like a sea current, and the movement is abnormally violent. It's like a quicksand storm. It covers a wide area and has no blind spots. No matter which direction you go, you can't get around it. A monarch-level powerhouse from the ferocious beast lineage once went in and came out. He said that in the stormy quicksand sea, there are a large number of gregarious mine demons. Although they are also made of fine minerals, they are made of mineral gravel. Not only are they difficult to kill, but once you are surrounded by these mine demons, no sky opener may be able to escape." Han Fei frowned slightly. "So, even if your lineage of ferocious beasts guards outside the Storm Ridge all year round, few people have entered the Storm Quicksand Sea?" Huang Erge said, "Master Han Fei, I once stayed at the periphery of the Stormy Quicksand Sea for a period of time. The smell there is mixed. In addition to ordinary gregarious mine demons, I suspect there are even more terrifying mine demons. When the Storm Ridge was open to outsiders, even many monarch-level masters died there. There are no more than 100 ferocious beasts who can come out of the stormy quicksand safely. Most of them only entered the periphery and stayed for a short period of time. This is because if they stay long enough, they will fall into a storm and be swept deep into it, and they won't be able to find the way they came." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the stormy quicksand sea was indeed Not a simple place. But it did make sense. If the center of the storm ridge was really the place where the demon god died, it would definitely be dangerous. How could ordinary people step into the place where a god died? For example, few people below the sea establishment realm could walk in a battlefield of sky openers and walk out alive. Han Fei said indifferently, apart from the gregarious mind demons and suspected terrifying mind demons in the storm quicksand sea, is there anything special or dangerous? They said in unison, lost. Wang Lanlan said, it's very easy to get lost in the stormy quicksand sea. The wind there contains the power of laws. Once you're swept in by the storm, you won't be able to find your way out without special means. The quicksand there contains the law of strength. Once you get lost in the stormy quicksand sea, it means endless battles and endless danger. Wang Xiaojiu hurriedly added, there's also the law of wind and the law of strength themselves. Perhaps the power of the law in the stormy quicksand sea is not particularly strong, but under the corrosion of the power of the law, all year round, the swirling quicksand there can forcibly scrape a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm to death. Big Luoluo once said that in the stormy quicksand sea, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator can only last for at most 3 days. After 3 days, perhaps he won't die because of insufficient strength or replenishment, but his combat power will definitely be greatly reduced because of extreme mental exhaustion. Once his spiritual power can't withstand it at all, once he sinks in the stormy quicksand sea, death will be his only way back. Han Fei asked, can't I fly over from the sky? Everyone shook their heads, and Wang Lanlan said, you can't fly over. The storm quicksand sea has another characteristic. It will absorb the power of the heavens and earth here. It's not impossible to forcibly soar into the sky there, but it will consume a lot of your energy. In such a case, you will fall into the storm quicksand sea before you can even last a day or half a day. By then, you will be exhausted and won't be able to survive the dangers in the storm quicksand. Han Fei asked calmly, what else? Wang Xiaojiu shook his head. No more, that's all I know. Wang Lanlan said, this is the information we know about the storm quicksand. See. Han Fei thought that it was impossible to fly. It made sense. Otherwise, if he could fly it over easily, what kind of forbidden place was that? As for the sense of direction, Han Fei felt that with the vast ocean navigator, he shouldn't get lost. Even in a violent hurricane, the vast ocean navigator still had the ability to point direction accurately. As for the law of wind and the law of strength, this was a problem. But now that he had the star sea mystic sand to protect his body, it could be said that attacks below the monarch level might not be able to break his defense at all. Therefore, the ordinary mind demons in the storm quicksand sea, even if they were gregarious, shouldn't be able to kill him. Of course, although they couldn't kill him, they would definitely cause him trouble. In the end, now that Little Black and Little White had become stronger, there were many ways for him to resist the power of this storm. The key to the problem was what Huang Ergu said. There might be terrifying mind demons in the storm quicksand sea. If he encountered a monarch-level mind demon, would he be a match for it? If it was just a Tao prover, that would be fine. He had a lot of trump cards now. He should be able to fight someone who had just entered the Tao proving realm. Of course, if it was someone who had been in the Tao proving realm for a long time, it would be hard to say. However, how could there be a safe place in this world? He had been through danger all the way here. Even if he really encountered a Tao prover, he would be able to fight him with the power of Puppet City. Of course, this was under extreme circumstances. If possible, Han Fei wouldn't fight with unknown monarchs in unfamiliar places. He was more likely to run away. Han Fei thought about the dangers he might encounter and quickly made a decision. Let's go to the storm quicksand sea. You can go back then. There are some things that I don't need your help with. Sha Diao said. Sha Diao is willing to follow Master Han Fei into the storm quicksand sea. Han Fei said, well, Sha Diao. Don't keep calling yourself Sha Diao in the future. You can just call yourself I. Just keep your name to yourself. Sha Diao said, I understand. I'm willing to follow you into the stormy quicksand sea. Han Fei shook his head slightly. What can you help me with? Since you've all said that the storm quicksand sea is dangerous, you should know that going in blindly will not help me, but hinder me. Sha Diao said, my lord, I've already fused with the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, protection of sand. I can completely transform into a sand body. Han Fei sneered. I know you have a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. But aren't you afraid that the power of law and the storm quicksand sea will shatter you? Don't argue. No matter how powerful your spiritual treasure of heaven and earth is, it has the power of law. When you can resist the power of law one day, I'll take you with me. Sha Diao's face turned red. He had indeed never tried to resist the power of the law with the protection of sand. However, even if he didn't try, he knew that it would probably be very difficult. It was indeed a problem whether he could help Han Fei or not. Wang Xiaojiu also echoed, okay, Lao San, to be honest, how many people can you fight in the storm quicksand sea? You'll only be killed after a round of besieging by the mind demons. Listen to Master Han Fei. Don't go with him. Sha Diao said solemnly, Wang Xiaojiu, please call me Sha Diao from now on. Okay, Sha Diao. Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore and urged, all right, now that the treasure has been found and the remnant soul of this ancient cultivator has really died, return to the sea of sand. I want to see what it's like inside the wind circle. Hoop, hoop. Clang. 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 Han Fei and his subordinates broke out of the soil. As soon as they came to the surface of the sea of sand, the wind whistled in their ears and roared. The mineral gravel and the powerful storm hit them like billions of knife lights. Except for Han Fei, the others all protected themselves with the immortal qi. Except that the storm itself almost formed infinite wind blades, the flying gravel was so fast that when they hit people, they were like beads full of metal sharpness aura. It was fine to be shot by one or two of these beads on the body, but in this wind circle, every moment, tens of thousands of mineral grains hit the body. With such power, once a peak-level sea establisher entered it, he would probably be instantly shot into a beehive. Then his flesh and bones would melt, and even his bones wouldn't be left behind. The sky-opening realm was the basic qualification to enter. If one didn't want to be affected by such a storm and fight freely, he had to at least reach the sky-opening realm. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, Han Fei understood that in a place like the wind circle, one had to be at least in the star transformation realm to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, if an early-stage sky-opener dared to enter, the wind demons here should be able to easily kill him. No wonder the storm ridge was described as so dangerous. No wonder not many people entered the wind circle to cultivate. If they wanted to cultivate in the wind circle, they had to have the ability to resist such violence for a long time. Few people had this qualification in the first place, let alone cultivating in the wind circle for a long time. In addition to the power of the storm itself, because the raging wind was too strong, perception could not be spread out at all. Once perception left the body, it would immediately be blown away by the storm. Although Han Fei didn't feel the power of the law in this storm, he clearly felt the power of the great Tao of wind. He couldn't even release his perception, let alone establish a connection with his origin star. It was impossible for him to enter his origin star. As soon as the entrance appeared, it would be immediately shattered by the wind and gravel. And this was only the periphery of the storm ridge. Swish. There was no telling if it was Han Fei's luck, but soon after he came out, he saw a vague figure in a hidden storm darting at Han Fei from the sand particles. In this sandstorm, where perception couldn't be spread out and vision was extremely poor, the danger level of the mind demons had to be increased by a level. However, no matter how strong the mind demons were, no matter how favorable the situation was for them, it couldn't close the gap in realm and strength. Han Fei grabbed with one hand, and the surrounding storm temporarily collapsed. When they looked again, Han Fei had already grabbed the tail of a wind snake with a void hand. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Sand-Sea Wind Snake. Introduction: A sand-sea wind snake is condensed from mineral gravel. It's born to have the ability to control wind. In a storm, its speed is unparalleled and can reach the speed of light explosion. The sand-sea wind snake can transform into a snake at will and grow wings like blades. It can absorb the power of minerals, cut through godly weapons, and kill sky openers. Level: greater than 108. Quality: level 5 mind demon. Realm: late stage star transformation realm. Battle technique: wings of wind, wind scales, hidden wind into sand. Collectible: level 5 mineral gravel. Absorbable. Note: the sand-sea wind snake can hide in the wind and turn into sand. 2. Kill it: you have to kill its soul with one blow. The information disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the sand-sea wind snake dispersed into sand and tried to escape. However, Han Fei's speed was even faster. His fingers were like swords as he pointed in the air, cutting through the sand. Boom! In the storm, there was a flash of lightning, indicating the death of this sand-sea wind snake. As for the level 5 mineral gravel, it was not easy to collect. In an instant, half of it was blown away by the storm. Han Fei reached out to pick it up, but only got half of it. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the remaining level 5 mineral gravel was all swallowed by Huang Ergu. He even smiled at Han Fei to curry favor with him. It was not that Han Fei cared about the level 5 mineral gravel, but he just wanted to study the wind demon. Han Fei squeezed the level 5 mineral gravel in his hand into a ball and threw it to Huang Ergu like a stone. The latter didn't mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mass of level 5 mineral, shouting, "Thank you for your reward, Master Han Fei." Han Fei said, "No wonder the ferocious beasts mostly guard the outside of the Sea of Storms. If they cultivate in the Sea of Storms, it will be quite difficult to collect these minerals." Huang Ergu and Wang Lanlan's combat power were relatively low among the four of them, so when they saw Han Fei casually grab and kill a sand-sea wind snake, By pointing a finger at it, they couldn't help but secretly take a breath. This big shot was really strong. Even in the wind circle, killing a late-stage star transformation realm sand sea wind snake was as easy as crushing an ant. For him, Wang Xiaojiu and Sha Diao were not too surprised. Wang Xiaojiu had seen how terrifying Han Fei was when he went on a rampage. He was a monster who could even resist the great monarch bloody hand, so it was only natural that he could crush a sand sea wind snake. Sha Diao also took it for granted. Since Han Fei saved him, he had started to worship Han Fei, not only because the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast, but also because he had personally experienced the pain of being beaten by Han Fei. At that time, the monarch-level remnant soul tried to resist, but in the end, it was crushed from head to toe and had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, Sha Diao didn't treat Han Fei as a perfected star transformation realm cultivator at all. In its eyes, Han Fei's strength was no different from that of a Dao prover. Hoop. Just after Han Fei killed the sand sea wind snake, the wind suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ears, accompanied by the sound of soul sprinting. He took a leap and tapped the surface of the sand with his feet. Instantly, billowing ripples shook in the sand, and a mineral conch was kicked out. This kick shattered the shell of the big conch. Wang Lanlan and the others followed up. She explained, Master Han Fei, this is a sand sea rumbling conch. It likes to bury its body in the sea of sand and wait for time to hunt. However, the sand sea rumbling conch is not very dangerous. The slightly more dangerous ones are the wind conch. This kind of conch can condense the power of storms and form a mineral shell and a wind force field on the surface of its body. Its defense power is astonishing. Even if it's a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, it will take him at least 7 or 8 moves to kill a wind conch. Wang Lanlan praised Han Fei smartly. She seemed to be introducing the conch, but Han Fei could tell that she was flattering him. It meant that Han Fei could kill the enemy with one move, which showed that his talent and strength were both amazing. Of course, after entering the wind circle, Han Fei couldn't be fighting alone. Otherwise, why would he bring 4 guards with him? After Han Fei killed 2 creatures in the wind circle in a row, Huang Ergu, Sha Laosan, and the others looked at each other and hurriedly took the initiative to attack. It had to be said that the number of mind demons in the wind circle was more than Han Fei had imagined. He had thought that the ferocious beasts guarding here all year round would kill a lot of mind demons. But after stepping into the wind circle, Han Fei realized that the number of wind demons in the wind circle was much more than that of the puppets in Puppet City. God knew how many mind demons of this level were in the huge Storm Ridge. At this moment, Han Fei took the lead to attack, and Sha Diao and Huang Ergu took the initiative to attack. After only 10,000 kilometers, they killed 4 mind demons in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, when other people were attacking, including Wang Xiaojiu, Wang Lanlan followed Han Fei with a big clam in her arms. When Han Fei didn't attack, she didn't attack either. Han Fei, why didn't you attack? Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, I want to stay by your side. Huang Ergu and the others are enough to kill the wind demons. This can also be a trial for them. I'll be in charge of chatting with you. Swish. Wang Xiaojiu rushed over with a swish and tilted his head to look at Wang Lanlan. In terms of chatting skills, Wang Lanlan, you are still far inferior to me. Master Han Fei, let me chat with you. I guarantee you won't be bored. Han Fei was amused. Isn't it a bit too perfunctory for you to cover up your slack off? Wang Xiaojiu said, I'm not being perfunctory. It's just that I've already had 5 Dao locks. I should give this rare opportunity of cultivation to the 3 of them. Especially Wang Lanlan, you only have 1 Dao lock. How do you have the cheek to follow Lord Han Fei? Hurry up and clear the way with Sha, Diao and the others. Wang Lanlan said, I'm the first to follow Master Han Fei. Wang Xiaojiu said, but you are the weakest. When Master Han Fei proves his Dao, it'll be outrageous if you still only have 1 Dao lock. Besides, you don't have a special bloodline like mine. Sigh, not every pure-blooded ferocious beast can lie flat. Wang Lanlan. Han Fei. Han Fei rolled his eyes. How far is this place from the storm quicksand sea? Wang Xiaojiu said, with our current speed, there are about 3 days to go. The further we go, the more wind demons there will be, and the stronger they will be. But they are mostly within the sky-opening realm, mainly in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. Although many of them are in the perfected star transformation realms, they are relatively scattered. The wind circle is so big, so the chances of us encountering them are not high. Along the way, we can only meet at most 1 or 200. It can't compare to the Mind Demon stream here. Han Fei's face turned cold. In that case, cut the crap. If the 4 of you attack together, the 3-day journey will be reduced to 1.5 days. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, I'll take you into the storm quicksand sea. Believe me, I can do this. After all, the storm quicksand sea is a path that can make people stronger, right? Swish. 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 In the next moment, Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan both disappeared from his side. Wang Xiaojiu shouted, Ergu, I'm here to help you. Wang Lanlan said, Sha Diao, it's more efficient if we cooperate. Han Fei shook his head slightly. He didn't know if it was a wise decision to accept Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan. If it was a life-and-death moment, the 2 of them would probably run away. It seems that I should nurture Huang Ergu, Yu Ju, and Sha Diao more in the future. They're simple, loyal, and hardworking. They'll definitely be more useful than these 2 lazy B***stards in the same realm. 3 days later. Thanks to the efforts of the 4 of them, Han Fei finally came to the edge of the storm quicksand sea. In the past 3 days, Han Fei had gained some insights. It was really not easy to cultivate in this wind circle. Those who were not strong enough could easily die, or they could only cultivate in the outermost of the wind circle. Even Wang Xiaojiu and the others could be said to have been through hundreds of battles in the past 3 days. They were in danger several times, and it was Han Fei who solved the enemies in the end. At this moment, Han Fei and the other 4 stood at the edge of the storm quicksand sea, looking at this strange scene in amazement. The quicksand surged like a tide. It was clearly a sea of sand, but it seemed to be a huge tide in the sea. In addition, this tide was circulating. Every time it rose and fell, it created a turbulence that disappeared in the quicksand in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, under the quicksand, there must be hidden tides. In the sky above the quicksand sea, the storm was even stronger than the outer wind circle. The world was pale yellow, and visibility was probably less than 3 to 5 meters. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and a knife light cut through the sand and into the storm quicksand sea. But soon, Han Fei felt that some cyan halos flickered on his knife light. Which was exactly the law of wind that Wang Lanlan and the others mentioned. Soon, the knife light vibrated and rumbled, but it was completely destroyed by the law of wind after only less than 1,000 kilometers. Wang Lanlan and the others knew that although it was just Han Fei's casual blow, this blow was also a knife light of the perfected star transformation realm. Such a knife light could easily slash hundreds of thousands of kilometers away outside, but here, it was annihilated within 1,000 meters. It could be seen how terrifying the storm quicksand sea was. Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, except for the law of wind, undercurrents are surging under the quicksand sea, and the vortex is difficult to see. I'm afraid that half of the power of the slash just now was sucked into the vortex of the quicksand sea. Han Fei nodded. He had noticed that the slash could cut thousands of meters above the quicksand sea. But in the quicksand sea, it became much weaker. Han Fei said casually, it seems that no wind demons have approached this place. Wang Xiaojiu said, once the wind demons enter the storm quicksand sea, they will also be swept in. Their result will be the same as ours. Once they get lost in it, it's only a matter of time before they die. The greatest possibility is that they will be swallowed by the mine demons in the quicksand sea. Huang Ergu was sniffing the quicksand sea crazily. Han Fei asked, Ergu, what do you smell? Huang Ergu thought for a moment. I smell the scent of a large number of mine demons, but they shouldn't be very strong. In addition, I smell the scent of demon plants. Yes, it's the smell of living demon plants. I often smell it at Big Luolua's house, so even if the life aura state is different, the essence is the same. They're all demon plants. A living demon plant? Everyone couldn't help but look at Huang Ergu in confusion. You said there were demon plants in this damn place? Even Han Fei frowned slightly. The environment here was so harsh. What kind of demon plants could survive in such extreme conditions? Huang Ergu said, I can be sure. And the vitality of this demonic plant is quite stable. Apart from that, I didn't smell anything else. Perhaps it was affected by the law of wind, so I can't smell anything further away. Han Fei said, enough. It's already not bad to be sure that there are demon plants here. Alright, you can go back. Wait for me outside the wind circle. Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, why don't you just leave? Few people can get out of this place after they enter it. Wang Xiaojiu nodded quickly. Yes. In the past, even monarchs often died in it. After all, no one can withstand the power of the law every day. Han Fei snorted and stepped into the storm quicksand sea. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's figure disappeared without a trace in the storm. Only a voice remained. Before I return, you have to cultivate hard. Don't waste the divine crystals and heavenly Dao jade essence. Huff. Wang Xiaojiu took a long breath of relief. Phew. He's finally gone. How confident is he? He's really not afraid of death. Sha Diao, Wang Xiaojiu, be polite. Master Han Fei is also your master. Wang Xiaojiu said, my master is Lord Emperor Sparrow. Forget it, let's just go back quickly, okay? Wang Lanlan asked, should we wait here? Huang Ergu said, the speed of cultivation in the wind circle is far faster than outside the wind circle. Besides, the periphery of the storm quicksand sea is a relatively safe place. The wind demons dare not step in easily for fear of being swept in. As for the mine demons in the quicksand sea, I'm afraid it's extremely rare for them to come out, so isn't this place the most suitable place for cultivation? Wang Xiaojiu said, stupid. If it's really so easy, how can you be the one who takes advantage of this? Countless people have already come, trying to take advantage of this. Although it is relatively safe outside the storm quicksand. See, for the time being, you don't know that a law storm will be set off here. Once the law storm comes and we don't leave, there will only be one outcome, which is to be swept into the quicksand river. A law storm? Wang Lanlan asked, why didn't you tell Master Hanfei earlier? Wang Xiaojiu said, I don't have to tell him. He was going to enter the quicksand sea anyway. What could he not encounter in it? Why would he care about a mere storm? Come on, let's go. The reason why Hanfei took Wang Xiaojiu and the others along this way was actually very simple. He wanted to see their respective abilities. In 3 days, after thousands of battles, Hanfei learned their combat power, fighting style, fighting habits, and even temperament like the back of his hand. At this moment, Hanfei stepped into the quicksand sea. Instead of entering the quicksand sea, he stopped above the quicksand sea without moving. His body was quickly moved away by the quicksand sea. At that moment, Hanfei felt a magnificent suction force coming from under his feet. It was a power that was about to trap him. This power contained the law of strength. Yes, the moment he stood on this quicksand sea, he had already sensed that this place not only contained the law of wind, but also the law of strength. His body seemed to be sucked by the quicksand sea. Although he could break through the suction force, it was unnecessary. He could just maintain this state and experience the difference between the law of strength and the great Tao of strength. Apart from the law of strength he felt under his feet, the sky above the storm quicksand sea was indeed filled with the law of wind. Different from the power of the great Tao, the destructive power of the sand and the wind had increased by more than 3 times. Hanfei perceived it carefully. Around him, a barrier of the great Tao of strength was erected. As the sandstorm slapped, Hanfei personally saw the grains of sand being blocked by the great Tao of strength after penetrating it. After being blocked, the sands even burst out the last power, which was extremely refined, like crystals condensed from a great Tao. In other words, when the law of wind pushed the sand, in addition to acting on the sand, it even changed the internal structure of the sand. Even if the external force disappeared, there was still a last burst of power inside. Click, click, click. After only one moment, Hanfei seemed to be trapped in a sand cage. Bang! On the surface of Hanfei's body, the power of the great Tao burst out and, with a bang, shattered the wind around him. But in the next moment, a strange scene happened. The scattered sand, under the effect of the law of wind, returned in the next moment and continued to trap Hanfei. Interesting. The power of the law has the ability to self-converge? Bang! Breaking free from the sand again, Hanfei burst out with speed and broke through the barrier of the law of wind. The scattered sands gathered again, as if gathering into a big ball. Because there was no Hanfei blocking it, the big ball fell directly into the sea of quicksand, and in the next moment, the entire ball was eaten by the sea of quicksand. In the blink of an eye, Hanfei chased after it. This time, he didn't resist the suction force in the quicksand sea. He wanted to catch up with the sand ball condensed by the law of wind and see what would happen after it entered The quicksand sea. When Han Fei sank into the quicksand sea and released his perception in an extreme range, he saw that the sand ball was attracted by the law of strength and suddenly dispersed, forming a vortex. Oh! In their respective law domains, can laws devour, cover, accommodate, or even transform into each other? The sand ball condensed from the law of wind contained a lot of the power of the law of wind, but when it was rolled up by the law of strength, the power dispersed. At that moment, the law of wind was swallowed by the law of strength, or to put it another way, it was transformed. This was the first time he had come into contact with the power of laws. He felt that it was indeed more magical than the great Tao. The so-called power of the great Tao was more about the combination of the power of this world. However, the power of the law was more complicated and varied. However, the only problem now was that to master the infinite changes, one not only needed to understand the characteristics of the law, but also needed to understand where the law came from. Characteristics weren't important. Where they came from was. Han Fei's first reaction was that the law was separated from the great Tao. But how could he separate the law from the power of the great Tao? Han Fei didn't have much clue about this problem. However, he wasn't here to comprehend a law. Although laws were good, it was the specialty of a monarch. In fact, fundamentally speaking, the power of a law was the use of a higher level of power. Once one comprehended a law in the sky-opening realm, his combat power would probably rise several times. This would violate the law of the heavens. Therefore, the probability of one comprehending a law in the sky-opening realm wasn't high. It was mainly because after the monarch-level tribulation, the power of the great Tao would undergo a qualitative change. It was not bad to be able to understand the characteristics of some laws. At least, he knew something about the power of laws. After experiencing the power of 2 laws, Han Fei had a rough idea. 3 times. The power of the law in the storm quicksand sea was about 3 times stronger than the same great Tao. Although the gap was not small, it didn't cause much damage to Han Fei. Of course, although it wasn't big, Han Fei didn't need to be corroded and hit by the power of the law here for a long time. Therefore, Han Fei was immediately covered in a layer of star sea mystic sand. It was also sand, but the probability of the law here dispersing the star sea mystic sand was almost 0. At this moment, hidden tides were surging in the quicksand sea. If Han Fei allowed the quicksand sea currents to sweep over, his position would constantly change. Therefore, Han Fei stabilized himself and resisted the impact of the sand tide. However, when Han Fei did this, he frowned slightly. The sand tide was actually affected by the law of strength and the law of wind, so the thrust was astonishing. Without activating his great Tao, Han Fei almost had to use all his strength to resist this push. It seems that I can't stay here for long. If I stay here for too long, my mental state will definitely decline. Even if I can withstand the push of the sand, it won't be easy to deal with the mind demons living here. Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator as he issued an order. In his heart, the needle pointed in a certain direction. Buzz! Han Fei rushed out with all his strength. The quicksand was like a tide, but it was relatively sparser than the sand in the wind circle, so he didn't need to dig holes to move forward. The only bad thing was that this quicksand sea had great resistance. Han Fei could have burst out with more than 30 times the speed of light, but here he could only barely maintain twice the speed of light. This gave Han Fei a headache. Considering the depth of the outer wind currents, it would take him at least half a month to get out of this storm. Quicksand Sea. No wonder they dare not enter the storm quicksand sea. Normally, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's spiritual power will be exhausted after holding out for 1 day in this damn place. 3 days is the limit even for a powerhouse with 5 Dao locks. This is not counting the situation of the mine demons here. Even if they encounter a mine demon of the ordinary wind demon level, they might immediately fall into a perilous situation. Han Fei remembered that Li Luoluo told him this information so casually. She didn't seem to try to kill him, but to test him. However, was she testing him? Or was she testing the Emperor Sparrow? Or was there another purpose? Half a day later, Han Fei was glad that he hadn't met the mine demons in the quicksand sea yet. Perhaps the living conditions here were very difficult, so the number of mine demons wasn't as many as they said. While Han Fei was thinking, he suddenly rushed into a large silver sea of sand. He took a closer look, only to see strange fishes, no more than several meters long, whose bodies were erect and as thin as paper. Their bodies were composed of extremely smooth minerals, which must have been polished by the law of strength and the law of wind for a long time. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared. Name: Silverblade Mine Fish. Introduction: A silverblade mine fish is condensed from mineral sand. Affected by the law of strength and the law of wind, its body is as thin as a cicada's wings and as sharp as a wind blade. Silverblade mine fish are gregarious mine demons. They can only break through the wind and waves in the quicksand sea in a group. Once they are alone, they will be swept up by the quicksand and be beaten to death. They use the mineral sands in the quicksand tide as their energy supplement. They can't stop for their entire lives and can only swim non-stop. Level greater than 101. Quality: Level 4 Mine Demon. Realm: Early Stage Sky Opening Realm. Battle Technique: Silver Light Blade, Wind Slaying Knife, Power of Silver Light. Collectible: Level 4 Mineral Sand. Absorbable. Note: its weakness is obvious. Be careful of the collective attack of the Silverblade Mine Fish. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared one after another. From level 101 to level 105, it kept changing. He didn't see one stronger than level 105, or maybe he hadn't seen it yet. Because perception couldn't be released in the storm quicksand sea, even if these silverblade mine fish were only thousands of kilometers away from Han Fei. He didn't know. This was why Han Fei bumped into the school of fish. These silverblade mine fish were actually taken aback by Han Fei, but they reacted faster, as if they were already used to this sudden change. Therefore, this huge school of fish, led by the lead fish, suddenly turned around, and thousands of silver blade mine fish seemed to turn into a complete big fish, breaking through the quicksand tide, cutting open the great Tao of wind and the great Tao of force, and instantly rushed past Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. At that moment, Han Fei almost lost control of his body. It was as if in an instant, tens of thousands of knife lights hit him, and even the star sea mystic sand was full of cracks. Of course, the star sea mystic sand wouldn't be shattered, but the fact that a group of early-stage sky-opening realm mine demons could crack the star sea mystic sand proved how terrifying these silver blade mine fish were. It was not that a single silver blade mine fish was terrifying, but that the impact of their combination was very terrifying. After the first round of attacks failed, the silver blade mine fish instantly turned back, trying to launch a second round of attacks. Hanfei certainly wouldn't let it. Hanfei flipped his hand and threw out the extreme cold pearl. In an instant, the sky was frozen. The silver blade fish all froze. However, the extreme cold pearl was fine for living creatures with flesh and blood, but the number of mine demons it could kill was limited. It was unrealistic to kill tens of thousands of mine demons at once. At most, it could freeze them for a while. Besides, the power in the storm quicksand sea wouldn't allow the freezing power of the extreme cold pearl to last long. Therefore, Hanfei clenched his fist and threw out a star explosion fist. Like a star exploding, the impact immediately blew up these frozen silver blade mine fish in all directions. At this time, the quicksand poured back and the law of strength was activated. Because the silver blade mine fish that had been blown up could no longer gather in groups and their bodies could not return to normal movement for the time being, nearly half of them were destroyed by the quicksand sea in the blink of an eye, causing lightning and thunder to flash above the quicksand sea. In the end, there were less than 500 silver blade mine fish that could barely be gathered together. Only 500 of them could barely keep their group alive. It was impossible for them to settle scores with Hanfei. If they were scattered again, they would probably be wiped out. The silver blade mine fish that had grown to this level had some consciousness, so they quickly hid in the quicksand and never showed up again. However, less than 100 seconds after the silver blade mine fish ran away, thousands of hairs suddenly extended out of the sand, piercing through the silver power of the silver blade mine fish and directly piercing through the 500 silver blade mine fish. At the end of every thread, there was a strange water drop-shaped fruit. When the thread pierced through the silver blade mine fish, the fruit suddenly cracked, turned into a skin, and enveloped the silver blade mine fish. It lasted for about half an hour. When these skins turned into water drop-shaped fruits again, there was no silver blade mine fish here, only some ordinary sands. On the other side, Hanfei quickly put away the extreme cold pearl. Looking at the quicksand sea that had returned to normal, he could only take out the vast ocean navigator again. He had no choice. Once he lost his direction in the battle, he had to correct it in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cross this storm quicksand sea. Taking action again, Hanfei became vigilant. The silver blade mine fish could be said to be very weak. In order to adapt to the harsh environment of the storm quicksand sea, they had evolved into slices to resist the law of strength and the law of wind. However, even a group of creatures like the silver blade mine fish could shatter the star sea mystic sand collectively. What if their individual strength was stronger? What if their individual strength reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm or even the perfected star transformation realm? Hanfei didn't dare to imagine it. If he encountered a mine demon of that level, his only way out would be to run. One day later, Hanfei encountered the second wave of mine demons, a kind of flying leaf shell. This kind of mine demon was different from the silver blade mine fish. They were shellfish, and their originally flat bodies became even flatter, like leaves fluttering and moving with the sand. However, these things spun with astonishing cutting power. Fortunately, their level was similar to the silver blade mine fish, so they didn't cause any substantial damage to Hanfei. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. On the seventh day, Han Fei encountered as many as 13 types of gregarious mind demons, with an average of 2 groups every day. And the strength of these gregarious mind demons was indeed constantly growing. From the silver blade mind fish that was only in the early stage sky-opening realm, to today, 7 days later, Han Fei encountered a group of disc-shaped starfish whose average strength was in the star transformation realm. The strength of the mind demons here was slowly improving, and the threat was getting greater and greater. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow shouted, "Are you done resting? If you are, take your body back. There are too many of these starfish and they are extremely fast. We can't just keep killing them." Han Fei said, Okay. It's my turn." The Emperor Sparrow, "Why am I the only one rotating with you? Why don't you call Little Black and Little White out to rotate with you?" Han Fei said, "In such a chaotic battle, I'm afraid that Little Black will go crazy, and then I might not be able to take my body back. It seems that your will is still not strong enough. You can't even suppress your spiritual beast." Han Fei was lost for words. "I can't suppress you either." The Emperor Sparrow pondered for a moment. "What you said makes sense." Han Fei regained control of his body and threw out the extreme cold pearl, blocking thousands of disc-shaped starfish. But another thousands of them still surrounded him from all directions. Although these disc starfish were also gregarious mind demons, they weren't densely packed and only formed groups within a certain range. Therefore, the extreme cold pearl couldn't freeze all of them. The chase had been going on for half an hour. The Emperor Sparrow had killed about 60% of the disc starfish with one blow. Here, he couldn't use the eyes of disaster, or God knew what other groups of mind demons would be attracted over. At that time it would be even more dangerous. But fortunately, the Emperor Sparrow had already solved most of the disc starfish. With so little left, even if Han Fei took his time, he could wear them down in at most another 4 hours. 2 hours later, the number of disc starfish chasing Han Fei had decreased by nearly half, with only less than 2,000, and the others had all been shaken off. Han Fei was about to throw out the extreme cold pearl again, preparing to freeze them again. But suddenly, Han Fei had a bad feeling. He threw the extreme cold pearl at an unknown place backhand. Puff. 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 In the next moment, Han Fei saw thousands of hairs shooting out of nowhere from the quicksand sea. These hairs pierced through the nearly 2,000 disc starfish behind Han Fei in an instant. Then, a water drop-shaped fruit turned into a skin and enveloped those disc starfish. Looking at the direction where the extreme cold pearl was thrown, there were thousands of hairs trying to hit him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and had the extreme cold pearl. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed. **T. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei performed the saber-drawing technique, holding a piece of quicksand and cutting through the hair. After this slash, only 100 strands of hair were broken. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the broken hair. Then, information popped up in his eyes. Named Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Introduction: a strange demon plant that grows in the quicksand sea. This demon plant was born to have the ability to absorb the power of minerals. Because the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's body is extremely thin and moist, it can survive in the quicksand sea and deprive the souls of the mind demons to eat. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow is small and can shrink into a ball. But its silk is like a net and comparable to a godly weapon. Fishing with a thousand strands, it is good at hiding, good at hunting, and extremely difficult to catch. Level, greater than 111. Quality, primordial demon plant. Realm, Tao proving. Battle technique, thousand thread fishing, void barrier breaking, devouring. Teeth, string puppet. Collectible, thousand silk buckle. Absorbable. Note, the thousand silk monarch willow's only weakness is that its body toughness is average. There are really demon plants here? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. In such an extremely harsh environment, the existence of demon plants was unimaginable. Besides, this demon plant looked extremely aggressive and could endure. When so many disc starfish were chasing him, it didn't attack. But when he spent a lot of effort to get rid of most of the disc starfish, it suddenly attacked. And killed more than 2,000 disc starfish in an instant. Even without the demon purification pot, Han Fei knew that this thousand silk monarch willow couldn't be a demon plant in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the thousand silk monarch willow was not only going to attack the disc starfish, but also wanted to kill him. Seeing that the black hair was almost in front of him, Han Fei's fingertips burst out with all great Daos in one sword. The sword contained the great Dao of invincibility and the Dao of slaughter god as he slashed the black hair. Puff. 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 After the slash, the hair was twisted. Although nearly half of it was broken, a small part is still attached to Han Fei. Swish. 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 Han Fei saw that the hair circled his hands, feet, and body countless times. And tied him up. At this moment, the water droplets on the hair suddenly opened into skins and wrapped Han Fei up. Fuse. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He had been at a disadvantage after the first round of confrontation. He hadn't even seen the true form of the thousand silk monarch willow and was almost eaten by this thing. How could he accept this? The thin skin that enveloped Han Fei was quickly riddled with holes of various sizes like paper being burned by flames. Then, a black and white mist enveloped the thousand silk monarch willow. This was naturally the swallowing power of Little Black. The twin divine technique could be used to escape, but not only could it be used to escape. Little Black and Little White were no weaker than him. The black mist was like a corrosive mist, swallowing everything it saw. The thousand silk monarch willow also felt that something was wrong and tried to pull back its hair, but it was too late. The water droplet-like things on the hair had been swallowed clean by Little Black. And Han Fei didn't flinch. According to the demon purification pot, this thousand silk monarch willow only had the strength of the Tao proving realm. Although it wasn't weak, it wasn't too strong. With his strength, he should be able to fight it. Han Fei grabbed these black hairs and was about to trace them, but in the next moment, these black hairs broke apart one after another, and the remaining black hairs disappeared into the void. The demon plant escaped? The black mist didn't chase into the void, because it couldn't break the void barrier here. However, the target of these black hairs wasn't just him, but also the disc starfish. Therefore, when Han Fei found that the thousand silk monarch willow was about to retreat, he certainly wasn't happy. He turned around and slashed at the tentacles that were swallowing the disc starfish. Humph. You want to run after you attacked me? Dream on. The thousand silk monarch willow also discovered Han Fei's purpose. This person actually still wanted to fight it to the death. It was very decisive. It stopped devouring immediately and exposed the disc starfish again and rushed at him. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Was this the thousand silk monarch willows string puppet technique? In an instant, thousands of invincible fist marks shot out, and those disc starfish launched a series of explosions at Han Fei. Bang! 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 The thousand silk monarch willow didn't seem to care about these disc starfish at all and just treated them as tools for self-detonation. Han Fei didn't expect this at all and was directly covered in dust by the serial explosions. Besides, the thousand silk monarch willow had no intention of stopping at all and surrounded Han Fei. More importantly, there were nearly 2,000 disc starfish here. Bloody hell. The Star Sea Mystic Sand immediately turned into a ball, locking Han Fei in. Bang! 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 More than 300 disc starfish surrounded Han Fei's Star Sea Mystic Sand ball. Rumble. After all these disc starfish had entered the star transformation realm. More than 300 of them detonated themselves, collectively. Even the Star Sea Mystic Sand, which was a chaotic spiritual treasure, was blown into pieces. Enshrouded in the Star Sea Mystic Sand, Han Fei's black mist body was blasted into vomiting a mist of blood by the shock. Buzz. Han Fei hurriedly summoned two masses of liquid divine brilliance and fused his twin bodies. Then, he turned around and ran. Thousands of star transformation realm cultivators were detonating themselves crazily. Wouldn't he be blown up if he didn't run? Although this kind of self-detonation couldn't seriously injure him, it would consume a lot of his spiritual power. But when Han Fei fused his twin bodies, the black hair came again, but this time it was different. The black hairline was filled with a light blue luster. F***ck, a soul attack? This time, Han Fei had no time to think. He activated the Great Tao and activated the World Annihilation Fist. He knew that the Star Explosion Fist couldn't shake this dual attack, but the World Annihilation Fist could destroy this soul attack. Rumble. In the quicksand sea, the rapidly circulating sand sea blew out a vacuum area of more than 3,000 kilometers. The thousands of hairs were shattered. But Han Fei still took a round of self-detonation from the disc starfish, causing the Star Sea Mystic Sand on Han Fei to shatter. Fortunately, the Star Sea Mystic Sand covered Han Fei's body again in the blink of an eye. Han Fei's eyes were cold. Do you really think you can break my defense? I'd like to see how many hairs you have. At this moment, Han Fei no longer cared about the consumption of his spiritual power. The Star Sea Mystic Sand left his body and turned into tens of thousands of sand blades, each shining with golden light and red light. With the enhancement of the art of invincibility and the Tao of Slaughter God, he collided with the disc starfish. 100 seconds later, when all the disc starfish died, Han Fei punched open the quicksand sea and flew into the sky. He was going to walk on air. Flying across the quicksand sea was a very dangerous thing, because the quicksand sea itself would extract the power of his great Tao and absorb his speed, but at this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. After fusing with Little Black and Little White, he was full of killing intent. He no longer cared about consumption and was no longer stingy with the power of the great Tao. He exerted all his strength. Under the drag of the quicksand sea, his speed of more than 30 times the speed of light was only about 20 times. But even so, it was still very fast. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow might be an overlord-level powerhouse in the quicksand sea, but that was the quicksand. See, after all, Han Fei didn't believe that its speed could exceed 20 times the speed of light. Besides, since the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow could attack him, it meant that it wasn't far away from him. Following the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator, it only took Han Fei less than 6 seconds to find the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Han Fei grinned. Not bad. You attacked me from tens of millions of kilometers away. If you were at the periphery of the storm quicksand sea, the result would be disastrous. Boom. Han Fei punched through the quicksand sea and sank into it. At this moment, what came at him was actually a tide of tens of thousands of mine demon fish. Shoot. Han Fei retreated quickly and shouted, "Freeze!" At that moment, the extreme cold pearl was activated, and the carefree level attack barely slowed down the fish-tide army. Han Fei had already held the giant hammer in his hand, turned into a shadow, and launched an ultimate hammer strike. The only thing Han Fei could win against a monarch was strength. Boom. Han Fei's body went soft. This blow consumed too much energy, but it should be able to disperse the fish tide. Sure enough, facing Han Fei's terrifying blow, the fish tide exploded. Dharma Idol World. Han Fei didn't attack these fish tides immediately. Even if he killed all these fishes, so what? This was just a school of fish controlled by the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, and it wouldn't hurt the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow itself. Therefore, Han Fei activated his Dharma Idol and activated the Great Tao. This was not enough. With a thought, Han Fei borrowed the power of Puppet City. At that moment, Han Fei's body swelled. On his 2 fingers, all Great Taos in one sword condensed. He turned into a sword shadow and instantly broke through the school of mine demon fish, rushing towards the quicksand sea where the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was. At this moment, Han Fei was somewhat excited. This was the first time in his life that he had fought a Tao prover with his own strength and methods. Although he didn't want to fight this battle, the other party had really gone too far. If he didn't solve it now, God knew what kind of trouble this thing would cause him later. At this moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow seemed to be anxious. He didn't expect this person to be so tough as to chase him from above the quicksand sea against the huge pressure. Didn't he know that this would consume a lot of spiritual power? Once his spiritual power was exhausted, he would be doomed. Even at this moment, the Emperor Sparrow said, "If you want to fight, at least give me some time to recover. I'm afraid both you, Little Black and Little White, have consumed a lot of energy in this battle." Han Fei said, "The opportunity is fleeting. I can't care so much." At this moment, tens of thousands of strands of hair intertwined into dozens of thick green vines that met the attack. Han Fei grinned and roared, "Kill!" Puff! 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 7 hair vines were broken in a row, and Han Fei's sword was finally exhausted. However, Han Fei was not without gains, because at this moment, he saw the true form of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. It was a green tree that was as green as sapphire. It was no more than 10 meters tall, but its roots were 20 meters long, looking extremely strange. "Outsider, let's talk nicely. I'll let you pass." At this moment, Han Fei received a voice transmission from the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. However, Han Fei shouted coldly, "F***CKU. I can still pass. If I kill you." Han Fei opened his mouth and spat out a sword beam. It was too late for the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow to mobilize the fish tide. The remaining 3 hair vines intertwined again, overflowing with green light, and the law of strength was attached to them. He said, "Outsider, you can't kill me if you just use external forces to forcibly increase your strength." Han Fei didn't answer. Seeing that the hair vine was about to reach him, Han Fei put on a smile. Steal. Everything that Han Fei had done was for this moment. The blood sword he spat out was just a trick to make the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow mistakenly think that it was his strongest blow. But in fact, Han Fei's real goal was the void-stealing technique. He was improving himself so crazily not to fight the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow head-on, but to prevent himself from being counterattacked when he used the void-stealing technique. The first stealing was to steal the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's current actions. The second stealing was to steal the power of laws around the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. The third stealing was to steal the consciousness of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's attack suddenly stopped, and a green light bloomed on Han Fei's body. It was the law of strength. Almost in an instant, Han Fei understood the law of strength. Because in the storm quicksand sea, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow had the most contact with the law of strength and the law of wind. The great Tao of strength was the foundation for understanding strength. The power of the great Tao belonged to the heavenly Tao. However, the great Tao was fused with the heavens and was the basic Tao of the world. It was universal. Anyone who comprehended the great Tao of strength had the same combat power and combat techniques. However, the law was different. The law didn't focus on the generation of force, but on the additional characteristics of force. This was one of the fundamental differences between the great Tao and the law. The strength had many features. For example, when a seedling breaks through the soil, it shows the toughness of strength. For example, when a sword or a saber cuts, it shows the sharpness of strength. For example, when a huge power pressed down, it shows the pressure of strength. When one proved Tao his, they could transform their great Tao into a specific characteristic, and a law would be thus produced. This law far exceeded the basic great Tao. At this moment, Han Fei understood why it was difficult to comprehend laws in the sky-opening realm. It turned out that it was really a qualitative change that only happened after Tao proving. Laws were transformed from great Taos. Unless there was such a transformation method in the sky-opening realm, one couldn't possess the power of laws. Of course, now was not the time to consider this. After extracting the power of the law of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, his consciousness was stolen too. However, Han Fei still suffered a backlash when he stole the monarch's consciousness. It was just that the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's realm was too low and it had just proved Tao. Han Fei's continuous enhancement allowed him to completely withstand this backlash, although his head was a little dizzy. However, this consciousness stealing wouldn't last long, no more than 10 seconds. In these 10 seconds, he would either kill the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow or turn it into his puppet. However, neither the Walking Dead puppet nor the soul-controlling Law Seal could control such a monarch in such a short time. Although he had a strong killing intent just now, and felt that it was suicidal for the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow to attack him, he didn't think so when he completely suppressed this Tao prover. Tao provers were already paramount existences in the sea realm. They were already overlords. It would be a waste if he just killed an overlord like this. At this moment, Han Fei extended the void lines and quickly buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow while it was still unconscious. When the void lines buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's soul power, Han Fei was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. Although the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's consciousness had temporarily crashed, it could still resist external forces controlling its soul. Therefore, when the void lines buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, Han Fei's soul was injured by the backlash. Fortunately, the passive defense of the soul had limited resistance. After Han Fei persisted for about 6 seconds, he finally temporarily controlled the other party's soul. Immediately, Han Fei took out a wisp of soul and extracted a wisp of the other party's vital essence. Different from humans, demon plant-type creatures. Vital essence was similar to humans' essence blood. Han Fei summoned the wisp of soul and the vital essence and forcibly used the other party's soul as the sacrifice to sign a master-servant contract. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow seemed to have realized something wrong. It struggled crazily instinctively, making Han Fei bleed hard from all 7 orifices. But in the end, the contract was successfully signed. Puff. In the next moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow came back to itself, and Han Fei also spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. When the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow saw that Han Fei was only 10 meters away from it, it was really startled and immediately wanted to stab Han Fei to death. However, in the next moment, its soul was extremely painful, and it found that it couldn't do anything to Han Fei. Outsider, what did you do to me? Han Fei grinned and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, covering his body with healing divine light. Looking at the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow that was struggling, Han Fei sneered. You and I have signed a master-servant contract. Now you are my servant. If you dare to attack your master, you will die. Nonsense. At this moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow quickly shrank from a tree to a 2-meter-tall bamboo pole man. This Thousand Silk Monarch Willow actually grew legs and feet. However, his feet, like 2 large discs, were firmly sucked to the ground. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow ran away, but as soon as it ran 100 kilometers, its body froze, because its instincts told it not to run and not to leave its master behind. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow turned pale in shock, and its long hair danced wildly. It only fell into a trance. How did it suddenly become someone's servant? Besides, the person in front of it was only in the perfected star transformation realm. How could he become its master? Han Fei pushed away the quicksand that had resumed its natural rotation, walked to the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, and said indifferently, You should have felt that your soul was controlled just now. Perhaps your impression is not clear, but let me tell you again that you have become my servant. Now, you have 2 choices. One is to blow yourself up. I can't control this. If you want to die, it's your business. Or, be loyal to me and become my servant. In this way, maybe I will set you free someday in the future. Pop. Pop. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's eyes and mouth appeared on the trunk, looking very strange. Don't lie to me, devouring tooth. At this moment, tens of thousands of strands of hair returned, trying to pierce through Han Fei. However, all the strands stopped 10 feet away from Han Fei. No matter how hard the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow tried, the strands of hair couldn't take another step forward. Now, it couldn't even touch Han Fei. Once killing intent arose in its heart, it would immediately be bound by the contract. Ah! Dozens of the thousand silk monarch willow's hair exploded, which was the result of its trying to break free. At this moment, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "The winner takes all." Who said that a monarch can certainly beat a sky opener? I don't have much patience. I'll give you 100 seconds to consider. Think carefully. Either die or submit. Choose. The thousand silk monarch willow was silent for a long time. 50 seconds. Later, Han Fei said casually, "Half of the time has passed." Han Fei's reminder seemed to pull the thousand silk Emperor Lu back to its senses. It said, "Will you set me free?" Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "That depends on your growth level. Do you think you're very powerful? When I prove Tao, if you can't follow in my footsteps, you won't even be qualified to stay by my side as a servant. Then I won't need you anymore." The thousand silk monarch willow wanted to slap Han Fei. "Am I not qualified to be a servant? I'm a monarch." Han Fei added, "I can subdue you even though I'm only in the sky opening realm. How many people in this world do you think can do that? Do you think you can resist me if I prove Tao?" Although the thousand silk monarch willow resisted in its heart, it had to admit that Han Fei was very strong. Just now, its hair couldn't even break his defense. It controlled the disc starfish to blow themselves up, but it still failed to kill him. Instead, they were all killed by him. Furthermore, this person walked above the storm quicksand sea, broke through the tide of demonic fish alone, and cut off his thousands of willow whips in a row. This kind of person couldn't be simple. He knew that if Han Fei proved his Tao, it was very likely that it wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow of his. However, how could it, a monarch, still grow if it became a servant? This would be the biggest mountain on its path of cultivation. But if it didn't submit, what would it face? Thousand silk monarch willow, why should I believe that you will set me free? Han Fei snorted coldly. You have no choice but to believe me. Also, you're not qualified to bargain with me. I'm already showing you the greatest kindness by not killing you. If you weren't useful to me now, I would have killed you without hesitation. After all, few people dare to attack me without being killed. The thousand silk monarch willow sensed Han Fei's momentum, which was domineering but not pretentious at all. The other party's killing intent was strong, and it was obvious that countless souls had died under his hands. While the thousand silk monarch willow hesitated, Han Fei said casually, "There are only 10 seconds left. Okay. I'm willing to be your servant." In the end, the thousand silk monarch willow surrendered. It was afraid of death. It had already weathered through the slow path of cultivation. If it chose to blow itself up and die for dignity, what was the point of its long efforts? To have its dreams come to nothing? Han Fei seemed to have guessed the thousand silk monarch willow's choice. He just nodded casually. Now, block this quicksand sea and guard me. Don't move with the sand. Han Fei sat cross-legged and recovered as if no one was around. This battle was not easy at all. Han Fei had used almost all his methods. If it weren't for the thousand silk monarch willow being careless and the void stealing technique, he could only escape. Of course, if the puppet army of Puppet City could be released, they could still crush the thousand silk monarch willow. However, this was the storm quicksand sea. Puppet City couldn't be released at all, nor could he connect his origin star. So he had to rely on his own strength. It could only be said that he was lucky this time. If the thousand silk monarch willow was stronger and reached the carefree level, he would only have one outcome, which was to run. There was no other choice. With a monarch guarding him, Han Fei no longer had to worry about his spiritual power being insufficient and needing to exchange control of his body with the Emperor Sparrow. Half a day later, Han Fei returned to his peak state. He saw that the thousand silk monarch willow was thinking about life, probably holding a grudge, because he had become a servant. He was probably still wondering why he was defeated. Han Fei also had mixed feelings. Fortunately, the thousand silk monarch willow had mastered the law of strength. Although it had to crush the great Tao of strength and was more than 3 times stronger than him, he had made up for the gap with his extreme outburst. Otherwise, if it were a demon plant mastering the great Tao of wind, he might not have been able to win even if it was in the same realm as the thousand silk monarch willow. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, the thousand silk monarch willow stood aside. Silently, Han Fei sneered. Who are you pretending to be melancholic for? You can only follow me now. It's your honor to follow me. Don't overestimate yourself. Thousand silk monarch willow. The thousand silk monarch willow snorted in his heart, and then he swayed his branches, asking, "What should I do now?" Han Fei said, "Go to the center of the storm quicksand sea with me." The thousand silk monarch willow immediately raised his voice and said, "We can't go to that place." Han Fei asked, "Why can't we go there? Are there monarch-level mind demons there?" The thousand silk monarch willow said, "There really are. I met them in the past. I've been here for a long time and walked everywhere here, except for the central area that I tried to enter 3 times, but all failed. There must be a great horror there." Oh? Han Fei couldn't help being curious. What kind of great horror can make you, a Tao prover, not dare to set foot in it? Han Fei thought that it shouldn't be so exaggerated. After all, the central area of the storm ridge didn't reach the god-burying ridge, right? Li Luoluo said that this was only the entrance to the god-burying ridge. Could an entrance kill a Tao prover-level powerhouse? The thousand silk monarch willow said, "There's a demonic sound there, also known as the death knell. The range of the demonic sound is called the circle of death. I controlled the mind demons to step in countless times, but every time, the mind demons I controlled died inside just because the demonic sound swept past them." Demonic sound? Han Fei asked, "What else? Didn't you say that you had entered it 3 times? Since you can leave safely, it means that the demonic sound shouldn't be powerful enough to kill a Tao prover." The thousand silk monarch willow said, "Of course, there are not only demonic sounds in the circle of death, but also many twisted and mutated mind demons. The combat power of those mind demons is so powerful that they exceed the realm that they're supposed to reach. Some of these sky-opening realm mind demons even master the power of laws. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of those mind demons, but the demonic sounds will ring every half an hour. Anyone covered by the demonic sounds will become ferocious. It's like a mental demon appearing, bewitching the soul, causing you to fall into a crazy and violent state. As time passes, your mind will be corrupted and you will even completely forget yourself." Really? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. How big is this circle of death? Thousand silk monarch willow, I'm afraid it's nearly billions of kilometers Long? Hanfei asked, still in the storm quicksand sea? The thousand silk monarch willow said, no, that's the center of the storm. The wind there is not strong, but the law of wind is extremely powerful. The mind demons there are not like the ones you've encountered now. Although they are not gregarious, they are extremely fierce. Once you enter that place, you will face endless fighting. Hanfei pondered for a moment. So, the dangers you mentioned are mainly the demonic sounds and the mind demons, right? Since you have entered it 3 times, how many monarch-level mind demons are there? And how strong are they? Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, I've only met one. It's a wind bird in the Tao-proving realm. I once fought it, but I was defeated in less than 100 seconds. It's not because the other party is strong, but because the other party's combat power is much stronger than mine. Hanfei thought that the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was actually very strong. If the other party was stronger than the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, he might not be its match. After all, the wind bird should have mastered the law of wind. Unfortunately, this wind circle was wrapped by the power of laws, and he couldn't deeply connect to his origin star here. Otherwise, with Puppet City and the 200,000 puppet army, no matter how many opponents there were in the circle of death, they would be flattened. Now that he had come here, there was no reason for him to retreat. In any case, he must go to the God-burying ridge, not just for the old turtle, but also to see if there were other deeper mysteries of the Tao of extreme balance. Since he had already embarked on this path, hoping that this path could break the rule that one couldn't become a god with the supreme divine technique, he had to go on this trip. The old turtle had probably guessed that once he chose to cultivate the God-fiend formless technique, this trip to the God-burying ridge would be imperative. Although the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow wanted to stop Hanfei, he couldn't influence Hanfei's opinion at all now. Since Hanfei said he wanted to go, he could only go with him. Fortunately, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow felt that Hanfei was very strong, comparable to a monarch. Once he realized the horror of the circle of death, he would probably take the initiative to retreat. 5 days later, with the help of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, Hanfei passed through the storm quicksand sea quite easily. Although there were many gregarious mind demons here, they were only in the sky-opening realm, not to the point of being comparable to Bloody Hand Mine devils in the mind demon stream. Therefore, although they encountered a few more waves of mind demons on this trip, with the help of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, they were safe. Boom. There was no telling if it was a coincidence, but before Hanfei entered the circle of death, he heard the sound of bells ringing from the sea of sand. It was very short and weak. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, it's the demonic sound. Because we are still in the storm quicksand sea, the demonic sound will be swept away as soon as it enters the quicksand sea, so it's not obvious. In fact, the sound is very loud and even deafening. Hanfei looked sideways at the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Do you have ears? The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, the demonic sound attacks both the body and the soul. Besides, I can also transform into a human, but I think the demon plant body is more convenient. Hanfei asked, you can transform into a human? I've always been curious why your willows are so thin and don't even have leaves? Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, in the storm quicksand sea, leaves are redundant. The willows are thin, so it's easy to break the law of strength in the quicksand sea. Therefore, my evolution direction is to use pure tree trunks and rhizomes to better survive in the storm quicksand sea. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You look like a stick. Those who don't know would think that you are a weapon left behind in the storm. Quicksand. Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Han Fei asked, also, what should I call you? Old Qian? Lu Qianxi. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow immediately responded, this is the name I gave myself. It's a pretty name. Han Fei said, you haven't been to the outside world. How do you know it's a pretty name? Lu Qianxi said, although I haven't been to the outside world, there have been a lot of people who came in from the outside world. In addition to the direction you came from, there are many other directions. People often fall into the storm quicksand sea. Han Fei asked, did you take their memories? Lu Qianxi nodded. Yes. It's precisely because I can see their memories that I know they're mostly here, just for some mineral resources. I'm here. The entire storm quicksand sea is my resource. I'm luckier than them. They have to dig and fight with the mine demons. I don't need it. Han Fei asked, last question. The storm quicksand sea is so big. How did you find me? Earlier, Huang Erge mentioned that he smelled the aura of demon plants in the storm quicksand sea, so it must be the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Did he really run into it by chance? Lu Qianxi said, because the area you came to is my territory. We demon plants have a very keen sense of smell for living creatures, especially in this place that is full of mine demons. Besides, when one reaches the monarch realm, he will have more premonitions. I just had a premonition that something would happen in my territory, so I discovered you. Han Fei nodded noncommittally and walked towards the circle of death. Boom. After half an hour, the bell rang again. This time, the sound was much louder and even contained majestic power. Lu Qianxi said, in less than 100 seconds, we will completely enter the circle of death. We can wait at the edge and enter when the next demonic sounds. In this way, we can stay in the circle of death for at least half an hour. Great. Han Fei didn't refute Lu Qianxi's proposal. His understanding of this place was naturally not as good as Lu Qianxi's. In fact, half an hour was not short. He could do a lot of things here. Soon, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi came to the edge of the circle of death. Han Fei could even feel that the law of strength here had been greatly reduced. Finally, after the third bell rang, Han Fei stepped out and entered the so-called circle of death. Huh? When Han Fei really stepped into the circle of death, he was surprised to find himself in a static desert. Yes, there was no rolling quicksand here, no great Tao of strength hitting him at any time. There was only an icy breeze blowing across his cheeks, even cutting open a little bit of the star sea mystic sand on his face. That was exactly what puzzled Han Fei. When he came in, his first thought was that he was in the middle of the storm ridge, where the eye of the storm was. Only the eye of the storm was absolutely calm and the temperature was lowest. However, just as Lu Qianxi said, the great Tao of wind here was stronger than the great Tao of wind in the storm quicksand sea. Although the wind here was small, the strength of the law was stronger. However, with the star sea mystic sand protecting him, it was naturally impossible for this ownerless law of wind to hurt him. Han Fei glanced around. This place stretched as far as the eye could see and had no obstruction of vision. The only thing that was a little out of place was a stretch of mineral stones that were gathered together, twisted. Lu Chancy came in with Han Fei and said, "This is the circle of death. Don't release your perception. The law of wind here can easily blow away all perception power." Han Fei tried to connect with his origin star, but he found that the connection was still very weak. It was almost impossible to materialize a large number of objects or release people. Perception couldn't be used, and the origin star couldn't be connected. For this reason alone, even if many people had come in, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find the entrance to the God-burying ridge in such a huge eye of the storm. After all, this eye of the storm was unimaginably huge and spanned billions of kilometers. How could it be so easy to find an entrance? Lu Chancy said, "Look there." Lu Chancy pointed at the rocks for Han Fei to see. Han Fei was puzzled. "What are you looking at?" Before Lu Chancy said anything, the hill that was supposed to be a pile of mineral stones began to shake. Puff, puff, puff. With a thought, Han Fei flashed out, only to see 3 thick centipede-like mineral tentacles suddenly extend out from where he had been standing. These tentacles were a mixture of mineral and sand. They were big and small and complicated. Although they were tentacles, they were actually piled up randomly. The hill had already stood up at this moment. It was a deformed irregular stone that looked like a tree tumor on the tree. Compared to its huge body, its 6 short legs were more like 6 tires. On each stone arm, 5 deformed tentacles grew out, making a total of 10. Is this a damn mind demon? In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: Demonized Mind Demon Giant. Introduction: a mind demon whose soul wasn't strong enough in the first place. Its soul and body were corroded by the demonic sound and suffered irreversible mutations. Although its form is strange and its soul is mutated, it has perfectly mastered the great Tao of strength and can easily extract the power of minerals and the power of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, its combat power far exceeds cultivators of the same realm. Level, greater than 109. Quality, bad. Realm, perfected star transformation realm. Battle technique, whip mark explosion, divine sealing mineral array. Tentacles of strength, berserk. Collectible, level 7 mineral. Absorbable. Note: mind demons whose souls have been completely distorted never have complete souls. When Han Fei saw this thing, he felt terrible. With this appearance, he could perfectly grasp the great Tao of strength and easily extract the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Chancy said, "These are the mutated mind demons I mentioned. They have just entered the circle of death, and there are still very few of them. Go away little further in and reach the middle of the circle of death, and you will find that there are more and more of them, and each of them looks different." Han Fei didn't respond to Lu Chancy's words, but instantly rushed forward and took a step out. Han Fei naturally wanted to end the battle quickly and see how strong this demonized mind demon giant was. But the moment he quickly erupted, because he was too fast, he set off a gust of wind. The law of wind immediately activated on Han Fei, making Han Fei's Earth Star see mystic sand full of cracks. Han Fei was speechless. Is the law of wind here so strong? Also, the Star Sea mystic sand was a chaotic spiritual treasure. How many times had it shattered on this road? Although a large part of it was because he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Star Sea mystic sand. However, it was undeniable that the Star Sea mystic sand was not omnipotent. When he was still in the sky-opening realm, the power of the Star Sea Mystic sand he could use was limited. Under the influence of his strength, its defense power was probably between high-quality godly weapons and ultra-quality godly weapons. However, just because it was full of cracks didn't mean it was broken, and the Star Sea Mystic sand could repair itself very quickly. It was a piece of sand in the first place, and its characteristics were very similar to the infinity water, which was that it couldn't be destroyed. In front of the demonized Mind Demon giant, Han Fei showed no mercy, and launched a star explosion fist. Bang! Boom! Han Fei's current strength was not something an ordinary, perfected star transformation realm cultivator could shake even without activating his great Tao. However, this blow only blew up half of the arm of the demonized Mind Demon giant. This was not the defense power that a perfected star transformation realm cultivator should have at all. Even if he was made of minerals, his defense shouldn't be so strong. Han Fei stood still. The demonized Mind Demon giant was sent flying dozens of kilometers away by the punch and whipped Han Fei with 5 mineral hand whips. Han Fei raised one hand and pushed his palm forward. The 5 stone whips hit his palm with a bang. Han Fei took half a step back and frowned slightly. In terms of strength, he is indeed very strong. He is in the perfected star transformation realm, but has 3 Tao locks? Do you mean there are still many such mind demons in the middle of the circle of death? Lu Chancy, more or less. Anyway, there must be a lot of them, but this one is not weak. You can wait a little longer. If it can't beat you, it will go berserk. Han Fei responded and clasped his fingers, crushing half of the 5 stone whip tentacles of the demonized Mind Demon giant. As for this demonized Mind Demon giant, perhaps because it instinctively realized that it was no match for Han Fei, the essence in its body began to converge, gathering a large portion of its strength on the minerals in its chest. Swish! 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 The 5 stone whips lashed through the air, and their strength was almost comparable to Bloody Hand Mind Devil's Slaughter Fist. Han Fei counterattacked with an invincible fist art. The power collided, and the invincible fist mark and the Tao of Slaughter God permeated over, crazily impacting the mineral at the core part of the demonized Mind Demon giant's body. The other party also sent some power over. However, when this power came over, Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this the Tao of extreme balance? No, that's impossible. It's impossible for the mind demons to master the Tao of extreme balance. There's an insurmountable gap between their soul power and their physical strength. With this gap, it's impossible for the mind demons to master the Tao of extreme balance. But if it weren't for the Tao of extreme balance, Han Fei could clearly sense the charm of the God-fiend formless technique from the power displayed by this mind demon. Lu Chancy said, "Do you feel it? There's clearly something wrong with the strength of these mind demons. They don't seem to be able to burst out this power themselves. It's more like they've been given such power." Han Fei asked, "How about their souls?" Lu Chancy said, "What kind of soul power can mind demons have?" The soul power of these mind demons is quite chaotic. No matter how weak ordinary mind demons are, they still have a basic consciousness. These mind demons have no consciousness at all. They have no fear. Even towards me, they still attack me relentlessly, regardless of life and death. Han Fei asked, "So you haven't tested their soul strength?" Lu Chanzi said, I can't tell. I tried to control them, but their soul power would try to counterattack and mess up my soul. Han Fei said, then beat their souls out. Han Fei's young soul left his body and he put on the god-slaying boxing gloves. Then the invincible fist mark burst out and he punched more than 30 times in a row, but only a small portion of his soul was blasted out. This mind demon was almost crushed by Han Fei, but its soul power was still only a little bit. Han Fei frowned. He didn't believe that the soul of this mind demon was only so little. With a thought, Han Fei activated the God-Fiend formless technique. If they were of the same origin, he should be able to sense the soul strength of this mind demon with the God-Fiend formless technique. Han Fei punched through the huge body of the mind demon. Then, a dark blue wisp of black soul power appeared on Han Fei's arm. Huh? Lu Chanzi was surprised. What kind of soul power is this? This is not his soul power. Bang! Han Fei's fist burst out and shattered the mind demon in front of his eyes. The dark blue wisp of soul power suddenly took the chance and entered Han Fei's body. Han Fei's face changed slightly. In the next moment, the origin spiritual heritage and the eternal darkness spiritual heritage quickly absorbed this wisp of soul power. Then, Han Fei felt that the power of his soul suddenly increased a lot. Almost at the same time, Han Fei felt the core of his origin star tremble. Under the influence of the supreme divine technique, Han Fei's strength increased slightly. Hiss! Lu Chanzi said in shock, you can absorb this kind of soul? Aren't you afraid of being mutated? Han Fei was also stunned. It was impossible for him to be mutated, because this power seemed to be absorbed very easily and was quickly digested by the origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness spiritual heritage. Ownerless souls. Han Fei revealed a strange look. This was actually an ownerless soul, an extremely powerful ownerless soul. Just a little bit of it had increased his soul power by nearly 3,000 points. The key was not the 3,000 points of ownerless souls, but the dark blue ownerless souls that he had absorbed far exceeded the power of his soul. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Lu Chanzi, will the soul power change after one becomes a monarch? Lu Chanzi said, of course, the strength of the soul will obviously change. In the sky-opening realm, if I'm attacked by a soul attack, I might be injured. But when I'm in the monarch realm, a soul attack of the same strength can't shake my soul at all. At this moment, Han Fei understood. This was not the soul of this mind demon, but the ownerless soul he had absorbed. However, the strength of this ownerless soul was too high, so high that after this mind demon absorbed it, its soul immediately became chaotic. Demon God? Han Fei's eyes flickered. It seemed that the place was right. This mind demon clearly had this wisp of high-intensity soul power, causing his strength and soul to balance, so he showed the power that the Tao of extreme balance could unleash. Why was there a balance? It was probably because this mind demon could only absorb so much, causing the balance of its soul power and strength. After all, external soul power was also soul power. This also explained why the mind demons would mutate, because they were not qualified to cultivate the Tao of extreme balance. The mind demons didn't have dual spiritual heritages, didn't have schizophrenia, and didn't have twin siblings. If they didn't mutate, who would? However, if what Han Fei guessed was true, wouldn't he be able to frantically absorb this ownerless soul? Then, the circle of death might be extremely Dangerous to others, but to him, it was a treasure trove, a treasure trove. That could quickly increase his strength. Of course, it was hard to say how much he could improve. This was because he couldn't blindly absorb ownerless souls. When the power the star core could feed back to him reached its limit, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb these ownerless souls. All in all, this trip to the God-burying ridge was a pleasant surprise. After killing this mine demon, Han Fei didn't continue to walk to the center of the circle of death, but stayed where he was and waited. Lu Chanxi asked, "Why aren't you going further in?" Han Fei said, wait for the demonic sound you mentioned." This demonic sound was called the sound of mourning by Lu Chanxi. It was definitely not simple. It was naturally unwise to rush blindly into the circle of death. At least Lu Chanxi didn't manage to completely withstand this sound of mourning. Otherwise, he would have long found the location of the God-burying ridge. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Han Fei suddenly felt the change of the law of wind here. These breezes first changed their direction, as if they were quickly sucked in by a suction force, and then suddenly attacked in the opposite direction. Boom. It was like a bell ringing, echoing between the heavens and earth. There was no telling where the sound came from, but the entire eye of the storm was instantly filled with this booming sound. This was completely different from the way sound spread. This sound seemed to exist in every wisp of the law of wind, or the power of the great Tao in this world. When the sound rang, Han Fei's heart seemed to be heavily struck, and he felt suffocated for a moment. At that moment, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be ownerless soul power in the bell tolling. Through the sound, it entered his body, and even the star sea mystic sand couldn't block it. No, this is not a sound. This is a soul power shock. This was because this voice itself was a kind of soul power release. Therefore, anyone who heard this voice would instinctively absorb this soul power. However, because the level of this soul power was extremely high and not something ordinary creatures could absorb, they couldn't digest it, so this soul power was independent of their own soul power. However, it was clearly wrong for a person to have two kinds of soul power, so this external soul power conflicted with his soul, causing his soul to be messed up. As for those who had absorbed soul power, regardless of whether they could use this soul power or not, their soul power was essentially rapidly increasing. They're all possessed. Boom. At the moment when the sound stopped, Han Fei also felt a dull boom. The scattered soul power sound seemed to be retracted. Breath? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This rhythm was very similar to a breathing technique, but not exactly, because the time it took to breathe was too fast. At this moment, Han Fei turned around and looked at Lu Chanxi, only to find that thousands of strands of hair had wrapped her up tightly. On her black hair, green light was circulating. Obviously, she was resisting this demonic sound. At this moment, the roaring sound had passed, and Lu Chanxi finally put away the black hair. But as soon as she put away the black hair, she saw Han Fei looking at her. Lu Chanxi was also a little stunned and subconsciously asked, "Are you completely fine?" Han Fei touched his nose and thought for a moment. "The sound is a little bit disturbing to me, but it's fine." "How many times can you resist such a demonic sound?" Lu Chanxi said, "About 20 times. After all, I'm a Tao prover." Han Fei nodded slightly. It was actually very rare to be able to withstand 20 such impacts. If his guess was correct, this soul power might really be emitted by the legendary demon god. When the demonic sound invaded one's body, one would be instantly affected. If it were an ordinary sky opener, he might directly go crazy or barely block the first demonic sound attack. After all, the level of this demonic sound's soul power was too high, and ordinary people didn't have a way to digest such soul power. Once the soul power circulated, it would definitely be messed up. Once the soul power was messed up, they would either suffer a backlash or be controlled by this soul power, trying to approach the Tao of extreme balance. As a result, it was difficult not to have mutations. However, Han Fei didn't expect that the Tao of extreme balance could even change the mind demons. It even caused the mind demons to mutate and evolve into a mess. At this moment, hearing that Lu Qianxi could withstand more than 20 demonic sound impacts, Han Fei was more confident. He didn't plan to take Wan Xiaojiu and the others with him because he felt that they were not strong enough and would only become a burden to him in the storm quicksand sea. But Lu Qianxi was different. He was a real Tao prover. Even if he encountered any difficulties, Lu Qianxi could block it for him. In particular, when Han Fei found that he could digest the power of the demonic sound, the circle of death would no longer be a threat to him. The only thing he needed to worry about was the monarch-level mind demons here. Although monarch-level mind demons were rare, it didn't mean that there weren't any. Since Lu Qianxi said that he had seen them, it meant that there were monarch-level mind demons here. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. With a thought, the vast ocean navigator began to spin and pointed in a certain direction. At this time, Han Fei put on a faint smile and said, "Let's go in." Lu Qianxi was surprised. "Really?" Han Fei asked. "Yes." Lu Qianxi asked, "Then when will we come out?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know." Lu Qianxi was very reluctant, but no matter how reluctant he was, he couldn't resist Han Fei's will now, so he could only follow Han Fei in. He could only hope in his heart that Han Fei wouldn't do anything rash. In the eye of the storm, the speed of light couldn't burst out. Otherwise, the law of wind that was floating like a breeze would be like a sharp weapon, cutting into your body at any time. You might be able to withstand it for 1 or 2 seconds, but after 10 or 8 seconds, even an ultra-quality godly weapon would be torn apart. The speed of Han Fei and Lu Qianxi was less than 1% of the speed of light. Even so, Han Fei kept decelerating until the speed of light was 1,000th of the speed of light. Lu Qianxi said, "Our speed is so slow. If we really go deeper, we won't be able to get out." Han Fei said, "The faster you are, the stronger the power of the law of wind. I know that you can walk at high speed in your tree form, but in that case, you'll have to compete with the law of wind. With your strength, you can't walk at high speed for long. You will inevitably be created by the law of wind, so you didn't reach the center of this place in the end." Lu Qianxi said, "But at such a slow speed, I'm afraid I will be corrupted by the demonic sound at most for 12 hours, lose my sense of self, and become a monster here." Han Fei said indifferently, "You just want an answer. I can tell you that with me here, this demonic sound can't hurt you. So, don't worry and just go ahead. Block those who should be blocked." Lu Qianxi relaxed when he heard that. He was waiting for Han Fei to say that. Although he guessed that Han Fei must have a way to deal with it, he had to wait for Han Fei to admit it. Otherwise, his fear along the way would affect his combat power. 12 hours later. Since Han Fei and the others came in, they hadn't traveled more than 10 million kilometers. Along the way, Han Fei had killed 109 demonized mine demons, and on average, he encountered nearly 20 demonized mine demons every hour. However, their combat power was still not enough. Even with the enhancement of the Tao of extreme balance, it was still far from enough against Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. Boom. Another demonic sound came, and Han Fei absorbed and digested this demonic sound as usual. But this time, Lu Qianxi let out a muffled groan. Han Fei felt that his emotions were becoming manic, and the soul fluctuations in his body were abnormally strong. It was not until this moment that Han Fei laid his hand on Lu Qianxi's tree. Immediately, Lu Qianxi was refreshed. The inexplicable soul that didn't belong to him had finally left. However, Lu Qianxi was shocked. He saw with his own eyes that Han Fei used some unknown method to suck away the soul power that could corrode the mind. You can even do that? After a while, Lu Qianxi said, "Did you absorb the demonic sound?" Han Fei said, "This is not a demonic sound, but a kind of soul power. It's just blended into this sound." Soul power? Why can't I feel it? Han Fei said, "Because the level of this soul power is very high, and it fuses with the body. It's normal that you can't feel it." Then how can you feel it? Han Fei chuckled. "Because I am your master." Lu Qianxi. Lu Qianxi was not stupid. He asked suspiciously, "Are you actively absorbing this soul power? You killed those mind demons along the way for this soul power, right?" Han Fei didn't respond, taking it as a tacit agreement. Han Fei was absorbing the soul power. In just 12 hours, his soul power had skyrocketed. Although it was still less than 500,000, it was because of the influence of the star core. Besides, during these 12 hours, he seemed to be fighting and absorbing soul power along the way, but in fact, Han Fei's physique was rapidly strengthening. And this wave of improvement in strength was not over yet. At his current speed, he would probably need another 24 hours. This kind of opportunistic improvement should be limited by his origin star. More than 10 hours later, this peaceful situation was broken. As Lu Qianxi said before, a large number of mind demons gathered in the middle of the circle of death. He didn't notice it before, but at this moment, he saw more than 30 demonized mind demons scattered here. In the sky, there were actually 7 or 8 monsters hovering. He could vaguely tell that they were mutated wind birds. Lu Qianxi said, "Don't alarm them. As I said, there are a lot of mind demons here. I didn't return until I came here several times. This seems to be the case all the time. So when you said you were going to the central area, I thought it was difficult to reach it. Because I haven't walked the rest of the way, but I have a feeling it won't be easy." Han Fei said, "It's just that there are more of them." Lu Qianxi said, "That's possible, but it's also possible that there are monarch-level mind demons ahead. But since you have a way to resist the demonic sound, maybe you can try to break through." Han Fei nodded slightly. He knew what Lu Qianxi meant by charge. She meant abandoning the turtle speed and sprinting at 100 times or 10 times the speed of light. As for the speed of light sprinting, it was too dangerous for Lu Qianxi to do so. Han Fei didn't want to resist the law of wind because it was unnecessary. In a relatively safe place, fighting the law of wind would only consume him. But it was different now. There were a lot of mine demons here, and it was quite difficult to defeat them one by one. In a one-on-one battle, these mine demons were like muggles to Han Fei. However, the strength of these mine demons was equivalent to powerhouses with several Dao locks. If there were 10 or 8 of them, it would be a headache for Han Fei. If there were 100 of them, even Lu Qianxi would feel a chill down his spine. As they discussed, Han Fei shouted, "You fight them." "Lu Qianxi?" Han Fei said lightly, "I want to conserve my strength." "You are a monarch. It shouldn't be a problem for you to break through." Lu Qianxi was speechless. Is this the status of a servant? So low. However, Lu Qianxi couldn't refute Han Fei's proposal, and Han Fei wanted to see Lu Qianxi's ability. Although Lu Qianxi was a Dao prover, if there were really so many powerful mine demons ahead, even for him, this trip wouldn't be easy. Lu Qianxi said, "Stand on my head." Han Fei looked at Lu Qianxi, lost for words. "You're as thin as a bamboo pole. Won't I be pricked if I stand on you?" Lu Qianxi didn't know what to say. "You're as strong as a monarch. Why are you afraid of being pricked? You're really good at insulting others." Han Fei was teasing Lu Qianxi, but he was already standing on one foot on the top of Lu Qianxi's trunk. Swish! 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 Tens of thousands of strands of hair burst out from Lu Qianxi's trunk. These strands of hair stood up upside down and wrapped Han Fei into a cocoon. The cocoon turned into a blade and hit him. It was streamlined as a whole to deal with the law of wind. Han Fei, who was in the cocoon, was also very curious. He could see the outside clearly from the cocoon as if the cocoon was completely transparent. Then, under Lu Qianxi's trunk, there were 2 disc-shaped roots. The roots on them were dense, and each root looked extremely tough with green light flickering. Swish! 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 In an instant, strands of hair burst out of Lu Qianxi's body again. These strands of hair pierced through the void and landed in an unknown place. Swish! In the next second, Lu Qianxi and Han Fei shot out at 1/10 of the speed of light. At the moment when Lu Qianxi shot out with Han Fei, the mine demons realized that something was wrong and began to move. Some of them even roared thunderously and attacked Lu Qianxi. Han Fei saw a large number of twisted tentacles made of mineral and sand, and countless whip shadows struck over. However, even though Lu Qianxi was carrying Han Fei, his figure was still too small. A huge force burst out from his black hair. Under the pull of the black hair, Lu Qianxi and Han Fei quickly twisted and turned in various arcs on the sand, just like Spider-Man jumping among the buildings of the city, except their speed was different. Han Fei was surprised. "How can your black hair break through the void here?" Lu Qianxi replied unhurriedly, "It's the law of strength. It's not difficult to break through the void, but it can't break through the void on a large scale. It's only enough for the black hair to penetrate." Soon, Han Fei discovered that the landing points of these black hairs were different. They were nailed to the ground like javelins along the way, showing a trajectory. Only when Lu Qianxi's power burst out, those black hairs that broke through the void would flash with a green light, revealing their location. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a huge bulge in front of him. Lu Qianxi jumped into the air and flew past the mine demon hidden under the sea of sand. When passing by the mine demon, Han Fei looked down and found that it was a huge sandworm mine demon, but it had 5 huge heads. Each huge head was composed of a large disc plus thousands of sharp teeth. At the edge of the toothless head, a circle of eyeballs stared at Han Fei and the others. Unfortunately, the five-head sandworm couldn't keep up with their speed, so it could only watch Han Fei and Lu Qianxi speed away. However, once he jumped into the air, the hummingbird mind demons that were hovering all chased him. Different from the mind demons on the surface of the sea of sand, the wind bird mind demons that could step into the sky mastered the law of wind. In the storm quicksand sea, the mind demons mastered the law of strength, and their terrain advantage could double their strength. But in this circle of death, with the law of wind as the dominant force, it became the main battlefield of these wind bird mind demons. Mastering the law of wind was equivalent to mastering the geographical advantage, and their strength might be doubled. Lu Qianxi said, "Be careful. These wind bird mind demons are even faster than me. They were born to live in such an environment and are extremely flexible." Han Fei stood on Lu Qianxi's head on one foot with his hands behind his back, and nodded slightly, watching him perform. Swish. 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 The black hair disappeared into the void, and then Lu Qianxi forcefully changed his position in midair, sometimes from high to low, sometimes from low to high, and sometimes landing on the surface of the sand. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but nod secretly. As expected of a Dao prover. Even if he was alone, his combat ability was actually extremely terrifying. In other people's home ground, he relied on his own control to forcefully resist the law of wind and avoid the attacks of the mind demons countless times. The only disadvantage was that Lu Qianxi could shake off the mind demons on the ground, but he couldn't shake off the wind bird mind demons. The sky was the home field of the wind birds, and the law of wind greatly restricted Lu Qianxi's movement. It was already commendable that he could narrowly avoid the attacks of the wind birds countless times. However, there were more and more wind birds. From 7 or 8 at the beginning, there were 70 or 80 later, and now there were nearly 200. This increase was completely related to how far Lu Qianxi ran. The faster he ran, the farther he ran, and the more wind bird mind demons would chase him. As a result, Lu Qianxi could no longer move forward after only half an hour. This was because it was getting more and more difficult to dodge. As a result, every time Lu Qianxi shot out 2 strands of hair, one would be cut off. Yes, this wind bird could cut off Lu Qianxi's green threads, because the other party had mastered the law of wind. Han Fei sighed. These mind demons really don't know how lucky they are. They can grasp the law in the sky-opening realm. TSK, TSK. If it were outside, I'm afraid countless people would be shocked. Lu Qianxi was speechless. How can you still be in the mood to lament at a time like this? Lu Qianxi said, that isn't their own power, is it? Han Fei asked, yes and no. Can you hold on? Lu Qianxi said, I can't hold on anymore. Han Fei said, it's already commendable that you can cross 15 million kilometers quickly. Now 278 wind bird mind demons are chasing us, and 39 are on the sea of sand. You'll be responsible for the sky, and I'll be responsible for the ground, okay? Lu Qianxi couldn't have felt worse. You have the combat power of a monarch. Too, alright? Why are you only responsible for 39? But there was no time to think now. He had to fight. Otherwise, if more mine demons arrived, it would be even harder to fight. An hour later. Han Fei sat panting on the sand and swallowed some ownerless soul power from time to time. 39 mind demons were equivalent to 39 strong masters with 3 or even 4 Dao locks. Although he could unleash the combat power of a monarch in a short period of time, he didn't dare to use it. To prevent more powerful mind demons from appearing during the battle, Han Fei could only use part of the power of the great Dao. Lu Qianxi, on the other hand, was even more miserable than Han Fei. There were dense claw marks left on the tree. His breath was suddenly weakened, so was his combat power. Lu Qianxi said, "No, if this goes on, all my willow threads will be cut off. Although they are only in the sky-opening realm, if there are too many of them, they can still exhaust a monarch to death." Han Fei asked, "How much combat power do you have now? Tell me the truth." Due to the influence of Han Fei's will, Lu Qianxi said truthfully, 60%. After all, too many of my hair is broken. If they can't borrow the power of the law, I should still be able to retain 80% of my strength. Good Lord. Han Fei would be lying if he said that he wasn't surprised. These mind demons were actually very powerful. Lu Qianxi had killed so many wind birds, but he still had 60% of her combat power. In other words, if it were a normal strong master with 3 or 4 Dao locks, he could still retain 80% of her strength. This meant that even a Dao prover was not someone that sky openers could easily kill with the huge crowd strategy. Therefore, if the wind birds wanted to defeat Lu Qianxi, they might have to pay the price of 1,000 deaths. And if it were a normal Dao lock level powerhouse, at least 2,000 people might be needed. This ratio really startled Han Fei. No wonder monarchs were still the supreme existences in the sea realm. It was because ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivators would consume too much energy to kill a monarch like Lu Qianxi. Therefore, if Han Fei wanted to use the puppet army of Puppet City to attack an early-stage Dao-proving cultivator, he would have to sacrifice at least 2,000 level 7 puppets. And it was very likely that they couldn't kill him, because they weren't mind demons and didn't know how to run. And this was only for the early-stage Dao-proving cultivator. What if he was in the carefree level? No matter how many sky openers died, they wouldn't be able to kill a carefree level cultivator. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how strong he would be if he could prove his Dao one day. One day later, after another battle, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi finally came to the center of the circle of death. Here, there was an altar, and behind the altar, there was a place surrounded by light. It was like a door standing in the void. In front of the altar, there was a group of mind demons sprawling in the sand. Boom. The bell rang again, and Han Fei stepped on Lu Qianxi's head. The demonic sound soul power was gathering in Han Fei's body through Lu Qianxi's head. As for the mind demons sprawling on the ground, there were faint vortexes swirling on the surface of their bodies. They seemed to be absorbing the ownerless soul power of this demonic sound. Lu Qianxi asked, "What should we do?" There seemed to be 700 or 800 of them. Han Fei said, "They can't beat us in speed. Let's just rush in. Charge in? We don't even know what's behind this void door." What Lu Qianxi said was true. Han Fei only knew that this void gate was the entrance to the God-burying ridge, but he didn't know what was in the God-burying ridge. However, he felt that this should be part of the old turtle's plan. Ever since he easily brought out the God-fiend formless technique, he had found it magical. He felt that the God-fiend formless technique was too easy and simple. However, when he entered the circle of death, he found that the difference between cultivating the god-demon formless technique and not cultivating it was like heaven and earth. The demonic sound that Lu Qianxi was afraid of and the powerful mind demons everywhere not only couldn't hurt him, but also helped him grow. Han Fei guessed that the old turtle must have foreseen this situation. Since he had anticipated it, he should be able to go to the god-burying ridge. Furthermore, Li Luoluo had once confessed that they had actually all been to the god-burying ridge, but they hadn't found the place where the demon god died. This indirectly proved that they could enter the god-burying ridge. Furthermore, Li Luoluo had also clearly said that the center of the storm ridge was the entrance to the god-burying ridge. The other party didn't lie about this at all. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Whatever it is, we have to go in. Han Fei had his own trump cards. He could still be willful at least twice. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei said, let's charge. There was nothing Lu Qianxi could do. He didn't know why he met Han Fei, this lunatic and gambler, although the other party was obviously here for this place. The appearance of a void door here was indeed beyond his expectations. However, wouldn't it be too risky to rush in like this? Unfortunately, Lu Qianxi had no say now. If Han Fei said so, he could only charge. Swish. Lu Qianxi rushed out and brought Han Fei to the door of the void in an instant. After a slight pause, he plunged into the door of the void. After entering, Lu Qianxi said, the mind demons outside don't seem to have any reaction. They actually let us in. Han Fei said, they're cultivating. Cultivate? Lu Qianxi couldn't understand it, but Han Fei knew that they were waiting for the demonic sound. After losing their soul consciousness, they knew that absorbing the demonic sound would make them stronger. Therefore, these mind demons were all waiting for the arrival of the demonic sound. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that he didn't encounter any monarch-level mind demons along the way. Logically speaking, if the mind demons here heard demonic sounds every once in a while, their strength would be growing rapidly, so there should be a lot of monarch-level mind demons here. But now, the facts were right in front of his eyes. There were no monarch-level mind demons. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. In the next moment, they saw a scarlet world, where the air seemed to be full of mania. The baleful aura was mixed, the energy was chaotic, and the raging storm, mixed with the law of wind, swept across the world. Primordial ancient land. Han Fei was shocked. Yes, this was a primordial ancient land. In the past, in the yin-yang world, under the steps into the sea, there was a primordial ancient land, but that was nothing compared to this. At this moment, Lu Qianxi and Han Fei were burned by the raging energy storm. Lu Qianxi immediately activated the law of strength and set up a barrier of strength around his body, extinguishing this energy fire. Thousands of strands of Lu Qianxi's hair shot out, but in the next moment, Han Fei saw that these strands of hair couldn't break through the void. Furthermore, once the hair was out for a long time, it would start to burn. Lu Qianxi was immediately horrified. The space here is abnormally stable. And even the void can't be broken through. And the energy fire here is difficult to extinguish. Once I stop circulating the power of the law, we will immediately fall into a state of fire burning. Han Fei took a slight breath. It can't burn us to death. Let's wait and see. Han Fei didn't need to release his perception to know how far his perception couldn't penetrate. It was difficult to release his perception at the periphery of the storm ridge, let alone in this primordial ancient land. Han Fei looked around but didn't find any enemies. There was only chaotic energy and chaotic killing intent. I'm coming out. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to speak. This place was simply his perfect cultivation ground. Buzz. When the Emperor Sparrow appeared, Lu Qianxi didn't feel anything. He naturally thought that it was Han Fei's companion spirit. However, when the surrounding baleful aura surged into the body of the Emperor Sparrow, Lu Qianxi realized that this person was the fiercest. Even he didn't dare to absorb this kind of primordial murderous aura. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his mind and become crazy. It was simply one of the most dangerous challenges on the path of cultivation. Lu Qianxi said, "There seems to be nothing here. Do you believe what you said? As a monarch, you shouldn't show fear." As he talked, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator again, but it didn't turn. Huh? The old turtle isn't here? Yes, Han Fei's first question was not to ask where the demon god died, but to find the old turtle. He felt that the anomaly in the storm ridge a few years ago was related to the old turtle. Therefore, he thought that the old turtle should have arrived earlier than him, but it turned out that the old turtle wasn't here. Once again, Han Fei thought to himself, the place where the demon god perished. This time, the vast ocean navigator pointed to the west, which was very clear. Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Li Luoluo said that she had searched the god burying ridge for a long time, but didn't find anything. However, with the vast ocean navigator, he accurately found the location of the demon god. It seemed to be too easy. Lu Qianxi asked hesitantly, "Are we still going in?" Han Fei shouted, "Let's go." In fact, Lu Qianxi had taken the initiative to ask this question. His heart was actually filled with curiosity. This was a world he had never stepped into. This kind of place represented not only danger, but also huge opportunities. It was unknown how big this place was, but Lu Qianxi didn't dare to walk fast. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei and the others encountered the first creature in the primordial ancient land, a ghost-like thing floating in midair. It couldn't even be called a creature. The Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, "A baleful demon." The baleful intent condensed into a demon. Many strong masters died here in the past. The remnant souls of these strong masters scattered in the world, and some of them didn't dissipate very cleanly, so they condensed into a baleful demon. To deal with a baleful demon, you can only use the power of your soul. The only thing you have to be afraid of is to never let the baleful demon enter your body. Try it. Lu Qianxi didn't know the Emperor Sparrow, but from the way this person talked to Han Fei, he felt that these two people didn't seem like a master and his associated spirit. Otherwise, why would an associated spirit speak to its master in such a tone? Han Fei nodded slightly. This time, he took action personally and unleashed the power of his young soul, instantly colliding with a baleful demon pouncing on him. When the baleful demon saw Han Fei's fist mark, its body turned incorporeal and almost completely disappeared. However, when Han Fei unleashed the soul suppressing roar, the other party paused for a moment, and 100 punches had already struck the baleful demon phantom. Bang! 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 The baleful demon probably didn't expect that someone would grasp its weakness so quickly, so its soul was shattered by Han Fei almost immediately. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: baleful demon. Introduction: in the places with abundant baleful aura in the primordial Era, the souls of the strong can't dissipate in time and are swallowed by the baleful spirit to form a baleful demon. The baleful demon is heartless and painless and can't die naturally. The baleful demon has a wisp of the remnant soul of the strong and can have the techniques and combat techniques of the strong when they're alive. But the best result for a baleful demon is to possess someone. Once it successfully possesses someone, it can hide in the depths of his heart. Every time the host's emotions fluctuate greatly, a baleful demon will appear and absorb these emotions as an opportunity for them to grow. Level greater than 109. Quality advanced. Realm perfected star transformation realm. Battle technique possessing evil chi impact, chaotic evil chi. Collectible baleful pearl. Absorbable. Note: the only way to deal with baleful demons is to destroy their soul. The baleful demon is actually not strong. Han Fei discovered that this baleful demon was not very resistant to beatings. Just as he was slightly puzzled, the baleful demon turned completely incorporeal, turning into a blood-colored fog, trying to envelop Han Fei. Han Fei retreated quickly and protected himself with the Star Sea Mystic Sand. With a flip of his hand, the infinity water turned into a torrent of knives, containing an invincible will and killing intent as they slashed at the mist. Puff. 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 The baleful demon phantom in the mist was dimmed by this slash and almost disappeared, but just when Han Fei felt that he was about to kill this baleful demon, a pair of blood-colored eyes suddenly flickered. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a cold breath on his back. *T. Han Fei was shocked. When did this thing attach to him? Gulp. Wake up. At the moment when Han Fei felt a chill down his spine, the voice of the Emperor Sparrow entered Han Fei's mind. In the next moment, Han Fei came back to his senses and found that half of the baleful demon had been swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow, and the cold aura on his back had disappeared. Han Fei immediately realized that he was caught in an illusion. It's not an illusion. It's the chaotic evil chi of the baleful demon. Once you believe it, he will really appear on you and immediately possess you. Shit. Han Fei's forehead was sweating. It was King dangerous. He had clearly suppressed this damn thing in all aspects, but he was still almost possessed. If it weren't for the Emperor Sparrow, wouldn't he have been possessed now? The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's not that exaggerated. Even if you're possessed by a baleful demon, as long as your Tao heart is firm and your soul is strong, he can still be obliterated. It's just a little troublesome." Han Fei's face slightly sank. He had just met the first baleful demon and he had almost been tricked. If there were too many of them, how could he resist them? As a bystander, Lu Qianxi saw this scene the whole time. He also saw the baleful demon suddenly lying on Han Fei's back and felt his heart skip a beat. This wasn't because he was a monarch so he could despise these baleful demons, but because even a guy as strong as Han Fei had almost been possessed. It was really scary. Besides, he also knew that this was just a damn baleful demon. God knew how many of these things there were in this damn place. He couldn't perceive them with his perception, so he didn't even know where these things would suddenly appear from. Of course, while Lu Qianxi was shocked by the existence of the fiend, he was also very curious about the Emperor Sparrow. This associated spirit looked so strong. It even dared to swallow a baleful demon. It was simply crazy. Han Fei glanced at Lu Qianxi. "Let's go. Continue forward." Lu Qianxi didn't say anything. He could tell that Han Fei had come prepared. Along the way, the demonic sound couldn't do anything to him, the mutated mine. Demons couldn't do anything to him, and the baleful demons couldn't do anything to him either. He was almost possessed by a baleful demon, but he forgot it in an instant and continued to walk deeper into the primordial ancient land. At this moment, no matter how stupid Lu Qianxi was, she knew that Han Fei definitely had a clear goal on this trip. It might be a great opportunity. If this was the case, did it mean that he might also obtain this opportunity? Thinking of this, Lu Qianxi stopped complaining and carried Han Fei forward. Han Fei still stood with his hands behind his back, regaining his casualness. He said, "I have a feeling that something is wrong. Although the journey is already dangerous, I feel that something is missing. Why are there no monarch level mind demons in such a dangerous place?" The Emperor Sparrow, "Perhaps it's just not the time to encounter them." Lu Qianxi said, "No matter if it's the storm quicksand sea, the circle of death, or here, it's not small. If we go straight to where we want to go, the probability of encountering a monarch-level mine demon is not high. If a mine demon wants to reach the monarch level, it needs at least many level 8 minerals, or a level 9 mineral. Such high-level minerals are extremely rare, no matter where they are." Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking that what Lu Qianxi said made sense. Therefore, Han Fei put away the doubts in his heart and said to the Emperor, "Sparrow, don't you still lack 2 Dao locks? Why don't you eat more baleful demons to nourish yourself?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I can make up for it even if I don't eat it. The murderous aura in this world is rich. If I stay in this environment for a long time, I'll have 5 Dao locks at most in 3 months. However, it doesn't matter to me if there are Dao locks now." Han Fei, "Yes. It matters." "What do you mean?" Han Fei said, "The problem is me. If I don't solve the problem of the human race, it's impossible for me to prove Dao. And if I liberate the human race, I have to improve my combat power as much as possible. And if I don't prove Dao, you won't be able to prove Dao. Therefore, in the huge challenges and dangers in the future, the 5 Dao locks will definitely be stronger than the 3 Dao locks. It's the same for you, Little Black and Little White." The Emperor Sparrow was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, I think your goal is too ambitious. Has it ever occurred to you that even if you've done your best, a great monarch suddenly appeared in the chaotic wasteland? Then how are you going to deal with it?" Han Fei said, "That's fine. A great monarch will be dealt with by a great monarch. I'll just do my job." "All right. By the way, as for Li Luoluo, if you go out this time, don't contact her for the time being." Han Fei asked, "Why?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "The 7 ultimate divine spider is very smart. She didn't attack me, probably not just because of you. Didn't you say that you felt something was wrong along the way? If this feeling is very strong, you have to believe this feeling." Han Fei was stunned. "You mean, Li Luoluo did something here?" "It's hard to say." Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow were chatting as if no one was around, but Lu Qianxi felt terrible when he heard their conversation. Why were the two of them talking about great monarchs? More importantly, from Han Fei's tone, it seemed that he had a very strong great monarch behind him. At this moment, Lu Qianxi even felt lucky that he didn't kill Han Fei. Otherwise, if a great monarch-level powerhouse came to him to avenge Han Fei, he probably would be slapped to death. 2 hours later, after they killed more than 300 baleful demons with the help Of the Emperor Sparrow, they finally came to a place of mountains. Yes, at first glance, this place looked like desolate mountains. But when Han Fei approached one of them, he found that there was a strong aura of death on this mountain. However, in addition to the aura of death, there seemed to be treasures enshrouded in these mountains, as if there were treasures hidden in the mountains. However, it wasn't realistic to dig mountains to hunt for treasures, because there were dozens of baleful demons on any random mountain. There was even a soaring sword aura on the mountain. It was clearly a monarch realm sword aura, and contained unknown law power. Lu Qianxi was dumbfounded. Well, there are so many monarch realm laws enveloping the mountain. Some of the law powers even make me dare not approach. The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's a monarch graveyard. It seems that this primordial ancient land was just an ancient battlefield. A large number of monarchs died here. Their bodies were sleeping here, and the power escaping from their bodies became like this. A monarch graveyard?" Han Fei and Lu Qianxi couldn't help but cry out. Both of them looked at the endless mountain and were dumbfounded, thinking how many monarchs had died here. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and tapped the ground with his foot, asking Lu Qianxi, "Can you tell what level of monarchs are buried in this graveyard?" Lu Qianxi was lost for words. They've been dead for so long. There's no way to tell, is there? The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's simple. It depends on the size and the dense light escaping from the mountain. For example, this mountain is only more than 20 kilometers long. The halo on it is dim. It's obvious that the monarch buried in it is in the Tao-proving level, not the carefree level. As for that one, it's more than 50 kilometers long. There are 70 or 80 baleful demons on it. Although the halo isn't dim, it's not strong. The monarch buried in it was probably in the mid-carefree level. Look at that one, it's more than 180 kilometers long. The surrounding mountains are all smaller than it. It looks like the moon surrounded by stars. The monarch in it is definitely at the immortal level. An immortal level monarch died here?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. As far as he could see, there were 2 immortal level monarch tombs within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Han Nan couldn't imagine what kind of war had happened here in the past to cause so many monarchs to die. "Wait a minute," Han Fei suddenly said. Li Luoluo said that they couldn't find the location of the demon god, but according to this explanation, the bigger the mountain, the stronger the dead. Doesn't that mean that as long as we find the largest mountain, we can confirm the location of the demon god? The land where a god died is not something these mountains can compare to, right? A god? Lu Qianxi screamed and trembled in disbelief. He knew that Han Fei was here for a purpose, but he didn't know that they were here for a god's tomb. Wasn't this *king crazy? Even the tomb of an ordinary monarch looked extremely dangerous. How dangerous must a god's tomb be? Lu Qianxi felt that he was doomed. Although he was a monarch, his heart wasn't that big. And Han Fei, his master, was so bold. It seemed that Han Fei was here to dig up the god's tomb. So he was just a tool for Han Fei to dig up the tomb? As for Han Fei, he seemed to be having a headache too. Was there really a divine tomb? Judging from the situation, even if there was a divine tomb, he wouldn't be able to break in, right? Taking a few deep breaths, Han Fei felt that he had to use the vast ocean navigator to find the divine tomb first. Whether it worked or not, he had to take a look first. If he couldn't take the opportunities here now, could he not do it in the future? When he proved his Tao, he would be able to dig most of the monarch's tombs here, right? However, Han Fei didn't know why Li Luoluo didn't dig up this graveyard. If she really dug it up, she would definitely gain a lot. When the vast ocean navigator stopped spinning, there happened to be an immortal level tomb on the way to the divine tomb. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Let's get in." Lu Chanxi asked, "How do I get in?" The Emperor Sparrow, "It's a little difficult. There are easily more than 100 baleful demons over there. How many do you think you can resist?" Han Fei said, "Then let's slip in. That monarch is only at the immortal level. I don't think he can recognize our disguise." Then, Han Fei looked at Lu Chanxi. "Can you turn into a stick?" Lu Chanxi asked, "Don't I look like a stick now?" Han Fei said, "You'd better turn into a stick easy to hold. Look at your two disc-like feet. Have you ever seen a stick with feet?" Lu Chanxi shook his body and turned into a cyan stick, exactly the same as a long stick weapon. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei said, "Little Black, open your mouth." After a while, a pure black fish swam between the cracks of the mountain. From time to time, the fish opened its mouth and absorbed the power of a strange law. Lu Chanxi asked, "What kind of fish is this? How can it swallow laws?" Han Fei asked, "Are you the master, or am I?" Lu Chanxi, "You are." Han Fei said, "Then shut up. The less you know, the better." Although Little Black could swallow the power of the law, he could only swallow a little. Otherwise, if the noise was too loud, it would alarm those baleful demons. 3 days later, the bell-like booming continued, and in the god-burying ridge, the sound was even louder than outside. Little Black moved quickly and finally came to a small slope between carefree level 2 mountains as guided by the vast ocean navigator. This slope was only 10 kilometers long and had no luster at all. The mountain was dark and there was nothing here. More importantly, even the baleful demons didn't bother to come here. After Little Black spat out Han Fei and the others, Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow, and Lu Chanxi stared at the 5-kilometer-long hill in a daze. "The Emperor Sparrow, is your navigator broken?" Lu Chanxi asked, "The god lives here?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. "You think it's too small? Should I build a bigger one for you?" Lu Chanxi. Han Fei said, "The vast ocean navigator can't be wrong. I finally understand why Li Luoluo and the others can't find it. Who the hell can find it? There are tens of thousands of tomb mountains here. Normal people would definitely look for the biggest mountains. Who would pay attention to such a small mound? If it weren't for the bump, who would think it was a mountain?" Han Fei didn't try to dig through the small hill immediately. Instead, he took out the vast ocean navigator and recited in his heart Li Luoluo's location in the god-burying ridge. Seeing that the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that Li Luoluo wasn't secretly spying on him and using him to find the place where the demon god died. Although Han Fei still felt that things were going smoothly, he didn't notice anything wrong, and no one followed him along the way. If Li Luoluo didn't follow, the others, even if they were carefree level cultivators, shouldn't be so silent when they crossed this monarch graveyard. Han Fei was relieved. He pointed with the vast ocean navigator and soon found a corner on the hill. Han Fei said, let's dig. However, no one moved. Lu Chancy looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked at Lu Chancy. Han Fei was lost for words. Wait, you want me to dig? Do you forget that you're my servant? Lu Chancy. Lu Chancy was speechless. Although he didn't want to believe that this hill was the place where the demon god died, wouldn't he be the vanguard if he dug a hole here? Han Fei said, don't worry. If anything happens, none of us can escape. Lu Chancy bit the bullet and dug with his roots. The digging speed was not fast, because the soil in the monarch graveyard had long been affected by the power of many monarchs and changed qualitatively. In the wind circle, that monarch realm cultivator could condense a small mine with his own strength, filling the mine with divine crystals and heavenly Tao jade essence. And in this monarch graveyard, more monarchs had died and were stronger. Lu Chancy had only dug 100 meters deep and had already dug up 7 or 8 divine crystals. Furthermore, the soil was getting harder and harder, and the mountain was about to crystallize. After digging for another 200 meters, Han Fei discovered that this place was filled with chaotic spiritual soil. Even Lu Chancy perked up. This was good stuff. Han Fei said, give me all the chaotic spiritual earth. Lu Chancy. Although Lu Chancy was also tempted, at this moment, you should consider what would happen next. How could you still be in the mood to dig for treasures here? For hours later, Han Fei's harvest of the chaotic spiritual soil could reach 3,000 cubic meters. If placed in his origin star, he could open a spiritual plantation of about 30,000 miles whose soil was comparable to the mystic yellow soil. And this was only because they had only dug a portion of the area. If they really dug up this small mountain, let alone 3,000 cubic meters, they could even dig up 30,000 cubic meters. If they stayed in the God-burying ridge for a long time, they might even be able to dig up 300,000 cubic meters. It was imaginable that if he really had 300,000 cubic meters of chaotic spiritual land, it would be enough to change the layout of his origin star. For a moment, Han Fei was tempted. Boom. He didn't know how many times the roars had sounded. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something strange. This was because the soul power contained in the roars this time was stronger than any previous time, about twice as strong. Han Fei hurriedly pressed his hand on Lu Chancy's body and absorbed a large amount of soul power into his body. However, it was also at this moment that Han Fei's star core was compressed to its current limit. The origin star seemed to have paused the backfeeding of power, causing him to be unable to absorb a small part of this soul power. Huh? Han Fei frowned. This was not a good sign. Along the way, he had swallowed too much ownerless soul power, causing the God-fiend formless technique to be unable to quickly balance the absolute balance of strength and soul power. As a result, some ownerless soul power was excluded from his body after passing through the origin spiritual heritage and the eternal darkness spiritual heritage. At this moment, Han Fei looked at his personal information, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 109, Sky Opening Extreme Tao Balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 120,012 ND. Immortal Chi, 1,410,000. Soul, 59.99 Origins, 59,999,999 points. Perception Range, 60 million kilometers. Strength, 59.99 Star Powers, 59,999,999 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky-swallowing fish, level 109. Second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 109. Main art, god-fiend formless technique. The upper limit? Han Fei realized that this was the limit of his current body. This bottleneck was the bottleneck of Dao locks. If he couldn't break this bottleneck, his strength wouldn't improve any further. It was even to the extent that once he left the god-burying ridge and went to the outside world, he should be able to sense the monarch-level tribulation. Therefore, no matter what, his first Dao lock was about to be condensed. It was not difficult to condense a Dao lock. It was just to lock a portion of his strength with a great Dao so that a portion of his body would be free and could store more power. The appearance of the bottleneck made Han Fei understand that there was a limit to the extreme Dao. This limit was calculated according to the comprehensive strength of the cultivator. Because he cultivated the god-fiend formless technique, his soul and strength were synchronized. If others had come this far, only one of them would touch the bottleneck. Is this my limit? Lu Qianxi asked in confusion. What? Han Fei said, nothing. What's your strength and soul when you reach the perfected star transformation realm? Lu Qianxi asked, including the Dao locks? Han Fei shook his head. No. 260,000. My soul strength is as high as 260,000, and my strength is 210,000. But I haven't compared it with others, so I don't know if it's too high or too low. Han Fei nodded. It's very high. This number was indeed very high. Even for Han Fei, if he hadn't cultivated the god-fiend formless technique, his soul strength would only be about 300,000 points, but Lu Qianxi's soul strength was as high as 260,000 points. This height could be imagined. However, as a freak who could run amok in the storm quicksand sea, it was understandable that this guy had such high soul power. Most likely, it was because he had stayed in the storm quicksand sea for too long and never lacked mineral resources. However, this also indirectly confirmed that the extreme Dao cultivators were really powerful. Lu Qianxi's soul strength was so high, and it was actually very rare among people of the same realm. There might not even be 1 in 10 million people who were higher than him. However, the upper limit of the extreme Dao cultivators was far higher than existences like Lu Qianxi, so under the same realm, they naturally had the absolute upper hand. Lu Qianxi asked, what about you? How much do you have? Han Fei said, take a guess. Lu Qianxi. Lu Qianxi was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. If he had another chance, he would definitely stay far away from Han Fei. This person was simply a demon. Suddenly, Lu Qianxi's body stiffened. He was shocked and shouted, not good. Something is pulling my roots. In the blink of an eye, a crack suddenly appeared under Han Fei's feet. Before he had any time to react, he, Lu Qianxi, and the Emperor Sparrow had all been swept away by an inexplicable force and disappeared from the spot. When Han Fei stabilized himself and looked up again, he found himself standing on a towering cliff. Opposite him was a sitting giant, tens of thousands of feet tall, sitting on a mountain peak with his hands on his knees, looking straight ahead. For a moment, Han Fei, Lu Qianxi, and the Emperor Sparrow were all intimidated by this giant. The Emperor Sparrow was the first to react. Look at your feet. Han Fei and Lu Qianxi hurriedly lowered their heads, only to see a towering mountain under their feet, shining and enveloped with swirling clouds. However, it was not enveloped by the power of laws. The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's the inverse world. You didn't find the wrong place. This is the divine tomb. All the monarch tombs in the outside world are a disguise, making people mistakenly think that the divine tomb is in one of them. But in fact, there are no extremely tall and majestic peaks there, nor are there the brilliant aura of gods. But the inverse world is different. Look around. This mountain is so tall that on it, one can touch the sky and look down at the world. This is the real divine tomb." Gulp. Lu Qianxi asked, "What is the inverse world?" "It's a kind of created world. The paths of cultivation lead to the same destination. At the end of the great Tao, there are many means. Creating a world means that the strong are strong enough to create a world. Generally speaking, only a great monarch-level powerhouse can do this. These worlds are hidden in a corner of the real world according to their creator's wills. They are even harder to find than small worlds, because they exist in unknown spatial nodes." Han Fei was lost for words. "Isn't it just a small world?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's different. The world barrier of a small world is far worse than this. Otherwise, why do you think the monarchs couldn't have discovered this place?" Han Fei said, "I don't care about it. I just want to ask, what's with the giant opposite? Look at the giant. It looks solemn and seems to be enveloped by the power of laws. I just want to ask, is that a human? And who pulled us down?" The Emperor Sparrow couldn't answer Han Fei's question either. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, the Emperor Sparrow knew who pulled them down. He said, "It's not that someone pulled you down. It's just that you accidentally touched this created world, so the will of this world forcefully dragged you in." Han Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. It was great that it was not someone who dragged them down. Otherwise, this person was too strong. They were brought here without knowing at all. Clearly, that force was much stronger than them. Lu Qianxi said, "Then what should we do now? That giant is looking in our direction, which makes my hair stand on end." Han Fei said, "You don't have any hair." Although he was teasing Lu Qianxi, Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow were also a little scared. Anyone who saw the current scene would actually be a little scared. It was like waking up and suddenly standing at the top of the mountain. Opposite you, there was a 10,000-foot-tall giant looking at you solemnly. This scene was simply unforgettable. They stood on the top of the mountain for a long time, not knowing what to do. Boom. Suddenly, the rumbling soul power sound suddenly sounded here. The heads of Han Fei and the others were buzzing. However, at this moment, they saw a door appear between the eyebrows of the giant. The sound of soul power came from the door. With this sound, the surrounding soul power instantly filled the three of them. Swish. Without hesitation, the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's body. A red light appeared on Lu Qianxi's body. Han Fei quickly laid a hand on Lu Qianxi and activated the God-Fiend formless technique, drawing the red light into his body. Only then did Lu Qianxi return to normal. Boom. With another boom, the power receded in the blink of an eye and was absorbed by the door again. When the sound of soul power subsided, Lu Qianxi's body trembled several times before he recovered. Lu Chancy said in horror, "It's horrible. I feel as if I've turned into a monster. My trunk is crooked and twisted like balls of black hair. Did you see that door?" Swish. The Emperor Sparrow emerged from Han Fei's body again and looked at the center of the giant's eyebrows. "It seems that the source of everything is there. This giant shouldn't be a real person. It looks like a seal to suppress the things inside. Han Fei, if anything happens here, I am afraid I can't even save you. Are you going in?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yes. Since we're already here, how can we not go in? This demonic sound appears every half an hour. It seems that the door will only open when the demonic sound rings. We have to go over first and wait for the next demonic sound to appear." Lu Chancy said, "Are you really going? What will I do if you go in?" At this moment, Lu Chancy really panicked. If it weren't for Han Fei, he was almost 100% sure that he would have been demonized. At that time, he would become a monster like the mind demons in the circle of death, and even his soul would be lost. Han Fei extended his hand and said casually, "Turn into a rod." Lu Chancy immediately knew what Han Fei meant. If he turned into a rod, Han Fei could hold him in his hand. Then, no matter how many times they encountered such demonic sounds later, as long as Han Fei was fine, he would be fine. Of course, this also meant that he had to enter the door with Han Fei. What would happen was unknown. He might die, or might get great opportunities. However, Lu Chancy felt that even if there was really an opportunity, it should be Han Fei's. After all, only Han Fei could really deal with this demonic sound. However, this was the only way for him to survive. This bet was actually very cost-effective. Only when Han Fei died would he die, unless Han Fei abandoned him. Swish. Lu Chancy turned into a long cyan rod and said, "Although I can turn into a rod, I am not a real weapon after all. My body hardness is only comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon, but should still be lacking. Don't use me to fight a god." Han Fei was lost for words. "Heh. Do you want me to die? Fighting with a god?" Han Fei casually held Lu Chancy, then tilted his head and glanced at the Emperor Sparrow. "Although you are the king of ferocious beasts, the power of this demonic sound is obviously different from your path. If I don't call you, don't come out for some time." "Okay." The Emperor Sparrow was not stupid. Only Han Fei could take this path. Once he embarked on this path, he'd better not even peep at it in Han Fei's body. If it was really the inheritance of a god, with the power of a god, all prying, people might suffer a backlash. However, he could ask Han Fei directly if there was anything, so it didn't matter if he peeped or not. After the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's body, Han Fei took a deep breath, stepped into the void, and walked towards the center of the giant's eyebrows. As he said, he was already here, and he happened to have mastered the God-Fiend formless technique. Since he had a smooth trip here, there wouldn't be something happening here. Buzz. After Han Fei took this step, the scenery in front of him seemed to have changed. Vaguely, he seemed to see a vague bridge between the mountain he was on and the giant, which was made of dense light mist. However, when Han Fei took another step forward, his expression suddenly changed drastically. There were 3 reasons why Han Fei was shocked. First of all, the distance between the top of the mountain and the giant wasn't far. Otherwise, Han Fei and the others wouldn't have seen the door between the giant's eyebrows. Logically speaking, Han Fei would cover such a short distance in one step, but when he took the step, he found that the distance between him and the giant didn't seem to change. Secondly, Han Fei found that after he took this step, his little finger was suddenly bent unnaturally. He knew his body. Han Fei was quite confident in his bones and physique, but one of his fingers was bent. Was it F*King right? More importantly, he didn't feel any pain. Lastly, what frightened Han Fei most was that the moment he stepped into the void, he felt that a person seemed to be standing behind him. He wanted to look back, but this thought made him feel a life and death crisis. Yes, at that moment, Han Fei knew that he couldn't look back. If he did, he would die. At this time, Lu Qianxi also said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Don't look back. I don't know what's behind us, but I feel that I'll die if I look back. It's horrible. I feel that I'm going to die just thinking about it." Lu Qianxi almost cried. He was a dignified monarch. Why would he feel like he was going to die just because of a thought? This made him really believe Han Fei's words. He was probably really here to find the divine tomb. Lu Qianxi thought that it must be a divine technique to decide the life and death of a monarch. Han Fei said, "Of course, I don't need you to tell me." Han Fei took a deep breath and took another step forward, partly to see if he could approach the giant, and partly to see what was wrong with his fingers. However, when he took another step, Han Fei found that he seemed to be a little closer to the giant. However, his entire pinky was limp as if it had no bones, and he didn't feel any pain. Shoot! Beads of sweat oozed out of Han Fei's forehead. It was too strange. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but when he tried to move back a little, he could even feel a cold breath blowing into his neck. Shoot! After cursing twice in a row, Han Fei panicked. If Wang Xiaojie were here, his hair must have all stood on end. There was no way back. Han Fei asked Lu Qianxi telepathically, "Do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Lu Qianxi said, "No. I'm in good shape." "Why are you?" What's wrong with your little finger? Why is it drooping?" Han Fei frowned. Why was Lu Qianxi fine? However, Han Fei had no way back now. He could only bite the bullet and take another step forward. Before Han Fei could curse, Lu Qianxi suddenly exclaimed, "How did your little finger become a tentacle?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Yes, his little finger had become like a slippery tentacle of an octopus. Han Fei tried to move his little finger, only to see that it was unbelievably agile. It could turn 360 degrees without any obstacles and even roll into a squid roll. He could even feel every pore on the tentacle and the sharp nerves of the tentacle. Mutation? Han Fei's first thought was that he had mutated, which was the only explanation. However, why did he mutate? He had two spiritual heritages and cultivated the God-fiend formless technique. They were naturally compatible and it had no resistance at all. How could he mutate? Besides, at this moment, the demonic sound hadn't sounded, and he hadn't activated the God-fiend formless technique, so he wasn't in a cultivation state. How could he have a mutation? Illusion? Han Fei tried to keep calm. He wanted to turn back again, but his life instinct stopped him. No, if I turn back now, I will really die. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Was it because of the thing behind him? But the other party was so powerful. Why did he have to make him mutate? Seeing that Han Fei didn't respond, Lu Qianxi asked, "Why you didn't mutate? Did you?" "Shut up." Han Fei told Lu Qianxi to shut up. He calmed down and then activated the great Tao of time in his body, trying to reverse time. However, just as the great Tao of time appeared, a dense mist blew over from behind Han Fei. In the next second, the great Tao of time was sealed. Pondering, Han Fei was silent for dozens of seconds before he finally continued to walk. Han Fei knew that it was impossible to walk 1,000 kilometers with one step. He could only walk step by step from the top of the mountain to the center of the giant's eyebrows. And with every step he took, his body would mutate. From 1 finger, 2 fingers, to 1 hand, Han Fei took 100 steps before one of his arms was completely mutated. At this moment, Han Fei's arm had turned into a thick, slippery tentacle, like a large piece of meat paste. The meat paste tentacle was split and grew a dozen small tentacles, looking very terrifying. Lu Qianxi panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Are you crazy? You still want to go forward? Your entire hand has been mutated. You've only walked less than 1/10 of the way. If you really walk there, you will be entirely mutated." However, Han Fei didn't stop, but continued to move forward. At first, his feet were still feet, but then his feet were no longer feet but wriggling soft tentacles. Because Han Fei never stopped, soon both feet became like this. Halfway through the journey, half of Han Fei's body had become a large wriggling mass of meat paste tentacles. Han Fei's face had even begun to twist. However, the corners of his mouth that almost reached his ears slowly opened, revealing sharp teeth. Han Fei was smiling, which made Lu Qianxi feel a chill down his spine. It's over, it's over. There's something wrong with his soul. I knew it. How? Can a sky opener covet the inheritance of a god? Isn't this F** king courting death? I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Lu Qianxi muttered. He guessed that the reason why he didn't mutate was that Han Fei was still holding him. And the method Han Fei thought he could use to resist the demonic sound had failed, so Han Fei had been mutating. Once he completely mutated, he would be finished too. However, when Han Fei had covered most of the distance and his whole body had turned into a wriggling monster, on the face that could barely be seen as a human face, a big mouth opened and a voice said calmly, "I've already come so far. It's useless to disturb my Tao heart." Lu Qianxi was almost crying. He scolded, "Who's messing up your Tao heart? Don't you know what you've become? Shut up. I'm not talking to you." 2635 Request of the Demon God, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 2-in-1. Lu Qianxi didn't dare to speak again. If he wasn't talking to her, who was he talking to? Was he talking to the person behind her? However, there was no response to Han Fei's question. Han Fei continued, "This is a path on which I can only go forward. Although I will mutate if I go forward, I will die if I go backward. Therefore, my way of survival lies ahead. Since there is a way of survival ahead, can I understand it as a test?" There was still no voice answering Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't stop. Instead, he sped up a little and said, "If this is a test, what you want is definitely not a dead person. Along the way, I saw a lot of mutated mind demons. I believe this is a weak point of your technique, so if you want my body, it's definitely not a mutated body. So I guess this is an illusion, although this illusion is so realistic that even I feel that I have indeed mutated. The more Han Fei spoke, the brighter the smile on his twisted face. In the end, he said, so, everything I saw was just to mess up my Dao heart. If my Dao heart can be messed up, I'll be useless and won't be able to achieve anything. What do you think of me now? Han Fei's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, his twisted face gradually returned to normal. Then, his entire head returned to normal. Then, his body and limbs returned to normal. At this moment, Han Fei had already walked to the middle of the giant's eyebrows. It happened to be exactly half an hour. Boom. An ear-splitting roar seemed to explode in Han Fei's ears. In front of him, a door of light suddenly appeared, and Han Fei stepped in. The moment Han Fei stepped through the door, Lu Qianxi fell into a deep sleep, suppressed by an irresistible force, becoming no different from an ordinary stick. Han Fei had thought that entering this door was only the first step, and there would definitely be other tests. However, when he came in, he was surprised to find that there was a beating heart floating here. No information popped up in his eyes, indicating that the demon purification pot couldn't see it through, or that it couldn't be recognized by the demon purification pot. When Han Fei saw the heart, a deep voice finally sounded in Han Fei's ears. If your Dao heart is messed up, you will really mutate and it will be irreversible. Huh? Han Fei wasn't surprised at all that someone was talking. He had been mentally prepared to see a god since he guessed that it was just a test. However, when he heard that if his Dao heart was messed up, he would really mutate, he immediately felt a lingering fear and cold sweat broke out on his back. When he took the first few steps and saw his body mutate, Han Fei actually panicked. At that time, it was the easiest time for his Dao heart to loosen. If he couldn't hold on, he would be doomed. Han Fei calmed down and cupped his hands. Senior, are you, the demon god? The voice said again, it's me. I've waited for you for 1.8 million years. In the end, you're finally here. Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. What? 1.8 million years? At that time, he wasn't even AF** King Tadpole. Seeing that Han Fei was in a daze, the voice said leisurely, I didn't expect that there were really people with dual spiritual heritages in this world. The heavens shouldn't have let you be born. Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned and asked, Senior Demon God, what do you mean? The demon god's voice was leisurely. The spiritual heritages of man, the spiritual heritages of all things, are determined by the heavens. If one has dual spiritual heritages, he can master yin and yang, combine fire and water, and cover an infinite distance. There is no separation between good and evil, between gods and devils. If one has dual spiritual heritages, his existence defies the heavens. Therefore, it's difficult to find a single person among billions of creatures who has dual spiritual heritages. Han Fei guessed that the demon god meant that a dual spiritual heritage cultivator could grasp too many Daos? Han Fei said respectfully, Senior, please enlighten me. The demon god's deep voice didn't sound distant or dignified as a god. Instead, he said calmly, to put it bluntly, those with two spiritual heritages are incompatible with the heavens and earth. Their lives will be full of twists and turns. It's very difficult for them to grow up. It's already a miracle that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm. However, even so, your future path will be even more difficult. Especially the Monarch-level tribulation, the heavens will spare no effort to destroy you. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Senior demon god, is the heavenly Tao afraid of me? What's the purpose of him sparing no effort to destroy me? The demon god said, he is afraid that you will mess up yin and yang, disrupt the heavenly Tao, and change the world. However, the heavenly Tao is nothing. He suppresses all myriad techniques. He seems profound, but in fact, he's useless when faced with an invincible evil. Boy, you're very good. You live up to my years of waiting. Han Fei was rather scared. Senior, why are you waiting for me? The demon god said, to be precise, I'm not waiting for you. I'm waiting for someone who can reach the extreme of the Tao of extreme balance. This path was created for me, but I didn't reach the extreme. The technique itself has flaws. You should know this flaw. Han Fei said, mutation. The demon god said, the Tao of extreme balance can also be understood as two extreme Taos. However, it's very difficult for the soul and strength to advance together. If they advance together, it won't be allowed by the heavenly Tao. Although I have been concentrating on making up for this shortcoming for 1,000,000 years, in the end, I have only created some choices within the rules of the heavenly Tao. It can't be perfect. Only those who are born with the ability to reach the extreme of this Tao can succeed. The corners of Han Fei's mouth trembled. Can this flaw be made up? The demon god said, people with man-made dual spiritual heritages, twins, and people with multiple personalities can barely continue this path. Of course, they can also abandon the Tao of extreme balance and switch from double extreme Taos to single extreme Tao. It's equally powerful, but this is only the last guarantee. Only those who can't continue with this Tao will take this path. Can there be man-made dual spiritual heritages? Han Fei's eyes widened. This was ridiculous. The heavenly heritage was preordained, or the heavenly heritage wouldn't have been called the heavenly heritage. But this demon god actually said that it could even be made. Han Fei couldn't believe it. The demon god's voice was leisurely. Human beings have their limits. The man-made heritage has its limits and can't evolve. This is a disadvantage. Once you reach the bottleneck of this heritage, unless you continue to create stronger new heritages, it will be difficult for you to continue cultivating this path. Han Fei wondered, is there no limit to the heavenly heritage? The demon god said, no. The heavenly heritage carries the power of the heavens and earth. Every time you transcend a tribulation, it will undergo a qualitative change. You can also forcibly improve your heritage by assimilating it. However, the man-made heritage doesn't have this characteristic. That's the difference. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that my dual spiritual heritages are indeed special. It was like a bug of the heavenly Tao system. However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Senior demon god, you just mentioned multiple personalities. Outside of this place, there is a 7. Ultimate divine spider with 7 personalities. She is. People with multiple personalities can transform the soul power and physical strength with the power of personality. I bestowed enlightenment on the 7. Ultimate divine spider you mentioned, but I haven't taught her the technique. Because although she can cultivate this Tao with her multiple personalities in the early stages, once she becomes a god, she needs to slay demons and cut off her negative side. This will cut off the balance. Once the balance is broken, mutation is inevitable. So that's it. So the real reason why you sealed yourself, senior demon god, is to cut off your negative side? Huh? The demon god was slightly surprised. How do you know that I have multiple personalities? Han Fei hurriedly said, I'm now in charge of Puppet City. I got this. Information from some ancient books. Han Fei didn't mention fifth senior brother. Although the demon god and fifth senior brother probably didn't know each other, there was no need to expose it, right? Puppet City. It seems that you are the descendant Mystic Marshal found. Mystic Marshal should still be trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, right? Han Fei said, the original body of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal was indeed trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, but by chance, I accidentally summoned a wisp of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's soul. At first, he had no memories, but when I reached the God-Fiend Sea, his clone offered sacrifices and made a brief connection with his original body in the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. It was better to make it clear. The old turtle and the others were trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, which meant that he must have embarked on this path. Since he had embarked on this path, it meant that the old turtle was one of the descendants of the demon god. As the founder of the Tao of Extreme Balance, the demon god should be able to save them, right? Wasn't the old turtle trying so hard to make him tell the news to the demon god? After a moment of silence, the demon god said indifferently, it's hard on him. However, you dare to come just because he told you about my existence? As the only person who can perfectly grasp the Tao of Extreme Balance, aren't you afraid that I will possess you and use your body to reach the peak of this path? Han Fei froze and his heart stopped for a moment. Although he believed in the demon purification pot, it wasn't complete yet. It was hard to say if it could block the possession of a real god. After all, the demon purification pot had to hide when it encountered a sky opener before. Han Fei paused for a moment before saying, Senior, you've waited for more than 1.8 million years, not just for an uncertain opportunity to possess me. Right? Since you've already mastered the method to create spiritual heritages, it means that you can at least perfectly control the Tao of Extreme Balance. Now, you've already become a god. If you possess me, I'm afraid it will be another cultivation journey. Ha ha ha. The demon god's deep voice slowly laughed. Boy, are you trying to sound me out by putting it this way? But there's not much problem with what you say. To become a god, you can't rely on just one technique, nor can you become a god by grasping the Tao of Extreme Balance. Everyone has their own path. This path can only be walked by yourself and can't be taken by others. If you had appeared in front of me 1,800,000 years ago, there would only have been one outcome, which was that you would be possessed by me. But now, at the moment I see you, there's no need. Because I've already created a way to crack it. Buzz. Han Fei's eyes suddenly widened. He had created a solution. Didn't it mean that he could continue on this path perfectly? But on second thought, it didn't make sense. If the demon god created a way to break it, what would he have to wait for? If he directly nurtured Liluoluo, his seal might be able to be broken, right? Liluoluo was originally a heavenly talent and one of the 8 generals of the Emperor Sparrow in the past. Even if she couldn't become a god, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become a great monarch. The demon god asked, You're wondering why I'm still here if I have a solution? Hanfei nodded. He certainly couldn't hide his thoughts. The demon god said, although I've created a solution, I'm still missing the last step. I need someone to help me complete it. That 7 ultimate divine spider won't do. Only someone who can perfectly walk the Tao of extreme balance can complete this step. This is also the meaning of my weight. Me? Hanfei pointed at himself in disbelief. Why did this last step require a person like him? Hanfei took a deep breath. Senior, may I ask how I can help you with the solution? The demon god said, I need you to do something for me in the Soul Sea. Senior, you are already a god. Can't you go to the Soul Sea? Hanfei was dumbfounded. How could this matter be simple? The demon god asked, do you know where the Soul Sea is? Hanfei shook his head. He really didn't know. He could enter the Soul Sea and had entered it more than once, but that was in the past. Now with the growth rate of Little Black and Little White and the Emperor Sparrow, he could completely not rely on the Soul Sea. Only when Hanfei felt that he could trick people from the Soul Sea would he go in. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't go into the Soul Sea. This was because Hanfei discovered that as his strength increased, the primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, he always felt that every time he appeared in the Soul Sea, he would be watched by a power, so he was even more unwilling to go. The demon god said, the physical body is a mortal body, but the Soul Sea is eternal. The Soul Sea is not a place for companion spirits to grow. The Soul Sea is the Soul Sea of all living beings. After a person dies, their soul will return to the Soul Sea. Even those whose souls you think have been destroyed. In fact, their souls haven't really been destroyed. Instead, a part of their souls have returned to the Soul Sea. After the souls return to the Soul Sea, they will most likely be purified and forget all the memories and causes of their previous lives. This huge Soul Sea operates with the heavenly Tao. Every time a living being is born in the world, a wisp of soul will split off from the Soul Sea and become the soul of that living being. Hanfei opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The demon god's explanation of the Soul Sea subverted Hanfei's understanding. Perhaps countless people had guessed where the soul would go after a person died. But today, Hanfei got a clear answer, which was the Soul Sea. But Hanfei quickly asked, what about spiritual beasts and associated spirits? The demon god asked, to answer this question, you have to know where the Soul Sea is first. Hanfei shook his head. How could he know? The demon god chuckled. The Soul Sea seems illusory, but in fact, it's everywhere. Just like this world, there are thousands of creatures in this sea area, and there are also thousands of creatures in that sea area. The Soul Sea is the same. Generally speaking, when someone dies in reality, they will enter the nearest Soul Sea, and the Soul Sea corresponds to this area in reality. However, there are always exceptions to everything. These exceptional soul bodies, even after being purified, will follow some instincts of their previous lives in a short period of time and evolve into their forms in their previous lives. Such creatures will become companion spirits. However, companion spirits are not always companion spirits. Companion spirits can also be separated from the Soul Sea for unknown reasons. Once the companion spirits find new bodies, they will be born into reality and become talented existences, which are so-called heavenly talents. As for most other souls, they are mediocre. Although they can be born into reality, they will be ordinary. Hearing this, Hanfei wondered, then why don't I see any human beings or humanoid races in the soul sea? The demon god said, there are differences in the soul itself. The difference is the mental imprint in the depths of the soul. Humans and humanoids are an extremely ancient race. There are their figures in any era. My guess is that human beings or humanoids have extremely complicated minds or have inherited some inexplicable characteristics from ancient times, so I've never seen human beings or humanoid creatures in the soul sea. Those who evolved into human beings or humanoids later can't be taken as humans. Their original bodies aren't human beings or humanoids in the end, so they follow the general law I mentioned. The demon god's explanation was very clear. It meant that human beings and humanoids were very special and couldn't become associated spirits. Returning to the main topic, Hanfei asked in confusion, thank you for enlightening me, senior demon god, but I still don't understand. Why does your solution have to rely on me? The demon god said, humans have human spiritual heritages, and souls have soul spiritual heritages. With both the human spiritual heritage and the soul spiritual heritage, one can also be deemed as having dual spiritual heritages. Furthermore, one mainly cultivates the body, and the other mainly cultivates the soul. With both spiritual heritages in the same body, one can cultivate my Tao. Although I could create spiritual heritages, they were only acquired spiritual heritages. Only by creating new spiritual heritages from the source can they be considered dual spiritual heritages. Before that, I had already severed my soul and sent it into the soul sea. I also used a great technique to avoid the purification of the soul sea. Hanfei couldn't help being horrified. In other words, now, there is a wisp of your soul in the soul sea. The demon god said indifferently, that's right, but there's a problem. Although I avoided the rules of purification of the soul sea, my soul has become an anomaly in the soul sea, so it's sealed by the soul sea. If my soul enters, the soul sea will recognize me as an anomaly and suppress me too. Hanfei was puzzled. No other people can do it? Does it have to be me? The demon god said, otherwise, why do you think I had to wait for someone born with dual spiritual heritages? Unless you're transcending a tribulation, you won't be bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao or even the rules of the soul sea at any other time. It's easy to send a portion of my soul in, but it's difficult to take out this portion of my soul. If someone else takes it, it will form a dual spiritual heritage pattern, be judged an anomaly by the rules, and also be suppressed. Only you, a person with dual spiritual heritages, can attach that portion of my soul to your soul and create an illusion to deceive the rules of the soul sea, to take my soul out. Hanfei's heart did a flip. Then will I be judged as a person with 3 spiritual heritage and be suppressed? So, before you enter the soul sea, I will teach you the spiritual heritage hidden technique, which can help you hide one of your spiritual heritages. In this way, you can bring my soul back. Will it do? Hanfei thought to himself, are gods so damn omnipotent? Is there actually such a technique in this world? Wait, Hanfei suddenly thought of a problem. It seemed that his eternal darkness spiritual heritage could be hidden in the first place. Hanfei asked, Senior, can you tell that I have 2 spiritual heritages? The demon god said, sure. Even if you don't operate the god-fiend formless technique, I can still feel the immortal chi flowing in your spiritual heritages. Han Fei's heart stirred again. The eternal darkness, spiritual heritage in his body gradually turned into nothingness as if it had never appeared. Huh. At this time it was the demon god's turn to be shocked. He asked in surprise. Have you practiced some spiritual heritage hiding technique? Han Fei didn't say the name of the eternal darkness spiritual heritage, but said, to be honest, my eldest senior brother once gave me a great technique to hide my spiritual heritage. He said that it would be useful for me in the future. The demon god was a little unconvinced. Who is your senior brother? Which ordinary person would have this? Ordinary people don't need to hide their spiritual heritage at all. Han Fei was waiting for this question. The demon god was a god-level super powerhouse. If the demon god burned the bridge after crossing it, who would he cry to? The other party could kill him with a thought. As for him, he could only count on this demon god to be a good person and let him off. Otherwise, if this demon god killed him casually after using him, he would be the only one with dual spiritual heritages in this world. He wouldn't even have the final threat. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately led the demon god to ask. Han Fei said, Senior, have you heard of the Void Temple? Buzz. Hardly had Han Fei said that when a rumbling sound rang. However, this noise quickly subsided. The demon god's voice sounded again. Are you saying that you are a descendant of the Void Temple? Han Fei cupped his hands. Senior demon god, I'm a descendant of the Void Temple. I'm traveling the world to gain experience. Since the demon god knew about the Void Temple, he should know how powerful the Void Temple was. However, this was a god. Han Fei wasn't sure if his eldest senior brother could defeat him. Han Fei was only suspicious. After seeing how strong senior brother Azure Dragon was and hearing senior sister Kagura's preaching, he felt that senior brother might also be a god. Who knew, eldest senior brother had never mentioned his strength. Although the gods had perished, it didn't mean that there were no gods in this world. He had once mentioned to the god of war that the gods were all dead. But the god of war looked disdainful. Therefore, Han Fei needed to bet that his eldest senior brother was also a god. In front of the demon god, Han Fei activated the void mark. Eldest senior brother, I need your help. Han Fei didn't know if eldest senior brother could receive the message in this place where the laws were chaotic, but he had to try. Out of Han Fei's expectation, eldest senior brother replied almost instantly. Han Fei was overjoyed. He said, eldest senior brother, I met a god. Blah. Blah. At this moment, Han Fei bet that even if the demon god knew that he was contacting his eldest senior brother, he wouldn't attack him. This was because if what the demon god said was true, then he needed him. He had waited 1.8 million years, so he wouldn't kill him at this time. The eldest senior brother, demon god? I know this person. Han Fei said, eldest senior brother, I'm just afraid that he will burn the bridge after crossing it. Eldest senior brother said, it's okay. I'll pay attention to your situation during this period of time. If he dares to attack you, I can kill this new god. At that time, Han Fei's mentality was off the charts. Shoot. 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 Han Fei was excited. His eldest senior brother was really a god. He had always thought that his eldest senior brother was a great monarch, but after seeing the power of senior brother Azure Dragon, Han Fei began to doubt it. Now that this was almost confirmed, how could Han Fei not be excited? Other People's sects only had great monarchs, and even the divine capital dynasty was dominated by the great monarch East Marshal. But he had a god as his eldest senior brother. Looking at the entire sea realm, a god could almost instant kill all forces. After Han Fei was done being excited, he suddenly thought of something. Eldest senior brother, can this demon god be taken into our void temple? Can we suppress him? Eldest senior brother. No one knew what the demon god would think if he knew what Han Fei was thinking. Even eldest senior brother paused for a moment. Then, he said, he won't join the void temple. A god has a clear understanding of himself and has his own path to pursue. If it's not for special information, they won't join other factions. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. If the demon god enters the void temple, what's his ranking? Will he be ranked 13th? Will he call me senior brother? Even if the demon god wants to join, he probably will be too ashamed to do that. However, since he had the eldest senior brother's guarantee, Han Fei had no scruples. Han Fei said, I can enter the soul sea and help senior demon god take out that soul body. The demon god was silent for a moment. As a god, he might have realized something. The identity of the void temple did stun him for a moment. At the same time, he had mixed feelings. Sure enough, all the heavenly talents in this world had great luck and opportunities. He naturally knew why Han Fei revealed his identity as a member of the void temple and played some tricks in front of him. It was meant to make him afraid and prevent him from burning the bridge after crossing it. The demon god said leisurely, don't worry. As a god, I will keep my word. I didn't wait for so long to kill you. On the contrary, I will give you a certain opportunity. Regardless of what the demon god was thinking, at this moment, he needed to make a stand. The demon god was a cultivator from 1.8 million years ago. At that time, the void temple was different from the void temple Han Fei knew now. At that time, it was even more famous. Han Fei was secretly relieved to hear the demon god's answer. He said, Senior demon god, what do you want me to do? Enter the soul sea now? No. I'll give you an opportunity first. Huh? Han Fei was overjoyed. He was naturally happy to hear the word opportunity. Nowadays, ordinary things, including divine crystals and heavenly Tao jade essence, were no longer opportunities for him. Han Fei thought that the opportunities given by the demon god should be good. Right? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. I dare not refuse the elder's gift. He certainly wouldn't refuse it. Since you said you would give me an opportunity, I'll accept it immediately. The demon god didn't hesitate. He said, judging from your state, you must have reached your bottleneck, right? Han Fei said, Senior demon god, you have a keen eye. The demon god ignored Han Fei's flattery and said, the first opportunity I'll give you is to help you condense 5 Tao locks. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He hadn't condensed the first Tao lock yet. If all 5 Tao locks were condensed, his strength would definitely take a qualitative leap. More importantly, this was exactly what Han Fei needed now. Although he had reached a bottleneck, it was still a long time before he could prove Tao. Besides, he would have to face his opponents in the future, so he might need a huge improvement in strength. Buzz. Just as Han Fei was thinking about how the demon god would improve his strength, a bell suddenly rang, and Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing. In the next moment, Han Fei felt a terrifying power that he had never felt before. It was like mysterious Tao patterns between the heavens and earth and the enlightening sound of countless laws and Tao runes moistening his heart. Anyway, Han Fei fell into a magical state similar to epiphany almost immediately. And the space where Han Fei was at this moment was filled with dense light gas, which was quickly flowing into Han Fei's body. At the same time, this dense light passed through Han Fei's body, entered Han Fei's star bead, and appeared on Han Fei's origin star. At this moment, a strange rain fell on Han Fei's origin star. The rain was gray. When the gray rain fell on Han Fei's origin star, the color of the land on it changed slightly. The rain lasted for a long time. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. A rain fell on Han Fei's origin star. Some trees were even tens of thousands of feet tall, some spiritual fruits broke through their limits, and the ground veins were filled with magical power. And this power flowed from the surface of the origin star, through the ground veins, into the place of the star core. In the outside world, Han Fei fell into chaos. He felt that the blood in his body was surging like a tide, and his Tao bone was numb. It was as if infinite energy was attacking his body, circulating in his Tao bones and meridians. Crack. As if a certain shackle had been broken, although Han Fei fell into chaos, he vaguely sensed that he was about to condense a Tao lock. The Tao lock used the great Tao as a lock, locking a portion of power and avoiding the perception of the heavenly Tao. Han Fei had many great Taos. With a thought, the great Tao of strength condensed into a lock and locked in his heart. At that moment, Han Fei felt a lot more relaxed, as if part of his body had been completely liberated. Immediately afterward, the origin star began to feed power back to him. In the cave where Han Fei was, there seemed to be ownerless soul power that was absorbed by Han Fei. After an unknown period of time, Han Fei felt uncomfortable again. At this time, the great Tao of heavenly enlightenment turned into a lock, liberating his body again. Then the process repeated 3 times, and Han Fei locked the Tao of invincibility, the great Tao of time, and the great Tao of space. The moment the 5th Tao lock was condensed, Han Fei seemed to be woken up from this mysterious cultivation. After waking up, Han Fei felt that his body was full of vitality and blood, as if he had been sitting cross-legged for thousands of years. His body was stiff, and whenever he moved, there seemed to be a thunderous explosion. Han Fei immediately looked at his information, only to see the following. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 109, Sky Opening Extreme Tao Balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 120-012 ND. Evolving, 3334/26012 years. Immortal Chi, 1,410,000. Soul, 99.99 origins, available, 59.99 origins. Perception range, 99,990,000. Strength, 99.99 star power, 59.99 star powers available. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky swallowing fish, level 109. Second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 109. Main art, god-fiend formless technique. Hiss. Han Fei was astounded. What the hell? His strength had soared so much all of a sudden? He sensed that there were 5 Tao locks in his heart. Is this the power of the Tao lock? A single Dao lock can provide 80,000 star powers. Besides, in addition to discovering the changes in his data, Han Fei also felt that his bones had changed into a translucent state of gold and jade fusion, with Dao patterns surfacing on them. The evolution of his bloodline took more than 700 years, which meant that it took him 3 years to condense 5 Dao locks. While Han Fei was still shocked by the growth of his strength, he heard the demon god's leisure voice. Your bloodline level is very strong, surpassing your Dao bones, so I slightly strengthened your Dao bones. Now, you have 5 Dao locks, but you have to know that you have already reached your limit in the sky-opening realm. When the Dao locks are fully opened, you will definitely sense the appearance of the monarch-level tribulation. Therefore, if you want to activate all the Dao locks, you can't do it more than 3 times. If the 3rd time all your Dao locks are opened, be prepared to face the tribulation. Gulp. What if I don't open them all? The demon god said, if you don't open all the Dao locks, you'd better do it no more than 10 times. Every time you open a Dao lock, it will be more difficult to seal it again. If you do it too many times, you will find it difficult to recondense the Dao locks. Han Fei thought that it was enough. This opportunity was very big and what he needed now. Although the power he could use essentially hadn't changed, his ultimate combat power had undergone a thorough change. Han Fei rose quickly. Thank you for this opportunity, Senior Demon God. However, the demon god said, these opportunities are a little compensation for you for the time being. Now, you can enter the Soul Sea. Before Han Fei could well experience the 5 Dao locks, the demon god was about to let him take action. However, the demon god's help this time did save him a lot of time. In the past, Han Fei didn't care about whether he had a Dao lock or not, because he knew that it was too difficult for him to reach the extreme of the extreme Dao. Therefore, he didn't know when he could condense the first Dao lock. Besides, at that time, Han Fei knew that as long as he didn't open the so-called Dao locks, he was only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen a god. He looked no different from an ordinary person except that he was a young man with a decent look. The physical heart of the demon god Phantom was beating at this moment. Every time it beat, there was an electric-like light, turning into countless electric currents in the Phantom's body and drawing out an extremely complicated spiritual heritage map. This situation didn't slowly stop until 100 seconds later. Although Han Fei couldn't understand it, it was probably the heart of the demon god circulating the spiritual heritage of his soul body. It wasn't until 100 seconds later that the demon god said, there are still great secrets in the Soul Sea. I don't even know the level involved now. You were quite lucky to be able to escape this time. In a short period of time, don't enter the Soul Sea. Han Fei nodded and cupped his hands. Congratulations on obtaining dual spiritual heritages, Senior Demon God. The demon god nodded slightly. Yes. The acquired spiritual heritage and the born spiritual heritage can't be compared. Dual spiritual heritage is the foundation of the Tao of extreme balance. Now, in this world, only you and I have dual spiritual heritage. However, I need your help with one more thing. Han Fei said, please tell me, Senior Demon God. As long as I can do it, I will try my best. The phantom of the demon god's soul curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. This matter is equally troublesome. If you complete this matter, I can help you unconditionally once. In addition, I can give you a divine technique I created. This technique can only be practiced by cultivators of the Tao of extreme balance. It's called Ragnarok. Han Fei. For a moment, Han Fei couldn't imagine what kind of divine technique this was. Only those who cultivated the Tao of extreme balance could practice it. Didn't it mean that only he and the demon god could use it in this world? Oh no. Green Lotus and Red Lotus could also use it. Wasn't this a divine technique created by the demon god for the Tao of extreme balance? However, even such a divine technique had to be taught to him. It seemed that the matter that needed his help couldn't be simple. In fact, he didn't contribute much to the trip to the Soul Sea. It was mainly because the demon god was awesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save his soul body. However, it was indeed dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed. Therefore, although Han Fei was curious and wanted the divine technique, he could only ask, "Thank you, Senior Demon God. But what kind of help do you need?" The demon god said, "There's no hurry. You can consider it after hearing it. Before that, let me ask you, do you know the origin of the God-Fiend Sea?" Han Fei said, "It's said that many people tried to walk the Tao of extreme balance in the past, but because they didn't have the conditions to cultivate this path, they mutated one after another. They were called demons by the strong masters of the sea realm, and everyone called this Tao the demonic Tao. Because of the mutation, cultivators of this Tao changed their temperament and became cruel and bloodthirsty, which was intolerable to the strong masters of the sea realm. Therefore, some strong masters established the God-Fiend Sea, suppressing all cultivators of this Tao in it." The demon god smiled faintly. "Well, the rumors are entirely wrong. However, do you know who established the God-Fiend Sea?" Han Fei shook his head, but suddenly looked up at the demon god. From what he said, something didn't seem right. The demon god nodded slightly. "It's me. Han Fei." Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. No wonder the demon god asked him this question. It turned out that he was the one who created the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei wasn't stupid. The demon god created the God-Fiend Sea to suppress these people. The demon god must have found that the further one went down this path, the greater the problem would be. If it weren't for the people with dual spiritual heritages, these people might have become disasters when they grew up, so he had no choice but to set up a place like the God-Fiend Sea. The demon god didn't care what Han Fei thought. He just said, "Since you have seen Mystic Marshal, you should know that there are many top powerhouses suppressed in the God-Fiend Sea, even including many great monarchs. The God-Fiend Sea alone can't suppress them. Therefore, I guard the God-Fiend Sea with my own body." Han Fei couldn't help but look at the heart of the demon god. He seemed to guess what the demon god wanted him to do. The demon god nodded. "That's right. This favor is to take my god heart to the God-Fiend Sea. Only when my two spiritual heritages are combined can I become a real god and give all the strong masters suppressed in it another way out." Han Fei didn't speak, but waited for the demon god to continue. If he just needed to send the demon god's heart over, it shouldn't make the demon god pay such a huge price. An unconditional attack and a divine technique shouldn't be so easy to obtain. Sure enough, the demon god continued, "However, this trip is not simple. When I fused with the Tao in the God-bearing ridge, although I eventually became a god, the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate me. the heavenly Tao didn't stop after the divine tribulation and tried to kill me. As a last resort, I killed my demon body and sealed myself. Today, since I haven't fused my two spiritual seas, I'm still an anomaly in the eyes of this world. Therefore, I can't appear directly in the sea realm. Han Fei had a bad feeling. If he couldn't directly appear in the sea realm, how could he send his heart to the God-fiend sea? Han Fei asked, Senior, do you mean parasition? The demon god said, that's right. My heart will parasitize your body and seal itself to the greatest extent, preventing the heavenly Tao from sensing it. However, even if I hide myself, my luck will affect you, so during this period, you might be plagued with misfortune. It's not that the heavenly Tao wants to kill you. It's just that the rules of the world will spontaneously purify and eliminate the power that he can't control. Therefore, before you send my heart to the God-fiend sea, you can only rely on yourself. I can't help you. Otherwise, I might be able to survive, but I'm afraid you won't be able to survive the divine punishment. Plagued with misfortune? Divine punishment. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this opportunity was not easy to get. Han Fei asked timidly, Senior Demon God, how great is this misfortune? The demon god said, I'll be hiding in your body, so the heavenly Tao will take you as a variable. The misfortune is naturally directed at you. As for the misfortune, it's naturally based on your strength, but it won't be too great. Most likely, the danger comes from the sky-opening realm. But if the power of the sky-opening realm doesn't work on you, the strong masters in the monarch realm will probably attack you. However, the monarchs who attacked you shouldn't be too strong. After all, this misfortune will be produced according to your strength. They will at most be as strong as the rod in your hand. This is also why I let you cultivate 5 Tao locks in advance. The stronger you are, the safer you will be. After a pause, the demon god said, of course, if you can get the people from the Void Temple to help you, this matter will be very simple. Han Fei immediately shook his head. I don't want to trouble my senior brothers and sisters. The demon god didn't say anything. He seemed to know a little about the Void Temple. Han Fei was unwilling, because there were only 3 chances in total. Their value was no worse than the demon god's unconditional help. Han Fei calculated in his heart. If there would only be sky openers blocking him, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. But if the enemy's strength was at Liu Qianxi's level, to be honest, it would be difficult to deal with them. Although he had condensed 5 Tao locks, the Tao locks couldn't be opened, so his combat power was no different from before. Therefore, it was still quite dangerous if he met someone of Liu Qianxi's level. It was a coincidence that he could capture Liu Qianxi, and he also fought with all his strength. But in reality, most of the time, it was impossible for him to fight with all his strength. That would only let others take advantage of him. However, the only consolation was that if he captured Liu Qianxi, he would have one more monarch-level combat power. Han Fei, if that's the case, I can give it a try. Han Fei thought that the distance from the western mining area to the northern mining area was actually not long. It would only take a few months for him to cover this distance. Then it would take him at most a month to enter the God-fiend Sea from the northern mining area. 2 months would be enough in total. Han Fei calculated that it might also take some time if accidents happened. The demon god smiled faintly. If it were before, he would have been worried. that something would happen to Han Fei, but after hearing that Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, he no longer had any concerns. Since Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, coupled with the Void Temple's way of doing things, he felt that the probability of Han Fei falling into a life-or-death situation was 0. The demon god said, "Come forward." With the attention of the eldest senior brother, Han Fei was not afraid. When he came to the demon god, he saw the phantom of the demon god's soul body immediately disperse into a wisp of smoke and enter the beating heart. In the next moment, the heart swooshed into Han Fei's body, where Han Fei's heart was located, as if he had been possessed. Han Fei was about to investigate, when suddenly a wave of fresh air rushed into his mind. In the next moment, countless complicated mystic runes appeared and disappeared in his mind. Soon, information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Ragnarok, unrated. Introduction: This is a technique created by the demon god that can both attack the body and the soul. It can combine power with the spirit and intensify the two, giving birth to the chaotic origin power. It can cut gods, destroy all things, and shatter great Taos and laws. This technique can apply to any combat technique, giving it the characteristic of killing both the body and the soul, and double the user's combat power. It can also independently launch an attack, destroying gods and killing demons. Deduction cost, cannot be deduced. Effect, killing both the body and the soul. Note, this technique is restricted to those who cultivate the Tao of extreme balance. If others cultivate it, they will suffer a backlash. A divine technique, killing both the body and the soul? Han Fei was shocked. Earlier, only when his young soul left his body and combined with the god-slaying boxing gloves, could he achieve the effect of killing both the body and the soul. But that was only powerful before the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Above the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, there were actually many people who had young souls. Although their young souls weren't as strong as his, they had young souls. Anyway, although he could still use the transcendent power of killing both the body and the soul, the effect would be greatly reduced on a true powerhouse. However, Ragnarok was different. It had completely created a third power. This chaotic origin power could allow any combat technique and killing technique to carry the characteristics of killing both the body and the soul. It didn't even need the young soul to leave the body. This power could even shatter the laws of the great Tao. This was the most important. It was fine that this divine technique could break the power of the great Tao. But it could even break the power of laws. That shocked him. Didn't it mean that he would have the power to fight monarchs? Han Fei was sure that this technique was definitely the strongest divine technique he had seen so far. In the early stages, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique might be comparable to it, but the significance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique lay in healing and recovery. This technique lay in killing. In the later stages, the strong self-recovery was very strong. And the advantages of the Ragnarok would be especially obvious. This was a divine technique that would become stronger as one progressed. The voice of the demon god sounded in Han Fei's mind. I suggest that you master the Ragnarok here, or between the monarch tombs outside before leaving. In this range, the heavenly Tao can't see through your anomaly. Once you enter the outer sand sea, misfortune will follow. Han Fei said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior demon god." The demon god, by the way, there are two things I need to remind you of. Firstly, because only cultivators focusing on the Tao of extreme balance can Cultivate Ragnarok, it's very easy for you to get started. Although you can stay here for a period of time, don't stay too long. Without my soul power to support you, the baleful demons and mutated mind demons here will riot soon. And this place will become a battlefield, and then there's no point for you to stay here. Secondly, while I'm in your body, you can't enter your origin star. Nor can you make any changes in appearance and look. You have to be mentally prepared. I can't disguise myself? The demon god said, I'm not hiding in your heart, but in your body. In your bones, blood, and luck, only by completely imitating everything about you can I avoid the detection of the heavenly Tao. Han Fei frowned. In that case, wouldn't his secrets be all exposed? As if understanding what Han Fei was thinking, the demon god said, I can't know everything about you. Spiritual heritage is endless. It's impossible for me to know all of it. Besides, you have an extremely powerful soul-suppressing godly weapon and the mark of the Void Temple. I won't pry into your soul. As for the rest, even if I don't possess you, I can see through you at a glance. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. It was fine as long as he could still keep his secrets. Even his bloodline could grow and wouldn't remain the same. Senior, can I enter other people's origin stars? The demon god said, if that person has already died, yes. Understood. Then I have no more questions. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the demon god fell silent as if it had disappeared from his body. He definitely needed to cultivate the Ragnarok. This divine technique was too powerful. It could double his strength without opening the Tao locks. Furthermore, it had the characteristics of killing both the body and the soul. It could also break laws. If he didn't cultivate it well in advance, he would be an idiot. Han Fei wasn't surprised that he couldn't enter his origin star. Even if he could, he didn't want to enter. What if the demon god descended and his origin star couldn't withstand the power of the god and collapsed? Ah. Are we out? At the moment when the demon god disappeared, Lu Chanxi trembled in Han Fei's hand and made a sound. Lu Chanxi's first reaction was to look around, but it didn't seem to be the monarch graveyard, but an unknown cave. Lu Chanxi asked, where is this? Is the god still alive? Have you seen the god? Buzz. While Lu Chanxi asked curiously, the space where Han Fei was began to tremble violently. The rocks fell and were about to collapse. Han Fei said, shut up. After that, Han Fei grabbed Lu Chanxi and took a step back. This was a simple passage. With one step, Han Fei crossed the void outside the mountain peak he came from. With another step, he appeared on the mountain. Swish. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow also rushed out of Han Fei's body. The three of them saw that the huge statue opposite them had collapsed, and the mountain under their feet had already begun to tremble. The Emperor Sparrow, this world is collapsing. Let's go. The road was above their heads. Han Fei jumped and appeared on the monarch graveyard in the next moment. And the small hill under their feet didn't show any abnormality. It seemed that the collapse of the inverse world wouldn't affect this place. When Han Fei saw the Emperor Sparrow come out, the first thing he did was ask, did anything happen there after I left the Soul Sea? The Emperor Sparrow, no. After you came out, the water cage there collapsed. I originally wanted to take you away, but you left very quickly, so I took Little Black and Little White away from that place. By the way, Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep. They swallowed a lot of power and probably won't wake up for hundreds of years. However, I have already taken them into your origin star. Hundreds of years will pass in a flash. Let them sleep. Han Fei was immediately relieved. It was good that he was fine. He had thought that something had happened in the Soul Sea. Fortunately, the Emperor Sparrow was smart enough to escape from that place. Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep. This was a small matter. Staying on his origin star for hundreds of years would only take a few years. At most in reality. However, during this trip to the God-Fiend Sea, they might not wake up. Han Fei said, "All right, don't you already have 3 Dao locks? You can take advantage of this period of time to hunt the baleful demons and condense 5 Dao locks." The Emperor Sparrow, huh? You're so casual. Did the demon god just let you go? Han Fei said, "Senior demon god asked me for help in the first place. There's no reason for him to keep me there." The Emperor Sparrow tilted his head and looked at Han Fei, seeming to understand something. After leaving that place, Han Fei still maintained the respectful title for the demon god, and considering the collapse of the inverse world just now, the Emperor Sparrow was rendered speechless. Son of A. B****, is the demon god now residing in Han Fei's body? Seeing Han Fei nod imperceptibly, the Emperor Sparrow shut up and stopped talking about the demon god. Although he had the pride of a great monarch, he was not a god after all, and he couldn't ignore the existence of a god. Lu Qianxi was the only one who was stunned. He had no idea what Han Fei did. All he knew was that Han Fei mutated into a monster and then changed back as if nothing had ever happened. 1 month later. In the sky above a monarch tomb in the monarch graveyard, there was a fierce battle. A group of 70 or 80 baleful demons were fighting in groups. Whoever was defeated would quickly be devoured by other baleful demons. The Emperor Sparrow occasionally swept across and killed his way into the battlefield, killing a baleful demon from time to time. On the other side, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged and Colonel Lu Qianxi stood behind Han Fei and protected him. At this moment, 2 baleful demons discovered their location and immediately rushed over. Lu Qianxi was about to attack, when Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and flicked his finger, and a saber beam shot out. Pooh! 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 The bodies of the 2 baleful demons cracked, and their souls were directly annihilated. Lu Qianxi looked at Han Fei in shock. "Have you finished your cultivation?" Han Fei got up, his body crackling. He warmed up a little, looked at the 2 dead baleful demons, and said indifferently, "How has the situation been recently?" Lu Qianxi said, "It's terrible. Since the demonic sound disappeared, all the baleful demons here seem to have gone crazy. They actually began to kill and devour each other. I think if they continue to devour each other, a monarch-level baleful demon will appear soon." "Oh no, according to Lord Emperor Sparrow, there seem to already be monarch-level baleful demons here." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Oh? Where? Where is it?" Lu Qianxi was lost for words. "What are you going to do?" Han Fei grinned. "Of course to meet them." Lu Qianxi. After a while, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi found the Emperor Sparrow in the monarch graveyard. When Han Fei arrived, the Emperor Sparrow was like a thief, stealing a baleful demon killed by other baleful demons with 1 claw. Han Fei saw red light flashing on the King Sparrow's body. Clearly, it was swallowing the power of this baleful demon with the fiend-eating divine technique. Seeing that Han Fei had come, the Emperor Sparrow glanced at him. Is it over? In the past few days, it has been completely chaotic here. Not only have all the baleful demons begun to kill each other, but they have also crossed the border to kill. So far, a monarch realm baleful demon has been born. I think you'd better leave early. It just so happens that my fourth Dao lock is about to be successfully condensed. Han Fei knew that the Emperor Sparrow proposed this for his sake. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Although Han Fei had Lu Chanxi protecting him, 2 fists couldn't resist 4 hands. If there were thousands of baleful demons besieging him, Lu Chanxi wouldn't be able to resist them. Han Fei said, "No hurry. Is the baleful aura here so intense? As a primordial ancient land, there's no place more suitable for you to cultivate. Since you've condensed your 4th Dao lock, you might as well condense the 5th one at once. Let's go find that monarch-level baleful demon." Huh? The Emperor Sparrow was taken aback for a moment. Was Han Fei crazy? Of course not. He knew Han Fei very well. Without absolute confidence, Han Fei wouldn't let himself fall into despair. Furthermore, Han Fei seemed to be determined to take down the monarch-level baleful demon, which made the Emperor Sparrow a little uncertain. The Emperor Sparrow asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." The Emperor Sparrow looked at him deeply. "Come with me." They passed 7 or 8 monarch tombs, and finally came to a very large monarch tomb. This was the tomb of an immortal-level powerhouse. At this moment, in the sky above the tomb, there seemed to be only one baleful demon absorbing the laws and Dao runes of this place. There was no second baleful demon. When Han Fei and the others arrived, the baleful demon immediately cast its gaze over. The Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei curiously. He was not worried that something would happen to Han Fei. After all, Lu Chanxi was around. Lu Chanxi also looked at Han Fei curiously, thinking that this person was definitely not here to seek death. It seemed that Han Fei had achieved a lot in cultivation in the past month. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find the monarch-level baleful demon. Han Fei said, "Lu Chanxi, if I don't speak, don't help me for the time being." Okay. Lu Chanxi was also curious why Han Fei was so confident. In the next moment, Han Fei stepped in the air, his fingers floated in the air, and all great Daos in one sword burst out. However, at this moment, there was an unknown power on all great Daos in one sword. The baleful demon seemed to have mastered the law of fire. Han Fei even felt that he had recovered some of his consciousness. As the baleful demon waved its hand, 3,000 flames shot over. Puff. 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 However, when the 3,000 flames touched all great Daos in one sword, they were all distinguished, and none of them could shake the sword. Huh. Lu Chanxi exclaimed, "This move can cut apart the power of laws? Why didn't I feel it before?" Only the Emperor Sparrow knew that this was a power given to Han Fei by the demon god, a power that could cut apart laws. The baleful demon pushed forward with one hand and grabbed at all great Daos in one sword, trying to crush it. However, when he held the all great Daos in one sword with one hand, his entire hand was easily severed like tofu. Not only that, after the power of this sword cut off one of the baleful demon's hands, the arm also exploded. As the saying went, kill the enemy while he's weak. The first strike was to catch the baleful demon off guard. Everything had to be based on actual combat. Han Fei activated his great Dao and the invincible fist burst out, turning the sky above the monarch tomb into a sea of fire. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. After fighting for 100 seconds, the baleful devil's body was badly mutilated and its soul body was completely destroyed. Endless baleful intent surged violently in this place. Bang! In the end, Han Fei blasted the remnant body of the baleful demon with a punch. He looked down at his fist and muttered, "Although I can suppress it head on, it will take some time for me to break it if the other party only wants to use the law to suppress me. It should be at least 30% more difficult to beat the enemy if I face a real person. However, there is a lot of room for improvement in my Ragnarok. It will only be stronger in the future. Now I should be able to face a Tao prover head-on." Han Fei smiled. He had finally made it to this point. Seeing that Han Fei solved a monarch realm baleful demon so easily, Lu Qianxi and the Emperor Sparrow were both shocked. Lu Qianxi exclaimed, "How is it possible? This is a monarch realm baleful demon. How could it have been killed by you so easily?" Han Fei chuckled. Its foundation was not solid, it couldn't control its strength well, and its power of the law was only operating out of instinct. Besides, it only advanced into the monarch realm for a short time. Lu Qianxi said, "Even so, it shouldn't be so easy, right?" The Emperor Sparrow took a deep look at Han Fei. "You seem to have mastered some power that can break the law?" Han Fei nodded. "I obtained some opportunities on this trip, so I use this baleful demon to practice. However, there's still a huge gap between this baleful demon and a real Tao prover. Its strength is only about 1/3 of Lu Qianxi's." Although Han Fei said that this baleful demon was weak, in the eyes of Lu Qianxi and the Emperor Sparrow, this was a little pretentious. The Emperor Sparrow was better than Lu Qianxi, because he knew that Han Fei had made a deal with a god, so he would definitely gain something. However, he didn't expect Han Fei's gains to be so great. Han Fei said, "Hurry up. The baleful demon should be enough for you to condense the fourth Tao lock." The Emperor Sparrow didn't hesitate. It swooped over and devoured the power. After only an hour, the phantom of a Tao lock appeared on the Emperor Sparrow. Again. This situation lasted for about half an hour. At this point, the fourth Tao lock was finally formed. Han Fei said, "We'll stay here for a while longer. In the meantime, I'll help you condense the fifth Tao lock. It might be dangerous after we get out." "Dangerous?" Before he finished, Lu Qianxi asked in surprise, "Danger again?" Lu Qianxi felt that this trip to the Circle of Death was dangerous enough. If exploring the location of a god was dangerous, what level of danger would Han Fei encounter next? Half a month later. With the help of Han Fei and Lu Qianxi, the Emperor Sparrow didn't disappoint them and quickly condensed the fifth Tao lock. Originally, condensing a Tao lock didn't seem to be a difficult task for the Emperor Sparrow, so everything happened naturally. From now on, there might still be some opportunities in the monarch graveyard, such as digging up the chaotic spiritual earth or even some hidden secret treasures, but Han Fei was no longer interested. The baleful demons here were completely out of control and had already begun to fight crazily across regions on a large scale. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, more than one monarch realm baleful demons would appear here. If they were given some time to consolidate their strength, it Might only take decades for the mind devils here to stabilize their strength. At the Tao-proving level. Perhaps 100 years later, a baleful demon at the carefree level would appear here. However, Han Fei didn't have time to wait here, and he didn't have to wait here either. Even if a baleful demon reached the carefree level, he couldn't hunt it. Even if he could hunt it, what was the point of hunting a carefree level baleful demon? Therefore, Han Fei left without hesitation. Besides, there was no demonic sound here anymore. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. After leaving the God-burying ridge and returning to the circle of death, as Han Fei expected, there was also a problem with the mind demons here. Almost all the mind demons went crazy. Bang! 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 As soon as Han Fei and the others came out, they felt consecutive tremors. It was the remnant power of the law of strength. Lu Qianxi said, "Not good. The circle of death is a mess too." Lu Qianxi looked at Han Fei. He knew the source of all the changes was Han Fei. This forbidden place that had existed for countless years had changed. Because of him. Swish. Swish. As soon as Han Fei and the others came out, a dense wind blade rolled up between the heavens and earth. However, these wind blades were no longer as simple as the great Tao of wind. The wind blades here were clearly products of the law of wind. Han Fei raised his hand, and the infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and rushed out. The faint gray fog surged on it, and the infinity water easily cut through these wind blades. Lu Qianxi shouted, "It's the monarch realm wind bird I met in the past. I'm no match for it here." Upon hearing this, Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "I haven't even left the circle of death, and I've already encountered a monarch realm mind demon?" Nothing happened on the way he came. Apart from meeting Lu Qianxi, he didn't even see the shadow of a monarch realm mind demon. However, when he left, they suddenly appeared out of nowhere as if they had been waiting on his way to go out for a long time. Lu Qianxi said, "Are we going to fight them? I think we should be able to take them down if we join forces." "Take my ass. Let's go." Han Fei didn't fight anymore. The demon god had warned him that he would be plagued by bad luck if he left here. The rules of the heavenly Tao would discover his abnormality and cause some bad luck to happen to him. The difficulty of this bad luck shouldn't be so strong from the beginning. At the beginning, it should only be the danger of the sky-opening realm. He didn't want to kill a monarch as soon as he came up. If the rules of the heavenly Tao felt that he was too strong, the bad luck they would arrange for him would rise to the monarch realm. That would be fun. Han Fei roared, "Run!" "Huh? Run?" Lu Qianxi didn't know what to say. Wasn't this guy always domineering? When he fought her, he seemed to have gone crazy and burst out with infinite fighting intent. Why did he start running the moment he encountered this wind bird? However, since Han Fei was running, he certainly wouldn't stay here to fight. In the next moment, Han Fei had stepped on Lu Qianxi's head and urged him, "Run. Don't just stand there." Lu Qianxi? Lu Qianxi couldn't have felt worse. "Aren't we running away? Why do you have to slack off even when you're running away? Why do you have to step on me and urge me to run?" Lu Qianxi felt that he had known Han Fei well. This guy was clearly exploiting him. He felt that he had been captured by him with unknown means. And then he used him as he pleased. He had never met such a shameless person. in his life. But he had no choice. He could only use his two disc-shaped feet to start, sprinting crazily. In terms of speed alone, Lu Qianxi was naturally incomparable to the monarch. Realm Wind Bird. Seeing that the wind bird was chasing him, Han Fei stepped on Lu Qianxi's head and said, "Stop him." Lu Qianxi said, "But I'm running away." Han Fei stomped his feet. "I told you to attack, so attack. From today on, if you encounter any Monarch Realm enemy, you attack. When you really can't resist them, I'll consider attacking." Lu Qianxi almost burst into tears. She had never seen anyone exploit someone so hard. "You can do it too, but you don't want to do anything. You're such a jerk." However, Han Fei was his master. Lu Qianxi had no choice but to let out his black hair and stir the sky. Clank, clank, clank. Bang. 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 Han Fei saw it clearly. The law of power that Lu Qianxi mastered was actually not much different from the law of wind of this wind bird. It was just that the environment of the circle of death allowed the wind bird to borrow the law of wind here at any time, so the other party could suppress Lu Qianxi. But it didn't matter. When the two were of the same realm and strength, if one of them wanted to run, it would be very difficult for the other to kill the other party. The chase and interception lasted less than 6 hours. Lu Qianxi screamed, "Can't you help me?" Han Fei said casually, "If you don't temper yourself through life and death crises, how can you become a strong master? Lu Qianxi, you have dominated the stormy quicksand sea for too long, which obliterated your fighting spirit. Now, I'm going to help you get your fighting spirit back." Lu Qianxi said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." At this moment, Han Fei and the others happened to encounter a battle of more than 200 demonized mine demons. Han Fei naturally wouldn't care about this. But who would have expected that when Lu Qianxi passed by here, he suddenly pulled his hair and jumped up. And under the sea of sand, a gigantic head suddenly appeared. A sandworm? Another Monarch Realm mine demon? Han Fei's face changed slightly. The heads of the sandworms he had seen in the past were their mouths that were densely packed with tens of thousands of teeth. But this one had mouths in its mouth and instantly soared into the sky, trying to hunt. From its super big mouth, 2 more big mouths extended out in a row, and the outermost one covered a range of hundreds of kilometers in an instant. If it weren't for Lu Qianxi's quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by now. Han Fei said, "Emperor Sparrow." Frenzying eye. The Emperor Sparrow knew Han Fei very well. After leaving the god-burying ridge, he had sensed Han Fei's desire not to attack. Otherwise, with Han Fei's personality, the wind bird chasing behind him would have been killed by him long ago. Why did he not attack, risking being beaten? At this moment, the Monarch Realm sandworm appeared. Seeing that Han Fei still had no intention of attacking, the Emperor Sparrow helped. However, the target of the frenzying eye was not the sandworm, but the wind bird behind them. Earlier, he had wanted to take action, but Han Fei refused. Now it seemed that Han Fei wanted to preserve his combat power. Swish, swish. Lu Qianxi was like Spider-Man, crazily jumping and walking in the sand. Fortunately, there was no demonic sound on the way back. Although there was the law of wind blocking them, the stormy quicksand sea was right in front of them. Han Fei was calculating the time. In 100 seconds, they would appear in the storm quicksand sea. But while Han Fei was calculating with his fingers, the sand sea began to shake more and more violently, and Han Fei didn't spit until thousands of demonized mine demons seemed to be charging at him. F***ck. Even if it's bad luck, it shouldn't be like this, right? Thousands of demonized mine demons and windbirds rushed at them. Their target was not Han Fei or Lu Qianxi, and their strength was not in the monarch realm. Judging from the direction of their sprint, they were clearly aiming at the center of the circle of death, but they happened to bump into Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. However, Han Fei knew that coincidence hid necessity. This was his bad luck. Han Fei asked, Lu Qianxi, can you rush over? Lu Qianxi's face kept changing. Can't you help? I can rush over, but it will waste our time. There is still the big sandworm and the windbird behind us. Once they catch up, it will be easy for them to surround us. Wait, why do I feel that something is wrong? The sea of sand is so big. Why are there so many mine demons along our route? Han Fei said, take a guess. Han Fei took out the extreme cold pearl, thinking that this wouldn't be considered his own strength, would it? The two sides almost collided head-on. The extreme cold pearl was pushed forward, and in an instant, the extremely cold power of the carefree level swept out, freezing the 3,000 kilometers of sky. Even the rushing mine demons froze. Lu Qianxi knew the power of the extreme cold pearl, but the great Tao of wind was stronger here, so the extreme cold pearl could only last for 1 second at most before shattering. However, 1 second was enough. Tens of thousands of strands of Lu Qianxi's hair burst out at the same time, grabbing the frozen mine demons in an instant. With the pull of these nearly 1,000 mine demons, their speed burst to the speed of light. Han Fei saw a green gas barrier in front of Lu Qianxi, but it was quickly shattering. With a thought from Han Fei, the star sea mystic sand appeared in front of Lu Qianxi. Ka. When the star sea mystic sand shattered, Lu Qianxi had already passed these demonized mine demons. Lu Qianxi complained in his heart. Han Fei had so many means, but he only attacked once at such a critical moment. He was speechless. Bang! Boom! Behind him, the sandworm had arrived and swallowed countless demonized mine demons with its giant mouth, but its steps had been stopped. Another moment later, when Lu Qianxi saw the storm quicksand sea, he almost burst into tears. He had never felt so close to the storm quicksand sea before. Puff! A man, a tree, and a bird broke through the quicksand sea and rushed into it. However, when the three of them appeared in the storm quicksand sea, they saw countless fish heads moving, and a dense mass of mine demons that looked like manta rays were opening their mouths and swallowing something. Lu Qianxi was stunned, so was Han Fei. The Emperor Sparrow entered Han Fei's body. F***ck. I haven't even left the wind circle yet. On the other side of the stormy quicksand sea, in the wind circle, Wang Xiaojiu and the others were eating clams in a cave under the sea of sand. Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan were cultivating at turtle speed. Suddenly, Huang Ergu sniffed, feeling that something was wrong. Wang Lanlan asked, "What are you sniffing? Is my clam not delicious enough?" Huang Ergu frowned and said, "I feel that something is wrong. My sense of smell seems to have become much clearer all of a sudden. It doesn't make sense. My range of smell in the wind circle shouldn't be so far." Wang Xiaojiu said, "Imperceptible pretentiousness is the most annoying. Ergu, you've been corrupted." Huang Erge said, I'm not joking with you. I really feel that something is wrong. The next moment, Sha Diao frowned. It does seem a little different. I seem to sense the smell of treasure again. Immediately, Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan exclaimed, again. What level is it? Can we handle it? Otherwise, I would have discovered it long ago. Sha Diao said, don't be hasty. I think something is wrong. My perception range wasn't this far before. Let's go out and take a look. When they came to the wind circle, Wang Xiaojiu looked around for a while. Is there a difference? No, the sandstorm is so strong. Let's go back to our nest and sleep with the heavenly law jade essence, okay? Wang Lanlan nodded in agreement. That's right. I also think that with the resources we have now, we don't need to hunt treasure. Why don't we use up the heavenly Tao jade essence and the divine crystals in our hands first? Perhaps Lord Han Fei will come back by then. At that time, let's hunt treasures with him. No. Sha Diao suddenly said, something is wrong. The great Tao of wind in the wind circle seems to have weakened a little. Although it's very small, I can feel it. Huang Ergu also said, that's right. I've accurately located the nearby wind demons. Although the distance isn't very long, I'm certain that the great Tao of wind is not that strong. Really? Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan were stunned. They didn't feel anything. Sha Diao said, all right, we're already out, and 3 years have passed, but you haven't even had a year of combat experience. You're all sleeping lazily. Especially Wang Lanlan. With so many heavenly Tao jade essence and divine crystals, you only condensed a second Tao lock. Don't you feel ashamed? Wang Lanlan patted her belly and said, it's not embarrassing at all. It's an honor. It took me more than 1,000 years to break through from the perfected star transformation realm to having the first Tao lock. It's only been 3 years, and I've already condensed a second Tao lock. Isn't it fast enough? Sha Diao, that's because you didn't have so many resources before. Now that the resources are in place, with the accumulation of the past 2,000 years, you should have at least 3 Tao locks now. When Master Han Fei comes back, I'll see how you explain it. Wang Lanlan thought about Han Fei and felt a little guilty. She said, all right. Then I'll work overtime today and cultivate for a day. 9 days passed. In the wind circle, Sha Diao ran to a treasure trove. This time, it was not as dangerous as last time. They simply dug into a small ancient ruin and gained a lot. At this moment, they were distributing resources in the sand. Sha Diao said, you've sensed the anomaly in the storm ridge recently. The intensity of the wind in the storm ridge is getting weaker and weaker day by day. So far, it has dropped by 20%. Wang Lanlan, you must have guessed what this means, right? While guarding the treasure, Wang Lanlan said, logically speaking, only changes inside the wind circle can weaken the external power of the wind circle. I'm afraid that Master Han Fei did something unknown there and might have destroyed the stability of the wind circle. But this is good. Firstly, it means that Master Han Fei is still inside the wind circle. Secondly, it's much more convenient for us to find and hunt wind demons and dig up treasures. Before, the wind circle was not suitable for early-stage star transformation realm cultivators to come in. Now, it's not impossible. Huang Ergu asked, then should we go to the storm quicksand sea to take a look? What if something happens there too? Wang Xiaojiu asked, how dare you go in if something is wrong there? Sha Diao said, I don't think it's a problem to take a look. Anyway, it's cultivation. It doesn't matter where we go. 3 days later. In the wind circle, a large dark mass of wind birds and wind conchs marched in the direction of the storm quicksand sea. This day. Bang! A violent explosion sounded in the wind circle, and then it was swept away by the strong wind and disappeared. And at the place of the explosion, 4 ferocious beasts jumped out from under the sea of sand. Several sandworms came out with them. Furthermore, the sand below collapsed and then rose high, and dozens of sandworms jumped out at once. Wang Xiaojiu shouted angrily, Huang Ergu, look at your stupid idea. Isn't it comfortable to stay outside the wind circle? Huh? Isn't your nose very sharp? Why can't you smell the sandworms? Because I smelled a lot of wind demons. They were so close and so many that I couldn't recognize them. Wang Lanlan said, who are you fooling? There aren't so many. Ah. At this moment, Wang Lanlan screamed, Holish *T, why are there so many of them? At this time everybody looked back, only to see that on the surface of the sea of sand, a swarm of sand scorpions were moving quickly with their pincers raised. Among the sand scorpions, there were occasionally some big rolling conchs, and in the sky a large army of windbirds was looming. Because there were too many mine demons here, the sandstorm was blocked, so the visibility of Wang Xiaojiu and the others was greatly improved. At this moment, many wind demons flew over with a swish when they saw Wang Xiaojiu and the others. *T. Wang Xiaojiu exclaimed, run. We've dug into the lair of the wind demons. As Wang Lanlan rushed forward, she cursed, Huang Ergu, how did you lead the way? Are you crazy? With so many wind demons here, why did you come out from here? Is there shit in your nose? Sha Diao, cut the crap and run. Only Huang Ergu said aggrievedly, I said that there was a very strong wind demon aura up above. Besides, the path I chose has the fewest wind demons. Wang Xiaojiu roared, you call this fewest? The wind demons are almost sticking to my face. Are they few? Sha Diao said, sprint to the edge of the storm quicksand sea. The wind demons never enter the storm quicksand sea. It's a vacuum there. We'll be safe there. However, half a day later. Suddenly, some wounds appeared on Wang Lanlan's face. Do you feel anything wrong? Why does this wind hurt my face? Huang Ergu suddenly roared, slow down, slow down, slow down. It's the law of wind, the power of law. However, even though Huang Ergu had reminded others very quickly, Wang Xiaojiu, who ran the fastest, was already covered in blood and mangled by the law of wind. Wang Xiaojiu looked at Huang Ergu angrily. Why didn't you tell me there is the power of laws earlier? Huang Ergu said, this place is very close to the storm quicksand sea. I thought it was the power of law in the storm quicksand sea. Who knew that the power of law in the storm quicksand sea would appear in the wind circle? Sha Diao said coldly, it seems that something big must have happened in the central area of the storm ridge. Even the power of laws has poured out. No wonder so many wind demons are here. They want to absorb the power of laws. Wang Xiaojiu was shocked. Can the power of laws be absorbed? Isn't it something that can be transformed automatically after one proves Dao? Sha Diao, that's not right. If you use the power of the law to polish yourself, you can quickly grow and become stronger. As it happens, the power of the law here isn't very strong. Wang Lanlan immediately said dejectedly, then what should we do? With the power of the law in front of us and the army of wind demons behind us, let's hurry up and dig a hole to escape? Huang Erge said, we can't run away. The underground nearby has been occupied by sandworms. Everyone, Wang Xiaojiu and the others panicked. In front of them was the storm quicksand. See, underground were sandworms, and behind them was the wind demon army. Were they being forced to enter the storm quicksand sea? At this moment, Wang Xiaojiu was still cursing, Sha Diao, it's all your fault. And Huang Ergu is retarded and stupid. Why did we come to this damn place? Now we can't go back. Sha Diao said, what's the use of cursing me now? Ergu, see if there's a way out. Huang Ergu said, there is no way out. We can only go forward against the law of wind. The power of this law shouldn't be strong. If we're slower, we can definitely withstand it. The wind demons behind us don't know any laws in the first place, so their speed will definitely slow down. So we should have a few days left. Wang Lanlan said, even if we slow down, we can only delay them for 2 days. At most. Wind demons have better adaptability. This is not the storm quicksand. See. Even if the power of the law is leaked, they can quickly adapt, so 2 days is the limit. Besides, sandworms are not affected by the law of wind, so their speed may not be slow. Once we slow down, we will probably encounter a large number of sandworms in half a day. At that time, a big battle will be inevitable. Wang Xiaojiu asked, are the 4 of us going to fight a nest of sandworms? Sha Diao said, I'll use the protection of sand to protect everyone. We don't have to slow down too much. We can probably hold on for a day. Wang Lanlan said, this is the only way now. Let's leave first. If we can't, we can enter the storm quicksand sea and see if we can find another place to come out. The 4 of them continued to go to the storm quicksand sea. However, after walking for half a day, they realized that something was wrong. This was because they found that the sand under their feet was softening and flowing. Wang Lanlan screamed, not good. The storm quicksand sea is expanding. Wang Xiaojiu said, it's over, it's over. Doesn't it mean that we are now in the range of the storm quicksand sea? Ergu, is there a way out? However, at this moment, Huang Ergu was a little stunned and stopped there. Sniffing. Wang Lanlan asked, isn't your nose very sharp? Do you have to consider this? Huang Ergu was a little puzzled. You may not believe it, but I smell master. Han Fei. Huh. Instantly, Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan's eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, where is it? Which direction? But Huang Erge didn't answer directly. Instead, he continued, at the same time, I smelled a monarch realm demon plant. Everyone? Huang Erge said solemnly, they are together. Wang Xiaojiu immediately exclaimed, did he encounter a monarch realm demon plant? Doesn't that mean it's even more dangerous on his side? Sha Diao's heart skipped a beat. Where is he? We have to go over and help. Wang Lanlan said, help my ass. A monarch realm demon plant can easily stab you to death. If you can't even take care of yourself, who can you help? Sha Diao, even if I die, so what? Huang Erge said, stop arguing. They seem to be coming towards us. Everyone? Wang Xiaojiu's hair stood on end. What? Then, isn't it over? However, Wang Lanlan said, no, our way out comes. The three of them all looked at Wang Lanlan, wondering why there was a way out. Wang Lanlan said, what do you think is behind us? Wang Xiaojiu shouted, an army of wind demons. Wang Lanlan said, that's right. The wind demon army is a death threat, but when we encounter a monarch realm demon plant, they will become our natural helpers. Lord Hanfei is not stupid. He knows our strength very well. Why did he come here? Most likely not for us, but for these wind demon army. Sha Diao's eyes lit up. Yes, that makes sense. Wang Lanlan, you're smart this time. Wang Lanlan rolled her eyes. I'm very smart all the time. Huang Ergu asked, then what should we do? Do we wait now? Wang Lanlan said, no, we should go back now, and stop close to the wind demon army. When Master Han Fei arrives and lures the monarch realm demon plant into the wind demon army, we'll take the opportunity to slip away. Sha Diao, the sandworms are faster. Once we go back, we may encounter sandworms. Wang Lanlan said, what can we do? Seize the opportunity and prepare to charge. Huang Ergu, how far away is Master Han Fei from us? Huang Ergu, it's not very far. I feel. Their smell is getting clearer and clearer. At this speed, I'm afraid they can reach here in less than an hour. Hiss. Wang Lanlan and the other two all sucked the sand in their mouths, and Wang Xiaojiu scolded, Ergu, are you stupid? Why didn't you tell me there was only an hour left? Immediately, Wang Xiaojiu and the others ran back crazily in the direction they came from. Otherwise, if they met Han Fei and that monarch realm demon plant, they would probably die. Rushing forward in the law of wind, they were inevitably injured. But although Huang Ergu was injured, he shouted that Han Fei was getting close and that they were about to meet the sandworms. Comparing the two, of course, they chose to fight the sandworms head-on. Otherwise, should they turn around and fight that monarch realm demon plant? Therefore, the four of them plunged into the sandworms. For a moment, the giant sand sea monsters stuck their sharp teeth out of the sand. Their bodies were like giant earthworms, drawing curves in the sky. Some were like arched bridges, and some were like swimming snakes, rising and falling. On the other side, Han Fei stood on the top of Lu Qianxi's body with his hands behind his back. He was thinking about what role Li Luoluo played. This time, he seemed to have made a big fuss again. With the anomaly in the God-burying ridge, a large number of baleful demons and mine demons were fighting and devouring each other. In the future, many monarch realm monsters would definitely be created. He definitely wouldn't clean up this mess, so he could only leave it to Li Luoluo. However, it was already good enough that Li Luoluo didn't cause trouble for him now. Why should she help him clean up the mess? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the stormy quicksand sea, Lu Qianxi couldn't help but sigh. I've finally escaped. It seems that I can't stay in the stormy quicksand sea anymore. I'm finally going to walk out of this sea of sand. Han Fei stomped. Why are you sighing? Don't tell me you like this damn place. Come on, rush out. When we meet up with my people, I'll take you to see how wonderful this world is. Lu Qianxi said, although we encountered 41 waves of mine demons along the way, it's actually not that much. Did you steal something from the god? Is that why these mine demons appeared? Han Fei said gloomily, I stole the heart of the god. Although I haven't been to the outside world, you can't lie to me like this. Did you come all the way here to fall in love? Han Fei shouted, shut the *CK up. Run. On this side, after killing more than 300 sandworms, Wang Xiaojiu and the other 3 were all covered in wounds. While fighting fiercely, Wang Xiaojiu muttered, Huang Ergu, haven't they arrived yet? Huang Ergu said, almost there. They'll be here soon. Wang Lanlan asked, Wang Xiaojiu, didn't you and Master Han Fei block tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone? There are only less than 1,000 sandworms, and you can't resist them? Wang Xiaojiu bit the bullet and said, nonsense, I can't resist them? If it weren't for the law of wind here affecting my performance, I could have killed all of them in minutes. Pfft. Huang Ergu's legs were scratched by the sandworms, and then he lost them. He exclaimed, not good. Come and save me. Swish. Wang Xiaojiu was helpless. He had to save his friend. He was the fastest here. Wang Lanlan, on the other hand, followed beside Sha Laosan. Sha Laosan attacked and she assisted him, so she was not injured at all. Wang Lanlan said, Ergu, be careful. If you're eaten, you'll be gone. Swish, swish. Just as Wang Lanlan shouted from afar, a few figures swept across the sky with swishes. Sha Laosan immediately shouted, not good. It's wind snakes in the perfected star transformation realm. Huang Ergu said, there are more than a dozen, no, more than 20. No, more than 30, from our side. Wang Xiaojiu was immediately angry. How many are there exactly? Huang Ergu said, 32. They must all be in the perfected star transformation realm if they're so fast. Wait, that's not right. Monarchs? They smell like monarch realm wind snakes. We've encountered a snake nest. I don't know why a snake nest would appear here. Wang Xiaojiu shouted, damn, where are the monarch realm wind snakes? Run. Sha Dia shouted, if monarchs attack us, we won't be able to escape. Wang Lanlan said, not good. The scope of the stormy quicksand sea must have expanded. Some creatures in the wind circle have been teleported here. Snake nests are rare to appear. Why did they appear here? By the way, where is Master Han Fei? Huang Ergu, 5. Wang Xiaojiu asked, 5? 5 seconds? Huang Ergu said, 4. Everyone. Wang Xiaojiu shouted, Master Han Fei, help. In fact, in the current situation of Wang Xiaojiu and the others, it was not the time to save their lives. Even if the sandworms and the wind snakes joined forces, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for a few seconds. The main reason was that the monarch realm wind snakes frightened him. Puff. 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 Although Wang Xiaojiu shouted, he was already moving in the air, leaving claw marks all over the sky. But after this roar, everyone keenly sensed that an extremely dangerous power appeared. Puff. 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 A mass of black hair covered the sky. In an instant, the hundreds of mining demons besieging Han Fei and the others were pierced by these black hairs and intertwined. Then, Wang Xiaojiu and the others saw that those sandworms were pulled out of the sand by hundreds of black hairs. Then, the water droplet like thing on the black hairs turned into a piece of skin and wrapped the sandworms up. It was the same case for the wind snakes. Although they were all in the perfected star transformation realm, the 32 wind snakes were all tied up in an instant, clearing the mine demons around Wang Xiaojiu and the others. Huh? Well. Seeing this scene, Huang Erge said in surprise, Master Han Fei is here. In the next moment, in the sandstorm, Wang Xiaojiao and the others saw Han Fei standing on a bamboo pole, with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, looking quite sage-like. However, before they could exclaim in surprise, a huge wind snake chased over. Immediately, Huang Erge's expression changed drastically. A monarch realm. Wind snake. Then, Huang Erge looked at the bamboo pole under Han Fei's feet, and his heart was in turmoil. A monarch realm demon plant? The wind snake spread its wings and spewed out extremely cold wind. Then, 32 wind snakes in the perfected star transformation realm were dragged to block behind Han Fei by the black hair. Bang! 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 For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sand-sea wind circle. It was actually the monarch realm wind snake that killed all the perfected star transformation realm wind snakes. Without giving Wang Xiaojiao and the others time to be shocked, Han Fei reached out and pulled them all back. He pointed at Lu Qianxi and said, "Take the 4 of them." Dozens of strands of hair rolled into green vines and tied the 4 of them up. Then, the 4 of them were sent flying in the air behind Han Fei like kites. Lu Qianxi said, "Not everyone can stand on me. They should be glad that I can make them fly." Han Fei didn't care as long as he could take them away. As for how to take them, whether they stood or flew, it didn't matter. After all, it was most important to survive. Han Fei turned around and said casually, "Why are you here?" Wang Lanlan said, "Master Han Fei, we're here for you." Han Fei sneered. "I don't believe you. How do you know I'm coming back? Also, it's been more than 3 years, but you only have 2 Dao locks. How do you have the cheek to look for me?" Immediately, Sha Diao and Huang Erge looked at Wang Lanlan gloatingly. How many times had they warned her of this, but she refused to listen? Great! Now, the first thing Master Han Fei did was scold Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan shouted, "Master Han Fei, the anomaly in the Storm Mountain must be your masterpiece. The anomaly also means that you should come back from inside, so we naturally have to come to you." Han Fei chuckled. "Don't pretend. If you are so loyal to me, you would have at least 3 Dao locks now. Did I give you the heavenly Dao jade essence and the divine crystals for nothing? If you don't want them, I'll give them to others." "No." Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, I have a feeling that I'll be able to condense 3 Dao locks soon." "Yes, very soon." At this time, Lu Qianxi said, "Hey, can you stop chatting? I'm in the middle of a fight." While Han Fei and the others were talking, Lu Qianxi had already led them into the Wind Demon army, and the Monarch Realm Wind Snake also rushed in. A monarch vs a monarch. The Wind Snake seemed to be angry because Lu Qianxi used the perfected star transformation realm Wind Snakes as a shield. Lu Qianxi tried to control the wind demons to block this wind snake, but this Monarch Realm Wind Snake's control of the law of wind was very good. In terms of speed, it was much faster than Lu Qianxi, so it was hard to tell who would win. The other party was also unwilling to leave. Because the battle between the two caused too much noise, it caused a large number of wind demons to attack. The wind demons were not very smart and attacked indiscriminately, causing this to become a 3-party melee. Wang Xiaojiao and the others didn't dare to speak. Although they knew that Lu Qianxi must have been subdued by Han Fei, at this moment, they were still hanging on the green silk vines. If this big shot was unhappy and loosened the green silk vines, they would be doomed. Therefore, even if they were extremely curious now, they didn't dare to ask. They just wanted to wait until they escaped. Han Fei looked back at the wind snake, thought for a moment, sighed, and took out the extreme cold pearl again. Yes, the extreme cold pearl had now become one of his strongest escape means. As long as he froze the wind snake, it would give Lu Qianxi enough time to escape. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if the frequent use of supreme quality godly weapons such as the extreme cold pearl would arouse the suspicion of the heavenly Tao about his strength. Therefore, along the way, Han Fei would rather not use it unless he had to. Buzz. As soon as the extreme cold pearl appeared, the monarch realm wind snake and the large number of wind demons behind it were frozen in midair. Even the wind snake was frozen for a moment. After all, the extreme cold pearl was a strike at the carefree level. Even though it was an area attack, it was enough to shake a Tao-proving level monarch like the wind snake. Sure enough, after Han Fei restrained the wind snake, Lu Qianxi finally had the time. He unleashed the monarch's might and his black hair stretched out, turning into straight lines of soul that cut through these wind demons. Success was inevitable if a monarch realm strong master wanted to escape from a bunch of sky openers. No one could stop him. In less than half an hour, Lu Qianxi had left the range of the law of wind. Without the law of wind, Lu Qianxi's speed instantly soared to 10 times the speed of light. As Lu Qianxi ran, she asked, "Where are we going?" "If I remember correctly, there are ferocious beasts outside the storm ridge, right?" Han Fei asked, "Do you know that?" Lu Qianxi said, "Of course I do. Having been in the stormy quicksand sea for so long, I've met more than 1 or 2 ferocious beasts. I know that there is a terrifying immortal level creature among the ferocious beasts, so we have to find a way to circumvent them. There's no need to fight, right? Are you talking about me?" Just as Lu Qianxi finished speaking, a figure appeared beside Han Fei. It was Li Luoluo. Who is speaking? Lu Qianxi was shocked, and then he felt another person appear on his head. Li Luoluo was looking at Lu Qianxi and couldn't help but say, "You actually subdued this monarch willow. It seems that you are stronger than I thought." Big Luoluo. Immediately, Wang Xiaojiu and the others shouted. Seeing Li Luoluo, they felt very happy. Li Luoluo glanced at them. "You guys, keep flying." Han Fei wasn't surprised by Li Luoluo's appearance at all. He said calmly, "Do you know the 1,000 silk monarch willow?" Li Luoluo smiled faintly. "Of course. After all, the storm ridge is also my territory. I know what's in the storm quicksand sea." Of course, they might not know me. This willow tree is quite restrained and knows that outside the storm ridge is the territory of our ferocious beasts. Occasionally, when a ferocious beast falls in it, he can send it out. Because of this, it doesn't matter if he's inside. Fortunately, Lu Qianxi didn't sweat, or he would have been sweating profusely by now. This existence could appear in front of him without a sound and was called Big Luoluo. Wasn't she the immortal level powerhouse from the lineage of ferocious beasts? Han Fei said, "Well, there was an accident in the storm ridge." "Yes, I know. That place collapsed. I've already been there, but I didn't see you, so I came to the wind circle to wait for you." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you angry?" Li Luoluo smiled and said, to be honest, a little bit. I don't know how many Monarch Realm monsters you'll create. Storm Ridge will also undergo certain changes. This is a new challenge for our ferocious beast lineage. However, it won't be a big problem. Our ferocious beast lineage has guarded this place for so long and is quite boring. Now it seems that maybe in the near future, we won't have to guard this place anymore. What do you think? Hanfei asked, huh? Really? Li Luoluo grinned and chuckled. They're safe now that we're here. Why don't you go back with me first? We can talk while eating. Hanfei asked, what about them? Li Luoluo said, let them go back by themselves. It will be troublesome to wait for them. Well. Li Luoluo pouted and said cutely, I'm hungry. Brother Hanfei, let's go back. First? *T. Hanfei shivered. At the same time, Wang Xiaojiao, Wang Lanlan, Huang Ergu, and Sha Diao all changed their expressions and immediately shut up. They even closed their eyes, pretending not to know anything, like real kites. Hanfei's eyelids twitched. Is this Li Kiki? Okay. Lu Qianxi, you go to the ferocious beast lineage with Wang Xiaojiao and the others. I'll wait for you there. Lu Qianxi was surprised at Hanfei's ferocity. He stole the heart of a god. And then came to flirt with an immortal-level powerhouse. Wasn't he afraid that the god would kill him? Lu Qianxi didn't want to stay with an immortal-level cultivator, which was very uncomfortable. He couldn't wait for them to leave, so he repeatedly agreed. Hanfei turned his head, only to find Li Luoluo was looking at him with her big watery eyes. He said with difficulty, let's go. Swish, swish. On this side, as soon as Li Luoluo and Hanfei left, the four people flying like kites woke up at the same time. Wang Xiaojiao exclaimed, F*CK, 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 why is Master Kiki awake? Master Hanfei is doomed. Wang Lanlan shivered all over. Who knows? Anyway, whenever Master Kiki wakes up, someone will be in trouble. Huang Ergu was still scared. Should we go back a few days later? Sha Diao, no. Master Hanfei is still in dire straits. We have to go back. Quickly. Wang Lanlan exclaimed, are you crazy? That's Kiki the demoness. No. That's Master Kiki. If you don't let her have her way, believe it or not, she'll skin you alive. Lu Qianxi was dumbfounded. He asked in confusion, didn't they have a good conversation just now? Is she as dangerous as you say? Wang Xiaojiao said, my lord, this is a secret of our ferocious beasts. But it's okay to tell it to you. Well, can you put us down first? Let's walk slowly and talk slowly. It's best if we come back in half a month. Lu Qianxi said, I know. Isn't it just to give them time to fall in love? However, you seem to be very afraid of this Master Kiki. Didn't you call her Big Luoluo before? Is Kiki her nickname? Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Lanlan. Fall in love? Wang Lanlan said, well, it's actually possible. After a while, Sha Diao finally took a breath and said, Master Hanfei is awesome. On the other side, Li Kiki and Hanfei returned to the ferocious beasts lineage alone. However, as soon as they left the Storm Ridge, far away in the southern mining area where the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts were confronting a Turtle rubbing a turtle shell in its hand suddenly raised its head. He appeared. He appeared. Swish. The turtle instantly disappeared from the spot. After a while, a temporary meeting began on the divine beast side. A blazing fire Kylan said solemnly, Master Bao, are you sure it's the smell of that human butcher? The turtle named Master Bao said, I'm 100% sure that I once cooperated with this person in the ruins of gods. He was the one who opened my seal. Although I didn't sense the aura of the Emperor Sparrow, the Emperor Sparrow is his companion spirit, so it's normal for him to avoid my perception in Soul Seat or this guy's origin star. A huge wolf with snow-white long hair looked solemn. Sure enough, when the Emperor Sparrow appears, he must come to the ferocious beast lineage. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Didn't they say that when he was in Puppet City, this person hadn't proved Tao? Then as his companion spirit, the Emperor Sparrow definitely hasn't proved the Tao either. If they go to the ferocious beast lineage now, as an immortal level powerhouse, Wooly Luoluo. Listen to him, who is only in the sky-opening realm. A divine beast said, no matter why they went to the ferocious beasts, they have at least appeared. We have to kill the human butcher and the Emperor Sparrow before they grow up. Otherwise, once this person proves the Tao, it will be difficult to kill them. A divine beast said, White Tiger, you've been in contact with this human butcher. What do you think? The White Tiger was by Faye, who led the divine beast lineage to Puppet City. Because the matter of the Emperor Sparrow was of great significance, as soon as he returned to the divine beast lineage, he came to this battlefield, bordering the lineage of ferocious beasts. He came here to find out if the Emperor Sparrow would come to the lineage of ferocious beasts. The White Tiger said, this person now controls Puppet City and has at least 200,000 level 7 puppet armies. If monarchs don't take action, how many people can be his match? The giant wolf said, sky openers might not be able to do anything to him, but if he is really a troublemaker, why should we consider whether it's fair or not? We should directly mobilize monarchs to take him down. But the turtle, Master Bao, said, don't blame me for not reminding you. Whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. You young people don't know how terrifying the former Emperor Sparrow was when he was the king of ferocious beasts. Last time, the Emperor Sparrow perished because of a sneak attack by 3 gods. But only in 3 years, these 3 gods perished one after another. Besides, whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. This is an old saying. Which monarch dares to kill him? For a moment, the divine beasts only felt a headache. Some divine beasts were speechless. Is the Emperor Sparrow really so terrifying? If we kill him, we'll have to die. Is he the favored child of the heavens? Isn't it said that he's an ominous omen? Master Bao, this is not a conflict. The Emperor Sparrow is the incarnation of the ominous, which has never been confirmed. But it's also true that the Emperor Sparrow is belligerent. The White Tiger asked, Master Bao, why does the Emperor Sparrow want to make an enemy of our divine beast lineage? Although divine beasts and ferocious beasts don't get along, it seems not bad if we are at peace with each other. Why do we have to fight to the death in the end? Everyone nodded. What the White Tiger said also asked their thoughts. They knew how terrifying the Emperor Sparrow was. The Emperor Sparrow was a disaster and the Emperor Sparrow was ominous, but they didn't know why. Master Bao said leisurely, I don't know the details. I only know from ancient Secrets that the Emperor Sparrow seems to have done all this to become a god. Although he is the king of ferocious beasts and can match a god, he was not a god in the past. And among the gods, there are strong and weak. It's difficult to say which level of gods the Emperor Sparrow can oppose. Therefore, becoming a god is the obsession of the Emperor Sparrow. He feels that this path lies in our divine beast lineage. Huh? Well. Everybody looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Master Bao continued, in fact, you should have discovered that whether it's for the lineage of divine beasts or for the lineage of ferocious beasts, the path of divinity has been severed. Since the age of the gods, which was after the death of the Emperor Sparrow last time, no god has ever been born in the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, not only does the Emperor Sparrow think that the path of divinity lies in the lineage of divine beasts, but the strong masters of our divine beasts also speculate that the path of divinity lies in the lineage of ferocious beasts, which led to this endless war. The divine beasts all looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of this. If this was the case, there was indeed a reason for the two parties to fight. The blazing fire Kylan said, all right, let's keep this ancient secret to ourselves. If what Master Bao said is true, then sooner or later, there will be a big war between our divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Once the Emperor Sparrow grows up, this war can start at any time. Therefore, we still have to kill the Emperor Sparrow. However, since the person who kills the Emperor Sparrow will die, there's no need for us to do it ourselves. Didn't that human butcher kill many people in Puppet City? Furthermore, he has the legacy of Puppet City. There must be many people who want to kill him and covet his resources. In fact, we just need to send this news to the 100 Alliance City. Then there will naturally be people taking action for us. What do you think? Not bad. Instantly, the eyes of all the divine beasts lit up. This was a good idea. Without expending a single soldier, there would be countless people helping them hunt down the human killer and the Emperor Sparrow. This was indeed much more cost-effective than them taking action in person. Otherwise, the battle between the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts might start again, and it would be an extremely tragic one. A flood dragon with electric arcs flashing on its body said, I'm the fastest. I'll take care of it. Master Bao said, fine, I'll go with you. With me, the monarchs in the 100 Alliance City would believe it. In Li Luolua's backyard, under a random bamboo forest, between Hanfei and Li Luolua was a hot pot. On the left side was a barbecue grill, and on the right side was a spiritual fruit platter. Gulp. Ah. This meal had been going on for 2 full hours. At first, Hanfei was a little restrained, but when he saw Li Kiki eating so happily, he began to eat too. At this moment, Li Kiki said, Brother Hanfei, what a familiar taste. In terms of cooking, you are definitely the best I've ever seen. However, the spiritual fruits I plant aren't bad, right? Hanfei nodded. Yes. Li Kiki said, Brother Hanfei, look, I pointed out the direction for you. I gave you ferocious beasts. I even let you take in 5 top heavenly talents of the ferocious beast lineage. Is this considered sincere? Hanfei nodded. Of course. I know it very well. Li Kiki trotted to Hanfei and rubbed against Hanfei affectionately, making Hanfei's scalp tingle. Then, she extended a small hand to Han Fei. Han Fei was puzzled. Li Kiki said, the cultivation technique. Han Fei was puzzled. What technique? Li Kiki immediately pouted and shook Han Fei's arm. Brother Han Fei, I've done so much, because I want you to go to the God-burying ridge and bring out the technique of the Tao of extreme balance. Han Fei. Han Fei knew that this meal was not simple. Li Kiki must have helped him so much just for this moment. Li Kiki continued, didn't Brother Han Fei notice that you didn't encounter any monarch realm mind demons on your way? Everything went so smoothly and naturally. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did Li Kiki set it up in advance? That's not right. Li Luoluo, was Li Kiki back then? F***ck, Han Fei was speechless. Aren't the two F** king difficult to distinguish? Was the person chatting with me Li Luoluo or Li Kiki? Can Li Kiki pretend to be Li Luoluo? This complicated personality relationship gave Han Fei a headache. Han Fei said, wait, haven't you embarked on the path of extreme balance? Li Kiki said, I don't have the cultivation technique. The demon god had mentioned to Han Fei before that the path Li Kiki took was exactly the same as the one he took back then. They both used personalities to balance the soul and power. However, reality proved that this path was wrong. After the demon god became a god, he immediately severed his other personality. After waiting 1.8 million years for him, he finally embarked on the right path. Li Luoluo took the old path of the demon god, which meant that she needed to sever 6 personalities after proving the Tao, and also needed to repeat what the demon god had done today. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done easily. After the demon god became a god, he barely managed to create a soul body in the soul sea and obtain an innate soul heritage. Did Li Kiki have this ability? Han Fei said, you're balancing your strength and soul with your personalities, right? Li Kiki's big watery eyes flickered as she nodded repeatedly. Yes. I can only borrow the soul power of the demon god from the god-burying ridge to cultivate, but how can it be better to cultivate with the right cultivation technique? Han Fei glanced at Li Kiki with a complicated expression. What if I say that your path doesn't work? Li Kiki's pupils were constricted slightly. Give me the technique, and it'll work. Han Fei shook his head. This has nothing to do with cultivation techniques. Do you know that the demon god also had split personalities before? Li Kiki looked at Han Fei in surprise and nodded slightly. It seems that Brother Han Fei knows a lot. There are probably no more than 5 people in the world who know this kind of secret. It can be seen that Brother Han Fei has gained a lot from this trip. Han Fei glanced at her again. Then do you know that after the demon god became a god, he immediately killed the other personality of his? Buzz. Li Kiki suddenly perked up, and her expression changed subtly. She suddenly became cold and her eyes were sharp. She was no longer Li Kiki. Han Fei asked, who are you? Li Bing. Han Fei. Another personality popped up. The personalities Han Fei knew were only Li Luoluo, Li Kiki, and Li Kuang. Li Bing had appeared before, but she had never reported her name. As her name suggested, Li Bing looked so cold. Li Bing said, why did the demon god sever the other personality of his the moment he became a god? Han Fei sighed slightly. I don't know the details. I only know that the heavens don't allow this Tao. Before becoming a god, you can indeed balance your strength and soul with your personalities. Once you experience a divine tribulation, there will be a problem. This is why news of the demon god's death spread out as soon as he became a god. It's because he really died. One of his personalities died. Li Bing's face was all dark, but she could still hold it back. She said, "Do you mean that if I want to become a god with this god, I have to cut off all the other personalities?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "No, even if you kill all the other personalities. Otherwise, why would the demon god seal itself?" Li Bing asked, "Why?" Han Fei said, "Because once there are no other personalities to balance your soul and power, you will mutate. This is because your body can't carry double extreme Daos at the same time, nor does it have the conditions to carry double extreme Daos." After dozens of seconds of silence, Li Bing suddenly asked, "What are the requirements to carry double extreme Daos?" Han Fei paused and didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Do you really want to kill all the other personalities? I can tell you bluntly that this is a condition that you can't fulfill. However, you still have a way out." Li Bing's eyes lit up. "What way?" Han Fei said, "Turn the Tao of extreme balance to the singular extreme Tao." Han Fei didn't tell Li Bing about the creation of a spiritual heritage. Because if she reached the level of creating a spiritual heritage, she might still have to kill her other personalities. Huh? Can this be done? Han Fei frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Li Bing's cold expression was gone, replaced by a familiar carefree and cheerful personality. "Li Kuang? It's me." Li Kuang put his hand on Han Fei's shoulder and said quietly, "Brother, in any case, we're brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Although they are unwilling, they think that the singular extreme Tao is good. How can there be a perfect solution in this world? How about this? Tell me how to turn to the singular extreme Tao first and I'll persuade them." Slap. Before Han Fei could speak, he was suddenly slapped in the face, and a slightly coquettish voice said, "Li Kuang, you dog, how dare you touch a man with my body? Do you want to die?" Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. "You should blame Li Kuang. Why did you slap me? And who are you?" "Humph, stinky man, I'm not telling you." "That's enough. Shut up, all of you." Li Luoluo snorted again. This time, Li Luoluo's expression changed into a cold, indifferent and calm attitude. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Good lord, Li Luoluo's multiple personalities must be fighting for control of her body. Han Fei asked timidly, Who are you?" She slowly summoned a water ball, elegantly put her hands into the water ball, and washed them. Then she sat cross-legged and looked at Han Fei casually. "My name is Li Shishir. Nice to meet you." Hello." Han Fei thought to himself, this one is quite polite. Li Shishir said, "You were talking about the information you got from the god Burying Ridge, weren't you?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Li Shishir continued, "I went to the god Burying Ridge again. Although it's chaotic there, the monarch's tombs are safe." "Where did you find the demon god?" Han Fei said, "I have my own way." Li Shishir said again, "Since you said that the demon god's other personality has died, have you seen the remaining personality of the demon god?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes." Li Shishir said, "Tell me the location and the way in." Han Fei shook his head. "It's useless even if you go there. That place has already collapsed. Li Shishir said, there is no collapsed place in the God-burying ridge. Han Fei said, it's an inverse world. I don't know if you've heard of this term, but it's. Li Shishir said, I know. You don't have to explain. So what you saw was a remnant soul left by the demon god? Han Fei couldn't tell her that the demon god was with him now, so he nodded. Yes. Li Shishir asked, can a remnant soul unleash the demonic sound soul power for 1,000,000 years? Han Fei said calmly, after all, he is a god. It's difficult for ordinary people to understand a god's power. Li Shishir said, the existence of the god-burying ridge can't be meaningless. Since you said that one of his personalities has perished, then the other personality must still exist. Since you said that the path of multiple personalities doesn't work, even if I cut off other personalities, it still doesn't work. Even after the demon god cut off his other personality, he still sealed himself. Then why didn't he seal himself in the god-burying ridge? This should be the place where he cut off his personality. Han Fei said, I don't know. No, you do. At least you know where he is sealed, don't you? Han Fei looked at Li Shishir in surprise, thinking that this calm personality was a bit similar to Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei said, so what? Li Shishir said, I guess you're going to this place. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Why do you think so? Li Shishir said, as I said, the existence of the god-burying ridge can't be meaningless. If this isn't a place sealed by the demon god, why does the god-burying ridge exist? There's only one reason. There's the key to this Dao in the god-burying ridge. Before Han Fei could speak, Li Shishir continued, why did the demon god's remnant soul tell you so much? If you were an outsider, he wouldn't have told you this information that multiple personalities can't get through. Now that he had told you, you must play an extremely important role in it. I guess that the role you play is the key to the demon god unlocking the seal and walking through the Tao of extreme balance. So, I don't know if the demon god can walk through the Tao of extreme balance, but you definitely can, right? Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. When he looked at the personalities in front of him, Han Fei wondered why Emperor Sparrow said the 7 ultimate divine spider was very smart. Now it seemed that she was not only smart, but also a master analyst like Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei paused, wondering if he should fool her, but Li Shishir continued. Okay, don't try to explain. I already know the answer. Since you can walk through the Tao of extreme balance and help the demon god walk through this Tao, why can't you help us walk through this Tao? At this moment, Li Shishir tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei. Han Fei smiled bitterly. To be honest, I really want to know who the last personality is, and if he is even stronger than you. Li Shishir said lightly, his name is Li Chen. He has transcended himself and won't come out. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I have to admit that you're very smart and your analysis is spot on. I can walk through this Tao, and I can also help the demon god walk through this Tao. However, I can only help the demon god walk through this Tao, but I won't help you. It's not that I can't help you, but if you take this path, the price you will pay will exceed your imagination. Li Shishir asked, kill my personalities? Han Fei nodded. That's right. The first step is to kill all the personalities. What about the second step? Han Fei asked, can you do the first step? Li Shishir shook her head. I can't, but I'm curious. Han Fei said, the second step can't be explained to you for now. But if there's a chance, I can ask for you, or you can ask yourself. Li Shishir didn't dwell on this question, but said, the last two questions. Firstly, the significance of the existence of the God-burying ridge. Han Fei didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't just say that the demon god separated his body from his soul. His body sealed itself and suppressed the cultivators practicing the demonic Tao, while his soul was cultivating and studying and secretly entered the soul sea. If he really said that, it would contradict what he had said about there being only the demon god's remnant soul here. Finally, Han Fei raised his head and looked at Li Luoluo seriously. Wait for me. Wait for you? Li Shishir looked at Han Fei calmly for a while and finally nodded slightly, seeming to agree with this statement. Because of Han Fei's appearance, the demon god had a way to walk through the Tao of extreme balance. Therefore, Han Fei's role was very important and was worth the long wait of the demon god. The demon god wasn't waiting for Han Fei, but Han Fei happened to meet the requirements of the demon god. Li Shishir asked, last question, where are you going? Han Fei said, the God-fiend sea. Han Fei didn't hide it. Even the immortal level cultivators dared not enter this forbidden place, and this was the most suitable place for the demon god to seal himself. Sure enough, Li Shishir nodded. I'm done asking. Li Luoluo, come out. Li Kiki. Stay there. Don't cause trouble. Buzz. The next moment, Li Shishir disappeared, and the person in front of him finally became the Li Luoluo he was familiar with. As soon as Li Luoluo came out, she scolded, what kind of people are you? Don't you take me, the master personality, seriously? Couldn't you have told me if you had any questions? I could have asked him, but now you've all been exposed. Are you happy? Han Fei. Then he saw Li Luoluo staring at Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly raised his chopsticks. Hey, it's none of my business. Look. I'm answering questions honestly. Humph. Li Luoluo snorted coldly. Did you feel comfortable touching me? Han Fei was shocked. Did I touch you? Li Luoluo lowered her head again and snorted. Li Kiki, if you do this again, I will expose all your evil side. Han Fei was puzzled. The evil side? Wasn't Li Kiki always a cute little girl? Han Fei felt that he was too naive. But forget it. He would just pretend that Li Kiki was that purely Kiki. If he really associated her with evil, it would be a little creepy. Li Luoluo narrowed her eyes and glared at Han Fei angrily. Damn it, I'm done asking. I have nothing else to ask. Han Fei asked, shall we eat? Li Luoluo nodded, immediately picked up a large piece of meat, and took a big mouthful of it. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that he had passed Li Luoluo's test. This woman had indeed been paying attention to him. At this moment, Li Luoluo suddenly said, I didn't expect you to become a disciple of the Void Temple. Your identity really gave me a fright. Han Fei asked, have you found anything? Li Luoluo said, of course. But why did you deliberately hide your identity? To temper yourself? If you directly revealed your identity, no one in the entire infinite mining area might dare to attack you. But now, you chose to hide your identity. Do you know how many people have designs on your resources? And Puppet City? Han Fei said indifferently, if I really travel the world under the protection of Void Temple, others will hide far away when they see me. How can I continue? On my path? Lilualuo shrugged. That's true. But let me remind you, when you leave later, you'd better be more careful. The Emperor Sparrow has appeared, and the divine beasts will definitely pay special attention to us. Be careful not to be caught by them. If you get caught by them, I won't save you. Let your senior brothers from the Void Temple save you. Han Fei. Lilualua's cultivation technique to ask for the technique of the Tao of extreme balance would definitely fail. This was because even if she severed all her personalities, she couldn't cut her soul body and send it into the soul sea to forge a soul heritage like the demon god. Besides, the demon god only had 2 personalities, but Lilualuo had 7 personalities. Once she became a god, how could she kill her other personalities? However, Han Fei said, as a friend, I'll get you a way to switch from dual extreme Tao to singular extreme Tao, but not now, because I don't know the way. Now. Lilualuo snorted. But it's not as strong as the dual extreme Tao. Han Fei smiled and said, not necessarily. It depends on how you think of this problem. If you obtain the time worm and the space worm one day, you can immediately become a great monarch. Then you will have to consider how to become a god. If you take the Tao of extreme balance, perhaps you can only stay in the great monarch realm in the end. But if you take the Tao of extreme balance, as long as your divine path is fine, once you become a god, there won't be any obstacles. Lilualuo was speechless. Don't make it sound so easy. Is becoming a god so easy? In the entire sea realm, do you know where there are still gods? Han Fei paused. I don't know if there are gods, but I do know that in the age of the gods, it was because there were many gods that it was called the age of the gods. At that time, the sea realm could give birth to gods. Why can't it do it now? Lilualuo looked at Han Fei in surprise. You didn't know? Han Fei was puzzled. What should I know? The corners of Lilualua's mouth twitched. As a descendant of the Void Temple, you don't know why there are no gods now. Do you think no one can become a god? Han Fei was even more puzzled. He asked in surprise, isn't it? Lilualuo rolled her eyes. Let me ask you, why couldn't a king be born in the Inyang world in the past? It's naturally because of the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Does the sea realm also have the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye? Lilualuo curled her lips. It's not the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, but that after the Age of Doom, there won't be any divine tribulation in the sea realm. Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. No divine tribulation? Han Fei hurriedly said, if there is no divine tribulation in the sea realm, why not go to the Sea of Stars to get one? Lilualuo, there's no divine tribulation in the Sea of Stars either. Well. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wait, I can understand there is no divine tribulation in the sea realm, but how can there be no divine tribulation in the boundless Sea of Stars? Lilualuo said, because. Forget it, I'd better not tell you this. This is a problem that only great monarch-level powerhouses should consider. When you go to the Sea of Stars one day or become a great monarch, you will naturally know. I can only say that the problem lies in the Sea of Stars. Once the problem there is resolved and the path of divinity is paved, there will be more than one new god in the sea realm. Han Fei was quite curious. This was the first time he had heard that the sea realm couldn't have a god, and no one had ever mentioned it to him. He had always thought that no one became a god because they were not talented enough, not smart enough, and not cultivating enough. But now hearing Li Luoluo's words, Han Fei was completely lost. What the hell was going on? Didn't this mean that as long as the problem of the Sea of Stars wasn't resolved, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't become a god? But Han Fei quickly realized something. No wonder Li Luoluo wanted to take the Tao of extreme balance. This was because when there were no gods, there were still some great monarchs comparable to gods. In the age of no god, such an existence was equivalent to a god. This was the case for the god of war and the Emperor Sparrow, and Li Luoluo wanted to be such an existence too. And Han Fei felt that if this was the case, he was also in this category. And it turned out that there were still gods in this world, such as eldest senior brother, demon god, and the like. They were real gods, which meant that in the entire sea realm, or even the entire Sea of Stars, they were the peak existences, unparalleled extraordinary powerhouses. Seeing that Han Fei was dumbfounded, Li Luoluo couldn't help but wave her hand in front of Han Fei's eyes. Hey, hey! Don't think too much. You aren't even a monarch, so don't think that far. Let me tell you, it's easy to reach the immortal level, but it's difficult to become a great monarch. There are still many things waiting for you to do. Han Fei slowly came back to himself. After more than 10 seconds, he smiled. Alright, then let me become a great monarch first. Heh. Even if you want to prove Tao, you have to ensure that you're alive to do it. Alright, I've given you 5 cute pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and pointed out the location of the god-burying ridge to you. In return, you have to at least give me a way to change from dual extreme Tao to singular extreme Tao. As for the other benefits, I haven't decided yet. I'll ask you for them when I decide. Han Fei asked, do I owe you such a big favor? Li Luoluo said, sure. Don't you know how long the ferocious beasts have guarded the storm ridge? Do you think anyone can enter the god-burying ridge without my approval? That's true. Han Fei didn't argue. With the methods Li Luoluo had shown, she could indeed kill him. If Li Luoluo had taken the Tao of extreme balance, then although her current realm hadn't reached the great monarch level, her strength might have long reached that level. If Li Luoluo hadn't allowed it, even a great emperor might not have been able to enter the god-burying ridge, let alone others. In this aspect, he really had to thank Li Luoluo. Han Fei said, fine. When I come out of the God-Fiend Sea and return to the infinite mining area again, I'll give you the way to switch to the singular extreme Tao. When Han Fei was about to leave the ferocious beast's lineage, Lu Qianxi, Wang Xiaojiu, and the others hadn't returned. After waiting for 3 days, Han Fei didn't see anyone. He was lost for words, wondering if they were all crawling on the ground. They should have arrived after 3 days of crawling. When Han Fei found these guys, Wang Xiaojiu and the others were taking Lu Qianxi to travel and play, and Wang Xiaojiu and the others were acting as guides. After seeing Han Fei, Wang Xiaojiu and the others were all shocked, and Wang Lanlan asked in shock, didn't Master Kiki ask you to stay for 2 more days? Han Fei asked, why would she keep me here? Li Kiki just wanted to have dinner with me and chat with me. A chat? Wang Lanlan and the others couldn't help but raise their voices. They were extremely suspicious of what Han Fei said, but they had no evidence to prove he was lying. Han Fei said with a black face, I told you to come back early, but you were sightseeing outside. Are you rebelling? Lu Chanxi looked at Wang Lanlan and the others, and Han Fei looked at them, confused. Why the look? Wang Xiaozhou muttered, Master Han Fei, Master Kiki, let you go so easily? Yes? Huang Ergu asked, didn't Master Kiki bully you? Han Fei said, of course not. Li Kiki is very obedient. How could she bully me? Wang Lanlan and the others looked at each other, wondering if Master Kiki had changed. Han Fei ignored them. He was in a hurry. He said, all of you, enter my origin star, to cultivate. Leave the ferocious beast lineage with me this time and we'll go to the northern mining area. Wang Xiaozhou exclaimed, again? Han Fei said, I'm not asking you to fight. Be quick. After a while, Han Fei and Lu Chanxi embarked on the journey north. Lu Chanxi said, I heard from them that Lady Li Kiki often seems to be in a bad mood. Whenever she is in a bad mood, she will unconsciously exert some uncontrollable power. Han Fei touched his nose. Although he had long felt that something was wrong with Li Kiki, at least he hadn't seen her in a strange state except when he was in the Yinyang world. However, he didn't take it to heart. He just said, don't talk to these lunatics. Lu Chanxi asked, then what should we do now? Wang Xiaozhou said that you had a fight with a great monarch in the northern mining area last time? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his head slightly. It's a piece of cake. Lu Chanxi. 5 days later. After more than 30 abnormal encounters and battles, Han Fei and Lu Chanxi finally left the western mining area. Although they didn't see the old turtle on this trip, they gained more from seeing the demon god. However, working with the demon god was more or less like dancing with wolves. Fortunately, he had his eldest senior brother to protect him this time. However, in the future, he'd better not do this kind of thing. After all, he'd better be strong enough himself. There were 2 ways to go from the western mining area to the northern mining area. One was to go directly to the northwest, and the other was to take the direction of the 100 Alliance City. However, Li Luoluo had reminded him before he came that going directly to the northwest wasn't a good choice. In the infinite mining areas, the locations occupied by the major factions were usually the safest. The reason why no one occupied other places except these safe areas meant that there was something wrong in those places. For example, in the northwestern mining area, there were mountains and miasma all year round. It was said that the miasma had a strong bewildering effect. There were even some special places with strong poisonous miasma. The mine demons there were mostly poisonous too. Furthermore, there were monarch realm mine demons there. Although it was better than the Storm Ridge, it was best not to enter it unless it was necessary. In fact, Han Fei wasn't afraid of places with miasma, but there were monarch realm mine demons, so he had to be careful. With his current bad luck, if he went in, there was a 100% chance that he would encounter monarch realm mine demons. He might as well go in the direction of the 100 Alliance City. At least, although some monarchs had come to the 100 Alliance City, they were quite scattered. Besides, there weren't many powerful monarchs in the 100 Alliance City. Unless there were special circumstances, carefree level cultivators wouldn't come here. Herefore, after making up his mind, Han Fei knew that although it was very likely that he would encounter the monarchs from the 100 Alliance City, with Lu Chanxi here, he should be able to deal with them. Then, it was only 2 hours after they left the western mining area, when Han Fei and Lu Qianxi were rushing to the edge of the 100 Alliance City without any scruples. Suddenly, Lu Qianxi shouted in a low voice, "Not good, there is an ambush." To be honest, Han Fei didn't sense this ambush in advance. His current perception range was huge. He didn't care if it was an ambush at the level of the sky-opening realm. However, the ambush escaped his perception, which was a little scary. This meant that the other party wasn't in the sky-opening realm at all. Otherwise, no matter how they hid, he would be able to find some clues. Since it wasn't the sky-opening realm, it could only be a monarch. Buzz. Almost at the same time, Han Fei sensed the descent of 3 laws. One was the law of strength, another was the law of the sword, and the other was a hallucinogenic law. As the 3 laws were activated, a sword light instantly shot hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, stabbing at Han Fei's chest. However, Lu Qianxi's reaction was not slow. Dozens of his hair rolled into vines, and he also stabbed out. Han Fei shouted, "No!" Before Han Fei finished speaking, Lu Qianxi's green vines exploded and were crushed. How is it possible? Lu Qianxi was shocked. He didn't feel that this blow was very powerful. How could it shatter his attack so easily? Han Fei said, "Stupid. Sword cultivators value killing the most. The law of sword intent is not something your hair can withstand." Although he failed to block this sword, Lu Qianxi's blow had also depleted 50% of the opponent's strength. With this buffer time, Lu Qianxi attacked again and knocked the sword with 3 green vines, narrowly breaking this sword. Huh? Behind Han Fei came a fist light. The fist force was majestic, followed by white clouds. It was an explosive blow with the power of the sky. The 3,000 willows took the shape of a sharp knife, protecting Lu Qianxi and Han Fei. Puff. The power of this fist mark strangely passed by the green hair, and less than 20% of the power seeped in. This power might be able to hurt other Dao Lock level powerhouses, but it couldn't hurt Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about this person. Lu Qianxi fought against the great Dao of strength in the stormy quicksand sea every day, so he was most familiar with the great Dao of strength. Only the last person was Han Fei's focus. He said to Lu Qianxi, "Pay attention to your mind." Lu Qianxi said, "My soul power is extremely high." However, in the next moment, Lu Qianxi's soul froze as if he was brought into an illusion by some force. Steal. Han Fei took action without hesitation and stole the hallucinogenic power. After he stole the power, the demon purification pot shook it off and Lu Qianxi recovered. Han Fei quickly said, "I told you to be careful. Do you think we're still in the storm quicksand sea? The mind demons there are unconscious, but none of the strong masters outside are weak." Lu Qianxi was shocked. He didn't know why he was tricked. Were these the cultivators from the outside world? They were all so powerful. However, he couldn't understand why these monarch realm cultivators all went to Han Fei. Not just Lu Qianxi, even Han Fei himself was dumbfounded. He was confident that his whereabouts were definitely a secret. The only people who knew it were Li Luoluo, Lu Qianxi, and Wang Xiaojiu, so there was really no reason for this ambush. He didn't think Li Luoluo would reveal his whereabouts. Li Luoluo had a lot of things to count on him. Why would she reveal his whereabouts? It wouldn't do her any good. Could it be revealed by the big-mouthed Wang Xiaojiao? That was possible. After getting rid of this battle, he would definitely drag this guy out to interrogate him. But at this moment, Lu Qianxi probably couldn't resist these people alone. Lu Qianxi was strong, but he could only resist one of the three people at most. Once they fought for a long time, the loopholes of Lu Qianxi's fighting style would inevitably be found out. Besides, these three people didn't seem to have used their full strength. If they really fought, even if he attacked, he might not be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, their first round of attacks was fruitless, but they were not in a hurry to attack immediately. Originally, they just wanted to catch Han Fei off guard or cripple him first. They didn't expect this guy to have a Monarch Realm demon plant protecting him. However, they didn't care. After a round of confrontation, they basically had a preliminary understanding of Lu Qianxi's strength. At this moment, the three of them surrounded Han Fei and Lu Qianxi in a triangle. Han Fei took the lead to ask, "I'm really curious. How did you know my whereabouts?" "Logically speaking, it's impossible." The fist powerhouse sneered. "There are many impossible things in this world. Human butcher, right? Hand over Puppet City and we'll stop immediately." Han Fei said indifferently, "What if I don't?" The man said, "Boy, you only have a Dao prover protecting you. Do you think you can escape today?" Han Fei said, "Since you know that I'm the master of Puppet City, you should know that I have a large number of puppets to use. If you want to take me down today, aren't you afraid of getting killed? After all, it's not easy to prove Dao." The female monarch with the law of hallucination chuckled. "You're quite unique. However, there are no monarchs in your Puppet City. How can you resist us?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The demon god's words weren't accurate. Didn't he say that there would only be sky openers attacking him at the beginning? He had just left the settlement of the ferocious beasts. If the ones attacking him were monarchs from the beginning, there seemed to be no need for him to hold back. This was because sky openers didn't even show up. He said telepathically to Lu Qianxi, "In a moment, prepare a powerful attack. I'll make this woman lose her consciousness for a while. Target this woman and kill her. Let's join forces and kill one first." Lu Qianxi was surprised. "You're finally willing to help?" Han Fei said, "I have no choice, because I found that it doesn't matter whether I attack or not." The woman said, "In such a situation, is it really good for you two to discuss how to kill me? Human butcher, right? I know you have the means to become stronger in the short term, but you have to think carefully. If you don't kill me, you might be the one who dies." Han Fei was shocked. "You can hear me?" The woman said, "Otherwise, what do you think a monarch is?" "Kill." The woman was about to mock Han Fei, when Lu Qianxi and Han Fei suddenly attacked in unison. Han Fei activated the Great Dao and his strength soared in an instant. He punched out with the silencing fist. Lu Qianxi threw out tens of thousands of willow threads at the same time, instantly piercing through the void and appearing behind the woman. In terms of speed, the two of them were already very fast. Han Fei even burst out with more than 30 times the speed of light. But even so, the woman took 10 steps back, and a bell rang in her hands. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, Han Fei saw thousands of women appear in front of him, each of whom was ringing a bell. And the power that Han Fei and Lu Qianxi blasted out was indeed fierce. The sword cultivator arrived with a sword. With a wave of his hand, the sea behind him surged, and the waves turned into a sword as he slashed at Han Fei. Lu Qianxi was horrified. Thousands of strands of hair intertwined and turned into green vines to resist. Even so, countless sword beams were missed, and Han Fei was forced to retreat quickly. In the next moment, Han Fei's expression changed drastically. It was not because of this sword, but because the fist light blasted out by another person behind him was like fireworks blooming in the starry river. Faced with this punch, Lu Qianxi wanted to attack, but with a giggle, the woman approached at some point of time and snapped her fingers beside Lu Qianxi. The woman and the sword cultivator restrained Lu Qianxi and came to watch the scene of Han Fei being penetrated. Seeing that the fist mark was almost touching the back of Han Fei's hand, the two of them knew that the winner had been decided. But at this moment, what they expected to see didn't happen. The dazzling fist mark suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, the puncher suddenly froze. And Lu Qianxi, who should have been hypnotized, suddenly woke up, and a half-foot-long green spike broke out of the void. Pooh! 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 Yes, from the beginning, Han Fei's target was not the woman. The voice transmission with Lu Qianxi was also intentional. Compared to a female monarch who had mastered the law of hallucination, both Han Fei and Lu Qianxi were more familiar with the law of strength, so their first target must be this fist-wielding man. Han Fei spewed out 2 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row, bleeding from his 7 orifices at the same time, and he was a little dispirited. This couldn't be helped. At that moment, he stole the fist mark man's consciousness and fist light, as well as the woman's method of hypnotizing Lu Qianxi. In order to stab out, Lu Qianxi was caught in the sword torrent, and in the blink of an eye, his body was covered with sword marks. As for Han Fei, his entire arm was extremely red, and fist intent rumbled out. Puff! Bang! The fist-wielding man's soul-subduing godly weapon was first broken by an awl, and the second punch directly blew him up. Originally, even if this person was blown up, he should have recondensed his body as fast as lightning. However, there was a bloody light and golden light flickering in the void. The destructive intent attacked the minds of this woman and the sword cultivator. Impossible. The woman was horrified. How could Han Fei master the law of strength? She could clearly sense that Han Fei's fist mark not only contained the law of strength, but also contained a terrifying destructive intent. Even Han Fei's fist mark had shattered a large portion of the soul of the monarch. In the blink of an eye, the sword cultivator stabbed at Han Fei, and a law of sword qi that was so sharp that Han Fei felt his blood freeze descended. Han Fei didn't dare to move, but a layer of gravel appeared on his body. Qi la. This sword light was of course powerful, but the sand was like a wall, struck by this sword light, and dense cracks appeared on it. However, the sword missed. When the sword aura disappeared, the sand naturally dispersed and enveloped Han Fei. He said, "It's not like I haven't killed monarchs before. Now we're even. Are you still fighting?" Just as Han Fei was speaking, the million knife art cut through the void. The fist monarch, who was still hoping to be resurrected, felt that his soul had been cut into pieces. Every knife light contained power that was obliterating his soul and vitality. How is it possible? How can a sky opener cut through my soul? Ah! The roars were ceaseless and only lasted for less than a second before they disappeared. Rumble. At that moment, a rain of blood poured down from the blood-colored sky. This phenomenon was high in the sky and radiated billions of kilometers. Han Fei said casually, "Let's talk now. How did you find me?" Seeing that the woman and the sword cultivator seemed to be vigilant, Han Fei smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, but you should know that I'm a vengeful person. I'll find your base camp and wipe out your forces in one fell swoop." Han Fei and Lu Qianxi killed a monarch so quickly that the other two were shocked. The remaining two monarchs found it unbelievable. As far as they knew, Han Fei's combat power was actually not so strong. Back in Puppet City, he had to use the power of Puppet City to participate in the Monarch War. Furthermore, the Yinyang millstone that Han Fei used to kill the last remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand didn't appear, nor his Dharma world or his 5 Dao locks. Yet, he had killed a Dao-proving realm powerhouse. This combat power was a little terrifying. A rare treasure? The two monarchs looked at each other. First of all, they were sure that Han Fei suffered a backlash. He must have used some special method to transform the punch just now into his own. This demon plant wasn't simple either. The female monarch wondered why her slumbering illusion didn't make the other party pause or hesitate at all. Could it be that this demon plant was born with the ability to resist her? This ambush was over because of the death of a monarch. The remaining sword cultivator and the female monarch didn't attack again, but took a deep look at Han Fei and disappeared into the void. Naturally, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi didn't chase after them. They would be idiots if they did. Just now, Han Fei seemed to have killed a monarch so easily, but he stole the power of 2 monarchs in an instant and suffered a backlash on the spot. His spiritual power was greatly consumed. Lu Qianxi's soul-breaking strike, condensed with his high soul power, seemed to have easily shattered the monarch's soul-suppressing godly weapon, but he could launch another attack of this level at most. After all, he was a Dao prover, but the other party was too. If he wanted to win, it depended on who paid the most. After the 2 monarchs left, Lu Qianxi suddenly said, "It's only been a few days. How did you meet so many monarchs? Do you have so many enemies in the outside world?" Lu Qianxi did some calculations. Since they came out of the god-burying ridge, they had encountered countless obstacles along the way. If he was given another chance to choose, he would definitely continue to stay in the storm. Quicksand sea. It was too dangerous outside. Han Fei swallowed a mass of liquid divine radiance and said solemnly, "Watch your words. Those 2 might not have left." Lu Qianxi was immediately alarmed and didn't dare to ask any more. As Han Fei expected, the 2 people didn't leave immediately. The woman said, "How badly do you think the human butcher and the demon plant were injured?" The sword cultivator said, "Human butcher lost at least 30% of his combat power. The demon plant wasn't injured, but his soul power is probably extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy a soul suppressing godly weapon in an instant. It's just not worth it for us to take action now." "Did you see the last punch of the human butcher?" the woman asked. "Yes?" the sword cultivator said. "The power contained in that punch is too complicated. It can break the body before it becomes a law. It can block the soul power of a monarch. It's a bit like the legendary technique of dual killing of body and soul." "What?" The woman couldn't help but look shocked. "The technique of dual killing of body and soul?" The sword cultivator said, it's completely possible. The human butchers. Strength can't be weak. In the battle in Puppet City, it said that he took the blood hand divine fist head on. Just now, that punch actually defeated the soul of Silver Fist. That power even has the power to destroy the recombination of the soul. It must be the technique of dual killing of body and soul. The woman's face was solemn. These damn divine beasts. They wanted to use us to kill the human butcher, but they didn't even tell us some basic information. The sword cultivator said, not necessarily. They might not know. It's just like how we didn't know that there would be a demon plant to protect him. The ferocious beasts shouldn't have monarch realm demon plants. It can only be said that the human butcher has many unknown secrets. The woman asked, if this is the technique of dual killing of body and soul, can it resist the power of our laws? Just now, the three of us tried to suppress them with the power of laws, but we failed. The sword cultivator said, it's possible. Whether it's because of this special technique or not, the human butcher definitely has the ability to resist the power of the law, but he can't completely withstand it. That demon plant couldn't completely resist your hallucinogenic law at first. What I'm worried about is that the treasure in human butcher's hand can actually forcibly transform the attack of Silver Fist into his own. The woman asked, is it possible that it's a divine technique? The sword cultivator frowned slightly. Divine technique? If there is such a divine technique in the world, what level is it? Forget it, it's useless to say anything now. This time, we were too naive and underestimated him. But the news of human butcher's appearance has already spread throughout the 100 Alliance City. There are many people who want to attack him. Now that we have seen his strength, we might as well let those people attack him first. The death of a monarch should have caused a sensation. Unfortunately, the place where this monarch died was too remote, very far away from the 100 Alliance City. The ferocious beast lineage received the news immediately. Lilualuo just looked at the distance and stopped the agitated ferocious beasts. She muttered to herself, he has been targeted so quickly? Are there spies among the ferocious beasts? Impossible. I know my people. But why? Han Fei and Lu Qianxi soon recovered. Lu Qianxi said, are we still going the same way? Han Fei shook his head. Of course not. If my whereabouts hadn't been leaked, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, even monarchs have begun to ambush me. If I still follow the original path, I'll only be courting death. Han Fei said, walk along the edge of the northwestern mining area. The northwestern mining area was full of miasma and poison miasma. Han Fei didn't go deep, so in the next 2 days, although he accidentally entered the miasma once and encountered a few mine demons in the perfected star transformation realm, there was no big problem. On the 3rd day, Han Fei suddenly sensed the synchronization of information from Zhang Daqian. Here? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Zhang Daqian shouldn't be here at all. But when he sensed the synchronization of information, he immediately learned a lot of information. For example, in the 100 Alliance City, someone reported his whereabouts every half a day. For example, there were undercurrents surging in the 100 Alliance City, and countless forces were forming an alliance, preparing to hunt him. These forces were quite mixed. They were also afraid of Han Fei's revenge, so the strong masters of many forces formed teams. Considering Han Fei's fame, these teams needed an average of 100 people. There was even a message that a monarch leading a group of 5 or 6 teams was going to attack Han Fei. However, none of the intelligence he obtained from Zhang Daqian mentioned that there was a monarch realm demon plant around him, nor did anyone mention that a monarch had died under his hands. Lastly, it was naturally where Zhang Daqian was. These people had actually entered the miasma in advance and hid. There were even array powerhouses setting up arrays, waiting for Han Fei to walk into the trap. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It wasn't because someone set up an array to intercept him in advance, but that his whereabouts were updated every half a day with great accuracy. There was even a F*King roadmap. Han Fei couldn't understand it. The only person who knew his whereabouts was Lu Chanxi, but Lu Chanxi had never left him. Or maybe, there were strong masters secretly following him, but if they were only in the Dao proving realm, he would have long discovered them. If they weren't in the Dao proving realm, they could have taken him down directly. There was no need to do this. Therefore, Han Fei immediately discovered the problem. Someone had some kind of rare treasure or strange ability that could accurately locate his whereabouts. Han Fei paused with an ugly expression. It was already too late when he received the message from Zhang Daqian's. This was because they were hiding in the miasma and had set up a large array, affecting the distance of the information synchronization. In addition, their hunt this time wasn't just an ambush in one place. The other party had set up 6 ambushes at once, and there was a Dao-proving realm leader in each of them. From the moment Han Fei sensed the synchronization of information, he had already entered the encirclement. And Zhang Daqian's team happened to be led by a monarch of the divine demon forest from the Central Sea divine realm that he had once attacked. Han Fei was speechless. Just to kill him? The 6 monarchs had joined forces, and each brought 200 or 300-person teams. Zhang Daqian could sneak in because the city of scavengers sent a 4 Dao lock-level powerhouse and 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses, which gave him the qualification to watch the battle. Clearly, Zhang Daqian had long known of the danger and specially followed to inform his original body. Unfortunately, it was still a little late. At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. In 6 directions, the 6 monarchs had been blocked from the front and back. There was even an ambush in the miasma in the northwest mining area. Son of AB*TCH, who dare leak my information? If I don't rip off your head, I'll write my surname upside down. At this moment, if it weren't for these 6 monarchs, it was actually very easy to get rid of these people. 10,000 puppets could easily flatten these 6 teens. However, the 6 monarchs were so powerful that even an army of 20,000 puppets wouldn't be able to resist them. Even if he fought them head-on, the puppet army would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the 6 monarchs would just run away and then come back to surround him again. How many soldiers could he have to fight them? Besides, it wouldn't be worth it if the puppet army of Puppet City died in such a place, so Han Fei gave up the idea of pushing through with the puppet army. Lu Chanxi and he could only deal with 3 monarchs at most, and they had to catch them off guard and launch a sneak attack. If he fought seriously, he could probably fight a monarch in a short time. He might be able to win in a one-on-one fight, but other monarchs weren't fools and wouldn't give him this chance. In the face of the 6 monarchs, even if he could launch a sneak attack, and even if he could launch a sneak attack on 2 monarchs, he and Lu Chanxi couldn't resist the remaining 4 monarchs. Therefore, be it with the puppet army or fighting head-on, he was completely at a disadvantage and didn't have any advantage. Then, there was only one result, which was to rush into the northwest mining area. Only in this way could he truly escape the pursuit of these forces. When he was safe, he would go to the B****, who revealed his whereabouts. Han Fei said to Lu Qianxi via voice transmission, "Don't show any abnormalities. We were ambushed. In 6 directions, there are 6 monarchs and more than 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. But they probably don't know of your existence. Disguise yourself as my weapon. Later, let's break through the way and enter the northwest mining area." 6 monarchs? Lu Qianxi couldn't have felt worse. There were only 3 monarchs just now. But now there were twice as many. Were there so many monarchs in the outside world? Lu Qianxi asked, "Did you offend so many people outside?" Han Fei asked, "Are you scared?" Lu Qianxi said, "How is that possible? I just feel that I've met more strong masters than I've ever seen in my life after being with you for a few days." Han Fei said, "This shows that the outside world is very interesting." Lu Qianxi was speechless. Interesting? Cruel instead. Don't you know that you're hunted every day? Lu Qianxi immediately turned into a rod and flew to Han Fei's hand, and Han Fei grabbed it. About an hour later, Han Fei knew from the information synchronized with Zhang Daqian that the monarch of the divine demon forest informed them to get ready to attack. At this time, Lu Qianxi also reminded him, "There seems to be demon plants spying on us. Shall we continue forward?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, let's leave." In the blink of an eye, the moment Han Fei decided to leave, he grabbed Lu Qianxi and sprinted crazily towards the northwestern mining area. Huh! The strong master from the divine demon forest, who had been waiting for Han Fei to fall into the trap, was puzzled. Could it be that something went wrong? And this guy found out? He shouted, "Everyone, enter my origin star. Chase him." At this time, Han Fei had obviously begun to escape. These ambushers certainly wouldn't wait stupidly. It was rare to know all the routes of this guy. If they still let him escape, it would be unforgivable. Some monarchs sneered. They had long been guarding against this guy running into the northwestern mining area, so they had already set an ambush there. Today, he wouldn't be able to escape. In the previous trip to the north, Han Fei had only captured the hearts of the itinerant cultivators. The cultivators of the major forces all hated Han Fei. Besides, everyone present would envy and covet the inheritance Han Fei had obtained. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. He knew that these people who ambushed him weren't stupid. Since they could ambush him here, they must be prepared for him to enter the northwest mining area. However, you only left a monarch in the miasma. Aren't you a little naive too? Think he can catch me? Although it had only been a few days, and he had encountered so many dangers, Han Fei already had a certain understanding of the bad luck given to him by the heavens. The so-called heavenly Tao wouldn't directly attack him. It would only change his future through some coincidence, like writing a script. However, the protagonist in the script was not under control. At this moment, Han Fei was piercing through the void at 32 times the speed of light. This speed was actually comparable to some of Tao provers. However, it was only comparable. If it were anywhere else, Han Fei would definitely not be able to escape. But in the northwestern mining area, he had been walking close to this miasma mine. Since he came here, so now that something happened, he entered the mining area. Very quickly. The so-called miasma could bewilder one's mind, distort space, make one lose direction, and produce disordered perception. This was normal. The first time he entered the miasma, the god's prayer beads glowed and formed a faint glow on Han Fei's body, helping him block the corrosion of the miasma. Han Fei put on a smile. An ultra-quality godly weapon was indeed powerful. Especially an auxiliary one. Han Fei didn't know where the monarch hidden in the miasma was, but he didn't think that the monarch might know where he was. After all, the monarch was not a god. How could he know so much? An hour later, Han Fei passed a miasma and encountered another wave of poisonous miasma. There was a power in the miasma to suppress perception, which reduced the sensitivity of perception by almost 10 times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to find him directly. However, just when he had just let down his guard, Lu Qianxi suddenly said, "Someone is here." A monarch. Han Fei was surprised. "How is that possible?" Lu Qianxi said, "I saw it with my hair." The person turned into a cloud of mist, so it's not easy to be discovered. Han Fei frowned. "Just one?" Lu Qianxi said, "Just this one." Han Fei gritted his teeth. Although a large-scale battle in such a situation was meaningless to him, if he could make an example out of this monarch again, the effect would be good. Yang Yunwu was a Dao prover from the Cloud Fog sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm. He had nothing to do with Han Fei and had never made enemies with him. Only a few of their disciples went to the northern expedition. In the end, they were saved by Han Fei. However, he still joined the ambush. After all, who could hold back from obtaining the inheritance of a great monarch? At this moment, Yang Yunwu held a censer stone in his hand and thought to himself, "This brat is really bold yet careful." He entered the miasma at the first sign of trouble outside. When the censer stone was quite close to the target, the light would become brighter and brighter. Yang Yunwu grew vigilant. Although this time they were besieging a Skyn opening realm powerhouse, they couldn't underestimate him. This wasn't a simple sky opening realm powerhouse. They had to treat him as a powerhouse on the god roll. On this side, Yang Yunwu quickly caught up to where Han Fei was just now, and the power in his body was already circulating. However, he didn't expect that a saber beam would sweep over from the void. Yang Yunwu was speechless. Did this human butcher misunderstand something? He was the one who was hunted. Now that he had found something wrong, he should have run away. Why did he ambush him here? Yang Yunwu felt that Han Fei was really stupid. How dare a sky opener ambush him, a Dao prover? If he wasn't crazy, he must be really bold. Yang Yunwu instantly turned into a human and waved his hand. The miasma seemed to be compressed and enveloped Han Fei. There was a reason why it was he who stayed in the miasma to ambush. The Cloud Fog sect was best at controlling cloud mist. Whether it was miasma or poisonous miasma, it might be useful to others, but to Yang Yunwu, not only was it useless, but it might even become his weapon. As the clouds swept over, Yang Yunwu grinned. The inheritance of a great monarch was right before his eyes. How could he not be excited? Swish! 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 When a large piece of miasma was cut apart by the knife light, Yang Yunwu clenched his fist and the power of the law surged. The clouds were thick and sticky. As long as he was in the clouds, Yang Yunwu was confident that he could easily take down Han Fei. Huh. But in the next moment, Yang Yunwu's face changed slightly. How could a sky opener break his cloud law? A sword light emerged from the clouds and slashed at Yang Yunwu. It was just a saber beam. Although it was very powerful and seemed to have reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, how could such an attack be taken seriously by Yang Yunwu? He pointed his finger gently, and the clouds in the sky rolled into a cloud dragon, enveloping Han Fei's knife light. Puff. Rip. After pointing at Han Fei, Yang Yunwu was waiting for Han Fei to make a fool of himself. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He saw that his cloud-sea flood dragon had been completely penetrated by Han Fei's blow, and its entire body was cut from head to tail. That's impossible. Yang Yunwu finally became solemn. Although it was just a cloud dragon, it contained the power of his soul and the law of clouds. How could it be cut open by a sky opener? Even the top 10 powerhouses on the God roll couldn't break a law. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-tall giant was clenching a destructive fist mark. Humph. How dare you play Dharma world with me in the clouds? Cloud binding. Rain twining. At that moment, Han Fei saw that all the clouds and mist gathered here, and the clouds were unusually moist and sticky. Because he was in the mist, this power couldn't be avoided. The silencing fist was blasted out and fell into the clouds. Yang Yunwu was shocked to see that his cloud mist divine technique was collapsing. What was the background of this human butcher? His physique and soul had reached a terrifying height. Finally, Yang Yunwu didn't dare to underestimate Han Fei anymore. He waved his hand and seemed to turn into a cloud, looking like a fairy. However, just as Yang Yunwu raised his head to the sky, thinking about how to break the Dharma idol of the human butcher, his body suddenly stiffened. Because a force rushed into his body. Who else could it be but Lu Qianxi? At that moment, Yang Yunwu knew that something was wrong and immediately released 200 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. At the moment when these people appeared, Han Fei walked out of the void mountain, but he ignored them. With a casual wave of his hand, an army of 1,000 puppets appeared in the void and surrounded the 200 people. Han Fei said indifferently, I don't know who told you about my whereabouts. Didn't he tell you that I've already killed a monarch? Seeing Yang Yunwu's surprised expression, Han Fei smiled and said, They really didn't tell you? Isn't that cheating you? Yang Yunwu felt like a marionette. When he looked down with difficulty, he saw a cyan rod with billions of strands of hair inserted into his body. Bang! Lu Qianxi said, he blew himself up, but not willingly. Han Fei said, since he likes to blow himself up, I don't mind giving him a hand. Lu Qianxi was surprised. Aren't you going to sign a master-servant contract with him? Han Fei said, I can't sign a contract with a humanoid. Besides, I've changed my mind. I'm not in a hurry to go to the northern mining area on this trip. Han Fei discovered that the curse of the heavens and bad luck couldn't be avoided. If he took a normal path, there would be people coming out to intercept him. If he entered the northwest mining area, he would definitely encounter Monarch Realm mine demons and might fall into some special miasma. Even though he had never shown up, his whereabouts had been leaked and updated in real time. This made Han Fei speechless. What methods did the other party have? If a carefree level or even an immortal level powerhouse wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't have had to be so troublesome. It was possible if it was an ultra-quality godly weapon, or even a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, or a chaotic spiritual treasure. For example, the vast ocean navigator had such an unreasonable directional ability. At first, Han Fei thought that just like the 9-palace luck ruler, the vast ocean navigator would become less and less useful as his strength increased. But in fact, it was not the case. Not long after he reached the sky-opening realm, the 9-palace luck ruler was almost useless, but the vast ocean navigator could even point out the location of a god. The quality difference between the two was huge. And this functional device that could detect his whereabouts was probably far more powerful than the vast ocean navigator. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. Although he was pressed for time, Han Fei still wanted to take a look at Yang Yunwu's memories. He wanted to see who leaked his whereabouts. Because the memories were very close, Han Fei found them easily. However, he saw a golden turtle that drew a roadmap of Han Fei's operation without any help. Then, it gave a bead to each of Yang Yunwu and the others. The turtle said, "I've planted a mark on the human butcher. As long as he approaches, the bead will shine and flash. Even if he hides in his origin star, this connection won't be severed. If he really enters his origin star, this will be your chance." Upon reading this, Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. When had he ever offended such a turtle? This was not a turtle, but a prophet. Also, Han Fei was still scared. A moment ago, he really wanted to hide in his origin star for a while. Now it seemed that he was lucky that he didn't have time to think carefully. Otherwise, if he really entered his origin star, he would be doomed. After being delayed for nearly 10 seconds, Han Fei knew that he had to go. There were monarchs in the other directions, who must be coming to him at full speed. However, before leaving, Han Fei had to send Yang Yunwu to hell. Rumble. In the 5 directions, the 5 monarchs' faces suddenly changed. Such a violent astronomical phenomenon could be sensed even across billions of kilometers of sky. This was the sign of the death of a monarch. Furthermore, their perception was even sharper. In an extremely short period of time, there was a great Tao crack on the left and one on the right, indicating that every time a heavenly Tao crack faintly appeared, it meant that a perfected star transformation realm cultivator had died. On Han Fei's side, the puppet army almost crushed the perfected star transformation realm cultivators. It wasn't that they were stronger in individual combat, but there were too many of them. After all, the 1,000 puppet army was all in the perfected star transformation realm. Furthermore, puppets didn't feel tired or in pain but only knew how to fight. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Even with Lu Qianxi's help, Han Fei couldn't kill all the perfected star transformation realm cultivators in just 10 seconds. He only killed 118 people, and only 3 of the puppets died. After all, when these cultivators saw that a monarch was captured, they knew that something was wrong and their fighting intent was greatly reduced. They just rushed forward blindly, trying to escape. Han Fei didn't care if these perfected star transformation realm cultivators were all dead or not. He recalled the puppet army and ran. While running, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked silently, "Where is the mark on my body?" Han Fei was shocked when the vast ocean navigator pointed. This was because the vast ocean navigator was not pointing at a certain part of his body, but at something he had never expected. It was the God's prayer bead. God's prayer bead? Han Fei was lost for a moment. How could it be the god's prayer bead? He got this thing from the ruins of God, and the guy who gave it to him called himself a god. Although he guessed that that guy was definitely not a god, he would never have thought that this was the reason why he was besieged. A divine beast? Han Fei became solemn. He would be a fool if he still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the god's prayer bead had only passed through the hands of two people. One was the guy he released back then, and the other was him. Now, someone had used this to locate him. It could only be the guy he had released back then. And the Emperor Sparrow had said that the guy suppressed back then had the aura of a divine beast. It seemed that this judgment was very correct. So, the golden turtle he saw in Yang Yunwu's memory must be him, and now that he had returned to the lineage of divine beasts, he took the opportunity to attack him. Previously, Li Luoluo had reminded him that, because of the northern expedition, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow made the divine beast lineage pay special attention to the movements of the ferocious beasts. As for this turtle, it must have guessed his identity with the god's prayer bead and learned that he had appeared among the ferocious beasts. That was why he wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. The lineage of divine beasts? I didn't want to be your enemy. I even let your people go during the northern expedition, but in the end, you want to kill me. You be ****. Sure enough, there was a reason why this turtle gave him an ultra-quality godly weapon like the god's prayer bead. Perhaps he had known about the existence of the Emperor Sparrow from the beginning, so he gave him the god's prayer bead in order to be of use in the future. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why the turtle gave him an ultra-quality godly weapon like the god's prayer bead. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. However, at this moment, the god's prayer bead had been refined by him. He didn't know if the turtle could locate the god's prayer bead itself or him. After he refined the god's prayer bead, the turtle said that even if he hid in his origin star, he would still be detected. This meant that even if he put away the god's prayer bead, it might not help. The only way was to reforge the god's prayer bead, modify it with the demon purification pot, and refine it again. In this way, maybe he could get rid of this state of being tracked. However, he didn't have the time to complete this series of operations now. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind in the blink of an eye. If such an ambush was inevitable, why not go all out? In any case, he couldn't avoid misfortune. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well kill his way out and make these people afraid of him. Besides, since he already knew how he was located, he had regained the initiative. With a thought from Han Fei, the vast ocean navigator pointed again. This time, it pointed to the northwestern mining area, a desperate place. For him, it was a desperate place, but for those monarchs, it was at least a dangerous place. The vast ocean navigator immediately turned and pointed to the depths of the northwestern mining area, and Han Fei rushed in that direction without hesitation. Since it was the bad luck given by the heavenly Tao, it must be very dangerous for him to walk into the mining area. But at this moment, who cared? Soon, the 5 monarchs arrived at the place where Yang Yunwu died one after another, less than 100 seconds after Han Fei escaped. Thunder was still rumbling in the sky. Someone said, Yang Yunwu is dead. Someone said solemnly, the strong master from the Cloud Fog sect died just like that. It seems that the power of the human butcher can't be measured with the standard of the sky-opening realm. He's not a monarch, but he's even stronger than a monarch. Someone said, cut the crap. Let's go. Although he can intercept Yang Yunwu, it has taken him some time. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than us, so it's only a matter of time before we catch up with him. Another person held a bead in his hand and said, it seems that he is going to the depths of the northwestern mining area. Idiot, there will only be more obstacles in the depths of the mining area. Does he think he can get rid of us by running around in this miasma? The 5 monarchs attacked at the same time, so they were naturally not afraid. Han Fei could kill Yang Yunwu. They felt that he must have used the power of Puppet City or some other means. However, they all felt that it was too unbelievable that a sky-opener could kill a monarch. Even if Han Fei won by a fluke, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight the 5 of them. Otherwise, Han Fei didn't need to run. He just needed to wait for them to come and fight a good battle. Therefore, when the 5 of them saw Han Fei running to the depths of the northwestern mining area, they were not anxious at all. To be honest, in such a short time, they didn't think Han Fei could run far. If he didn't run for days and nights, he might not meet a mine demon that could threaten a monarch. However, they didn't know that Han Fei had bad luck at this moment. His existence would attract bad luck, so he didn't need to go deep into the western mining area at all. As long as he entered the northwestern mining area, he would be in danger. As Han Fei expected, he only ran for about 200 seconds before he encountered a large mass of poisonous miasma. In this poisonous miasma, a centipede in the Tao-proving realm, covered in a bright red carapace, attacked Han Fei. However, Han Fei simply ignored this guy. He still used the God's prayer bead, and his body was quickly absorbing and adapting to the poisonous miasma here. As for the centipede's attack, with Lu Qianxi temporarily resisting it, he just needed to rush forward. Unless he encountered another Monarch Realm mine demon in a short period of time, it was impossible to slow down his speed of escape. However, Han Fei underestimated his bad luck. Before he rushed out of this poisonous miasma area, he encountered another spotted spider with black shells and white spots. It didn't look like a good thing. Qi Lu. As soon as the spider spewed out, an invisible silk net covered him from the seawater. Han Fei slashed backhand. The knife light contained the true meaning of Ragnarok, so the net was broken with one slash, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief. As expected of a divine technique that could only be used by people cultivating the Tao of extreme balance. With this divine technique, he would have the means to slay a monarch. At this moment, under the one-on-one battle, Han Fei was no longer afraid of the Tao prover. This was a great improvement. However, when Han Fei was about to run, he found that he was still entangled, because he found that the seawater had turned into threads and was about to solidify into a cocoon. The drawing technique. Han Fei had the draw technique, and Lu Qianxi had the silk thread soul stab. This spider restrained Han Fei, and Lu Qianxi directly pierced his soul. Han Fei took the opportunity to unfold the threads that were holding him and cut open the silk cocoon in front of him. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed Lu Qianxi and ran. Now was not the time to waste. The longer he was intercepted, the more danger he would be in. Once the 5 monarchs behind caught up to him, he would be in danger even if he activated all 5 of his Tao lock and had the help of Lu Qianxi. Besides, the 5 Tao locks had to be used at the most critical moment. After the third use, he would have to prove Tao. How could he use it here? After another few seconds, Han Fei continued to rush deeper. Lu Chanxi said, well, why don't we change direction? I feel that wherever you run, monarch mine demons will appear. Did the demon god curse you? At this time, Lu Chanxi also noticed Han Fei's abnormality. When he left the god-burying ridge, he found it strange. He hadn't encountered any monarch realm mine demons before, but several of them had appeared at once. At that time, in the storm quicksand sea, with his ability, even if he encountered a group of mine demons, he could avoid most of them, but at that time, he encountered many waves of mine demons in a row. He was ambushed after he left the ferocious beast settlement, but only 3 days later, he was ambushed again. Now that he had just entered the northwestern mining area, he had met 2 monarch realm mine demons in a row. This made him feel that it was a miracle that Han Fei could survive until now. Han Fei said, it's the same in any direction. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we're seeking survival now. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is for us. What kind of logic is this? Lu Chanxi felt that Han Fei was out of his mind. Are these centipedes and spiders safe? These are 2 Dao-proving level mine demons. Their speed is no slower than yours. Han Fei didn't slow down. Only Lu Chanxi dealt with the centipede and the spider for the time being. Another 200 seconds later, after encountering more than 30 waves of ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm mine demons, Han Fei finally encountered the first gregarious mine demons in the northwestern mining area. This was a species of mine demon called the Great Halberd Crab. They had a hard carapace, one pincer was like a halberd, used to wave, and the other pincer was like a spear, which could throw and attack. Lu Chanxi screamed, not good, let's take a detour. I hate this kind of mine demon the most. I hate all mine demons with hard carapaces. Han Fei grinned. That's exactly what we're waiting for. Han Fei bet that he couldn't reach the forbidden place at all, but he didn't really need to go there. With his bad luck, the strongest people he had attracted so far were only Dao provers. However, Dao provers couldn't be everywhere. It was a little unrealistic for 5, 6, or even 8 of them to appear in 2 hours. Otherwise, it was because the heavenly Dao was disgusting and would do anything to kill him. Besides, theoretically speaking, he hadn't gone far into the northwestern mining area. It was already unbelievable enough that he had encountered 2 Dao-proving level mine demons. It couldn't be that all the monarchs attacked him, right? At this moment, Han Fei finally got what he wanted. As the saying went, there was chaos, there was a chance. As long as the purpose was clear, there was a way to turn danger into safety. The great halberd crabs were slowly marching, so it was a dense mass. Han Fei didn't need to release much perception to know that the number was definitely not small, at least tens of thousands. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to encounter so many powerful crabs at this depth of this mining area. The answer could only be a coincidence. These crabs were marching and migrating. He happened to enter the northwest mining area and meet them. The moment they saw Han Fei, these great halberd crabs separated into more than 1,000 crabs and raised their halberds and spears, ready to fight. Because there were monarch realm centipedes and spiders behind, Han Fei was forced to attack the migrating great halberd crabs. This was a manifestation of bad luck. Gregarious mind demons were also very difficult to deal with. In fact, these great halberd crabs didn't care if they could stop Han Fei, as long as they could force him into a dilemma. Han Fei took a closer look. Nearly half of these crabs were in the peak level, late-stage star transformation realm, and a small number were in the perfected star transformation realm. For the time being, no monarch realm crabs appeared. At this moment, Han Fei took a deep breath. He could create a desperate situation himself and then have a narrow escape. He said to Lu Qianxi, "You run first. Find a random corner and wait for me hundreds of millions of kilometers away." With that, Han Fei threw Lu Qianxi out. Lu Qianxi was slightly shocked. He thought that at such a moment, Han Fei would never be able to leave him. According to Han Fei's personality, he would only occasionally attack when he was defeated by others. Lu Qianxi asked, "Are you sure?" Han Fei grinned. "It's just an ambush. Just be prepared to take action at any time." Lu Qianxi thought to himself, "Sure enough, when was this guy so nice? He asked me to hide so that I can catch his enemies off guard." However, he didn't know how Han Fei could survive the attacks of so many monarchs. Could he survive with this bunch of crabs? Come on, there was no monarch here. No matter how powerful these crabs were, they were useless. Go! Han Fei shouted and urged Lu Qianxi to leave, because those great halberd crabs had already begun to move. One spear shadow after another, there were as many as 20,000 of them. Faced with such a storm-like blow, Han Fei wouldn't stupidly go up to fight head on. The Starsea mystic sand floated outside his body, and in this environment where spear beams rained down, he activated the void descending art. At the moment the technique was activated, his original body and clone switched, and Han Fei appeared above these crabs. Fist of destruction, explode. Rumble. The strongest punch of the star fist technique was launched when these crabs were unprepared, directly collapsing part of the seabed. As many as 60 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm crabs died by Han Fei's hand. Yes, Han Fei chose the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm crabs to attack, but even so, he only killed more than 60 of them, which showed how strong the defense power of this halberd crab was. After the punch, Han Fei didn't stop. Instead, he grabbed 3 crabs in the perfected star transformation realm with the void lines. The 3 halberd crabs slashed at Han Fei. When the 3 halberd crabs rushed out to chase Han Fei, the entire crab swarm went crazy. But Han Fei's speed was much faster. He reversed time and instantly returned to where he had just come from before turning around and running. Yes, Han Fei had a very strong feeling. This feeling told him that if the 5 monarchs arrived, he would definitely be no match for them. But it was a chaotic battle. They didn't have to be evenly matched. With the god's prayer bead and the golden turtle, no matter where he ran, he would be discovered. As long as his whereabouts were exposed, he would be hunted all the way. However, seeing Han Fei return, the happiest was the monarch realm centipede and spider that were chasing him. But this wasn't important. Han Fei activated his great Dao and even opened the invincible eyes between his eyebrows. He said indifferently, "From the beginning, the bad luck imposed on me by the heavenly Dao is the hunting of Dao provers. If I keep running, I will only be chased. Today, I won't run." The speed of the 5 monarchs was very fast. Suddenly, their hearts stirred. He is getting closer and closer. He must have encountered difficulties that made it difficult for him to move forward. This was the only reason that everyone could think of. This was the most likely reason. Therefore, the 5 people immediately slowed down and released nearly 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. These perfected star transformation realm powerhouses were all good at arrays. Their task was to seize some time to stop Han Fei's puppet army. In less than 50 seconds, the mist surging in the miasma was shaking. One of the monarchs said, "I feel that something is wrong. Everyone, you have to be careful when facing the human butcher. After all, he has the means to slay a monarch." In the next moment, Han Fei's figure appeared in their perception. However, a centipede and a spider appeared with him. They were both at the Tao proving level. This made everyone's expression change. How F***ing troublesome is this guy? How long has it been since he entered the northwestern mining area? And he has already encountered 2 Tao-proving level mine demons? Not just them, even Han Fei couldn't figure it out, but he didn't care. Emperor Sparrow, fuse. Swish. At that moment, Han Fei had a pair of black wings on his back, the third eye between his eyebrows opened, and his body was shining with golden light. Clearly, he had pushed his strength to its peak. Among the 5 monarchs, someone snorted coldly. "Idiot, you think you can fight 5 monarchs alone?" The other person smiled contemptuously. "Not to mention that only 2 of these mine demons are at the Tao proving level. Even if there are 5, they are nothing." One of the monarchs shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, stop these crabs." After that, the 5 of them stepped out of the void at the same time. If they captured Han Fei, the inheritance of a great monarch would belong to them. In the end, whoever obtained it first was the winner. However, at the moment when the 5 powerhouses were about to attack, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Frenzying eye. The monarch closest to Han Fei suddenly froze, and his eyes were cloudy. Han Fei continued, "Steal consciousness." At the moment when Han Fei stole this person's consciousness, a pearl flew out from between this person's eyebrows, shaking non-stop. Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he seemed to be struggling. However, Han Fei said unhurriedly, "Steal again." In the next moment, the pearl miraculously disappeared and appeared in Han Fei's palm. At this moment, the other 4 monarchs attacked at the same time and 4 laws descended on Han Fei. At the same time, one of them pressed his palm on Han Fei's back, and another pressed on Han Fei's head. Another person split his longsword into tens of thousands of pieces, as if he were going to kill Han Fei. The last person put his hands together, creating a space of strength that devoured Han Fei. Puff. 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 At this moment, the 4 monarchs discovered that Han Fei had been beaten into a white mist, without any dregs left. But at this moment, there was a roar behind him. Another Han Fei appeared in front of the dazed monarch, and his fist mark had already landed on this person's head. Rumble. With one punch, the monarch exploded into countless pieces. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the other party wasn't blown to pieces by him. Even though he had actually reached the limit of the dual extreme Tao in the sky-opening realm. The monarch's fragments bulged and extinguished in the void, but they couldn't condense the soul and regather their body. The 4 monarchs were all shocked. Someone was shocked. How is it possible? Is this the technique of dual killing of body and soul? Han Fei finally realized that the strength of a monarch wasn't the body, and Soul. What was important was the circulation of the true meaning of the law. When he killed this person, it was even easier than last time. This was because from the moment he appeared, he had already targeted him. From the frenzying eye, to the void-stealing technique, to stealing his soul. Suppressing godly weapon, everything happened in a flash, giving this person no time to react. In addition, the characteristics of the Ragnarok could destroy and shatter laws and great chaos. Coupled with the lingering killing intent of the Tao of slaughter god, it hindered the condensation of the monarch's body and soul. Therefore, he was able to achieve a real killing blow. Therefore, in this case, the difference between a monarch and a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with 5 Tao locks wasn't very big. Han Fei's kill was stunning enough. The other 4 monarchs finally understood how Yang Yunwu died. Those who could become monarchs had good eyesight. Although the technique of dual killing of body and soul was rare in the world, it was still recognized at a glance. Besides, they had noticed that the dead monarch was in a trance before he died and had seen Han Fei's strange method of stealing the soul-suppressing godly weapon. They realized that Han Fei had the ability to instantly snatch other people's consciousness and weapons. The 4 of them became solemn. One of them said, "Don't underestimate this guy. His soul power should be abnormally powerful to be able to trick a Tao-proving realm cultivator. Furthermore, this is the rare technique of dual killing of body and soul. Once we really fall into a passive state, the consequences will be unimaginable." Someone said, "How did he take Old Chi's soul, suppressing godly weapon? If the soul-suppressing godly weapon hadn't disappeared, he should have been able to block this blow, and then he wouldn't have died." Swish. 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 Without giving them much time to consider, the centipede and the spider had already rushed over. After all, they were mind demons. They would attack all foreign species that were not mind demons. It was the same for Han Fei or these monarchs. Therefore, it was impossible for these people to ignore the attacks of these 2 Tao-proving level mind demons. One of them said, "Let's split up. Master Hua, when bushing, you take care of these 2 mind demons. Chen Bai and I will deal with the human butcher." No one had any objections to this distribution, although they didn't know how. Han Fei provoked 2 Tao-proving level mind demons in the northwestern mining area. However, since they had been lured over, they must be involved in this chaotic battle. However, the army of crabs that followed them from a distance was ignored. For them, the mind demons could only give them some trouble at most, and it was almost impossible to make up for the gap in strength with human-tied tactics. Han Fei was relieved to see that the other party sent 2 monarchs to deal with the centipede and the spider. As long as these 2 mind demons appeared, they would have to deal with them. These monarchs figured this out from the beginning and took the initiative to send 2 monarchs to deal with these 2 mind demons. As for the remaining 2 people on the other side, they didn't panic at all when facing him, even though he had just killed a Tao prover. At this time, Han Fei was thinking that he probably couldn't beat 2 monarchs at the same time. Then he heard a monarch on the opposite side say, "Human butcher, do you really think you can contend with monarchs just because you luckily killed a monarch? Now I'll give you a chance. Hand over Puppet City, and I may let you go." Han Fei sneered. Idiot. Of course, Han Fei knew that the other party was just talking nonsense. Not to mention handing over Puppet City, even if he offered 10 puppet cities, these people wouldn't let him off. However, he didn't intend to let them go either. They attacked him over and over again. Did they really think he was a pushover? So what if they were monarchs? If it were before he learned the Ragnarok, his methods to deal with monarchs were indeed limited, and he couldn't kill even the weakest monarch. However, the Ragnarok gave him the possibility of crossing realms to slay a monarch. Therefore, when he found that he was completely targeted and had nowhere to escape, he needed a victory that amazed and shocked everyone. 1, 2, 3 Dao locks appeared on Han Fei's body. Ka ka ka. The 3 Dao locks cracked, and Han Fei felt an even more magnificent power bursting out of his body. At this moment, Han Fei's combat power when he hadn't even activated his great Dao was already comparable to his full combat power when he activated his great Dao in the Divine Capital Dynasty. As soon as the 3 Dao locks were opened, his soul power and strength both exceeded 800,000 points. Han Fei didn't hide his invincible eyes at all. He didn't mind being seen again. Activating the great Dao, Han Fei's body was like a diamond, his blood was surging like a tidal wave, and his soul was clear. With the enhancement of 6 times his combat power, his strength exceeded 5 million waves, and so was his soul. Swish. Han Fei moved and punched out with the silencing fist. He had never thought that he could win by trickery. The monarchs had the power of laws, and he had the Ragnarok. If the Ragnarok was regarded as a power of laws, then he could be considered a monarch now. The gap in the realm had been quickly smoothed out. Now it was just a competition of strength. The 2 monarchs changed their expressions and attacked him head-on. They knew that Han Fei had other means, but it didn't mean that this method could really close the gap in the realm. Therefore, when they saw Han Fei's punch, a wave rose under one of their feet, and a huge tide swept up, blocking in front of them. The law of water? This wave was not ordinary. This wave was extremely thick, giving Han Fei the illusion that it was the softened product of a steel torrent and no longer looked like water. However, Han Fei scoffed at this. He pounced on him, and with a bang, the sound was not loud, but it seemed to be cutting. In the next moment, a hole was punched through the middle of the vortex wave. Huh. The 2 monarchs were both surprised. They found it a little strange. Not only did Han Fei have the technique of dual killing of body and soul, but why could his combat skills also penetrate the power of the law? The essential difference between the sky-opening realm and the monarch realm was the law. Without the law, the only difference between the sky-opening realm and the monarch realm was the difference in basic strength. However, now they had the illusion that they were fighting a powerhouse of the same level. This was because Han Fei could easily break the power of the law, which made their advantage as a monarch disappear. Therefore, after Han Fei broke through the barrier of the heavy water, the 2 of them looked at each other and regarded Han Fei as an opponent of the same realm for the first time. Another person sneered. Suddenly, his speed soared, far exceeding 30 times the speed of light. In an instant, he slashed out tens of thousands of swords, trying to shatter Han Fei's fist of destruction. However, when the 10,000 swords failed to completely shatter the fist of destruction, the man's face changed and he shouted in a low voice, "It's a top divine technique, Chenbai." The monarch named Chenbai roared, and the law of water condensed into a spear light in his chest and abdomen. He shouted, "Bratty, you are not the only one who has a divine technique." Divine technique, waterfall spear. At the moment when the spear light appeared, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Steel. In the blink of an eye, the waterfall spear that had just been condensed suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared in front of Han Fei and attacked the other monarch. The man's face changed greatly. It could even steal an attack? What kind of technique was that? Han Fei had been waiting for this moment. He was going to use a divine technique in exchange for a divine technique to steal the strongest attack of one of the opponents. The fist of destruction was still launched, and the waterfall spear appeared, which was equivalent to 2 divine techniques. The other person had to take out a giant shield to block it. At this moment, Han Fei stole Chen Bai's consciousness and forced a sapphire mirror, which was his soul-suppressing godly weapon, to leave his body. Steal again. In the next moment, the green jade mirror appeared on Han Fei's side. Chen Bai had lost his soul-suppressing godly weapon. Not good. Chen Bai's face changed drastically, and the other person looked horrified. Was he going to repeat the scene just now? The sword cultivator condensed a sky-reaching sword shadow in the air and thrust it at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care. The star-sea mystic sand intertwined in the air and swept towards the sword shadow. Seeing this, Chen Bai knew that he had lost this round, so he wanted to retreat. His figure turned into water, and a mist surrounded the law of water, preparing to escape. But in the next moment, Han Fei spat out the extreme cold pearl and shouted, "Freeze!" In the next moment, the power of the carefree level burst out, and the mist was frozen before it could escape. Boom! The fist of destruction had arrived and landed in the mist, which was crushed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Rumble! In the sky, cracks of the great Tao radiated billions of kilometers, indicating the death of another monarch. Hiss! From a distance, Lu Chanxi looked at the sky in horror. 2 consecutive meteorological phenomena had occurred. He knew that this was definitely not Han Fei's death, but he didn't know if a mind demon or an enemy chasing Han Fei had died. But in any case, at this moment, Lu Chanxi only felt that the outside world was too dangerous. How many days had it been since he came out? 4 monarchs had already died. Were the monarchs outside so worthless? At this moment, on the battlefield, the 3 monarchs were all shocked. How? King long had it been? In just dozens of seconds, 2 monarchs had died in a row, who were at the same level as them. Earlier, a monarch was ambushed and killed by Han Fei. That might be because he was careless, but now, they were clearly fighting head-on. Why was Chen Bai killed? Half of the 6 monarchs had died not long after the battle began. They couldn't imagine what would happen if the battle dragged on. They didn't mind Yan Yunwu's death, because it was normal to be tricked in a one-on-one battle. Later, Han Fei came with 2 mind demons in the Tao Proving realm and killed another by surprise. This could be attributed to Han Fei's strange methods. But now Chen Bai was dead. No matter how they explained it, it was difficult to express their panic at the moment. They didn't know if Han Fei still had any trump cards, but at least now they had confirmed one thing, that was, Han Fei had too many means, all of which were very strange and hard to resist. At this moment, Han Fei grinned at the 3 of them and said, "Do you still want to fight?" Han Fei put away the ownerless mirror, looking calm, and had no intention of escaping. He simply took out a mass of liquid divine light and swallowed it. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. He had stolen something from 2 monarchs in a row. The backlash he suffered might not be obvious to Others, but he knew it. Of course, now was not the time for him to be desperate. He had already used up most of his trump cards. If he continued to fight, he estimated that with Lu Qianxi's help, he should be able to kill another one. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry. He just looked at the battlefield calmly. The remaining three monarchs looked at each other in the air. Their meaning was clear. They didn't want to continue this battle. If Han Fei wanted to escape, this was the right time. There was no reason for him to stay here. Since he didn't leave, no matter what, the other party must still have trump cards in his hand. That was why he didn't leave. However, the other party didn't choose to attack either, which meant that Han Fei wasn't confident of killing the three of them at once, so he asked this question. Seeing that no one answered, Han Fei chuckled. If you don't fight, I'm leaving. Right, today may be the best opportunity for you to kill me. If you miss it, it may be difficult for you to kill me again. Everyone, enter my origin star. At this time, the monarch who was fighting the centipede with a giant axe spoke. It seemed that he was not going to fight anymore. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked deeply at the surging tide of crabs and said silently, "Eye of Disaster." After activating the Eyes of Disaster, Han Fei grinned. Fine, I'll spare your lives today. However, next time, no one can save you. With that, Han Fei walked away. He could enter the origin stars of the three powerhouses he had killed with their bodies and souls, so he wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had been locked down, he didn't have the time to check them. For the time being. Now, his top priority was to run. The Eye of Disaster was the only uncontrollable supernatural power of the Emperor Sparrow. Once it was activated, the consequences were unpredictable. Because Zhang Daqian was also here, Han Fei didn't use it immediately because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape after using it. Now, the axe guy wanted to collect everyone into his origin star. Han Fei was certainly relieved. The monarchs were dead, but their origin stars were still there. As long as they were still there, he could find Zhang Daqian. Seeing Han Fei leave right under their noses, the three monarchs all looked awful. And among the army that was fighting the crab army, Zhang Daqian immediately got his original body's order and got into Master Hua's origin star. In the following period of time, Han Fei was really running without any rest. God knew what would happen after the Eye of Disaster descended. Of course, he had to run far away. There was no reason for him to use the Eye of Disaster on others, but disaster would befall him. Even the heavens couldn't do that. Right? 10 seconds after Han Fei ran away, the remaining three monarchs didn't leave directly. Han Fei ran away, but they couldn't come back empty-handed. Fortunately, there were still two Tao-proving realm mine demons here, as well as this crab tide. If they took them all down, they could vent their anger and make up for their losses. As for the deaths of Yang Yunwu, Chen Bai, and the others, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame their bad luck. However, 10 seconds after Han Fei left, the ground suddenly began to tremble. And a saber beam cut across the sky. The three of them were shocked. Master Hua exclaimed, "How is it possible? Is this an immortal level powerhouse? How can there be an immortal level powerhouse here?" Another person said, "It's a mine demon, an immortal level mine demon. How is it possible? This is only the periphery of the northwest mining area. How can there be an immortal level mine demon here?" The three of them panicked. It was not that there were no immortal level mine demons in the infinite mining area, but they definitely shouldn't appear here. Even if they ran for 3 days and 3 nights in the northwest mining area, they probably wouldn't encounter a mine demon of this level. This thing was usually in the deepest of the infinite mining area, where there were even great monarch level mine demons, not to mention immortal level ones. However, immortal level mine demons rarely appeared here in the history of the entire infinite mining area. Puff. The sword cultivator was cut apart by this saber. Even his godly weapon, his law, and his body and soul were cut apart. The other two were horrified and shouted, "Run! Rumble!" Under the heavenly Tao crack, in the rain of blood, a huge mountain-like mine demon crab tore open the blood mist and appeared here surrounded by countless small crabs. Swish. The big crab's claws were like blades hanging high in the sky, cutting through the sky like a meteor. As the sharp claws extended out, the centipede and the spider were both nailed through. Immediately afterward, the crab's pincers cut the 2 monarchs who were trying to escape. At this moment, the 2 of them made a decision at the same time, which was to abandon their bodies. In such a critical moment, they had no time to condense their bodies. At this moment, they had to seize every second. They were already lucky to survive. However, how could it be so easy to survive under the nose of an immortal level powerhouse? The huge crab leaped and 8 sharp blades fell from the sky, blocking their way. In the next moment, 2 golden wheels flashed before their eyes, and then their souls burned with golden flames. Ah! The golden flames couldn't be extinguished. They seemed to contain a power of law that they couldn't understand. Just as they were about to die, they saw a young woman standing on the head of the mountain-like crab, watching everything expressionlessly with her arms crossed. Even when the 2 of them died, they were still a little scared and puzzled. How could someone stand on the head of this immortal level crab? Who was she? Unfortunately, no one would tell them the answer. The woman muttered, "Those be asterisk stards dare to attack old Sia's descendants. They're courting death." Buzz, buzz. The big crab's mouth was buzzing with bubbles, but the woman glanced in the direction where Han Fei left and chuckled. "It's okay. Only one of them ran away. We're leaving the depths of the mine for the storm ridge. We don't have to waste too much time on one person." With that, the woman looked in the direction where Han Fei left casually, feeling a little puzzled. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity. However, the woman thought that she hadn't left the depths of the infinite mining area for a long time and thought that it must be her illusion. On the other side, Han Fei was sweating profusely. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 5 monarchs had died. What had they encountered? Damn. Zhang Daqian should be fine, right? Wasn't the power of the eyes of disaster a little too terrifying? The voice of the Emperor Sparrow sounded in Han Fei's mind. "I said that the eyes of disaster can't be used randomly. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have used them if I could. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them." Han Fei didn't think so, but he might have to call his eldest senior brother for help. Han Fei had thought that the eye of disaster might not be able to cause any real disaster. Once the 3 of them killed the centipede and the spider, they might continue to chase him. At that time, he and Lu Qianxi might be able to kill them all. Now, this plan was useless. However, he still had to go back and save Zhang Daqian's It wasn't easy for his two clones to grow to this point. It would be a pity if they died here. After a while, Han Fei found Lu Qianxi in a corner billions of kilometers away. This guy pretended to be a bamboo pole and nailed himself into the mountain. When he saw Han Fei, Lu Qianxi was stunned and looked at Han Fei in shock. You. Are you a god? Han Fei was instantly amused. It turned out that Lu Qianxi was also frightened by the scene just now. Thinking back to the trip to the god-burying ridge, he thought that he had been possessed by a god, so he lost his cool. Now, Han Fei pretended to be mysterious. Oh. Did you find out? Clatter. Lu Qianxi immediately turned into a tree man and bowed to Han Fei. Hi, I'm Lu. Lu. Han Fei slapped Lu Qianxi speechlessly. Stop it. I'm just teasing you. I just encountered some uncontrollable accidents. If I were a god, would you be qualified to be with me? Huh? Lu Qianxi didn't believe it. He was certain that Han Fei must be a god. He must have been possessed in the god-burying ridge. But at that time, his strength as a god was limited, so he kept a low profile now. Yes, that must be it. Lu Qianxi thought to himself, if Han Fei wants to pretend, just let him pretend. I'm just an errand boy now. Thinking about how I talked back to Han Fei and nagged at him just now, it's a miracle that I can survive until now. Han Fei didn't care what Lu Qianxi was thinking. He was now in the northern mining area. God knew what his bad luck would bring him. He said, well, Lu Qianxi, stay here for a while. I'm going to the Sea of Stars for a few days. Yes, God. Master Han Fei. Han Fei. Of course, Han Fei didn't dare to approach that area now, and he was sure that no one would go there in a short period of time. After 8 monarchs died there in a row, who would dare to go there? And Han Fei's top priority was to reforge the god's prayer bead. This time, those attacking him were all Dao-proving level monarchs, but they were all dead. Would the carefree level come next time? If they were at the carefree level, what could he use to fight them? Even if he opened all his 5 Dao locks and unleashed all his strength, he might not be a match for a carefree level powerhouse. Therefore, if he didn't reforge the god's prayer bead, he might be finished at any time. Because the demon god was in his body, he couldn't enter his origin star. Therefore, Han Fei could only go to someone else's origin star. It happened that Yang Yunwu's corpse was still in his hands, so there was still a place to go. After entering Yang Yunwu's origin star, Han Fei scanned it with his perception. There were a lot of treasures on this person's origin star. After coming out, he could even see 108 modified stars surrounding the main star. Every one of them was of high quality and had been modified very well. It was a considerable resource. However, Han Fei had no time to empty the resources on Yang Yunwu's origin star. As soon as he stepped into the Sea of Stars, he took out the god's prayer bead. On the Sea of Stars, Han Fei threw the god's prayer bead into his origin star. And the 3 soul-suppressing godly weapons he had just snatched. Among the godly weapons he had accumulated before, he picked 2 high-quality godly weapons and threw them into the demon purification pot with a level 9 mineral recast. Because the demon purification pot hadn't been fully repaired yet, the speed of refining ultra-quality godly weapons was relatively slow. However, no Matter how slow it was only in his origin star. He had enough resources to provide the power of the demon purification pot. While the demon purification pot was refining the god's prayer bead, Han Fei set up a seal around himself, hid his breath, and even used the god's sealing spears to seal the space where he was. After all, it was not safe on the Sea of Stars. If he encountered a star sea giant beast, it would be another big battle. 2 days later, more than a year passed in his origin star, and finally, the brand new god's prayer bead was refined. However, Han Fei sensed that this refining was the most laborious one for the demon purification pot. In history, the demon purification pot had never taken such a long time to refine. It was basically done in half a day. This time, it took more than a year. It could be seen that the demon purification pot was still far from its peak state. After this matter was over, he had to get the small vine from the heavenly race. When the god's prayer bead flew out, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name God's prayer bead. Introduction. This is God's prayer bead made of the lotus seed of the chaotic sea of bitterness, a level 9 refined mine, a soul crystal jasper, a monarch's marrow, and the essence blood of a god. Wearing this bead, you can use the power of the heavenly Tao and the law to temper your body and soul every day. When activated in battle, your combat power can be increased by 20%. It can ensure that your soul is clear and won't be enchanted or enter illusions. The prayer bead is holy and can block all evil. It can block billions of great poisons, slowly increase the luck of the wearer, can resist soul attacks, and can resist the law impact of some Tao proving level. Monarchs. Quality acquired spiritual treasure. Attached soul none. Effect hone the body with the heavenly Tao, protect the soul from all evil. Impervious to all poisons, enhance luck, resist soul attacks, and resist part of the impact of laws. Recastable. Unrefined. Note 1. Don't put a soul into it easily. Unfit souls cannot be fused with it. Note 2. There is no difference between acquired spiritual treasures and connate spiritual treasures. Both are weaker than spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, and the 3 are weaker than connate spiritual treasures. Huh? Not just an ultra-quality godly weapon? Han Fei was surprised. An acquired spiritual treasure was about the same level as a connate spiritual treasure, which was beyond the scope of a godly weapon. It was probably because he added too many ingredients that the god's prayer bead mutated. No wonder it took the demon purification pot more than a year to refine it. In that case, the demon purification pot actually had the ability to refine a spiritual treasure-level weapon? From the notes, he learned the classification of spiritual treasures. The acquired spiritual treasures and connate spiritual treasures were at the same level. The spiritual treasure of heaven and earths were 1 level higher, and the chaotic spiritual treasures were 2 levels higher. Then, the spiritual treasure level weapons were classified to the upper, middle, and low-quality ones just like godly weapons, but there was no concept of ultra-quality. Perhaps there was, but he hadn't come into contact with it yet. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the specific information of the god's prayer bead. Previously, it could increase one's combat power by 10%, but now it had become 20%. It didn't say that it could resist soul attacks and the impact of the law of the Tao proving level monarchs, but now it could. This meant that even if he didn't use the Ragnarok, he would have the power to fight a Tao proving level monarch head-on. More importantly, the re-refined God's prayer bead would no longer have the characteristic of being tracked, right? The golden turtle could see where he was with this, which was creepy. Humph. How dare you call yourself a god back then? Fine, sooner or later. I'll tear off your turtle shell and make you into soup. Han Fei had no intention of retaliating against the golden turtle now. Back in the ruins of God, this turtle suppressed many strong masters. Even though it was sealed, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators had no power to fight back, which showed that the other party's strength was definitely in the monarch realm. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to select among the Tao proving level, the carefree level, the immortal level, and great monarch. When the needle landed on the immortal level, Han Fei knew that he couldn't avenge himself for the time being. However, the situation was a little better than he had expected. He had thought that this golden turtle might be a great monarch. After all, this guy used to brag about being a god. Now that he knew his real strength, Han Fei was no longer afraid of him at all. Han Fei put on the god's prayer bead again and looked around. He didn't know if it was because the heavenly Tao didn't take care of him, or if the god sealing spear array worked, but in any case, he hadn't been attacked by sea giant beasts in the past 2 days. But it did make sense. Even if he was plagued by bad luck, he shouldn't be plagued by bad luck every day, right? Ordinary people wouldn't encounter a monarch realm mine demon even in thousands of years in the infinite mining area, but he had almost encountered one every day recently. This should be dangerous enough, right? When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, he saw that Lu Qianxi was still stuck in the mountain, pretending to be an abandoned stick. Seeing this, Han Fei was slightly relieved. Fortunately, without him, Lu Qianxi wouldn't suffer bad luck. Seeing Han Fei come out, Lu Qianxi hurried out. My lord, you're out? Han Fei knew that this guy still regarded him as a god, thinking that a god had possessed his body. However, there was no need to explain this matter. It seemed not bad to make Lu Qianxi maintain this respectful attitude. Han Fei said, let's go back to the battlefield over there. In the past 2 days, the 100 Alliance city was in an uproar. Han Fei's appearance was known to the whole city. The bigger the commotion before, the more horrified the people were now. According to the results of the intelligence centers, the battle in the northwestern mining area quickly came to an end. At that time, many people thought that Han Fei was doomed. So many Tao proving level monarchs led nearly 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to besiege him. As a result, none of the 6 monarchs survived. All the 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators died. Besides, according to some intelligence, another 3 monarchs might have also died. These people might have secretly planned to take Han Fei down, but they encountered some problems and died anyway. They naturally didn't know that 2 mine demons at the Tao proving level had perished too, so in their opinion, hunting the human butcher had become an extremely dangerous matter. Those who had been prepared to try all chose to give up. Come on, this was no longer hunting. This was courting death. Not to mention the sky-opening realm powerhouses, even the Tao proving level powerhouses who were about to attack were silent. Many monarch realm powerhouses secretly came since Puppet City appeared, but there was no trace of Han Fei, so they didn't attack. Now, although Han Fei's whereabouts were known, in just a few days, 9 monarchs had died in a row. This news had already spread to the 8 camps. outside the infinite mining area, and even to the East Sea divine realm. After all, there were few monarchs in the first place. How could 8 or 9 of them die at once? As a result, rumors spread all over the 100 Alliance city. In the streets and alleys, where there were people discussing the hottest news in the infinite mining area in the past 10,000 years. Someone said that human butcher has definitely proven Tao. If he hadn't, how could he have survived such a siege? Someone said, have you forgotten Puppet City? It's said that the human butcher can borrow the power of Puppet City. I don't know how powerful that power is, but I know that it can withstand a punch from the great monarch. Bloody hand. And I believe that if he is only at the Tao proving level, it's impossible for him to kill 9 Tao proving level monarchs in a row. Someone sneered. Nothing is impossible. The human butcher initiated the Northern expedition alone and became the biggest beneficiary in the end. How can such a person be an ordinary person? I won't be surprised no matter what happens to him. Anyway, let's just leave hunting the human butcher to the monarchs. Suddenly, someone ran past in a hurry and shouted, the latest intelligence on the human butcher only charges a level 2 mineral. Those who want to watch the fun don't miss the chance. Only a level 2 mineral. You won't lose anything. The price is less than 10% of the price of the intelligence centers. Many people were intrigued. A level 2 mineral was indeed cheap. Give me one. Okay. The man took the mineral thrown at him in midair and threw out a jade slip. Happily. This information would be useful in 3 days at most, so many people were unwilling to spend the price of a level 2 mineral. Of course, most people who came to the 100 Alliance city didn't care about this level 2 mineral, so many people bought it. Soon, exclamations came from the crowd. How is it possible? Human butcher hasn't proved Tao yet? So the human butcher isn't alone. He has a monarch realm demon plant beside him. Wait, why is there a demon plant in the infinite mining area? This demon plant shouldn't belong to the ferocious beast lineage, right? It turns out that the human butcher was already intercepted after he came out of the ferocious beast settlement. He fought 2 against 3 and even killed a monarch. It can be seen that even if human butcher hasn't proved his Tao, he definitely has the monarch realm combat power. Look, according to the information, the human butcher has a way to break the law. Is it a divine technique? Someone sighed. It's a pity that no intelligence was sent back about the siege of him. I don't know how the 6 monarchs and the 2000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators died. Someone sneered. Come on, everyone who went there is dead. How can there be any information about it? Someone shook his head. No, I'm told that most of those perfected star transformation realm cultivators are still alive, and only half of them have died. Then why are they nowhere to be seen? Someone guessed, they're probably in the origin stars of the strong masters. Or maybe they have already been enslaved by the human butcher. Otherwise, few of them would have escaped, right? I've never heard of such dangers in the northwestern mining area. The divine beasts were having a meeting again, but at this moment, everyone looked solemn. Someone said, 8 Tao proving level monarchs have died one after another. More than 2,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators are missing. It has been clearly known that 6 of the monarchs are from the 100 Alliance city. The other 2's identities are unknown. They might be mine demons or hidden monarchs. Everyone, what do you think? The golden turtle named Master Bao said, it can be confirmed that the human butcher didn't move in the past 2 days. Why did he stay where he was? Maybe he used some forbidden method, but he was also seriously injured and couldn't move forward, so he had to stay and heal his wounds. In fact, someone should have gone over to continue hunting him. However, none of the divine beasts said anything. They thought to themselves, "You make it sound so easy. The problem is, who dares to go there?" In just a few days, 9 Dao proving level monarchs have died in a row, but since Han Fei is still alive, who dares to rashly go there? The blazing fire Kylan said, in this situation, Dao provers dare not go. No. One knows the real strength of the human butcher. There's indeed a risk of death. As for the carefree level monarchs, although a few of them have come to the infinite mining area, they don't want to be used as tools. They won't take action until they think the time is right. A lightning flood dragon said, I heard that human butcher hasn't proved Dao yet. I really can't imagine how he could kill 8 monarchs in a row with just a Dao proving level demon plant. Even carefree level monarchs can't kill so many people in such a short period of time. Someone said, could it be that the ferocious beasts had their monarchs secretly helping him? The blazing fire Kylan shook his head. That's impossible. The ferocious beasts are all under our watch. They have no chance to leave. As for Luo, she has always guarded the ferocious beast settlement and never goes out. If she moves, I should be able to sense it. At this moment, the golden turtle suddenly said in surprise, not good. Everyone? The blazing fire Kylan asked, Master Bao, what happened? The golden turtle widened his eyes and said in disbelief, that human butcher broke free from my tracking. That's impossible. The god's prayer bead has followed me for hundreds of thousands of years and couldn't have escaped my perception, but now I can't perceive it. A colorful crane said, isn't that an ultra-quality godly weapon? Did he destroy it after discovering that the god's prayer bead was the key to locating him? The golden turtle said, that's impossible. There's nothing wrong with the god's prayer bead itself, and it's a very good ultra-quality godly weapon. He has no reason to suspect the god's prayer bead. The blazing fire Kylan said, he might not have discovered the secret of the god's prayer bead, but we can't rule out this possibility. However, now that we've lost this person's whereabouts, what should we do? According to this person's growth speed, he has the ability to slay monarchs when he is only in the sky-opening realm. If he can prove Dao. For a moment, all the divine beasts were silent. They felt that Han Fei's growth speed was definitely related to the Emperor Sparrow. Now, he was only in the sky-opening realm, but he could already fight his way out of the dangers. If he had proved Dao, coupled with the power of Puppet City, it would probably have to be an immortal-level powerhouse to have a chance of capturing and killing him. If the Emperor Sparrow had also proved Dao, it would be even harder to say. However, they wouldn't be stupid enough to wait for you to kill them. Even an immortal-level monarch had to find Han Fei first, right? At this time, the lightning flood dragon said, I'm thinking of one thing. Master Bao personally came forward to persuade those Dao proving level monarchs to attack human butcher. Do you think human butcher will find out through the memories of those dead monarchs that it was our divine beasts who pushed all of this behind the scenes? Humph. A silver giant wolf snorted coldly. Even if he knows, so what? We have a feud with the Emperor Sparrow. It's only natural for us to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Besides, do we, the dignified divine beast lineage, really need to be so afraid of the Emperor Sparrow that hasn't grown up? The golden turtle shook its head slightly. You're too young. When the Emperor Sparrow was all-powerful in the past, which faction wasn't afraid of him? Countless strong masters have died at the hands of the Emperor Sparrow. You have to know that when I met this human butcher, he hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet. It's only been 100 years, but he can already kill a monarch. Let me ask you, which of you here has such a growth speed? Seeing that the divine beasts were all pale, the golden turtle sighed. The reason why I gave him the god's prayer bead was that I was sure that he would come into contact with the ferocious beasts in the future. Then, we could use the god's prayer bead to locate him and kill him. Our plan succeeded this time, but I still underestimated this person's means. I didn't expect him to survive. However, we still have a chance. Oh? The divine beasts were immediately refreshed, and the blazing fire Kylan couldn't help but ask, we've already lost track of him. Where did the opportunity come from? The golden turtle said, I am a treasure golden turtle. Although I'm not good at fighting, I have a lot of treasures. I have a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth called the mirror of prophecy. It can launch a prophecy on this person. I can give it a try. The blazing fire Kylan's eyes lit up. Please have a try, Master Bao. On the shell of the golden turtle, a pattern flickered, and a 1-meter square mirror appeared. After the golden turtle injected a large amount of the power of heaven and earth, a blurry gray fog appeared on it. Huh? The blazing fire Kylan asked, so? What does this gray fog mean? The golden turtle said in confusion, I can't make a prophecy on this person. This person's luck is quite complicated. It seems to be sealed by layers of fog and is difficult to see through. I'm afraid it's impossible to activate a prophecy on this person. However, we can make a prophecy on the place where he is going. The colorful crane said, that's a good idea. I've always found it strange. Why did this man walk along the northwestern mining area after leaving the settlement of ferocious beasts? If he was going out of the infinite mining area, he should have walked straight out. But he was walking along the edge of the northwestern mining area, as if he were avoiding something. The blazing fire Kylan said, the 100 Alliance City. He is avoiding the 100 Alliance City. According to the direction he is going, since he doesn't leave the infinite mining area, he will go all the way north. And if he goes north, he will definitely encounter strong masters from the 100 Alliance City, so he tries to walk along the edge of the northwestern mining area, probably to avoid the territory of the 100 Alliance City. But if he avoids the 100 Alliance City, he can only go in one direction, which is the northern mining area. The golden turtle nodded. That's right. If it weren't for the sake of entering the northern mining area, he wouldn't have to be so careful. There should be something he needs to do in the northern mining area. With that said, the golden turtle continued to infuse a large amount of the power of heaven and earth until darkness appeared in the mirror. Everyone was a little disappointed, thinking that it was just gray fog just now. Now that it had turned into black fog, wouldn't it be even more impossible to predict? Wait a minute. Suddenly, the blazing fire Kylan said in surprise, this is not pure darkness. Look, there seems to be an azure dragon cruising in the darkness. You should Be familiar with this place, right? The Godfiend Sea? That's right. It's the Godfiend Sea. I don't think you're strangers to it. Right? Someone asked, but why is he going to the Godfiend Sea? The golden turtle said, who cares what he's going to do? As long as we can figure out his destination, we'll have a chance to ambush him again, but we can't do it as blindly as the last time. This time, we need to kill him in one blow. The lightning flood dragon asked, in one blow? Are we going to mobilize immortal level monarchs? The blazing fire Kylan was speechless. Who didn't know the prophecy that whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die? If we had such courage, we should have taken action a long time ago. Why bother to kill them with a borrowed knife? The problem was, who would go to kill them? Dao Provers definitely couldn't. Because Han Fei had the strength to kill Dao Provers. There were only 7 divine beasts at the carefree level. As for the immortal level, only the blazing fire Kylan and the golden turtle were at this level. However, the blazing fire Kylan wasn't an idiot, and neither was the golden turtle. If they went to kill the Emperor Sparrow, they would probably die in a few days. The golden turtle said, I have an idea. Anyway, this person's destination is the Godfiend Sea, so why don't we frame him? As long as people know that he has entered the demonic Dao, there will be super first-rate forces in the 100 Alliance City who want to uphold justice to attack him. While everyone was discussing Han Fei, he was carefully sneaking towards the previous battlefield. He was covered in hundreds of concealment arrays, and he was in the form of a black fog. Han Fei even held a trump card in his hand at all times. It was the heaven defying scales of the Azure Dragon that senior brother Azure Dragon had given him and Feng Yu. This was why he dared to come back to save Zhang Daqian in such a short period of time. Along the way, because of bad luck, he encountered a few waves of mind demons who wanted to take advantage of the monarch's death to seek opportunities, but he carefully avoided them. It wasn't until he circled that area for a day and confirmed that there was no big threat nearby that he found the spatial node of the monarch's origin star with the vast ocean navigator. After a monarch died, his origin star would change, but this change wouldn't happen until several days later. The first change was that the power restricting these perfected star transformation realm cultivators on his origin star was gone. This was because it was the will of a monarch. Once a monarch died, this will would be gone. Secondly, their origin stars no longer restricted their absorption of the energy in their origin stars, and the power of their star cores would also dissipate slightly. At first, this phenomenon was not obvious, but some people suspected it. But after trying to contact the monarch who had taken them into his origin star for several days in a row, to no avail, plus some tentative movements, they finally confirmed the fact that this monarch had died. After confirming this fact, everyone's first thought was not how to escape, but to crazily snatch the resources on the prime star. Some people even touched the star core and felt the monarch law bursting out of it to make breakthroughs and improve themselves. However, there were as many as 1,532 strong masters trapped in this monarch's origin star this time. Although this monarch was extremely rich, he couldn't withstand the sweep of so many cultivators. Soon, all the resources that could be collected by this star were collected by them. Then, someone proposed to go to the place of the star core to cultivate. Some people expressed that the top priority now was how to leave this origin star. After all, no matter how strong the monarch was, they couldn't withstand so many people cultivating crazily here. Even if each of them only swallowed one wisp of immortal chi, it would be 1,532 wisps of immortal chi. Therefore, in just 3 days, not only were the resources on this star wiped out, but even the star dimmed. Therefore, they quickly discovered that the only real opportunity here was the one where the star core was located. But when more than 1,000 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses surrounded the star core to cultivate, the consumption every second was astonishing. This star core couldn't carry so many people to cultivate together. After all, this monarch was only at the Tao proving level. The opportunities his origin star could give others were limited. Therefore, the top priority was how to leave this origin star. On the origin star, if a monarch died, the people inside couldn't come out. Even with the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, he couldn't surpass the quagmire of the sea of stars. Therefore, after plundering resources and cultivating to no avail, they finally began to organize themselves and try to pass the quagmire of the sea of stars together. As long as they left the quagmire of the sea of stars, some of the people who had refined their origin stars would place their origin stars near the origin stars of some strong masters from their factions. In this way, they could enter the strong master's origin stars and escape. However, such people were few. Most people hadn't refined their own stars, and they didn't have the ability to enter other people's origin stars from their own, so half of them slacked off. As for those who were anxious to cross the quagmire of the sea of stars, they promised that once they left, they would inform the strong masters of their factions to find a way to enter this origin star, to take everyone out. Anyway, before they went out, everyone said that they would save others for free, that they would share hardships with each other, and that it was a life and death friendship. And Zhang Daqian had been surrounded by people who tried to persuade him, because he had 4 Dao lock-level powerhouses with him. Among these perfected star transformation realm cultivators, 4 Dao lock-level powerhouses were very rare. Someone said, "Little friendy, we know that Senior Song Qingyun is your guardian. Now that we need a super powerhouse like Elder Song to help us break through the quagmire of the sea of stars, I wonder if you can ask Elder Song to help us?" Han Fei looked at this person with a smile and said, "Senior, don't panic. If this monarch has died, then this news has probably been sent back to the 100 Alliance City. We just need to wait. We City of Scavengers will naturally send strong masters here to open a channel to this origin star. As for the quagmire of the sea of stars, I'm afraid we can't pass it." Han Fei gave Song Qingyun a look and the latter said, "I'm the guardian of young Master Feng Lu. I won't leave his side." With that said, no one could do anything. A big power was a big power. This guy had just entered the star transformation realm, but already had a 4 Dao lock-level guardian. No one dared to mess around with him. Besides, what Han Fei showed was that the City of Scavengers attached great importance to him, so no one dared to mess around with him. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared on the origin star, and then a figure holding a green bamboo pole stood in the void. Someone was delighted. "Someone is coming. We're saved. Which lord can even open the origin star of a Tao prover?" For a moment, many people appeared on the surface of this origin star, thinking that this was a big operation after all. Even if an accident happened, someone would come to save them. However, soon, someone discovered that something was wrong. "Huh? Why does this person look familiar? F***ck, isn't this the human butcher? Hiss. This is the human butcher. I've seen him with my own eyes. We're screwed. We're screwed. Someone shouted, everyone, gather up and prepare to fight the enemy. Together. For a moment, everyone who saw Han Fei seemed to know that something was wrong. In their hearts, Han Fei was a murderer. They had fallen to this state because they came to hunt Han Fei. They had even personally witnessed Han Fei kill 2 Dao proving level monarchs. If such a figure appeared here, what would he do to those who wanted to hunt him? Someone shouted, everyone, don't be afraid. In the origin star of a monarch, the human butcher can't be connected with Puppet City. He can't borrow the power of Puppet City. Someone shouted, everyone, gather and prepare to resist the enemy together. We can't just give up. Although Han Fei had killed Dao proving level monarchs in front of them, and they had also sensed his aura, he hadn't proved Dao but only had the combat power of the Dao proving level. Therefore, they believed that it was more like an explosive power that couldn't last long. Furthermore, there were 1,532 people here. Even if a Dao prover was here, it was impossible for him to casually kill so many of them. If they were to risk their lives, they might still have a chance to beat him. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked indifferent. These people were all here to kill him. He had never known that so many powerhouses in the infinite mining area could be sent to kill him. At this moment, except for Zhang Daiqian and Song Qingyun, everyone else was highly tense. Although they said that they could fight, they had already regarded Han Fei as a Dao prover. However, at this moment, they could only hold on and give others confidence. They had never thought that Han Fei would let them go. The people here were tough. They wanted to kill Han Fei, so Han Fei certainly had no reason to let them go. Han Fei said, I'll give you a chance. Swear your loyalty, and I can spare your lives. Han Fei was very straightforward. It would be a waste if so many powerhouses of the perfected star transformation realm were all killed. As the saying went, make the best use of everything. He still had plans for the infinite mining area. If these people could be used, there was no need for him to kill them. However, this casual subjugation was not accepted. They were all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and there was no lack of Dao lock level powerhouses among them. Their temperament couldn't be weak. It was very difficult to make them pledge loyalty. Someone immediately objected, everyone, don't believe his nonsense. If you surrender, even if he doesn't kill you, your sex, families, and forces won't let you off. There will be no place for us in the infinite mining area. The more he doesn't take action, the more he doesn't have the confidence to take us down. Han Fei sneered. Stubborn. Han Fei took a step forward. In this world, fists mattered most. How could they compromise without experiencing despair? Han Fei walked towards the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who were ready to fight, and a few Dao lock level powerhouses shouted, everyone, attack together. Don't give him any time to react. Swish. 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 Boom boom boom. At this moment, when these people joined forces to fight Han Fei, they saved no strength. The gorgeous attacks that blotted out the sky and the sun poured crazily at Han Fei. In fact, these people's guesses were right. In terms of one-on-one combat, Han Fei could indeed fight a Tao-proving level monarchs head-on. However, so many attacks was still a headache for him. However, Han Fei wasn't the only one on this trip. He blocked the attacks with the Star Sea Mystic Sand, and in the next moment, a lot of hair shot out. Puff. 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 Because everyone's eyes were focused on Han Fei, not many people paid attention to what Han Fei was carrying. What they saw was nothing more than a bamboo rod in Han Fei's hand. But at the moment they attacked Han Fei, at least 200 people were pierced by dozens of blue hairs that suddenly appeared. Han Fei could resist the power of the law and had a strong physique and soul. But these people didn't. Therefore, nearly 50 people were killed by the hair threads, and some people passively used their soul-suppressing godly weapons to block this blow. However, the soul-suppressing godly weapons used by the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were mostly low-quality soul-suppressing godly weapons. They were not useless, but they were not particularly difficult to penetrate for the Emperor Sparrow. However, it was unrealistic for the Emperor Sparrow to kill hundreds of people at one go. However, it didn't matter. Killing 40 or 50 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm by surprise was already enough to cause chaos in the crowd. On one side, Han Fei resisted everyone's attack with the Star Sea Mystic Sand, while throwing Lu Qianxi out. Then, Zhang Daqian shouted at the right time, "Not good. It's a demon plant at the Tao-proving level." Boom. For a moment, the powerhouses looked panicked. They might be able to resist Han Fei if they joined forces, but if there was an additional monarch realm demon plant, it was hard to say. Taking advantage of the panic of the crowd, Han Fei didn't confront these thousands of techniques head-on. Instead, after the Star Sea Mystic Sand was blasted apart, he casually threw out the extreme cold pearl. Buzz. Just one attack froze the sunblotting killing techniques. Han Fei activated the Great Tao, pinched the infinity water in his hand, and stepped into the crowd. His speed was as fast as a swimming dragon, and his knife light was as sharp as snow and silver light. Puff. One person's body was severed, and his Great Tao force field was like paper in front of Han Fei, unable to block him at all. The Ragnarok could slash the Great Tao, shatter laws, and launch the technique of dual killing of body and soul. Even if they had low-quality godly weapons, Han Fei could still break them with 2 slashes. With 2 slashes, a person died. A close combat cultivator tried to break Han Fei's soul with a soul pincer. But Han Fei squeezed it gently with one hand and pressed it between the man's eyebrows, piercing his star bead. Someone was injected with the power of dozens of people around him and launched a peak-level strike, trying to shake Han Fei. However, Han Fei clenched his star fist and punched out. The force of his punch doubled. When the fist wind collided, it was like a golden spear colliding. With cracking sounds, this person was blasted into pieces. As Han Fei walked around the crowd, nearly 100 people were killed by Han Fei. Lu Qianxi's killing speed would only be faster than Han Fei's. This guy was best at attacking group mind demons in the Storm Quicksand Sea. Although these perfected star transformation realm cultivators were much stronger than the mind demons, it only greatly reduced his killing efficiency. Lu Qianxi was a demon plant in the Tao-proving realm. These people could only defend against his attack. In just 100 seconds, nearly 500 people had been killed by Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. At this moment, someone finally confirmed the fact that they were no match for them. Someone immediately roared, "Stop resisting. This is the power of the Tao proving level. His physique is even much stronger than that of a Tao proving level monarch. After his comprehensive combat power was comparable to that of a Tao prover. The only difference between Han Fei and ordinary Tao provers was how they were addressed. Under the powerful attacks of the two strong masters, finally, when more than half of them died, someone chose to give up. He realized that if they continued to fight, there would be no one left. The man shouted, "I'm willing to submit to you, Master Human Butcher. I swear to submit." Oh? At this time, Han Fei slowly stopped the battle in his hand, put his hands behind his back, and smiled faintly. "Why didn't you do this earlier? Then these people wouldn't have died." At this moment, Han Fei stopped attacking. These people were here to kill him. In the first place, he didn't feel burdened at all to fight back. Now these people finally realized that they were no match for him and finally compromised. This was a little ridiculous in his opinion. Since one of them chose to surrender, the next step was easy to take. What they lacked was a ladder. Since Han Fei had given it to them, they took the opportunity to step down. In the end, of the 1,532 people, 723 were left, and 809 died. After everyone submitted one by one and sacrificed their souls and essence, blood to fuse with the heavenly Tao, Han Fei said indifferently, "I can let you attack, but you have to know that the monarchs who brought you here have all died. When you go back, will there still be anyone who believes you? So you won't lose anything if you follow me." At this moment, no one dared to respond. Han Fei said, "So, when you go out, you don't have to return to your original factions. I will arrange for a new faction to accept you." "Well, that's the City of Scavengers." The City of Scavengers? Instantly, countless people looked at Zhang Daqian in shock. Many people were even more puzzled. Human Butcher destroyed everyone in the City of Scavengers in Puppet City. Was this all a show? Seeing their expressions, Han Fei put on a smile. This group of people could probably play a special role in the future. Half a day later, these people hid in Song Qingyun's origin star. Only a few of them had reached the level of 4 Tao locks. Song Qingyun couldn't put them into his origin star, so they could only leave together. Han Fei simply ignored them. As soon as they entered the City of Scavengers and were suppressed by Zhang Beihai, no one dared to do anything rash. As for Han Fei, after leaving here, he went to the origin stars of the other 2 Tao proving level monarchs. There was no telling if it was because his luck had changed these past 2 days, but he didn't encounter any trouble. It wasn't until a month later, when Han Fei snuck into the northern mining area, that he confirmed that the tracking effect of the god's prayer bead had been disabled. Otherwise, he would have been hunted countless times by now. But now, the dangers he encountered all came from the mine demons. Huff. The moment he entered the northern mining area, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. The carefree level powerhouse he was worried about didn't appear after all. Han Fei was much relieved. It seemed that his misfortune wasn't so bad that he couldn't move an inch. What he needed to do now was to go deep into the northern mining area and then enter the Godfiend Sea. Another month later, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi ran out of a ruin covered in dust. Yes, the two of them. were inexplicably sucked into a ruin, where they encountered a skeleton at the peak of the Tao-proving realm and fought bitterly for 3 days and 3 nights before they managed to escape. After a full day of recovery, Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, this bad luck will disappear in 3 days at most." At this moment, no matter how stupid Lu Qianxi was, he could be sure that there must be something wrong with Han Fei. As if he had been cursed, danger followed him wherever he went. The danger level ranged from the perfected star transformation realm to the peak Tao proving level. 2 days later, Han Fei put away the vast ocean navigator and grinned. "Here we are. The number of mind demons here has been greatly reduced, the surrounding energy is lacking, spiritual energy is lacking, and the power of the heavenly Tao is not rich." "Yes, this is the place." Lu Qianxi asked, "Where is this?" "This will be your grave." Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded, making Han Fei and Lu Qianxi shiver. Lu Qianxi exclaimed, "Not good. Carefree level. **T. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. He had thought that the 2 months of careful and life-threatening journey had been worth the misfortune level difficulty. But now it seemed that the front wasn't the most dangerous. The last part of the journey was the most dangerous. A woman in a black robe walked out of the void and said openly, "I'm Lin Qianxue from the divine demon forest of the Central Sea divine realm. I heard that you killed Lin Ku?" "Oh." Lin Ku was the guy who was killed by Han Fei at the gate of Puppet City with 2 punches. That guy instigated others to besiege and kill him. How could he let him off? Han Fei said, "The guy you mentioned is a little weak. He couldn't even withstand 2 punches from me. He's even weaker than a mind demon." Lin Qianxue said, "You killed him with 2 punches, so I'll kill you with 2 slaps. That's fair." Han Fei sneered and didn't take it seriously. A carefree level powerhouse is so arrogant? Killed me with 2 slaps? Who do you think you are? Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" Lin Qianxue said, "Lin Ku's master." "Oh, no wonder. By the way, you're not the only one here, right? Everyone, come out. Let's talk about our grudges. Why are you still hiding?" As Han Fei shouted, a burly man walked out of the void on the other side. His arms were even thicker than thighs, more than 5 times larger than ordinary people's arms. Another young man in white looked elegant. The man said, "Zhou Yi, from the Thousand Phenomena sect. I didn't want to kill you, but I had to." Han Fei sneered. "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Stop pretending." The burly man said, "He didn't pretend. I didn't intend to attack you either. But someone gave us a reason to kill you. I am Zhang Haoran from the Fist sect of the Central Sea divine realm, and I'm here to eliminate demons." "Eliminate demons?" Han Fei's heart trembled. Could it be that the matter of the demon god in his body had been discovered? "Han Fei, why do you think I'm a demon?" Zhang Haoran said, "Are you going to enter the God-Fiend Sea?" Han Fei was speechless, but he couldn't refute it. He was already here. How could he deny it? Therefore, Han Fei didn't deny it. "So what?" Zhang Haoran said, "If you haven't taken the demonic Tao, why would you enter the God-Fiend Sea? Even if you were a demon, there's no reason for you to run to the God-Fiend Sea. Therefore, you must have some secrets about the God-Fiend Sea, which may even trigger the God-Fiend Sea. Therefore, I'm here, and now it's impossible for you to enter the God-Fiend Sea." Han Fei was silent for a moment. Are you sure that I've taken the demonic Dao? Do I look like I've taken the demonic Dao? Zhang Haoran sneered. No matter what, you have to die, because your purpose in entering the God-Fiend Sea is not pure. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. I want to know, who told you that I was going to enter the God-Fiend Sea? To be able to wait for me here unerringly, I believe. You should have accurately grasped my whereabouts. Is it divine beasts? Han Fei had a bad feeling. Was it useless to reforge the God's prayer bead? Or was the God's prayer bead not the key for the other party to track him? Zhou Yi nodded. Of course, it's also one of the purposes of our trip to take the great monarch's inheritance from you. I won't hide this from you. Han Fei looked around at the three of them and chuckled. 3 carefree level powerhouses. You really think highly of me. But do you really think you can kill me? Faced with 3 carefree level powerhouses, Han Fei knew that even if he had all kinds of methods, they were actually useless. The carefree level cultivators were not the Dao-proving level ones. The former had just stepped into the monarch realm and didn't have enough control over the laws. Although their soul had a qualitative change, the power level hadn't changed, which wasn't impossible for sky openers to reach. However, it was impossible for sky openers to reach the will and control of power of the carefree level. Otherwise, the area of effect freezing of the extreme cold pearl wouldn't have been able to freeze a Dao-proving level monarchs instantly. At the very least, Lu Qianxi was no match for any of the 3. Han Fei was considering if he could use that thing to force his way through, since he was already so close to the God-Fiend Sea. But before that, he needed to confirm if there were any more ambushes around. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, Zhang Haoran said, with us taking action, there is no need for additional ambushes. Your death is inevitable. Lu Qianxi panicked at this moment. He was almost crying. If he had known this would happen, he would never have gone out of the storm quicksand sea. The outside world was really dangerous. Along the way, he felt that he was encountering danger every moment. At this moment, in front of 3 carefree level powerhouses, Lu Qianxi was in despair, trembling slightly in Han Fei's hand. Zhang Haoran tapped his foot, and in the next moment, a fist mark appeared in Han Fei's eyes, like a steel torrent. Swish. Huh? In the eyes of Lin Qianxue and Zhou Yi, this punch was a test, but it couldn't be underestimated. They could test Han Fei's real strength with this punch. However, they saw that Han Fei's body was deviated by the power of Zhang Haoran's fist light as if it were a magnetic pull. In the next moment, they saw a green leaf-like one-time-use godly weapon under Han Fei's feet. This godly weapon was called a one-leaf boat. It was the one-time high-quality godly weapon that he snatched from Ikai of the heavenly race in the finals of the great competition. It was a leaf condensed from speed Dao patterns and the leaf of light. This leaf could be used as a boat to explode with the speed of light in a short period of time. With a short-term invincible defense, it could only be broken by a great monarch. It was a very good godly weapon for escaping. Because the one-leaf boat had invincible defense, it had always been regarded by Han Fei as a trump card. This trump card was actually neither strong or weak. Its strength lay in its invincible defense, and its weakness lay in its speed. However, Han Fei could give his speed to the one-leaf boat, but even so, it was only 32 times the speed of light. It was definitely incomparable to the carefree level cultivators. After realizing that Han Fei had this escaped godly weapon, Lin Qianxue and Zhou Yi took action one after another. They waited near the God-fiend Xian. Advanced to prevent any accidents. But Han Fei could dodge Zhang Haoran's fist mark with this godly weapon, so he couldn't be underestimated. Even if Lin Qianxue summoned thousands of vines and demon plants in an instant, almost covering an entire sea area, every time this boat encountered an obstacle, it would automatically deviate and shuttle through the tiny gaps. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yi of the Thousand Phenomena sect shouted, "No, this godly weapon is not low level. It should be an ultra-quality godly weapon. It can avoid our attacks. We have to set up a barrier." Han Fei stood on this small boat with his hands behind his back. He didn't look too good. He seemed to understand why the one-leaf boat appeared in Yi Kai's hands. Its advantage was very obvious. It could avoid attacks and be in an invincible state. However, its weakness was even more obvious. Its speed was not fast enough, so it could only dodge and move forward. Once the way ahead was blocked or the other party set up a barrier, the small boat would have nowhere to dodge. Zhang Haoran and Lin Qianxue immediately stopped attacking. The three of them quickly exchanged opinions, and at the same time, they burst out at more than 50 times the speed of light and ran ahead of Han Fei. Since they couldn't attack Han Fei, they would seal this place. This method was simple, direct, and effective. After only 30 seconds, the three of them were waiting solemnly in front. Apart from the unknown barriers or arrays, there were also dense demon plants. Like a seaweed city wall. Han Fei was speechless. He hated manipulators the most. They could freely control demon plants to achieve a comprehensive coverage. Lu Chanxi asked, "What should we do? Can the leaf break the blockade?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Let's have a try." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had arrived in front of the seaweed wall. Lin Qianxue crossed her arms and looked at him, as if she wanted to see how Han Fei could solve this situation. Han Fei casually took out the extreme cold pearl and immediately poured out the freezing power of the carefree level. With the power of the carefree level, the power unleashed by the extreme cold pearl was no weaker than theirs. At the very least, it was much stronger than these temporarily summoned demon plants. Therefore, a large number of demon plants ahead were frozen into ice sculptures. As for the one-leaf boat, it shuttled through the dense seaweed city wall at a speed so fast that it swept over in the blink of an eye. Behind the seaweed wall, behind Zhou Yi of the Thousand Phenomena sect, there was a dense mystic light, with thousands of gates opening up on it. Zhou Yi chuckled. 90% of the doors of myriad wonders can lead to the endless void, and the other 10% are illusionary doors. If you enter them, you will fall into an endless fantasy world. Han Fei was a little surprised that the doors of myriad wonders were quite interesting. However, Zhou Yi didn't know that he had a treasure like the vast ocean navigator. At this moment, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator in front of the three of them without hesitation and said, "Where there is a dead end, there is a way out. This is an array, not a barrier. I guess you can't set up a barrier that can seal me so quickly, so you used an array map." Zhou Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Han Fei's guess was right. To set a seal to stop Han Fei, who was comparable to a Tao prover and had many means, 30 seconds weren't enough. There was no powerhouse among the three of them who could set up such a barrier, so it would take some time. However, Zhou Yi had a bad feeling, because the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand pointed precisely at the eye of the array of doors of myriad wonders. This made Zhou Ye's expression change drastically. What kind of treasure was this? Was it a chaotic spiritual treasure? How could it have broken through the doors of myriad wonders in such a short time? Seeing Han Fei quickly rush over, Zhou Ye's body suddenly blocked the wall in front of the array. Although he couldn't hit Han Fei, the one-leaf boat would automatically avoid his attack. What if it entered another door to avoid him? Unfortunately, when Zhou Ye took action, the one-leaf boat, like a slippery fish, slid smoothly past his left side. Swish! The array of doors of myriad wonders was broken, and after another 20 seconds, Han Fei still didn't see Zhang Haoran. He knew that the barrier would come sooner or later. Sure enough, after running for nearly 80 seconds, Han Fei saw Zhang Haoran. An ordinary barrier must have been set up here. However, no matter how ordinary the barrier was, it was set up by a carefree level powerhouse. Even if Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator, he needed to be able to break this barrier. However, with his current strength and methods, it was extremely difficult to destroy the barrier set up by a carefree level powerhouse. At this moment, Han Fei said coldly, "Divine Demon Forest, Thousand Phenomena Sect, and Fist Sect, right? I'll remember your 3 powers." Han Fei pinched a blue scale in his hand. The heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was originally given by Senior Brother Azure Dragon to protect him from being attacked by the Black Dragon. He didn't use it in the Divine Capital Dynasty, but at this moment, it was really useful. Han Fei didn't attack until the one-leaf boat hit the spiritual barrier. He knew that the boat couldn't pass, so he made a prompt decision. Crack! Hearing this crisp sound, Zhang Haoran and the other 2 couldn't help but frown. This brat is still so calm even in a desperate situation. Is this trump card really strong enough to resist the 3 of us? At the moment when the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon shattered, Han Fei was covered in a layer of green clothes. This layer of green clothes was like a dense dragon scale, completely fitting Han Fei's body. From this green robe, Han Fei felt that a power was circulating on its own. Han Fei immediately realized that it wasn't that Senior Brother Azure Dragon could give him the combat power of a venerable, but that this scale itself had the Monarch Realm power. When he used it, it could operate on its own and unleash a powerful combat power against the enemy as if he were controlling a robot. Although Han Fei didn't feel that his strength had soared, he felt that the power provided by the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was in a full state. His strength had barely reached the immortal level. Han Fei didn't know what the power of an immortal level cultivator was like. Although he had experienced the power of a great monarch in Great Monarch Mystic One's memories, he seemed to have forgotten this power. Therefore, Han Fei felt that his strength had barely reached the immortal level because he sensed the power of the carefree level. He felt that his current strength was slightly stronger than the carefree level. Han Fei didn't know whether it was the immortal level or not, but the strength that the Black Dragon showed back then was at the immortal level. If this heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon were not immortal level, why did Senior Brother Azure Dragon give it to him and Fengyu? Therefore, Han Fei was 90% sure that he was stronger than these 3 people. Although Lin Qianxue, Zhang Haoran, and Zhou Yi were all at the carefree level, Lin Qianxue was a manipulator and had extremely strong survivability. It would be quite difficult for him to kill her. Judging from the doors of myriad wonders that Zhou Yi had shown earlier, it could be seen that the things his sect mastered were relatively strange. He wasn't familiar with them, so it was difficult for him to judge. Only Zhang Haoran used fist techniques. His style should be similar to the Fist Light Mountain. Most of them were strength type. Perhaps he had mastered the law of control or some related laws. But in any case, Zhang Haoran was the one he was most familiar with at this moment. Therefore, Han Fei's first target was naturally this person. Han Fei held the star explosion fist in his hand, and his fist aura was dazzling as if he were in the sea of stars, augmented by the divine technique of the Ragnarok. Even the star explosion fist could unleash an almost world-destroying fist power. At that moment, Zhang Haoran and the other two looked horrified. Zhang Haoran shouted, "Not good. It's the power of the immortal level." How is that possible? Zhou Yi and Lin Qianxue were dumbfounded. He was just a sky opener. How could he withstand the power of the immortal level? Therefore, they immediately guessed that there was something wrong with the green clothes on Han Fei. However, it was too late for them to guess it now. Han Fei stepped on the ground and moved at more than 100 times the speed of light, giving Zhang Haoran no chance to escape. You barged into hell instead of heaven. Those who want to kill me usually don't end well. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Haoran's 7 orifices spurted blood. The iron fist mark was pierced through by Han Fei's blow, and his arms were instantly reduced to powder. But the star explosion fist was just the first punch of the star fist technique. Han Fei cracked a smile, and the second silencing fist had followed up. With this blow, the roar of a dragon burst out from Han Fei's fist mark. Pfft. The dragon roar alone shocked Zhang Haoran so much that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of essence blood. But Zhang Haoran had no time to care about his injuries and immediately took out a green lotus leaf. Bang! Waves surged hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the air. Han Fei was a little surprised. What was this thing? It could block his punch? Seeing that he had blocked the punch, Zhang Haoran picked up another precious jade with complicated patterns on it. Although Han Fei could completely understand it, he recognized at a glance that it was an escape talisman. In the blink of an eye, he had used the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon. How could he let this guy escape? Han Fei waved his hand and a god sealing spear condensed between the heavens and earth. Pfft. When the precious jade was broken, the god sealing spear happened to pierce through Zhang Haoran's body. When Han Fei felt that the world was filled with Tao patterns, he reached out and grabbed the god sealing spear, escaping thousands of kilometers away in an instant. In the next moment, the place where the jade was broken collapsed, forming a teleportation channel. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he found that Lin Qianxue and Zhou Yi had already run away. Yes, after seeing Han Fei go on a rampage, they hesitated for a moment. But when they saw that Zhang Haoran didn't even find a chance to escape, they immediately ran away. Although they didn't know what Han Fei used, they knew that if they didn't run now, when Zhang Haoran died, they might be the next to die. Zhang Haoran was horrified and said, "We can talk." Talk my ass. You forced me to use such a precious trump card. Can you *king? Compensate me? Fist sect, right? When I have the chance to go to the Central Sea Divine Realm in the future, I will definitely destroy your fist sect. Bang! Han Fei no longer used the star fist technique. Instead, he punched Zhang Haoran crazily with the invincible fist. The power of each punch could sweep millions of kilometers. It wasn't until Han Fei crushed Zhang Haoren's bones and destroyed his soul that he stopped. Rumble. The death of a carefree level monarch grieved the world. Half of the infinite mining area felt the world darken. Then, thunder rumbled and pale red raindrops fell. In the 100 Alliance City, many people were puzzled. Who died? Why is there such a big commotion? Someone frowned. I'm afraid another Dao-proving level powerhouse has died. Someone fighting the human butcher again? Someone was speechless. As I said, 9 Dao-proving level monarchs have died in a row. How can the human butcher be so easy to kill? Someone asked in confusion, why do I feel that this phenomenon doesn't look like the death of a Dao prover? 9 Dao provers died before, but such a phenomenon didn't appear. Why did such a phenomenon appear? Someone took a deep breath and said, could it be a carefree level monarch? At the same time, at the edge of the northern mining area, a strong master of the divine beasts hurriedly wrote something on a bone. The divine beasts were hurriedly mobilized. A moment later, another meeting was held. The golden turtle said, how is it? They should have succeeded this time. Right? If a sky opener can escape from the carefree level monarchs, I will chop off your head. However, the blazing fire Kylan cast a complicated look at him and said, I just received news that a monarch death phenomenon appeared in the sky and is likely to span half of the infinite mining area. It should be the phenomenon of the death of a carefree level monarch. The divine beasts? The golden turtle? At this moment, the blazing fire Kylan took a deep look at the golden turtle and said, Master Bao, please try to recall. Is there really nothing else special about this person? For example, does he have hidden strength? Was what you encountered just a clone of him? The golden turtle said, that's impossible. I can distinguish between the clone and the original body. Besides, the Emperor Sparrow was with him back then. How can I be mistaken? At that time, even some of his resources for his star transformation were taken from me. The blazing fire Kylan said, it's only been 100 years. But this guy can already kill a monarch now? Or do you know what inheritance this guy has inherited? Is it related to some super forces in the East Sea Divine Realm? I can accept it if you say that a sky opener can kill a Dao prover. In the history of the divine beasts, there are such people. In fact, every generation has such a genius. However, in the last million years, no sky opener had ever killed a carefree level powerhouse in the divine beasts' history. At that time, the group of divine beasts stared at the golden turtle. They all knew the severity of the situation. This was simply crazy. If that human butcher could kill a carefree level powerhouse now, how could they still have a foothold in the infinite mining area after he proved his Dao? The golden turtle frowned and shook its head. I don't know. He doesn't seem to belong to any power. Well, I remember now. This person seems to be called Han Fei. Well, yes, this person is very noisy, very narcissistic and timid. Timid? The group of divine beasts looked at Master Bao speechlessly. The human butcher is timid? The infinite mining area has almost been ruined by him, and you say he is timid? Han Fei? The blazing fire Kylan looked at everyone. Does anyone know this name? However, all the divine beasts shook their heads. They had never paid attention to the messy information in the outside world. Besides, how could a minor character who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm be qualified to make a name in the sea realm? However, the blazing fire Kylan still took out a bone token and sent a message to the people in the 100 Alliance City. Check the name Han Fei. After that, the blazing fire Kylan said, although it hasn't been confirmed, that a carefree level monarch has perished, it should be close to the truth. Master Bao, you personally convinced those 3 people. Did anyone see you when you met them? The golden turtle said, no. The blazing fire Kylan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then even if their factions want to blame us, it will be useless. The only trouble now is that the Emperor Sparrow is about to grow up. I'm afraid we have to tell the main branch about this in the end. The golden turtle said, I know the nature of the main branch of divine beasts. If you tell them, they will definitely ask you to kill that human butcher first. Even if you want to tell them, you should say that the human butcher has already proved Tao, and so has the Emperor Sparrow. Only in this way will they be afraid. Otherwise, it will be useless. After a while, just as the blazing fire Kylan was about to adjourn, some information suddenly appeared on the communication jade bone. The blazing fire Kylan subconsciously looked over, and then his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes widened. Huff! A scorching flame spurted out of the blazing fire Kylan's nose, and then the divine beasts saw faint red sweat on his forehead. For a moment, even the golden turtle was curious. What message did he see? Why was he sweating? The next moment, the blazing fire Kylan swallowed and suddenly raised his head. His voice was a little trembling. It's over. Quickly informed the main branch. Something big has happened this time. The lightning flood dragon asked, Old Hua, what information did you get? Why are you so scared? The other divine beasts also looked at the blazing fire Kylan curiously. The latter took a deep breath and said with difficulty, we can't kill the human butcher. The golden turtle asked, why? That's the master of the Emperor Sparrow. If he doesn't die, the Emperor Sparrow will live. The blazing fire Kylan asked, Master Bao, do you know who he is? The golden turtle said, don't be afraid of anyone. Behind you stands the main branch of the ferocious beasts. The blazing fire Kylan raised his voice and roared, the void temple is behind him. The divine beasts? The blazing fire Kylan said in a hurry, Han Fei, the first place of the 100,000-year competition of the divine capital dynasty, this time, killed Zhao Qinglong, the 10th powerhouse on the god roll of the sky-opening realm. When he left the divine capital dynasty, he was hunted by many monarchs, so he summoned a senior brother from the void temple. His senior brother then swept through all the strong masters alone, fought his way to the gate of heaven, and stepped on the great monarch of the heavenly race. From then on, his name, as a disciple of the void temple, resounded throughout the East Sea divine realm. Even the Time Temple had fought over him, hoping that he would join them. Master Bao, since you know his name, why didn't you tell me earlier? The golden turtle was stunned for a moment. The void temple? Is this guy King kidding me? Who the hell knew that this guy's background would be so terrifying? Which was stronger, the void temple or the divine beast's main branch? In the primeval era, at their golden time, the divine beasts might not be weaker than them. But now, the 3 temples stood at the top of the sea realm. Even the major divine races in the central sea divine realm didn't dare to provoke the 3 temples. Especially the Void Temple, they had very few disciples, but every disciple who had fully grown up was almost an existence that could suppress an era. For a moment, the divine beasts panicked. The lightning flood dragon asked, "What should we do? If the Void Temple takes revenge, how can we withstand it?" The silver wolf said, "It's over. Since we can't kill Hanfei, it means that the rise of the Emperor Sparrow is inevitable. Our divine beasts will be doomed." A divine feast said, "Old Hua, shall we go back to the main branch?" Just as the divine beasts panicked, the golden turtle hurriedly said, "Don't panic, don't panic. The Void Temple follows rules. Every generation of their disciples has to rely on their own strength to gain experience outside. His senior brothers and sisters won't take action easily unless you don't follow the rules." Speaking of this, the golden turtle also felt a little guilty. It seemed that he didn't follow the rules. He persuaded 3 carefree level powerhouses to hunt a disciple of the Void Temple who was only in the sky-opening realm. Therefore, Hanfei's senior brother and sisters could indeed destroy this branch of divine beasts at any time. The golden turtle said, "Just contact the main branch. Hurry up." After thinking for a moment, the golden turtle said, "Well, quickly tell the main branch that I want to go back. According to the habits of the Void Temple, since Hanfei is not dead, they won't kill all the divine beasts of this branch. But I won't be forgiven. I have to run first." After Hanfei used the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon, he was at his peak state. And the time limit for the use of the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon was based on the power contained in this scale. So far, Hanfei had only killed Zhang Haoren, which didn't even use 1/10 of the power of the heaven-defying scale of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, he hoped that someone would kill him. However, although the power was strong, it couldn't be displayed for long. Under the watch of the heavens. It wasn't that there were no immortal level mine demons in the infinite mining area. In fact, no one could guarantee that there weren't any immortal level powerhouses lurking in the dark in the infinite mining area. Therefore, although Hanfei only killed one person, he could only give up. After collecting one of Zhang Haoren's arm bones, Hanfei flew towards the God-Fiend Sea at 100 times the speed of light. Less than 100 seconds later, Hanfei saw the dark sea. When he approached, tentacles were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Different from the first time, when he first saw the God-Fiend Sea, those dark tentacles bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Anyone who wanted to approach would be dragged into the God-Fiend Sea by these dark tentacles. But this time, when Hanfei saw the tentacles, he had mixed feelings. He felt that he was finally home and could finally get rid of his bad luck. What he wanted to do was to quickly send the demon god away so that he could restore his luck and no longer have to worry about misfortune. Therefore, this time, Hanfei was not afraid at all. With a flash, he dodged the dozens of dark attacks and stepped into the boundless darkness. Since the fall of the demon god, it had been more than 1,800,000 years since the appearance of the God-Fiend Sea. In the past, there were countless strong masters suppressed in the God-Fiend Sea, so Hanfei was actually a little nervous when he entered. After all, not everyone who walked the Tao of extreme balance could stay sober. Therefore, the God-Fiend Sea wasn't necessarily very safe. His top priority was to find the original body of the demon god and take the heart and soul heritage over. Only when the two were combined would his trip be meaningful. As soon as he entered the God-Fiend Sea, it was completely dark and silent. Han Fei didn't know how many strong masters were hiding here, but at least he didn't sense any strong masters after he came in. In order to suppress these people, the demon god couldn't connect to his origin star here, nor could they release their perception far away. Their perception range was only about 100,000 kilometers. In such a large area, the perception range of 100,000 kilometers was useless. In addition, Han Fei felt a dark, crazy divine intent trying to attack his soul and invade his body. Han Fei asked, "Senior Demon God, are you there?" "I've entered the God Fiend Sea." Since he had entered the God Fiend Sea, logically speaking, it should be within the suppression range of the demon god, so this place should be under the supervision of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, the demon god's voice finally sounded again. "I know what you are feeling now is the spiritual mark left behind by a large number of former mutants after their death. However, with me around, these powers can't corrode you. You can digest and absorb these powers by operating the Tao of extreme balance." In the next moment, Han Fei clearly felt a strong attraction in the God Fiend Sea. Buzz. This power bloomed like infinite ripples, and at the moment this power appeared, a voice said from the void, "Welcome back, Demon God. Welcome back, Demon God." Han Fei didn't even know where these people were, but he heard their calls. The expected attack by the mutated powerhouse didn't happen. The demon god said, "After countless years, only those who can survive the corrosion of time can stay. But it's not absolute. So, don't listen to these voices. Just focus on finding my original body. My original body guards the central area of the God Fiend Sea. It's not difficult to find it." Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He had already come this far, so he couldn't make any mistakes here. While he still had the power of the immortal level, he should be able to deal with the mutants. Han Fei accelerated again. This time, he didn't need the vast ocean navigator. Because the connection between the heart of the demon god and his body was too strong, Han Fei's sense of direction was extremely precise. Racing wildly, Han Fei's speed reached 100 times the speed of light. It was not that the speed of an immortal-level powerhouse was only 100 times the speed of light, but that this was the fastest and most extreme speed that he could exert according to his comprehension of speed. When he proved Tao and gained some understanding of speed, he might be able to burst out with faster speed, but not now. Half a day later, Han Fei saw the first sealed powerhouse. It was a giant crocodile whose body had partially mutated. Its body was more than 30,000 feet long, and its body bulged like a large tumor. On its back was a row of serrated wind blades, and its claws were curled like hooks, clasped in the yellow-brown ground. Its huge, dark red eyes startled Han Fei when he first saw them. Just like when he saw the old turtle, it was bound by countless black chains. These chains were extremely suppressing. Even if it knew of Han Fei's arrival, it only twisted its head slightly. "Lord Demon God, you finally returned." However, the demon god ignored him, so did Han Fei. But after passing by the giant crocodile, Han Fei saw one suppressed powerhouse after another along the way. There were giant whales that were tied up, crabs that had all their claws locked, big fish that looked like a ball, and even Han Fei saw a humanoid powerhouse whose face was full of Tao patterns and talismans and whose body was full of tattoos. When the man saw him, he only put on a smile that he thought was kind, but this smile was extremely creepy in Han Fei's eyes, because the man's mouth was opened into a strange flower. Han Fei. In addition to those who were still alive, there were also some places where Han Fei saw mountains of bones. Those bones were engraved with black Dao patterns, and some were even emitting a dazzling green light. It was not until Han Fei passed by a giant turtle that he suddenly stopped. Old Yuan? After seeing Han Fei, the big turtle said in a booming voice, I knew you could do it. My efforts weren't in vain. Han Fei stopped. So, all of this was planned by you from the beginning? Old Yuan said, there's no absolute plan. It's more of a coincidence. Not everyone can summon me. When I saw your life experience, I knew that you were the one who would crack the situation. It can only be said that everything has its own arrangements. But the more this is the case, the more amazing it is. Is this the arrangement of the heavens or fate? There are still many unknowns in this world that we can't see through. For example, why is it you who came here? Han Fei. The old turtle didn't seem to care if Han Fei understood her or not. He just said, go. When the demon god returns, we can lift the seal. Han Fei nodded and continued to move forward. After another 2 hours, he finally came to a huge sitting statue. It was exactly the same as the statue he saw in the god-burying ridge. However, this one was even taller. Humans, or any creature, would instinctively look up at the giant. To put it bluntly, it was the worship of the giant. Han Fei was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he flew up uncontrollably. At this moment, Han Fei was a little angry. Didn't the demon god say that he just temporarily stayed in his body? How could he still control him? The demon god said, don't panic. We've already come this far. This last step is not a big deal. In the next moment, Han Fei came to the heart of the colossus. Then, a large amount of black smoke seemed to be forcibly extracted from Han Fei's body. In the end, it turned into a beating heart and floated towards the elephant's chest. Han Fei felt that his body was relaxed, which meant that the demon god had completely left his body. However, the departure of the heart of the demon god made Han Fei immediately feel a tremendous amount of negative emotions, excitement, mania, and riot, which combined together to attack his soul. However, these powers appeared very briefly, because in the next moment, like the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth, they were crazily sucked in by the body of the demon god. Han Fei looked around and saw that in all directions, a certain power in the darkness turned into pillars of energy and entered the body of the demon god. Soon, when Han Fei felt that the pressure at his position was getting heavier and heavier, he immediately left the demon god. At first, he retreated 100 kilometers, then 1,000 kilometers, and then 10,000 kilometers. He saw infinite dark chains drilling into the body of the demon god. Crack. A crack appeared on the giant elephant's cheek. Then, there were cracks in its neck, chest, arms, and many other places. And within 10,000 kilometers, the unknown power that was originally only the dark chains gradually turned into a huge energy net, absorbing the power of all directions and gathering in the body of a demon god. Pooh. 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 3 hours later, with a bang, Han Fei felt as if he was suffocating. An indescribable sense of dignity suddenly descended, making him spit out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, causing him to retreat again. After retreating nearly 100,000 kilometers, Han Fei could still see the place where the demon god was. After this explosion, Han Fei saw the true body of the demon god appear, which was a pure human form. As the humanoid giant rose, the entire god-fiend sea began to tremble. At this moment, Han Fei held his breath. Is this a real god? The moment he stood up, Han Fei heard the sound of chains snapping in the god-fiend sea. Ka ka ka. Han Fei's first thought was that all the people suppressed here had been unsealed. However, these people were actually still in a mutant state. There was still a problem with the Tao of extreme balance they took. If they were released now, wouldn't there be a problem? Buzz. In the next moment, a young man carrying a shield appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei? He said, it's been too long. Those who are completely mutated have long died. Those who are partially mutated can still maintain the clarity of their souls. Like me, so it's not a problem for them to be released. However, don't expect them to be all good people. Han Fei glanced at the shield behind him that looked like a pendant with some mysterious Tao patterns on it. It even looked a little ragged. Han Fei asked in confusion, who are you? The man said lightly, Old Yuan. Puff. Han Fei was speechless. He quickly stepped back. Let's not lie at this point. Old Yuan is a female. The young man glanced at Han Fei casually. I've mutated. Han Fei. Han Fei found it hard to accept. Others become uglier when they mutate, but why did you mutate from a female into a male? Han Fei had always thought that Old Yuan was a man, because the image of a woman was far different from Old Yuan, he remembered. Old Yuan said, it's normal for sea demons to be hermaphrodite. I deliberately mutated in this direction. However, if I've guessed right, my clone has successfully transformed into a woman. Han Fei? The old turtle said, Yin-Yang twins. Little Black and Little White inspired me. Have you ever thought that Little Black and Little White are very suitable for the Tao of extreme balance? Han Fei had never thought about it, because Little Black and Little White had grown too fast since they entered the sky-opening realm. If he guessed right, after the two of them woke up, they would have at least 4 Tao locks even if they didn't have 5. Therefore, he had never thought of letting Little Black and Little White embark on the Tao of extreme balance. The old turtle said, when my clone is completely rebuilt, my path will actually be opened. Han Fei opened his mouth. Then should I still call you Old Yuan? Old Yuan said, sure. After all, we survived after going through countless life and death battles. Not far away, Old Yuan looked up in the direction of the demon god, only to see that the aura on the demon god's body was constantly rising, and his body was constantly shrinking. Old Yuan cupped his hands. Greetings, demon god. Greetings, demon god. Swish. 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 At the same time, a figure came over. Someone said to Han Fei, boy, well done. The speaker was a toad with 8 eyes and 6 legs. Its mutation was obvious, but it was sober and didn't look like the so-called demons at all. Following that, more and more people arrived. Someone said to Han Fei, boy, I, Demon Butcher, owe you a big favor. If I can leave here in the future, I will definitely fulfill any request you make. Someone laughed. Human, I heard from East Marshal that your name is Han Fei? Not bad, not bad. You are truly our comrade. We all owe you a favor. A big crab shouted, you guys are not practical at all. Everyone says that we owe him a big favor. But since little friend Han Fei can bring Lord Demon God back, does he even care that you owe him a favor? I don't even know when you can leave the God Fiend see. Han Fei saw that it was a humanoid creature. 8 slender crab claws grew out of his back and he was crawling with the crab claws. This was a serious mutation. The man said, young friend Han Fei, I have a pair of scissors, the God shattering scissors. They're no longer useful to me, so I'll give them to you. Of course, I still owe you a favor. After that, Han Fei saw a pair of scissors the size of a person flying towards him. Just by looking at the scissors, Han Fei knew that they were extraordinary. When the scissors were not opened, they could be used as a kind of cone sting, and looked extremely sharp. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: God Shattering Scissors. Introduction: the Divine Shattering Scissors, also known as the Cause and Effect Scissors, are made of the pincers of the coiling dragon crab without any refinement or polishing. The Divine Shattering Scissors can snip any law and can snip anything below the immortal level. This pair of scissors can also snip karma and cut out some simple cause and effect connections with mystic divine power. Apart from that, the combat power of the Divine Shattering Scissors is comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon. It can continuously exert monarch realm power according to the amount of power provided. Quality: connate spiritual treasure. Attached soul: none. Effect: cut the law, the void, and karma. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: a divine shear coiling dragon crab will only give birth to one divine shattering shear in its entire life. **T. Han Fei was stunned. A connate spiritual treasure? Who could resist that? After all, the god's prayer bead that he had obtained after so many hardships were only an acquired spiritual treasure and the same level as the god shattering scissors. The old turtle said, these scissors are not bad. Xie Wuquan is generous this time. Han Fei didn't have the means to fight strong masters in the first place. Now that he had the god-shattering scissors, in addition to the extreme cold pearl, he had another trump card. How could he let go of such a treasure? Han Fei took the scissors and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Xie. Xie Wuquan shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't come, I would have died in another 100,000 years. So, you gave me a chance to be reborn. At this moment, he saw the giant crocodile that he saw just now turn into a human form, but its mouth still retained the shape of a crocodile and it had a long tail. The giant crocodile said, I can't thank you enough. I have a life scale here that can withstand a blow from a great monarch-level powerhouse. It can resist an immortal-level powerhouse for at least 30 seconds. Old Yuan said to Han Fei, this is the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. He can only give birth to 3 such scales in his lifetime. If it's on him, this scale can block a great monarch for 100 seconds. If it's plucked out and given to you, its quality will be greatly reduced, but you deserve it. It's a good item. The human-like powerhouse he saw earlier came not far from Han Fei and nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm-sized piece of mud over. Old Yuan said, this guy's name is Li Tiangan. This piece of soil was the universe vast soil dug from the Sea of Chaos at the depths of the Sea of Stars. Although it's only palm-sized, it can directly increase the strength of your origin star by 1 level. You heard it right. No matter how big your origin star is, it can directly improve your origin star by a full level in an extremely short period of time. F***ck, is there such a treasure in this world? Han Fei secretly took a breath. Didn't this mean that a palm-sized piece of universe vast soil was comparable to 1,000,000 cubes of chaotic spiritual earth? It was over. A red demonic flower turned into a human, but perhaps because of her mutation, her upper half body was stunningly beautiful, but her lower half body was twisted like a tentacle monster. The woman said, "Little friend Han Fei, this trip was not easy. I have a spiritual fruit for you." Upon hearing this, even old Yuan revealed a burning look. When the bright red fruit flew to Han Fei, everyone looked at him. Han Fei even heard someone swallowing. Before the old turtle said anything, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Divine Tribulation Fruit. Introduction: This spiritual fruit is the North Sea demon flower's lifelong work. It blooms once every 100,000 years and bears fruit every 300,000 years. It can only produce 9 divine tribulation fruits in a lifetime. The divine tribulation fruit can block 1 divine tribulation. Level divine. Quality ultra quality. Effect: it can resist divine tribulations. Each person can take up to 9 in their lifetime. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. How could there be such spiritual fruits in this world? This North Sea demon flower could produce 9 divine tribulation fruits in its life. If all 9 of them were given to one person, wouldn't it mean that this person would definitely become a god? However, no wonder so many strong masters here were looking at this spiritual fruit with greedy eyes. At their level, who didn't want to become a god? This fruit could help them resist a divine tribulation. Who wouldn't want it? The old turtle said, "This is the North Sea demon flower, Jianghonghua. This fruit is the divine tribulation fruit. After taking it, you can avoid a divine tribulation. It's a waste to give it to you now. Do you want to exchange it for some treasures with me?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the old turtle. Hee, what do you want to exchange for such a treasure? Han Fei shook his head. No. The old turtle seemed to have expected it, so he didn't care. He casually took out the turtle shell on his back and said, "They have all given you something. You and I are deeply fated. How can I not give something to you? This turtle shell has more than 2 million years of history since I was born. It's already a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. If it could have been nurtured in the chaotic void, it might have become a chaotic spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, it's only a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Now," the old turtle said, "this is a real mystic martial monarch armor. Even great monarchs can't break it. Besides, it carries a divine technique, the turtle shell sky sealing technique. With this shell, you can use the turtle shell sky sealing technique at any time, but you need to inject enough power of heaven and earth in advance." Han Fei's eyes widened. Turtle shell sky sealing technique? I can use it an infinite number of times? The old turtle said, "Yes." Oh my god. Han Fei hurriedly hugged the mystic martial monarch armor, but the old turtle didn't care. He said indifferently, "Although you have the treasure armor, you can't just hold it to resist the attack of a great monarch-level powerhouse head on. In that case, even if the turtle shell doesn't break, you will be killed on the spot. Therefore, no matter how good the treasure is, you have to have the strength to use it." There were still many strong masters who were queuing up, preparing to give gifts to Han Fei. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound not far away. The suction power seemed to have reached its limit, and the demon god's eyes opened slightly. The first thing the demon god said was, "You can owe him a favor, but you can't give him too many resources. The strong never completely rely on resources. Too many resources will damage his Tao heart." Since the demon god had spoken, no one gave him any more treasures. Many powerhouses took back the treasures they had taken out. Han Fei wanted to say, "No matter how many treasures you give me, it won't hurt my Tao heart." At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to slap this demon god. He thought to himself, "Is it easy for me to travel all the way to the God-Fiend Sea just to get a few treasures? With your order, all the treasures are gone." Although Han Fei knew that the few treasures he had obtained were already very precious, who didn't want a few more treasures? Sure enough, someone said, "Little friend Han Fei, we owe you a big favor. When we can leave the God-Fiend Sea in the future, if you need any help, just come to us." Han Fei thought to himself, "I do want to find you, but how can I find you?" However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw Jiang Honghua drip a drop of essence blood and fly to Han Fei. "Little friend Han Fei, this is a blood seal. When we escape in the future, with this seal, as long as we are in the same divine realm, you should be able to find us. Of course, if we are not in the same divine realm, you might not be able to contact us with this blood seal." Old Yuan said, "Although the blood seal cannot be used across divine realms, if you are in the same divine realm as one of them, the blood seal will light up and you can use it." Then, Li Tiangon and the others also threw out a blood seal each. Then, Han Fei saw 1,072 blood seals at once, which stunned him. If he had a chance to use them in the future, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire sea realm? Old Yuan continued, "Don't take blood seal as essence blood to improve your bloodline. You're about to prove your Tao. After the monarch level tribulation, your bloodline will undergo a huge leap. Normally, it'll be a greater improvement than fusing with a high-level bloodline." Han Fei nodded slightly. After his bloodline improved again, he didn't plan to conduct bloodline devouring again. He didn't know if he could directly try the bloodline of the Emperor Sparrow or Little Black and Little White after he proved his Tao. At this moment, the figure of the demon god seemed to break free from the boundless darkness. Instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted. The demon god stepped in the darkness and wore white clothes, looking handsome and extraordinary. Han Fei was stunned, wondering why the demon god was dressed in white. Immediately, everyone shouted, "Welcome back, demon god." The demon god glanced at everyone, seeming a little regretful and gratified. He said, "I didn't expect that after I left, the world has changed so much. Of the million demons in the past, there are only 1,072 of you left now. Ha ha ha." When the demon god said the word demons, his tone was teasing and he even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed. "Yes. This path is difficult. If you had waited 100,000 years later, I'm afraid there would only be more than 500 left here." Someone said proudly, "At least you're back. It seems that the heavens haven't abandoned us. Lord Demon God, have you found that path?" For a moment, Han Fei looked at these people, only to see that their eyes were filled with hope. Even if they hadn't gotten a definitive answer yet, many people's hearts were pounding like thunder. The demon god said leisurely, "Yes and no. Everyone was about to rejoice when they heard the second half of the sentence. They fell silent again, as if they were listening to the demon god's follow-up. Explanation. The demon god said, "I found the path, but it's too difficult to popularize. The Tao of extreme balance requires dual spiritual heritages. Many methods we've tried before don't work. Even if I try the method of creating spiritual heritage thousands of times, it won't work. In the end, I can only forcibly open the soul sea and reshape the innate soul heritage. This plan might work once or twice, but if it's done repeatedly, it will inevitably trigger the soul sea taboo. At that time, even gods won't be able to resist that unknown power." Alas, someone said, "Forget it. It seems that this path is not suitable for us after all." Someone sighed. "Forget it. After so many years, we've done our best. It seems that for us, the great monarch is the end of this path." Someone sighed. "It's a pity, but not a pity. After all, Demon God has walked through this path. And little friend Han Fei?" The demon god nodded slightly. "He walked it through too. He is a person born suitable for this path. You don't have to be obsessed with this. If you all want to be the strongest, there'll be no strongest in this world. However, all these years, I have gained something." The demon god said, "I have a technique that can transform dual extreme Tao into singular extreme Tao. At the same time, it can resolve the aberrations in your bodies. Even the aberrations in your souls will be relieved after you embark on the path of singular extreme Tao. Furthermore, it will allow your strength to improve greatly in an extremely short period of time, but it won't make you directly fuse with the Tao. However, you'll have the hope of becoming great monarchs." Yes, not all the strong masters here were at the great monarch level. Otherwise, 1072 great monarchs would crush the entire sea realm. However, Han Fei still maintained the immortal level strength. He could sense that these people had all reached the immortal level. But it did make sense on second thought. Those who survived more than 1,800,000 years in the God-Fiend Sea couldn't be weak. After all, the demon god had just said that there might have been 1,000,000 people here in the past, but there were only 1,000 left now. It could be seen how many people had died over such a long period of time. "We'll cultivate it." Almost immediately, everyone gave feedback. They had been trapped in the God-Fiend Sea for too long. Now they had a chance to increase their strength, get rid of their aberrations, and become extreme Tao powerhouses. This was already an excellent choice. Yes, the demon god was right. If everyone wanted to be the strongest, there would be no strongest. Therefore, being the strongest was something only a small number of people could do. And most people, as long as they ensured that they didn't die, they were already top powerhouses. Han Fei looked at these people and felt that if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to stand such long-lasting loneliness. Besides, he suddenly had a feeling that this might be a path for the strongest, but it was definitely not the only path to becoming the strongest. Otherwise, the demon god would become the strongest in the world in the future. Han Fei didn't quite believe it. In the vast river of history, people had definitely tried the Tao of extreme balance. Whether it worked or not, it was drowned in the river of history and no one knew. The demon god said, "Everyone, I've just returned and my dual spiritual heritages haven't completely stabilized. I need to cultivate in seclusion for A period of time, at most half a year. During this period of time, you can take Han Fei to learn some information about the outside world. After that, you might need to cultivate for 100 to 1,000 years and slowly transform into singular extreme Tao. Han Fei was slightly relieved. Half a year was fine. In half a year, it would be the next gathering of the Void Temple. If he guessed right, Feng Yu should have proved Tao. When the time came, he would have fruits to eat. It was best not to miss this gathering. Someone smiled and said, "Demon God, please cultivate in seclusion. It's been a long time since anyone came to the God-Fiend Sea. Let's chat by ourselves." Old Yuan smiled mysteriously. Chat? What Han Fei is best at is not chatting, but eating. An hour later, surrounded by a group of strong masters, Han Fei actually started a fire in the God-Fiend Sea. However, the only thing that Han Fei didn't like was the death energy, intimidating aura, and the mutated soul power here. Although he could digest and absorb it, it didn't feel good. After transforming the power in the God-Fiend Sea, Han Fei simply used it to light a fire and cook. If anyone else were here, they would probably mutate in a few hours. If the energy here had a strong conflict with their cultivation, they might even explode and die. Swish. While Han Fei was grilling sea cucumbers, he saw a tongue shoot out of nowhere and take away a sea cucumber several meters long. Be asterisk starred, Sky Ghost Toad, you be asterisk starred, how many have you stolen? If you steal any more, believe it or not, I will pull out your tongue. Old Yuan was lost for words. Xia Wuquan, are you stupid? Why do you keep calling people be asterisk stards? Believe it or not, I'll cut off your pincers. On the other side, Li Tiangan and Jiang Honghua were sitting in front of a big pot of hot pot, surrounded by 8 people who had similar personalities to them and were relatively low-key. Han Fei gave them chopsticks, and they used chopsticks. They looked unhurried, but in fact, they were eating quickly. At this moment, a crocodile's mouth leaned over from the gap between them, trying to roll some meat away with its tongue. However, in the next moment, Li Tiangan pressed down on the crocodile's head, creating a huge pit on the ground. There were 150 such pots, but they hadn't learned the skill of barbecue yet. So a group of people gathered around Han Fei, grinding seasonings with Han Fei, roasting barbecue, and cursing those who stole food now and then. Han Fei didn't expect that he would come all the way to the God-Fiend Sea just to cook. The demonic cultivators and the rumors were all ferocious, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and so on. However, Han Fei felt that these people looked very good, not at all like the rumors. As if sensing Han Fei's feelings, someone said bluntly, "Little friend Han Fei, the outside world's evaluation of us is half true and half false. Some of us have mutated physically, and some have mutated in their souls. There are many who have lost their minds from cultivation, including us. If we are stimulated by some strong uncontrollable factors, we will still fall into that bloodthirsty and murderous state. This is also one of the reasons why we need to be shackled." Old Yuan also said, "There used to be 1,000,000 demonic cultivators here, who walked the Tao of extreme balance. Half of them died because they had lived for too long and had too many hidden illnesses in their bodies. The other half died because they fell into a desperate and crazy situation and were killed by us. To them, death is the best end. Therefore, the only ones who can stay now are the 1,000 of us. Our spiritual power and soul power are abnormally powerful, and we never give up even if we're in a desperate situation, so we can survive. Hanfei finally understood that cultivators taking this path would inevitably have problems. However, he came at the right time. Those who had problems had all died. What was left was naturally these relatively normal ones. Someone was curious. Little friend Hanfei, what's the outside world like now? Have the gods defeated the ominous? Someone asked. Little friend Hanfei, has anyone caught a treasure above the level of chaotic spiritual treasure from the Sea of Chaos? Someone asked. Has a new fist god appeared on the Fist Light Mountain? Someone asked. Has the Southern Dipper been destroyed? Hanfei? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, Seniors, I've just come to the sea realm not long ago. At present, I've only stayed in the East Sea Divine Realm, and haven't been to other divine realms or entered the Sea of Stars. At present, there are no gods in the Sea Realm. Well, now there is Senior Demon God. It's said that the other gods have all disappeared in the battle against the ominous. After a pause, Hanfei said, I don't know anything about the Sea of Chaos. No. New Fist God has appeared on the Fist Light Mountain. At present, there are only great monarchs guarding it. The Southern Dipper should be an assassin organization from the Southern Dipper organization. I haven't met any of them so far. Hanfei answered a bunch of questions in one breath, but most of the time, he was saying that I don't know much about the Sea Realm, so you don't have to ask me. Li Tiangon said, Little friend Hanfei, can you tell us about the current situation of the Sea Realm? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, well, about 130,000 years ago, the Sea Realm welcomed the Age of Doom. Since it entered the Age of Doom, I haven't heard of any gods appearing in the Sea Realm. As far as I know, the Immortal Temple is the most active power. They start wars everywhere from the North Sea Divine Realm to the East Sea Divine Realm. As for the others, the development of all the forces has slowed down, and there's no one particularly outstanding. Well, there's one, which is the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm. They're bossy all day long and lawless just because they have a great monarch. No one heard anything interesting, but they could tell that Hanfei really hated the heavenly race. He probably had a conflict with them. The Eastern Divine Crocodile said, Little friend Hanfei, you are the only one who can perfectly control the Tao of extreme balance. Why don't we have sparring? Someone said, Old Crocodile, don't forget that you haven't become a singular extreme Tao cultivator yet. What's the point of sparring now? However, the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, of course it's meaningful. Don't forget, little friend Hanfei can control the Tao perfectly. He was born with dual spiritual heritages, while we're cultivating it by force. Do you know the difference? No one knows unless Lord Demon God consolidates his strength and spars with us. As soon as he said this, many people were tempted. Yes, they cultivated the Tao of extreme balance by force. But Hanfei was different. He was born with dual spiritual heritages. Was there really no difference between them? Old Yuan said, then suppress your strength to the perfected star transformation realm. Also, just fight with the body and the soul and don't use too many great techniques. This way, we can see more clearly. Hanfei was also intrigued. It was actually meaningless to just eat and drink with them. Besides, unlike them, he was cultivating the supreme divine technique of the human race while cultivating the Tao of extreme balance. This meant that even if he didn't do any cultivation, his strength would still increase. Even though he already had 5 Tao locks, Han Fei felt that the influence of the supreme divine technique on his origin star hadn't stopped. Nothing could be seen in the short term, but if he stayed in the God-Fiend Sea all the time, he would have to operate the Tao of extreme balance all the time. If so, God knew if it would cause his strength to rise uncontrollably. However, he had already perfected his Tao of extreme balance technique. This would form a strong conflict with the supreme divine technique. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei did need to fight. One was to explore the Tao of extreme balance and the other was to release the power he had absorbed. Han Fei rose. "Senior, excuse me." The Eastern Divine Crocodile grinned. "It's okay. Some things can only be highlighted in battle. Come on." For a moment, everyone made way for a battlefield. Anyway, they were a group of super powerhouses and wouldn't care about the impact of the power of the perfected star transformation realm. The body of the Eastern Divine Crocodile swelled and turned red. He didn't believe that Han Fei was an ordinary person. As the only heavenly talent with 2 spiritual heritages in the world and young cultivator who could rescue the demon god under the guidance of the old turtle, how could he be ordinary? Therefore, the Eastern Divine Crocodile showed no mercy at all. No one felt that there was anything wrong with what the Eastern Divine Crocodile did. If it were them, they would have chosen to do the same, because no one would underestimate Han Fei now that he had made it this far. 2 beheading knives appeared in Eastern Divine Crocodile's hands. As he brandished them, the knife light was neither fast nor slow. There was no special usage, just a knife light. Not to be outdone, Han Fei punched out. He didn't even use the path of invincibility. This was a pure competition, so it wasn't fancy. The Eastern Divine Crocodile used the 3rd power born from the Tao of extreme balance. The basic characteristic of this power was the dual killing of body and soul. This was also what Han Fei had grasped so far. However, Han Fei was somewhat surprised. This should be the characteristic of the Ragnarok, right? The Tao of extreme balance only balanced the soul and power, but it couldn't directly fuse into a 3rd power. However, when Han Fei's fist collided with the saber of the Eastern Divine Crocodile, he did feel the effect of the dual killing of body and soul, but this power seemed to be different from the chaotic origin power of the Ragnarok. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was suppressed by Han Fei's fist mark and retreated crazily. But this suppression only lasted for a minute. The power in the knife light seemed to be changing, and in the end, it cut through Han Fei's fist light in one fell swoop. Huh. Seeing that Han Fei's fist mark was broken, the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, "Little friend Han Fei, your cultivation of the Tao of extreme balance is still shallow. You have to know that this is the combination of 2 powers. But its application is ever-changing." The Eastern Divine Crocodile said, "For example, you can try wrapping another power with one power. One floats outside, and the other hides inside. Use them separately?" Han Fei was a little surprised. Once these 2 powers became the chaotic origin power, there was no reason for them to be used separately. They had already formed a 3rd power. How could they be separated? However, from what the Eastern Divine Crocodile said, it seemed that he could separate the 2 powers? But even so, the 2 powers had already condensed into the chaotic origin power, so why should they be separated? Wait. Han Fei suddenly realized something. No, the Eastern Divine Crocodile didn't know the Ragnarok, which he was quite sure of. Since it wasn't the Ragnarok, he had purely used both his power and soul at the same time. It seemed to be a dual kill attack, but it actually wasn't. The reason that caused the illusion of dual killing was that the two powers were constantly alternating. The Eastern Divine Crocodile grew excited. Come on, little friend Han Fei, be careful next. Han Fei nodded. So the alternate cycles of the two powers could simulate the feeling and effect of dual killing of body and soul, but the essence of its power was definitely a level different from the real dual killing of body and soul. However, this didn't mean that the Eastern Divine Crocodile's combat method was useless. It alternately released power and soul attacks, just like the yin-yang pattern. If the Eastern Divine Crocodile could display such powerful strength, although he didn't know the Ragnarok, what if he used the Ragnarok in the form of the Supreme Yin-yang Wheel? And the Eastern Divine Crocodile attacked again. Han Fei saw that it slashed out tens of thousands of knife lights at once. Han Fei didn't attack directly, but let one of the knife lights fall on him. Pfft. At the same time, Han Fei felt the instant impact of soul power. If it were an ordinary person, his soul would have been injured, but Han Fei didn't feel anything. At the moment he was attacked, one of these knife lights suddenly burst out with an unbelievable speed and appeared on Han Fei in an instant. Before Han Fei could react, he had been impacted by the power of this knife light. No, these two powers have never been truly separated. However, there is an invisible power connecting these two sword beams. What is it? What power can separate and connect them? With a flip of his hand, a Tai Chi yin-yang wheel appeared beside Han Fei. Swish. 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 Bang. 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 Huh. Not bad. What an excellent comprehension ability. However, when the chaotic origin energy circulated in the form of the Supreme Yin-yang wheel, the effect was the same as when he used other great techniques. Han Fei immediately understood why the chaotic origin energy could be applied to all combat skills and techniques. It was because those who had this power didn't need to think of ways to revolve their soul and power like the Eastern Divine Crocodile and the others. Eastern Divine Crocodile and the others had to try their best to create a combat skill to simulate a technique of dual killing of body and soul, but Han Fei didn't have to. Sure enough, only those with real dual spiritual heritages can use the Ragnarok naturally. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that everybody's eyes glittered when they saw the Tai Chi yin-yang wheel. They felt that Han Fei had upgraded the application of the Tao of extreme balance to a higher level, which was even more brilliant than the Eastern Divine Crocodile's way. Jiang Honghua said, "He's a genius, but I don't think he can use it so smoothly when he uses it for the first time. He must have mastered a certain great Tao." Old Yuan said, "That's true, but have you discovered that he can use these two powers at will, unlike old Crocodile?" Li Tiangon said, "It's the effect of dual spiritual heritages. He was born with dual spiritual heritages, so he was born with the ability to fuse the power of the body and the power of the soul. Therefore, all the great techniques he used might have the characteristic of dual killing. Furthermore, this characteristic of dual killing is stronger than what we created." Sure enough, Han Fei's small yin-yang wheel shattered the knife lights of the Eastern Divine Crocodile one after another in a crushing manner. The Eastern divine crocodile couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the real dual killing of body and soul?" Han Fei didn't have a clear understanding of the use of power born from the Tao of extreme balance. As early as when he cultivated the young soul, he felt that the mirror had the characteristics of dual killing of body and soul. In fact, it was true. In the series of battles that followed, including the battle killing Yi Tianxing of the heavenly race and the divine capital dynasty, the effect of dual killing of body and soul was obvious to all. But now, Han Fei understood that it wasn't that he had mastered a technique of the dual killing of body and soul, but that he had simulated a combat skill similar to a technique of dual killing of body and soul. But the simulation was just a simulation. Now that he had cultivated the Tao of extreme balance and mastered the Ragnarok, he realized that the real dual killing of body and soul was actually so powerful. No wonder I feel that monarchs have become easier to beat. It turns out that I have become so strong. Previously, Han Fei felt that he had reached the limit of the sky-opening realm. Furthermore, with the power of the dual killing of body and soul, coupled with the void-stealing technique and the divine techniques of the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei didn't feel that it was difficult to kill a Tao proving level monarch since he came out of the god-burying ridge. But now it seemed that he had misunderstood the level of his strength. The Ragnarok wasn't as simple as shattering the law. He underestimated its powerful destructive power of dual killing of body and soul. However, this battle was not over yet. The Eastern divine crocodile said, "Han Fei, let's not compete in the basic battle of the Tao of extreme balance. Since our strength has been suppressed to the perfected star transformation realm, why don't we fight in a comprehensive battle?" "That's exactly what I want." Han Fei laughed. It was rare to have a chance to fight a prehistoric super powerhouse. These people were all very senior powerhouses from the age of gods. Their strength and methods were all very strong. The Eastern divine crocodile's fighting style suddenly changed. He crossed his double knives, and a spiral light shot out for thousands of kilometers in an instant. Han Fei didn't continue to use the Ragnarok, so he was about to extract the power of the surrounding void when he discovered that all the power was attracted by the spiral, and in the spiral were spinning blades. Seeing this scene, Han Fei stomped on the ground and retreated. At the same time, between his fingers, all great Daos in one sword burst out. Multiple great Daos gathered, the invincible path burst out, and the sword aura swept out for thousands of kilometers. Huh? The path of invincibility? Han Fei seems to have grasped a lot of great Daos. This sword technique is not bad, but there is still room for growth. Clang! Swords and sabers collided, and saber auras and sword auras circulated within 100,000 kilometers. The sky and the ground were densely covered with saber marks. Han Fei raised his hand and summoned the infinity water. Just as he was about to continue activating it, he suddenly heard the humanoid Li Tiangan say, "Han Fei, try combining swords into one like me. It's better to fuse them into one and return to the origin." Han Fei looked sideways at Li Tiangan, only to see Li Tiangan raise his hand and pinch a wisp of sword chi that escaped from Han Fei. His fingertips circulated as if the true meaning of the great Tao was infused into it. Boom! Li Tiangan flicked his finger, and all the sword chi that escaped from Han Fei in this world returned. Clank, clank, clank. When the escaping sword intents were attracted back, Han Fei discovered that with every sword intent fused, all great Daos in one sword lost the true Meaning of Great Tao. Han Fei was surprised. The Great Tao collapsed? Li Tiangan said, no, it's the convergence of all Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All Taos return to 1, and once it returns to the origin of the Tao, the origin of the Tao becomes the formless Tao. Han Fei was shocked. When he created all great Taos in one sword, he felt that this sword was already very strong. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about how to continue to create the next sword, but he had never gained any insight. But at this moment, after witnessing Li Tiangan's sword, he immediately had an epiphany. If all great Taos in one sword he created could be taken as the first sword, then Li Tiangan's current sword could help him comprehend the second and third swords. The second sword was the primordial Tao sword, and the third was the formless infinity sword. The so-called primordial Tao sword meant that the great Tao didn't exist, yet the great Tao was everywhere. The sword itself was a Tao, and the great Tao here was fused with this sword. As for the formless infinity sword, Han Fei only had an inspiration. This should mean that after the primordial Tao sword, the sword could transform into a Tao at will, which could transform into different sword Tao true intents according to different situations to restrain others. Han Fei couldn't exert the formless infinity sword yet, but he felt that he could try the primordial Tao sword now. Han Fei immediately gave up on the infinity water. He extended 2 fingers and pointed again. Several great Tao fused into it. However, in the next moment, these great Tao wanted to collide and destroy. In the end, it was very difficult to see any true intent of the great Tao in this sword. The Eastern Divine Crocodile roared, Li Tiangan, what are you doing? Can't you teach him later? Although the Eastern Divine Crocodile shouted, when Han Fei launched the second sword, the origin power of the great Tao burst out, and the Eastern Divine Crocodile opened his mouth and absorbed a lot of messy energy. When he opened his mouth again, it spewed out a saber beam that was also the origin of the great Tao. Rumble. However, even so, when the two sides collided, the saber beam of the Eastern Divine Crocodile was still crushed from head to tail. Immediately, Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green. Han Fei, what's the limit of your soul power? The onlookers were all laughing. Someone said, why do you bother to ask? He was born with double spiritual heritages, so his limit must be much higher than yours. Jiang Honghua added, with this blow alone, Han Fei's limit is at least 450,000. Old Yuan said, more than that. Han Fei's limit is at least 500,000. Li Tiangan said, 500,000. There are no more than 30 people here who can reach 500,000, the limit of the Eastern Divine Crocodile is only 450,000. Judging from the power of Han Fei's blow, its limit is not as simple as 500,000. This talent is really unparalleled. As expected of a heavenly talent with dual spiritual heritages. Han Fei thought for a moment and replied casually, 600,000 is my limit. Everyone hearing that, many people looked at Li Tiangan and Old Yuan. Xia Wuquan said, Li Tiangan, 20,000 higher than you. Li Tiangan nodded slightly and added, if that's the case, I'm afraid his limit will be above 800,000 once he condenses 5 Tao locks. Also, he has mastered the technique of dual killing of body and soul. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The ultimate they had been pursuing for countless years had been easily achieved by Han Fei, which made them jealous. This had nothing to do with Han Fei helping them. Jealousy was jealousy, and these people didn't hide anything. Upon hearing that Han Fei's limit was 600,000, Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green, but in the next moment, he activated a divine technique. When Han Fei saw the knife light that seemed to open up a galaxy in the starry sky, he immediately knew that it was definitely a divine technique. The reason why divine arts were powerful was that someone had exerted combat techniques, combat skills, divine intent, etc., to the extreme. In such a situation, even if his basic combat power far exceeded the other party, he had to deal with it carefully. Han Fei threw out the World Destruction Fist. The moment they saw the World Destruction Fist, someone said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Star Fist technique of Great Monarch Ultimate Star." This fist technique can be ranked among the top 10 in the Sea realm. Little friend Han Fei seems to have comprehended the strongest punch. Old crocodile is going to lose. Someone said, the Star Fist technique is very powerful. Han Fei's World Destruction Fist is probably among the top 3 in the East Sea Divine realm. Eastern Divine Crocodile's face turned green, and he hurriedly said, "Forget it, let's stop fighting." In the same realm, the other party's soul and strength far exceeded his own. Unless he had a divine technique, but Han Fei didn't, there wouldn't be a chance of turning defeat into victory. However, if he had a divine technique, but Han Fei had an even stronger one, he wouldn't have any chance to win. Unless he had a lot of divine techniques and could unleash them in time, he would be crushed by Han Fei. Sure enough, when the knife light of the Eastern Divine Crocodile collided with the World Destruction Fist, the exploding energy ball bloomed a huge pillar of light thousands of kilometers thick in the God-fiend sea. Everyone saw that the ground around the Eastern Divine Crocodile was completely crushed. Except for where he was standing, there was a huge pit as deep as 100 meters in other places. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was unscathed, but anyone could tell that he had recovered his immortal level strength. Eastern Divine Crocodile rolled his eyes and said, "Li Tiangong, can't you instruct him a little more slowly? Come on, I'll let you fight, little friend." Han Fei, okay? I won't fight. Li Tiangong scoffed at the Eastern Divine Crocodile's suggestion and didn't respond at all. Han Fei's strength was obvious after a try. Now that he knew his strength and Han Fei had a divine technique, it was already extremely difficult for him to win. Even Li Tiangong only had a 30% or 40% chance of winning. It was extremely difficult for them. If it were anyone else, they would almost certainly be defeated. Old Yuan said, not to mention Li Tiangong, even the demon god was no match for him at this level. Don't forget, he took the path of invincibility. With the old turtle's reminder, everyone immediately remembered that Han Fei had indeed shown his invincible will just now. A person who could embark on the path of invincibility was definitely not weak in combat. Besides, those who could walk the path of invincibility were basically certain that the other party was a melee powerhouse, and his sole combat power was extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk the path of invincibility. Xia Wuquan said, "Are there still many people walking the path of invincibility outside? I don't think anyone can be stronger than little friend Han Fei, right?" Jiang Honghua said, "At least before we sealed ourselves, there were many people who took the path of invincibility. This is a dangerous and crazy path. The mutual attraction of the path of invincibility is hundreds of times stronger than the mutual attraction of ordinary paths. Therefore, the fact that Han Fei can reach this point means that he has walked through this path safely. Li Tiangong said, there can be only one invincible person in the world. This is the trap that every person who takes the path of invincibility will eventually face. This path is destined to have more than one person to take. But only one person can become uniquely invincible. Fortunately, before we seal ourselves, no one taking this path has become a god yet. The old turtle said indifferently, but there are great monarchs. Everyone. After the challenge ended, Han Fei obtained 2 sword techniques. He felt that all great Daos in one sword was a catalyst. It could be called Sword 1, the primordial Dao sword could be called Sword 2, and the formless infinity sword could be called Sword 3. He just didn't know if there was still Sword 4, Sword 5, and Sword 6. It was too difficult to comprehend and cultivate this sword technique, and Han Fei wasn't sure. The old turtle said, Han Fei, you shouldn't perform so well. These old guys have mastered a lot of divine techniques. Isn't it good to learn 1 or 2 divine techniques? After synchronizing with his memories, the old turtle completely learned about the days when he grew up with Han Fei. He naturally knew that Han Fei was a very greedy person. If the demon god hadn't stopped them, he thought that Han Fei would have demanded treasures from everyone. Those people had been sealed for 1,800,000 years, and Han Fei literally liberated them, so they would probably give him some. Of course, old Yuan also felt that giving Han Fei too many treasures didn't mean much to Han Fei's growth and might even be a hindrance. However, having some divine techniques was not a bad thing. The others didn't know, but old Yuan knew that Han Fei was going to save the human race. What he was going to face seemed a mere city of scavengers, but in fact, from the information he had, the city of scavengers is 10,000 scale. Monarch and so on were just the Dao provers on the surface. If that sea area was only guarded by 2 or 3 Dao provers, any power in the chaotic wasteland could conquer it. The reason why no one attacked the chaotic wasteland was naturally because they knew that there were other powerhouses hidden there. And if Han Fei wanted to save the human race, with his personality and methods, the 10,000 scales race would definitely be wiped out. If he didn't eliminate the 10,000 scales race, how could he, the human emperor, face the oppressed human race here? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei had gained enough godly weapons, but what he needed next was not godly weapons, but divine techniques. Hearing the old turtle's roar, Han Fei was tempted. Can't I learn some divine techniques if you don't give me treasures? Anyway, it doesn't matter how many techniques I have. If I can enrich and replace my own great techniques, wouldn't it be equivalent to increasing my strength in another way? Half a year later, the demon god came out of seclusion on time. If he said half a year, it would be half a year. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already become familiar with the people here. He had learned several divine techniques and learned a lot of combat skills. He had even mastered Sword 3. If it weren't for his physical reasons, Han Fei felt that he could stay here for decades or even 100 years. As for the physical reasons, it was that Han Fei had confirmed his thoughts. His strength had reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, but the supreme divine technique hadn't stopped growing at all. But the problem was that Han Fei's strength and soul couldn't increase anymore, but his origin star was constantly growing stronger because Han Fei's cultivation had stopped. It had been a long time since Han Fei entered his origin star. When Han Fei improved his strength, He had already sensed the changes in his origin star. Later, when he was possessed by the demon god, he couldn't enter his origin star, so he didn't know what his origin star had become. Now, Li Tiangong gave him a piece of universe-vast soil, and he threw it into his origin star. In the past few years, the Supreme Divine Technique had subtly changed and affected Han Fei's strength. This made Han Fei feel that his first lock seemed to be a little broken. If he didn't resolve the matter in the chaotic wasteland as soon as possible, who knew if he would feel the monarch-level tribulation once the first lock was broken? If he did, he would have to transcend the tribulation soon. This was hundreds of years in advance of his original plan. Therefore, for Han Fei, his time was particularly important. As soon as the demon god came out of seclusion, Han Fei and a group of strong masters arrived. Han Fei's first words were, "Senior demon god, I would like to talk to you alone." The demon god nodded slightly. Okay. When the two of them came to the side, the demon god looked at Han Fei up and down and said indifferently, "Your soul and power are a little unstable. Are your Dao locks not firm enough?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Senior demon god, this is because of my cultivation technique. Even if I don't cultivate it, it will automatically operate and keep making me stronger. Now my strength has reached the limit of the sky-opening realm, but this technique hasn't stopped, so my first shackle is about to be broken." The demon god frowned slightly. "Are you cultivating the supreme divine technique of the human race?" Han Fei thought to himself, is the supreme divine technique so famous that even the demon god from 1.8 million years ago knows about it? The demon god said indifferently, "There's nothing to be surprised about. In order to create the Tao of extreme balance, I used to refer to the human race's supreme divine technique. However, I discovered that the Tao of extreme balance and the human race's supreme divine technique are two extremes. In essence, both cultivation paths are extreme. In my opinion, the Tao of extreme balance is stronger. However, the human race's supreme divine technique directly extends the path infinitely. You took both paths, but refused to prove Tao. Is there a problem with your Tao proving?" Han Fei said frankly, "Senior demon god, our human race has been enslaved by a race called the 10,000 Scales race for 100,000 years. As the current human emperor, I dare not transcend my monarch tribulation unless I save the human race." The demon god nodded slightly. This explained everything. He said, "Is the 10,000 Scale race very strong?" Han Fei said, "On the surface, they only have a Tao proving level monarch, but in fact, there might be stronger powerhouses. It's just that I don't know where the stronger powerhouses are, or how strong they are. However, the 10,000 Scales clan's Tao proving level monarch on the surface is known as the 10,000 Scale monarch." Heh. The demon god shook his head. "I've never heard of him. However, if they really have a great monarch-level powerhouse, don't you use the power of your void temple? You have to know that this has been beyond your ability." Han Fei said, "I dare not hide it from you, senior. My senior brothers will only help me 3 times unconditionally. Every opportunity is extremely precious. I've already used it once, so unless I'm in a desperate situation, I don't want to use the power of the Void Temple." The demon god nodded. "When you encountered the 3 carefree level monarchs outside the God-Fiend Sea, you used the scale of a dragon great monarch, which is a treasure. The leaf used to escape isn't very strong. It can barely be considered a one-time use ultra-quality godly weapon. Fine, I'll give you 3 things. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible, but you have to consider it as me repaying your favor. After that, I won't help you unconditionally anymore. Han Fei's heart stirred and he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your gift, Senior Demon God." Han Fei didn't want to waste this opportunity, but if he felt that it could be used as a last resort, he would use the favor of the Demon God first. The Demon God didn't care about Han Fei's thoughts. He said, "The dragon great monarch gave you a scale, so I'll give you a scale too. It can give you the combat power of the immortal level and has the same effect as the dragon's scale." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This thing was good. This was his purpose. With this treasure, he wouldn't have to be afraid of being slapped to death by an immortal level monarch. It was fine if the 10,000 scale race had a great monarch, but if not, he would be one of the strongest existences. The Demon God said, "However, you have to understand that even if you have the power of the immortal level, you can't kill an immortal level monarch without that level of comprehension. Your upper limit for killing is the carefree level." Han Fei nodded. "I see." The Demon God continued, "Secondly, I'll give you a one-time use connate spiritual treasure, the wind riding smoke. It's similar to your escape godly weapon, but it's 100 times faster than the leaf. Even a great monarch level powerhouse dare not say that he can stop you when you use the wind riding smoke. However, you have to have the immortal level combat power to use it. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand such a fast speed." Han Fei's pupils were constricted. A one-time use connate spiritual treasure? Gosh. A connate spiritual treasure meant that it existed from birth, and a one-time use meant that it could be used only once. Therefore, it was obvious that this thing was quite precious. It was indeed much better than the one-leaf boat. Of course, although it was good, its shortcomings were obvious. The Demon God said, "Thirdly, I'll give you a life-saving sword. I dare not say that it can kill a great monarch, but it can definitely kill an immortal level monarch." It can definitely kill an immortal level monarch? Han Fei was taken aback. He had seen only a handful of immortal level powerhouses so far. Who could have expected that he could kill an immortal level powerhouse so easily now? Although there was only one chance, this was definitely his strongest amulet. Now, Han Fei knew that once the Demon God gave these 3 things to him, he would only owe him one favor. He was thick-skinned enough to ask for this. The reason why he dared to ask for it was actually because he was a disciple of the Void Temple. The Demon God said, "Originally, I was only going to give you this amulet sword. But this time, you have indeed helped me reborn, so it's fine to give you 2 additional gifts. But I'd like to remind you that it's not a good thing to take too many treasures. The most important thing about treasures is to save lives. Otherwise, their existence is meaningless. Instead of having countless treasures, it's better to let the strong take action." Han Fei nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your advice, Senior Demon God. I'll remember it." Han Fei had a private chat with the Demon God just to ask for treasures and opportunities. When Han Fei and the Demon God returned, everyone was already waiting here. The Demon God said, "Everyone, the God Fiend Sea still needs to exist for a period of time. Han Fei doesn't belong to the God Fiend Sea, so I'm sending him away now. You'll meet again when the world is in chaos." Li Tiangong said, take care. Eastern Divine Crocodile, little friend Han Fei, see you in the outside world. Xie Wuquan said, remember to use the God-shattering scissors. It's very strong. Old Yuan said, when we come out in the future, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Only in chaotic times can the true face of the sea realm be revealed. In chaotic times, strong masters will appear. I hope that by then, you will have already proven your Tao and can even reach the carefree level. Han Fei thought to himself, if these people leave the God-fiend sea, the sea realm will be in chaos. Look at the strength of these people. Han Fei said, seniors, see you later. Let's have another drink when we meet in the sea realm.